In the midst of the tide of steam and machinery, who can grasp the extraordinary? Amidst the annals of history and the shrouds of darkness, whose whispers linger, I awaken from the enigmatic, my eyes opening to this world. Pain, such pain. My head aches intensely. The bizarre and whispering dreamscape swiftly disintegrates, and the slumbering Zhou Mingrue feels an excruciating throb in his head, as if struck violently by a heavy object, or rather, as if a sharp implement were piercing his temple, accompanied by a tumultuous sensation. Hiss! In a dazed state, Zhou Mingrue attempts to turn, to cover his head, to sit up, yet he finds himself utterly immobilized, as if his body has been deprived of control. It seems I have not truly awakened. I remain ensnared in a dream. Perhaps I may even experience the illusion of having awoken while still ensconced in slumber. Familiar with such encounters, Zhou Mingrue strives to concentrate his willpower, seeking to liberate himself from the shackles of darkness and illusion. However, in this liminal state between sleep and wakefulness, the will often flits like smoke, elusive and uncontrollable no matter his efforts. He cannot prevent his thoughts from scattering, distractions manifesting. What a fine night! Yet why has this sudden headache emerged? And why is it so severe? Could it be a cerebral hemorrhage or something equally dire? Goodness, I shan't meet my untimely demise in such a manner, shall I? I must awaken. I must awaken. Ah, it seems the pain has lessened somewhat, yet my mind still feels as though a dull blade is slowly slicing through it. It appears sleep is no longer an option. How will I manage work tomorrow? Work? With a genuine headache. Of course, I must take a leave. No need to fear a lengthy reprimand from Manager Liu. In light of this, perhaps it is not so bad after all, ha. A stolen moment of leisure, wave upon wave of throbbing pain, allows Zhou Mingrue to gradually accumulate a surreal strength finally. He musters the resolve to straighten his back and fully awaken, liberating himself from the half-sleeping state. At first, his vision is blurred, then tinged with a soft crimson hue. As his gaze sharpens, Zhou Mingrue observes a wooden desk before him. At its center lies an open notebook, its pages coarse and yellowed, inscribed with peculiar letters that form a striking phrase, the ink deep and dark, almost dripping with significance. To the left of the notebook, neatly arranged along the edge of the desk, there's a stack of books, perhaps 7 or 8 in total. To their right, the wall is adorned with gray-white pipes and wall sconces connected to them. The sconces exude a touch of classical Western elegance, approximately the size of an adult's head, with a transparent glass interior, encased in a grid of black metal. Beneath the extinguished sconce, a black ink bottle is enveloped in a pale crimson glow, its surface embossed with a blurred angelic motif. In front of the ink bottle, to the right of the notebook, lies a dark, rotund fountain pen, quietly resting, its nib glinting with a faint luminescence, while its cap rests beside a revolver gleaming with a brass-like sheen. A revolver? Zhou Mingrue stands astounded. The objects before him are so unfamiliar, bearing no resemblance to anything in his own room. In his astonishment and confusion, he notices that the desk, the notebook, the ink bottle, and the revolver are all shrouded in a veil of crimson light, filtering in from the outside. Instinctively, he raises his head, his gaze gradually ascending. In the midst of the air, a black velvet curtain hung above, with a blood-red full moon suspended high, casting a serene glow. Zhou Mingrue felt an inexplicable terror surge within him, abruptly rising to his feet. However, before his legs could fully straighten, a sharp pain throbbed in his head, causing him to momentarily lose strength. His center of gravity faltered, and he crashed heavily onto the hard wooden seat beneath him. The pain did not deter him. Zhou Mingrue pressed his hands against the table and stood once more, anxiously turning his body to survey his surroundings. The room was modest in size, with a brown door on either side. Against the opposing wall stood a wooden lofted bed. Between the left door and the bed was a cabinet, its upper section opening wide, while the lower part contained 5 drawers. At a height of a person, the edge of the cabinet was adorned with a grayish-white pipe embedded in the wall, leading to a peculiar mechanical contraption with a few exposed gears and bearings. In a corner near the desk, there were items resembling a coal stove, along with kitchen utensils, such as a soup pot and a frying pan. Crossing over to the right door, he found a wardrobe mirror, marred by 2 cracks, its wooden base simple and unadorned. With a swift glance, Zhou Mingrue caught a glimpse of his reflection. Black hair, brown eyes, a linen shirt, a slender build, ordinary features, and a somewhat pronounced profile. This, Zhou Mingrue gasped, a torrent of helpless and chaotic conjectures flooding his mind. The revolver, the classical European decor, and that crimson moon, so disparate from Earth, all indicated the occurrence of some extraordinary event. Could it be that I have traversed dimensions? Zhou Mingrue's mouth opened slightly in disbelief. Having grown up immersed in web literature, he often fantasized about such occurrences, yet when faced with reality, it was difficult to accept. Perhaps this was akin to the proverbial Lord Ye's fondness for dragons. After a few seconds, Zhou Mingrue managed a self-deprecating chuckle amidst his turmoil. Were it not for the persistent pain in his head, which kept his thoughts taut and lucid, he would have certainly doubted whether he was dreaming. Calm, calm, calm. After several deep breaths, Zhou Mingrue endeavored to quell his rising panic. Klein Moretti, a citizen of Tianjin in the Ahawa County of the Kingdom of Rune on the northern continent, a recent graduate from the history department of Hoi University. His father, a sergeant in the Royal Army, had perished in the colonial conflicts of the southern continent. The compensation he received enabled Klein to attend a private grammar school, laying the foundation for his university admission. His mother, a devotee of the goddess of night, had passed away in the year Klein successfully took the Hoi University entrance examination. He had an older brother and a younger sister, all residing together in a two-bedroom apartment. Their family was not affluent, in fact. It could be described as struggling, relying solely on the income of his brother, who worked as a clerk in an import-export company. As a history graduate, Klein had mastered the ancient Fuzak language, renowned as the source of written languages across the northern continent, as well as the Hermetic script, often found in ancient tombs and associated with rituals and prayers. Hermetic script? A thought struck Zhou Mingrue as he pressed his hand against the aching temple, directing his gaze toward the open notebook on the desk. He perceived the yellowed pages transforming from strange to unfamiliar, from unfamiliar to familiar, and finally, from familiar to decipherable. These were words inscribed in Hermetic script. The inky darkness whispered, "Everyone will die, including me." A chill coursed through Zhou Mingrue, instinctively causing him to recoil, seeking to distance himself from the notebook and the ominous words inscribed upon it. Shaking his head, he reassured himself that it was merely an illusion. He steadied himself once more, diverting his gaze from the notebook, drawing in deep breaths. At that moment, his eyes fell upon the glimmering brass revolver, igniting a sudden question within him. Given Klein's background, how could he possibly afford a firearm? Zhou Mingrue furrowed his brow in contemplation. Lost in thought, he was startled to discover a half-formed red handprint on the edge of the desk, its hue darker than moonlight and thicker than gossamer. It was a bloody handprint. A bloody handprint? Zhou Mingrue instinctively turned over his right hand, which had been resting on the table's edge, and glanced down to find his palm and fingers stained with blood. Simultaneously, a dull ache throbbed in his head, persistent yet slightly diminished. Could I have injured my head? Zhou Mingrue pondered as he turned his body towards the cracked dressing mirror. After a few steps, a figure of medium stature, with dark hair and brown eyes, exuding a scholarly air, came into sharp focus in the mirror. Is this truly me, Klein Moretti? Zhou Mingrue paused, momentarily taken aback, for the dim light of night obscured his clarity. He ventured closer, nearly colliding with the mirror. Bathed in the soft, crimson glow of the moonlight, he tilted his head to inspect the condition of his temple. The mirror reflected a gruesome gash where his temple lay, its edges marked by burns, surrounded by a halo of blood. Chapter 2. The Situation. Thud, thud, thud. Zhou Mingrue was so startled by the sight before him that he stumbled back several steps, as if the figure in the dressing mirror was not himself, but rather a lifeless corpse. How could someone with such severe wounds possibly still be alive? He could hardly believe it. Turning his head, he inspected the other side, even with the distance elongated and the light dimmed. The penetrating wound and deep crimson stains remained unmistakably visible. Taking a breath, Zhou Mingrue endeavored to calm himself. He pressed his hand against his left chest, feeling the vigorous and rapid throbbing of his heart. Touching the exposed skin, he discerned that beneath the slight chill lay a warm flow. Crouching down to confirm that his knees could still bend, he stood up again, no longer in a state of panic. After taking 2 steps forward, he suddenly paused. For the light of the blood moon outside was rather dim, insufficient for a thorough examination of this matter. A fragment of memory surged forth. Zhou Mingrui turned to the wall adjacent to his desk, where a wall lamp encompassed by gray-white pipes and a metallic grid caught his attention. This was the current mainstream gas lamp, with stable flames and excellent illumination. Given Klein Moretti's family circumstances, one would not expect to find gas lamps, let alone kerosene lamps. Candles would have been a more fitting representation of their identity and status. However, for years ago, while burning the midnight oil in preparation for his entrance exams to Hoi University, his brother Benson believed this endeavor to be crucial for the family's future. And even if it meant incurring debt, he was determined to provide Zhou Mingrui with favorable conditions. Clack, 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 the sound of friction igniting echoed. Yet the light did not descend as Zhou Mingrui had anticipated. Clack, clack, clack. He twisted the mechanism a few more times, but the gas lamp remained dim. After a few seconds, he turned his body and approached the mechanical device also embedded in the wall, connected by the same gray-white pipes. This was the gas meter. Glimpsing the partially exposed gears and bearings, Zhou Mingrui retrieved a coin from his pocket. Its dark yellow hue shimmered with a copper luster, featuring a crown man's profile on one side, while the reverse bore a cluster of wheat surrounding the numeral 1. Zhou Mingrui recognized this as the most basic currency of the Kingdom of Rune, known as the copper penny. Its purchasing power roughly equating to 3 or 4 of his previous world-S currency. This coin had denominations of 5 pence, half pence, and a quarter penny, but it was still too coarse, often necessitating rounding up to make purchases in daily life. After allowing the copper penny, issued during the reign of King George III, to spin a few times between his fingers, Zhou Mingrui pinched it and inserted it into the slender opening of the gas meter. Clink, clink. As the penny fell within the meter, the sound of gears turning echoed, producing a brief yet delightful mechanical melody. Clack, clack, crack. A cluster of flames ignited, swiftly expanding, with bright light first occupying the interior of the wall lamp, then filtering through the transparent glass, casting a warm hue over the room. The darkness retreated abruptly, the crimson light fading from the window, and Zhou Mingrui felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance as he hurried to the dressing mirror. After careful consideration, he discerned that aside from the initial bloodstains, the grotesque wound had ceased to exude any fluid, as if it had received the utmost in hemostatic care and bandaging. The slowly writhing, pallid brain and the visibly enlarging flesh of the wound heralded the arrival of healing, perhaps in 30 to 40 minutes, perhaps in 2 to 3 hours. Only faint traces would remain. Was this the result of the treatment brought on by the passage? Zhou Mingrui smirked slightly at the corner of his mouth, whispering silently to himself. He then exhaled deeply, acknowledging that, regardless of the circumstances, he was still very much alive. Regaining his composure, he drew open the drawer and retrieved a small bar of soap, taking one of the tattered towels hanging by the cupboard. He then opened the door and made his way to the shared washroom on the second floor. Indeed, he needed to address the blood on his head to avoid perpetually resembling a crime scene. It mattered little if he frightened himself, but he certainly did not wish to startle his sister, Melissa, who needed to rise early the following day. Such an outcome would be most unfortunate. The corridor outside was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the crimson moonlight filtering through the distant window, faintly outlining the protruding objects and making them appear as if they were the watchful eyes of hidden monsters in the profound night. Zhou Mingrui treaded lightly, his heart racing as he approached the washroom. Upon entering, the moonlight intensified, revealing everything with clarity. He stood before the washbasin and turned on the faucet. The rush of water filled the air, and suddenly, he recalled the landlord, Mr. Frankie. Since the water bill was included in the rent, this diminutive, slender gentleman, always adorned in a top hat and waistcoat beneath his formal black coat, was known to conduct frequent inspections of the washrooms, eavesdropping on the sound of running water. If the noise became too pronounced, Mr. Frankie would disregard all notions of gentlemanly decorum, ferociously brandishing his cane to pound on the washroom door, exclaiming, "Damn thieves! Wastefulness is a disgrace. I have taken note of you. Should I see you again, I shall have you and your filthy belongings thrown out. Believe me, this is the most economical apartment in all of Tingjin City, and you will find no landlord more generous than I." After glancing at the dilapidated mirror in the washroom and confirming that only the grotesque wound and his pallid visage remained, Zhou Mingrui felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then removed his linen shirt and, using the soap, began to scrub away the bloodstains. At that moment, a furrow formed on his brow as he recalled that there might be additional troubles, the exaggerated wound and the abundant blood. There should be traces left in the room aside from those on himself. Upon searching, he immediately discovered several splattered bloodstains on the floor and beneath the desk, and against the left wall lay a gleaming bullet casing. Had he fired a shot at his own temple with a revolver? The clues suddenly aligned, and Zhou Mingrui began to grasp the likely cause of Klein's demise. There were 5 bullets in total, 1 casing, all shimmering with the luster of brass. His gaze shifted leftward to the open notebook, where inscribed was the phrase, "Everyone will die, including me," and a surge of further questions flooded his mind. Where had the gun come from? Suicide, or a masquerade of suicide? What trouble could a history graduate from a humble background have stirred? How could such a method of suicide leave only this scant evidence of blood? Is it because I have traversed time and brought with me the gift of healing? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Mingrui changed into another linen shirt and seated himself, pondering more significant matters. How unfortunate. All right. Before dinner this evening, I performed a ritual to change my fortune. A flash of lightning illuminated Zhou Mingrui's mind, revealing memories obscured by a veil of mist. As a competent keyboard politician, keyboard historian, keyboard economist, keyboard biologist, and keyboard folklorist, I have always claimed to possess a smattering of knowledge across various fields, although my close friends often mockingly assert that I only grasp the surface. Among these realms of knowledge is the practice of rituals. After experiencing a string of misfortunes over the past month, losing my phone, clients abandoning me, work blunders, and a cascade of unfortunate events, I happened to recall that the introductory section of the ritual manual included a fortune-changing ceremony, which was remarkably simple and required no prior knowledge. With a mindset of nothing ventured, nothing gained, I retrieved that book and, following the instructions, performed the ritual before dinner. However, at that moment, nothing transpired. To my astonishment, come midnight, I had indeed traversed time. I had crossed over. Regardless of the circumstances, I must give it a try. A dead horse must be treated as a living one. Chapter 3. Melissa had devised a plan, which instilled a sense of resolve in Zhou Mingrui, dispelling his anxiety, hesitation, and insecurity that had previously curled up in a corner. It was only at this moment that he found himself in a position to scrutinize the fragmented remnants of Klein's memories. Perhaps influenced by the bullet's passage, Klein's recollections were akin to shattered glass. Not only had they lost coherence, but many aspects were conspicuously absent. Questions loomed. From where did the exquisitely crafted revolver originate? Was it a suicide or a murder? What did the note mean when it stated that everyone would die, including myself? Did anything peculiar transpire 2 days prior to the incident? In 2 days, he was to attend an interview at the history department of Tianjin University. The universities of the Ruined Kingdom had a tradition of graduates not immediately remaining at the institution. The mentor had provided a letter of recommendation for both Tianjin University and Biclan University. As Zhou Mingrui silently observed, the red moon hung low in the west, gradually descending until a faint light began to illuminate the east, painting the horizon in gold. At that moment, a stir emanated from the inner room, and soon, footsteps approached the door. Melissa had awakened. She was as punctual as ever. Zhou Mingrui smiled faintly. Influenced by Klein's memories, he felt an inexplicable kinship with Melissa, akin to that of an elder brother towards a beloved sister. However, he quickly quipped to himself that he had no such sister. Melissa was different from Klein. Her early education was not conducted at the Sunday school of the Church of the Night Goddess. By the time she was of school age, the Ruined Kingdom had enacted the Elementary Education Act, establishing a committee for primary and secondary education, specifically allocating funds to enhance investments in this sector. Within just 3 years, numerous public elementary schools had been established under the premise of incorporating several church schools, strictly adhering to the principle of religious neutrality, steering clear of the disputes among the Church of the Storm Lord, the Night Goddess, and the God of Steam and Machinery. Compared to the Sunday school that charged merely a copper penny per week, the public elementary school as tuition of 3 pennies per week seemed rather expensive. Yet, while the former offered instruction only on Sundays, the latter provided 6 days of classes, rendering the overall cost remarkably low, nearly free. Melissa was unlike most girls. From a young age, she had a fascination with gears, springs, and bearings, aspiring to become a steam mechanic. Her elder brother, Benson, who had experienced the drawbacks of a lack of education and understood its significance, supported his sister's ambitions just as he had supported Klein's pursuit of higher education. After all, Tianjin Technical School could only be considered a form of secondary education, negating the need for further accumulation at a grammar school or public school. In July of the previous year, 15-year-old Melissa successfully passed the entrance examination and became a member of the Steam and Machinery department at Tingen Technical School, with her tuition increasing to 9 pennies per week. Meanwhile, the import-export company where Benson was employed faced significant setbacks due to the turmoil in the southern continent, leading to a drastic reduction in both profits and business volume, necessitating layoffs exceeding 1/3 of the workforce. To preserve his job and sustain his livelihood, Benson was compelled to accept more arduous tasks, frequently working overtime or traveling to inhospitable locations on business trips. Much like the situation he found himself in these past few days, Klein had indeed contemplated assisting his elder brother. Yet as a commoner born and educated in an ordinary grammar school, upon entering university, he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies. For instance, the ancient Gufusak language, which serves as the foundational tongue for all nations in the northern continent, was a subject that noble offspring and affluent children had been studying since their youth. While he only encountered it for the first time in college, there were countless similar instances. Klein exerted tremendous effort, often sacrificing sleep and rising early, just to barely keep pace with others, managing to graduate with average marks. Memories of his elder brother and sister flitted through Zhou Mingrui's mind until the turning of the doorknob jolted him back to reality. Recalling that he was gripping a revolver in his hand, an item that was semi-regulated. It could frighten children. And, oh, the wound on my head. As he noticed Melissa was about to emerge, Zhou Mingrui pressed his temples while hastily opening the desk drawer to conceal the revolver within, causing it to clatter ominously. What transpired? Melissa, alerted by the noise, cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Seeing his sister's curious brown eyes upon him, Zhou Mingrui feigned composure, grasping a nearby object and calmly shutting the drawer, obscuring the presence of the revolver, while the sensation on his temples confirmed that his wound had healed. From the drawer, he retrieved a silver pocket watch adorned with vine and leaf patterns. With a gentle press on its top, the cover sprang open. This watch was the most valuable memento left by their father, a sergeant in the Royal Army. However, being second-hand, it had frequently encountered issues in recent years. Even after being repaired by a watchmaker, much to the embarrassment of Benson, who preferred to flaunt it as a mark of status, ultimately discarding it at home. It must be said that Melissa might indeed possess a natural aptitude for mechanics. After mastering theoretical knowledge, she began tinkering with the watch using tools from the technical school, recently proclaiming that she had restored it. As Zhou Mingrui watched the cover pop open, he noticed the second hand was frozen in place and instinctively twisted the top, intending to wind the watch. However, after several turns, no tension was elicited from the spring, and the second hand remained still. It seemed broken again. He glanced at his sister, searching for conversation. Melissa shot him a glance devoid of expression, swiftly approached, and snatched the watch from him, standing in place. She first pulled up the button at the top, and with only a few turns, the sound of the second hand ticking filled the air. Normally, pulling it up should be for setting the time. Zhou Mingrui's expression became one of bewilderment. Just then, the distant chimes of the cathedral rang out 6 times. Resonant and ethereal. After listening intently, Melissa elevated the button further, twisting it repeatedly to set the correct time. She cast a deep look at her brother before turning towards the cabinet to gather her toothbrush, towel, and other items, exiting through the door towards the communal washroom. What an expression she had just now, one that seemed to blend disdain with helplessness. Was that a gaze of concern for her intellectually challenged brother? Zhou Mingrui shook his head with a low chuckle, snapping the watch cover shut with a click, then opening it again with a sharp sound. Repeating such actions, he pondered a question with a divergent train of thought. In the absence of a silencer, Klein's suicide, well, let us tentatively call it suicide, was undoubtedly far from silent. Remarkably, Melissa, just a wall away, remained utterly oblivious. Was she in such a deep slumber? Or was the very act of Klein's suicide enveloped in strangeness? With a soft click, the pocket watch opened, followed by a gentle snap as it closed. Upon returning from her ablutions, Melissa beheld her brother's unconscious ritual of repeatedly opening and closing the watch. Once again, her gaze was tinged with resignation as she sweetly remarked, "Klein, do take out the remaining bread. Remember to buy new supplies today, meat and peas as well. You have your interview soon. And I shall prepare a lamb and pea stew for you." As she spoke, she maneuvered the stove from the corner, coaxing the last embers to ignite and boiling a kettle of water. Just before the water reached a boil, she opened the lowest drawer of the cupboard, gingerly retrieving a jar of inferior tea leaves, and sprinkled a few leaves into the pot, pretending it was genuine tea. Pouring 2 generous cups. Melissa and Zhou Mingrui shared the tea along with 2 slices of rye bread. There were no wood shavings, and the gluten was minimal, yet it remained unpalatable. Zhou Mingrui, now frail and famished, relied on the tea while reluctantly swallowing the bread, grumbling internally. A few minutes later, after finishing her meal, Melissa gathered her long black hair, which had fallen over her back, and turned to Zhou Mingrui, saying, "Remember to purchase new bread. It costs only 8 pence. The weather is warm, and too much can spoil easily. Also, don't forget the lamb and peas." Truly, a caring sister to her bookish brother, reiterating her instructions. Zhou Mingrui smiled and nodded, "All right." Regarding the pound of the Kingdom of Ruin, Zhou Mingrui, comparing Klein's measurements with his own recollections, estimated it to be approximately half a kilogram, akin to his accustomed pound. Melissa refrained from saying more, rising to tidy up, wrapping the last slice of bread for lunch. Donning her mother's tattered lace hat, and picking up her handmade bag for carrying books and stationery, preparing to depart. Today was not Sunday. She had a full day of classes ahead. The walk from their apartment to Tianjin Technical School took about 50 minutes. Public carriages were available at a cost of 1 penny per kilometer, with a maximum fare of 4 pence within the city and 6 pence in the suburbs. To save money, Melissa always set out early, walking the distance herself. Just as she opened the main door, she paused, half turning her body to say, "Meanwhile." He silently repeated the word Sunday several times in his mind. In the northern continent, the year was similarly divided into 12 months, spanning from 365 to 366 days, with each week comprising 7 days. The former was a product of astronomy, leading Zhou Mingrui to suspect that this might be a parallel world, while the latter stemmed from religion, for the northern continent reverently acknowledged 7 deities: the eternal sun, Lord of storms, God of knowledge and wisdom, Goddess of the night, Mother Earth, God of war, and the God of steam and machinery. As he watched his sister close the door and depart, Zhou Mingrui suddenly sighed, swiftly redirecting his thoughts towards the upcoming transference ceremony. Chapter 4. Divination. Dressed in a black waistcoat, a matching suit, trousers slightly snug at the ankles, and topped with a modest top hat, Zhou Mingrui gazed into the mirror and felt as though he was witnessing a scene from a British drama set in the Victorian era. "I'm not heading for an interview. I merely intend to purchase some groceries and materials for a ritual." Suddenly, he murmured to himself, shaking his head with a chuckle. Klein was so preoccupied with the impending interview that it had become an instinctual part of him. Whenever his concentration waned, he habitually donned this singular respectable outfit. Exhaling softly, Zhou Mingrui shed his formal attire, replacing it with an aged, brownish-yellow coat and a matching round-brimmed felt hat. Having prepared himself, he strolled over to the high-low bed, lifted the upper mattress, and reached through a discreet hole at the bottom, feeling around until he located the hidden compartment. Here lay Benson's entire savings, even encompassing the living expenses for the next 3 days, which amounted to merely 2 5-sul notes, the rest being 1-sul coins. In the monetary system of the Kingdom of Ruin, the sul occupies the second tier, derived from ancient silver coins, with 1 sul equating to 12 copper pennies, available in denominations of 1 and 5. At the pinnacle of the currency hierarchy is the gold pound, also a banknote but backed by gold, directly pegged, with 1 gold pound equal to 20 suls and available in denominations of 1, 5, and 10. Zhou Mingrui unfurled the banknotes, inhaling the faint, unique scent of the special ink. This was the aroma of money. Perhaps influenced by fragments of Klein's memories, or perhaps due to his unchanging desire for wealth, at this moment, Zhou Mingrui felt an affection for these little fellows. Behold, their designs were so exquisite that even the serious and austere King George III appeared rather charming. Look, the watermark visible in the sunlight was so enticing, and the meticulously crafted anti-counterfeiting label set it apart from the gaudy fakes. Smoothing the fabric around the hole, Zhou Mingrui carefully folded the 2 banknotes and placed them in the left pocket of his coat, keeping them separate from the few pennies in his trouser pocket. Having accomplished this, he tucked the key into his right pocket, grabbed a large brown paper bag, and briskly walked towards the door. The sound of his footsteps transitioned from hurried to gradual, ultimately coming to a halt. Zhou Mingrui stood at the door, his brow furrowed, uncertain of when this tension had arisen. The circumstances surrounding Klein's suicide were riddled with enigmas. Would venturing out expose him to unforeseen dangers? This was the only weapon he could conceive for self-defense, and it was powerful enough. Although he had never practiced shooting, simply brandishing this handgun would surely intimidate anyone. Gently caressing the cold metal revolver, Zhou Mingrui tucked the firearm into the pocket housing the banknotes. Clasping the money tightly in his palm while his fingers pressed firmly against the grip, concealing it perfectly. A sense of security enveloped him. Yet a new concern surfaced. Would it accidentally discharge? Thoughts flooded his mind, but he quickly devised a plan. He withdrew the handgun, flicked the cylinder to the left, aligning the empty chamber left by the suicide with the firing position, then snapped it shut with a decisive click. Thus, even if a misfire occurs, it would merely be an empty shell. Once he had properly secured the handgun, Zhou Mingrui slipped his left hand into his pocket, refraining from drawing it out again. Adjusting his hat with his right hand, he swung open the door and stepped out with a resounding clang. The corridor remained dim in the daylight, with only a scant amount of sunlight filtering through the window at the far end. As Zhou Mingrui hastened down the stairs and exited the apartment, he finally felt the brilliance and warmth of the sun. Although it was nearing July, the height of summer, Tianjin, situated in the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Ruin, possessed a unique climate. The highest temperatures rarely exceeded 30 degrees Celsius. The mornings were particularly refreshing, while the streets exhibited signs of neglect, with dirty water flowing in some areas and refuse carelessly strewn about. In Klein's recollections of the neighborhoods inhabited by the lower-income strata, such scenes were not uncommon, for they were a product of overcrowding and the struggles of daily life. Come, savor the delectable pan-fried fish. Enjoy our steaming and fresh oyster soup. A bowl in the morning will invigorate you for the entire day. Fresh fish from the harbor, only 5 pence apiece. Fluffy pancakes, eel soup paired with ginger beer. Conk. Freshly harvested vegetables from the farms outside the city, both affordable and fresh. The bustling street vendors called out loudly, beckoning hurried passers-by. Some would pause to compare and purchase, while others waved impatiently as they had yet to secure today's earnings. Zhou Mingrui inhaled the mingled sense of foulness and flavor in the air, his left hand firmly grasping the grip of his gun, tightly clutching paper currency in his right hand, while he pressed down his round-brimmed felt hat and slightly bent forward, navigating through the clamor of the street. Wherever there are crowds, thieves abound, particularly in this neighborhood teeming with the semi-unemployed and starving children driven by desperation. As he continued on his way, once the density of the surrounding crowd returned to normalcy, Zhou Mingrui straightened his posture, lifted his chin, and gazed towards the street. There, a wandering accordionist played, his melodies alternating between sweetly melodic and fervently spirited. Surrounding him were numerous raggedly dressed children, their faces pale from malnutrition. A woman, her expression vacant, passed by, her skirt soiled and her skin dull. Her gaze was lifeless and blank. Yet a flicker of light seemed to cross her eyes as she looked at the group of children, as if catching a glimpse of her 30-year younger self. Zhou Mingrui surpassed her and turned onto another street, stopping before the Slin Bakery. The proprietor was a kindly old woman in her 70s named Wendy Slin. Her hair completely gray, her face perpetually adorned with a gentle smile. Since Zhou Mingrui's earliest memories of Klein, she had been selling bread and pastries here. Her homemade Tianjin cakes and lemon cakes were truly delectable. Zhou Mingrui swallowed hard and smiled, saying, "Mrs. Slin, I would like 8 pounds of rye bread." As she gathered the rye bread, Wendy remarked, "He is indeed a diligent young man. He will make a wonderful husband." As she spoke, a playful smile crept onto her lips. "Now, it's splendid. You have graduated, our esteemed alumnus from the history department of Hoi University. Soon, you'll be earning a commendable income. You ought not to reside in such a modest apartment. At the very least, you deserve a personal lavatory. If Klein successfully navigates the interview and secures a position as a lecturer at Tianjin University, our family will indeed be on the fast track to a comfortable life." In fragments of his memory, he even dared to dream of renting a charming detached house in the suburbs, complete with 5 or 6 rooms upstairs, 2 lavatories, and a spacious balcony, while the ground floor would house 2 additional rooms, a dining area, a living room, a kitchen, another lavatory, and a basement storage space. This is not mere fantasy. Even a lecturer on probation at Tianjin University earns a weekly wage of 2 gold pounds, which rises to 3 gold pounds and 10 shillings upon confirmation. It is noteworthy that Klein's brother, Benson, has labored for several years, earning a mere 1 pound and 10 shillings weekly, while factory workers earn less than a pound or just over. The rent for such a detached house ranges from 19 shillings to 1 pound and 18 shillings. This starkly illustrates the difference between a monthly income of 3 or 4,000 and one of 14 or 15,000. Zhou Mingrui mused to herself. However, all of this hinges on Klein successfully passing the interviews at either Tianjin University or Beiclan University. As for alternative paths, those without connections find it nearly impossible to receive recommendations for public service positions, and the job market for history graduates is exceedingly narrow. The demand for private advisors to nobles, bankers, and industrial magnates is rather limited. Given that Klein's knowledge has become fragmented and incomplete, Zhou Mingrui felt a sense of awkwardness and unease regarding Mrs. Slin's expectations. While speaking, she carefully packed the 16 weighed rye loaves into Zhou Mingrui's deep brown paper bag and gestured with her right hand, 9 pence. Each loaf of rye bread weighs approximately half a pound, and deviations are unavoidable. Wasn't it 11 pence just a few days ago? Zhou Mingrui instinctively inquired. Last month. It was even 15 pence. You should be grateful for the repeal of the corn laws and for those who protested, Wendy replied with a smile, her hands spread wide. Zhou Mingrui nodded, somewhat understanding. Klein's recollection of the corn laws was incomplete, only recalling that their essence was to protect domestic agricultural prices by halting imports of grains from southern nations like Finnebot, Masik, and Limburg until prices reached a certain threshold. Why would anyone protest against it? Without elaborating, Zhou Mingrui, wary of revealing a revolver, cautiously extracted a banknote and handed one to Mrs. Slin. At the intersection of Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street, a municipal square was bustling with numerous tents, and comically dressed clowns were distributing flyers. A circus performance tomorrow night? Zhou Mingrui caught a glimpse of the flyer in someone else's hand and murmured its general content. Melissa would surely adore it. I wonder how the tickets are priced? An idea sparked, and Zhou Mingrui edged closer. Just as he was about to inquire with one of the red and yellow clowns, a hoarse female voice suddenly broke in beside him. Would you like a fortune-telling? Subconsciously turning his head, Zhou Mingrui beheld a woman standing before a low tent, adorned with a pointed hat and draped in a flowing black gown. Her face was embellished with hues of red and yellow paint, while her gray-blue eyes held a profound depth. With a smile, she remarked, "My tarot readings are remarkably accurate." Tarot. Zhou Mingrui was momentarily taken aback. The pronunciation bore a striking resemblance to the tarot cards of Earth, which are a form of divinatory playing cards, embellished with various symbolic imagery. Wait, he suddenly recalled the origins of tarot divination in this world. It did not stem from the 7 orthodox deities, nor was it an ancient relic. Rather, it was invented over 170 years ago by Rosal Gustav, the then ruling official of the Republic of Intis. This Mr. Rosal was the innovator of the steam engine, the improver of sailing vessels, and he overthrew the dominion of the kingdom of Intis, earning recognition from the Church of the God of Craftsmen, thus becoming the first ruling official of the new republic. He later waged campaigns across the land, bringing nations such as Lundberg under his protection, compelling the mighty northern powers of the ruined kingdom, Finnebot, and the empire of Vassik to submit. Subsequently, he transformed the republic back into an empire, proclaiming himself as Caesar. It was during Rosal's reign that the Church of the God of Craftsmen received its first public oracle since the Fifth Era, altering the title of the deity to the god of steam and machinery. Rosal also devised tarot divination, establishing the composition and gameplay of the cards, which included several familiar types to Zhou Mingrui, such as Upgrade, Landlord, Texas Hold'em, and Gwent. Moreover, he dispatched fleets through storms and tumultuous seas to discover the passage to the southern continent, thus initiating the era of colonization. Regrettably, in his later years, he encountered betrayal and, in the year 1198 of the Fifth Era, fell victim to an assassination orchestrated by the Solon family of the Intis royal lineage in collusion with other nobles, perishing at the White Maple Palace. Upon recalling these historical facts, Zhou Mingrui felt a twinge of discomfort in his teeth. Could this woman possibly be a predecessor from another world? With this thought, he felt compelled to see what the tarot cards here resembled. Thus, he nodded to the woman adorned in the pointed hat and painted face, saying, "If the price is reasonable, I shall give it a try." The woman immediately responded with a smile, "Sir, you are the first to seek a reading today. It is complimentary." Chapter 5, The Ritual Free? The most expensive things are often those that are free. Zhou Mingrui murmured silently, resolved to firmly reject any additional services that might be offered. If you have the ability, then predict that I have traversed time. With this thought in mind, Zhou Mingrui followed the woman adorned in vibrant face paint, bowing slightly to enter the low tent. Inside, the atmosphere was shrouded in darkness. with only a faint light seeping in to faintly illuminate a table cluttered with tarot cards. Unperturbed, the woman in the pointed hat glided gracefully in her flowing black gown around the table, taking a seat opposite him while lighting a candle. The flickering, warm glow cast an ethereal ambience within the tent, enhancing its air of mystery. Could it be that Comrade Roselle is truly a senior? I wonder if she hails from my beloved gluttonous empire, Zhou Mingrue mused, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, lost in thought. Before he could fully observe the cards laid out before him, the woman, claiming to possess extraordinary divination skills, gathered all the tarot cards into a single pile and pushed them towards him. Please shuffle and cut the cards, the circus fortune teller intoned in a husky voice. Shuffle? Zhou Mingrue instinctively echoed. With a playful smile that danced across her painted visage, she replied, Of course, only you can divine your own fate. I am merely an interpreter. Zhou Mingrue, now alert, retorted, The interpretation comes at no extra charge, right? As a keyboard folklorist, I have encountered such tricks before. The fortune teller paused, clearly taken aback, before murmuring, It's free. Relieved, Zhou Mingrue tucked his revolver deeper into his pocket and confidently extended his hands, skillfully shuffling and cutting the cards. Done. He placed the neatly shuffled tarot deck at the center of the table. The fortune teller clasped her hands together, gazing intently at the cards. Suddenly, she spoke, My apologies. I forgot to ask. What would you like to inquire about? Having studied tarot cards during his unfulfilled first love, Zhou Mingrue replied without hesitation, the past, the present, and the future. This represented a specific tarot spread, with 3 cards laid out symbolizing each time frame. The fortune teller nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she said, Then please shuffle the cards once more. Only by understanding your inquiry can you draw cards with true symbolic meaning. Is this satisfactory? He inquired as he placed the cut cards on the table. Indeed, the fortune teller replied, extending her finger to take the top card, placing it beside Zhou Mingrue's left hand. This card symbolizes the past. Then she placed the second card directly in front of him, stating, This represents the present. Finally, she took the third card and set it beside his right hand, declaring, And this signifies the future. Which card would you like to examine first? After completing this ritual, the fortune teller raised her head, her gray-blue eyes piercing into Zhou Mingrue's soul. Let us begin with the present, Zhou Mingrue contemplated briefly. The fortune teller slowly nodded and turned over the card positioned before him. The card depicted a young man adorned in splendid garments, crowned with a dazzling headdress, bearing a staff upon his shoulder, from which hung a piece of luggage, while a small dog tugged at him from behind. Its designation was 0, the Fool. The diviner softly intoned the name of the card, her slate-blue eyes fixed intently on Zhou Mingrue. The Fool? The 0 card of the tarot? A beginning? It encompasses all possible beginnings? Zhou Mingrue, barely a novice in tarot, could only offer a rudimentary interpretation based on his fleeting impressions. Just as the diviner was about to speak, the tent's fabric door was abruptly flung open, and a blinding ray of sunlight streamed in, compelling Zhou Mingrue, who faced away, to instinctively squint. A beast tamer? As he adjusted to the light, he beheld a woman at the entrance, similarly adorned with a pointed hat, clad in a black dress, and painted in hues of red and yellow, yet she was taller and more slender than the woman seated before him. The latter hastily rose, her demeanor somewhat sullen, and remarked, Please do not take offense. I simply have a fondness for this. I must admit, at times, my divinations and interpretations prove rather accurate, truly. As she spoke, she lifted her skirt, maneuvered around the table, and swiftly exited the tent. Sir, do you require my assistance in interpretation? The genuine diviner turned to Zhou Mingrue, inquiring with a smile. Zhou Mingrue, twitching the corners of his mouth, sincerely countered, Is it complimentary? How absurd it was to engage a beast tamer for tarot readings. Was not a beast tamer who eschewed the craft of divination a rather poor jester? Zhou Mingrue swiftly dismissed the incident from his mind, purchasing 1 pound of not-so-fine lamb meat for 7 pennies at the lettuce and meat market, along with tender peas, cabbage, onions, potatoes, and other items. Combined with the bread he had previously acquired, he spent a total of 25 copper pennies, equivalent to 2 shillings and 1 penny. Money truly did not stretch far, per Benson. Zhou Mingrue found himself devoid of the 2 paper notes he had taken with him, along with a penny that had originally resided in his trouser pocket. With staple foods in hand, he could finally conduct the transmutation ritual. As the tenants on the 2nd floor gradually departed, Zhou Mingrue did not rush into the ritual. Instead, He first translated terms such as Fuxing Su Nuing Xianzuan into ancient Farsic and Rune languages, planning to retry the original incantation in the local tongue the following day if it proved ineffective. After all, one must consider the differences between realms and the necessity of adapting to local customs. As for translating into the ancient prayer language specifically used for rituals, Hermes script, Zhou Mingrui found himself unable to complete it due to a limited vocabulary. Once all was accomplished, he extracted 4 rye bread loaves from his paper bag, one placed in the corner where the coal stove once stood, another at the bottom interior of the dressing mirror, a third atop the cupboard where 2 walls met, and the last among the clutter to the right of his writing desk. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Mingrui moved to the center of the room, calming himself for several minutes before stepping forward solemnly, walking counterclockwise in a square. With his first step, he softly recited, Fuxing Su Nuing Xianzuan. With the second step, he earnestly whispered, Fuxing Su Nuing Tinu Zhezian. For the third step, he held his breath and murmured, Fuxing Su Nuing Shn Shidi. With the fourth step, he exhaled deeply, earnestly intoning, Fuxing Su Nuing Tianzian. After completing his return to position, Zhou Mingrui closed his eyes, awaiting the outcome with a heart full of anticipation, unease, hope, and trepidation. Would it be effective? Might unforeseen circumstances arise? The darkness before him was tinged with the deep crimson of light, and a torrent of thoughts surged in his mind, refusing to settle. At that moment, he felt as though the air around him had ceased to flow, becoming thick and eerie. Soon after, a cacophony of whispers reached his ears, sometimes dense, sometimes sharp. At times illusory, enticing, frenzied, and mad. Though he could not comprehend the murmurs, Zhou Mingrui found himself compelled to listen and discern. A sharp pain shot through his head, as if a steel rod had pierced it. He felt as though his mind was on the verge of exploding, his thoughts tinged with a hallucinatory hue. Realizing something was amiss, he struggled to open his eyes, yet he could not accomplish this seemingly simple task. Tension gripped him, as if he might snap at any moment. And a self-deprecating thought crossed his mind. If one does not court death, one shall not die unable to endure any longer. Just as the thread in his mind was about to snap, the clamor of overlapping whispers receded, and silence enveloped him, creating a rather ethereal atmosphere. Not only the ambience, but Zhou Mingrui felt his very body becoming ethereal as well. He attempted to open his eyes once more, and this time, it was remarkably effortless. A haze of gray enveloped his vision, vague, blurred, and boundless. What was happening? Zhou Mingrui gazed around in astonishment, then looked down to discover he was floating at the edge of an infinite gray mist. The mist flowed like water, adorned with deep crimson stars, some large, some small, some hidden in the depths, others floating on the surface. Observing this holographic scene, Zhou Mingrui, half bewildered and half inquisitive, extended his right hand to touch a deep crimson star hovering on the surface, seeking a way to depart. As his fingers brushed against the surface of the star, ripples surged from him, igniting the deep crimson in a burst of fantastical flames. Consequently, the star radiated brilliantly. Zhou Mingrui felt his mind emptying, his spirit dispersing. In the capital of the Rune Kingdom, Beckland, within a luxurious villa in the Queen's district, Audrey Hall sat before her vanity, caressing the ancient, cracked copper mirror resting on the table. Mirror, mirror, awaken quickly. In the name of the Hall family, I command you to awaken. She varied her entreaties. Yet the mirror remained unresponsive. After several minutes had passed, she finally chose to relent, pouting in disappointment, murmuring softly, Father has indeed deceived me, always telling me that this mirror is a treasure of the ancient Black Emperor of the Solomon Empire, an extraordinary artifact. Before her words could fully escape her lips, the copper mirror suddenly erupted with deep crimson light, enveloping her entirely. On the waters of the Sunia Sea, an evidently outdated 3-masted sailing ship navigated through a storm. Alger Wilson stood on the deck, his body undulating with the turbulence, effortlessly maintaining his balance. Clad in a long robe adorned with intricate lightning motifs, he cradled an oddly shaped glass vial in his hands, within which bubbles occasionally swirled, frost gathered into snow, and traces of wind were etched. All that remains is the blood of the ghost shark, whispered Alge. At that moment, a deep crimson erupted between the glass vial and his palm, instantaneously engulfing the surroundings. Amidst a shroud of grayish-white mist, Audrey Hall regained her vision, surveying her surroundings with a mix of terror and confusion. She noticed across from her a man with a blurred head and indistinct figure mirroring her bewildered gestures. Almost simultaneously, they perceived a figure standing not far away, enveloped in the same grayish haze, a mysterious being. The enigmatic Zhou Mingrui stood there, equally astonished. "My lord, where are we? What is your intent?" Audrey and Alge, initially taken aback, fell into silence, only to speak in unison moments later. Chapter 6. The Extraordinary. The same rune language. Imbued with the same weighty and taut sensation. Where am I? What do I wish to accomplish? I too yearn to know. Zhou Mingrui composed himself, silently echoing the questions posed by the two individuals. What left the deepest impression on him was not the sentences crafted from words or the meanings they encapsulated, but rather the palpable sense of confusion, vigilance, terror, and reverence exhibited by the man and woman, unaccountably drawn into this shrouded realm of gray mist, even as the instigator. He found himself in a state of bewilderment and shock, how much more so for those who were passive participants. From their perspective, such occurrences and experiences must surely transcend the realm of imagination, wouldn't they? In that fleeting moment, Zhou Mingrui contemplated two options. The first was to feign being a victim himself, concealing his true identity to garner a degree of trust, observing the unfolding events while navigating the murky waters. The second was to maintain the enigmatic persona perceived by the man and woman, proactively steering the course of events to extract valuable information. With little time for extensive contemplation, Zhou Mingrui seized upon the fleeting thought in his mind, swiftly resolving to pursue the latter course of action. He would exploit the psychological state of his counterparts, leveraging his greatest advantage. An attempt, a venture, an endeavor? Audrey Hall gazed at the mysterious man enveloped in the grayish-white mist, finding the situation absurd, amusing, terrifying, and bizarre. Just moments ago, she had been in her bedroom, at her vanity, and now she found herself in this fog-laden place. How utterly unfathomable. Alger Wilson also contemplated a similar test, but with his wealth of experience. He remained more composed, suppressing his impulses and choosing instead to observe in silence. Zhou Mingrui turned his gaze towards the questioner, faintly perceiving her silhouette through the haze. She was a tall girl with flowing golden hair, though her features remained indistinct. At that moment, Zhou Mingrui suddenly gained clarity. When he became more powerful or attained a deeper understanding of this misty world, he might truly pierce through the fog and behold the true forms of the girl and the man. In this incident, they were the guests, and I am the master. The sweet-voiced girl and the composed, introspective man appeared rather ethereal, tinged with a subtle crimson, much like two deep red stars casting their reflections upon the gray mist. This projection was predicated on the connection between himself and the deep crimson, an intangible yet tangible bond that he could genuinely grasp. Sensing no malice, Audrey sighed in relief, believing that a gentleman capable of such wondrous feats would certainly honor his promises. As her spirit calmed somewhat, she found herself in no hurry to propose an exit. Her emerald eyes darted around, sparkling with an unusual brilliance. She felt a mix of trepidation, anticipation, and eagerness as she expressed, "This is truly a marvelous experience. I have long awaited something akin to this. I mean, I am enamored with mystery, with miracles that transcend the natural order. No, my point, what I mean to say, dear sir, is how might I become extraordinary?" Her excitement grew, even bordering on incoherence, as the dreams that had blossomed in her childhood from tales of strange wonders finally seemed to beckon towards realization. In just a few sentences, she had cast aside her previous fears and anxieties. What a good question. I too wish to know the answer. Zhou Mingrui mused to himself. Simultaneously, he felt that standing to converse appeared rather lowly. Such a scene should surely be adorned with a grand temple, a long table, and numerous intricately carved high-backed chairs exuding an aura of mystery, with himself seated at the head, quietly observing his guests. Just as Zhou Mingrui's thoughts settled, a sudden swirl of gray mist startled Audrey and Algie. In an instant, they beheld towering stone pillars emerging around them, all beneath a broad, majestic dome. The entire structure was awe-inspiring, grand, and lofty, reminiscent of a giant's palace from legends. Directly beneath the dome, amidst the swirling mist, lay a bronze long table, flanked by 10 high-backed chairs on each side, with similar seating arranged at both ends. The backs of the chairs shimmered brilliantly in deep crimson, outlining strange constellations that did not correspond to reality. Audrey and Algie found themselves seated directly opposite each other, closest to the head of the table. The young girl glanced left, then right, unable to suppress a soft murmur. How miraculous. Indeed, truly miraculous. Zhou Mingrui extended his right hand, subtly caressing the edge of the bronze table, his demeanor composed. "You are a rune person, are you not? If you wish to become extraordinary, You should join the Church of the Night Goddess, the Church of the Storm Lord, or the Church of Steam and Machinery. Though the vast majority of individuals may never encounter the extraordinary in their lifetimes, leading them to doubt the churches as well, even within the major churches. Many clergy share similar sentiments. However, I can assure you that in the arbitration court, in the tribunal, and in the execution agency, the extraordinary still exist, continuing to battle the dangers that thrive in darkness, albeit in far fewer numbers than during the early Black Iron Age or before. Zhou Mingrui listened intently, striving to maintain an air of indifference, as if he were merely listening to a child recount a tale. Relying on the remnants of Klein's historical knowledge, he was well aware that the Black Iron Age referred to the current epoch, the Fifth Era, which began 1349 years ago. Audrey finished listening in silence, letting out a soft sigh. Sir, I am aware of all you speak. Indeed, I know even more, such as the Night Watchers, the Punishers, the Mechanical Hearts. However, I do not wish to lose my freedom. Algie chuckled softly, responding ambiguously, who wishes to become extraordinary without paying a price? If you do not consider joining a church and facing its trials, then your only recourse is to seek out the royal family, or those noble families with histories spanning over a millennium, or perhaps, by chance, to search for those elusive evil organizations. Audrey instinctively puffed her cheeks, then, in a flurry, glanced around to ensure that the mysterious gentleman and the individual across from her had not noticed her small gesture before pressing further. Is there no other way? Algie fell into silence, and after several breaths, he turned to the taciturn and observant mysterious gentleman, Zhou Mingrui. I happen to possess 2 formulas for Sequence 9 potions. Sequence 9? Zhou Mingrui muttered to himself. Really? Which 2 are they? Audrey was evidently well aware of the significance of the potion formula known as Sequence 9. As you know, humanity can only aspire to become truly extraordinary through the aid of potions. And the name of this particular potion derives from the blasphemous tablet. It has undergone numerous translations through the tongues of giants, elves, ancient Hermetic, ancient Futhark, and contemporary Hermetic, evolving over time to reflect the characteristics of the era. The name itself is not the focal point. Rather, it is the potion's ability to embody its core symbolism that matters. The Sequence 9 formula I possess is called Mariner. It grants exceptional balance, enabling one to walk freely upon a vessel even amidst a tempest, while also bestowing remarkable strength and concealed scales beneath the skin, rendering one as elusive as a fish and as agile as a sea creature in the water. One can dive effortlessly for at least 10 minutes without any equipment. It sounds marvelous. The sea's favorite of the Storm Lord? Audrey inquired, half in anticipation and half in verification. Indeed, it was once referred to as the sea's favorite in ancient times. Without pausing, Alge continued. The second Sequence 9 formula is named Spectator. As for its ancient appellation, I am unaware. This potion enhances one's mental acuity and keen observational skills. I trust you have attended operas and plays, allowing you to grasp the essence of what spectator signifies, like an onlooker, scrutinizing the actors within the mundane society, discerning their true thoughts through their expressions, gestures, and idiosyncrasies. At this point, Alge emphasized, you must remember, whether at lavish banquets or bustling streets, a spectator is always merely a spectator. Audrey's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pondered for a moment before asking, why? Well, that is a question for later. I believe I have come to relish this sensation of being a spectator. How might I acquire the formula for spectator? What would I offer in exchange? The blood of a ghost shark. At least 100 milliliters. Audrey initially nodded enthusiastically, but then expressed her concern. If I can procure it, assuming I can, how should I deliver it to you? And how can I ensure that upon your receipt of the ghost shark's blood, you will provide me with the potion's formula and its authenticity? Alge, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, as for assurance, I believe that with the witness of this mysterious gentleman, both you and I will be sufficiently at ease. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to the esteemed Zhou Mingrui seated above, my lord. Your ability to bring us here and bestow upon us unimaginable power serves as a testament that neither I nor she would dare to contravene. Indeed, Audrey's eyes brightened, her excitement palpable. Neither she nor the individual across from her possessed the audacity to deceive him. Half turning, Audrey earnestly addressed Zhou Mingrui, my lord. Please serve as a witness to our transaction. At that moment, she realized she had completely overlooked a crucial question. What a breach of propriety. She hurriedly added, my lord, how should we address you? Alge nodded slightly, then solemnly inquired, my lord, how should we refer to you? Zhou Mingrui was momentarily taken aback. his fingers gently tapping on the bronze table before him, as the contents of his previous divination suddenly flashed through his mind. You may address me as. He paused for a brief moment, his tone soft and unassuming as he continued. The Fool. Chapter 7 Codename, You May Address Me as the Fool. It is a title that perfectly encapsulates the essence of mystery, power, and enigma. After a brief silence, Audrey rose, elegantly lifting her skirt, bending her knee, and offered a bow to Zhou Mingrue. Esteemed Mr. Fool, I humbly beseech you to witness our transaction. It would be our honor, Mr. Fool. Alj followed suit, standing and placing his right hand over his heart, bowing respectfully. Zhou Mingrue gestured with his right hand, a smile gracing his lips. Please, continue. Alj nodded and resumed his seat, turning to Audrey. If you are able to acquire the blood of the ghost shark, please send it to the Warriors and Sea Bar on Pelican Street in the White Rose district of Preeyes Harbor and inform the proprietor, Williams, that it is for the captain. Once I have verified, will you send me the address to dispatch the potion's formula, or would you prefer I disclose it to you directly here? Audrey contemplated for a moment, a smile illuminating her face. I choose the more discreet method, right here, although it does test my memory. With Mr. Fool agreeing to witness the transaction, it implies that there will be future gatherings of a similar nature. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she suddenly turned her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zhou Mingrue, suggesting with keen interest, Mr. Fool, would you mind indulging in more of these experiments? Alj, having listened with composure, felt a surge of excitement and quickly concurred. Mr. Fool, do you not find these gatherings rather intriguing? Though your power surpasses our imagination, there are undoubtedly realms in which you may lack understanding or expertise. The lady across from us, clearly of noble lineage, possesses her own unique experiences, insights, channels, and resources. Perhaps, at some point in the future, we could assist you with tasks that may be inconvenient for you. He reasoned that since he had been drawn here without defense or resistance, the initiative rested with the enigmatic Mr. Fool. Thus, wishing to decline participation in future gatherings would not guarantee success. Therefore, it would be wiser to delve deeper into the benefits of this encounter, compensating for the passive and unfavorable circumstances with newfound gains. The trio at the long table hailed from diverse backgrounds, possessing varied resources, channels of information, and understandings of different mysterious realms. If they could engage in mutual exchange and limited cooperation, the wondrous outcomes would be beyond estimation and measurement. For instance, regarding the resource exchange established earlier, should he desire to eliminate someone, he could easily enlist the assistance of gathering members who have no apparent or substantive connection to him, thereby artfully misdirecting the situation elsewhere. Mr. Fool, I believe this is an excellent proposal. As long as these gatherings become regular, there are matters that, should you find it inconvenient to address directly, you may delegate to us, within the bounds of our capabilities, of course. However, more gatherings could also lead to greater exposure of one's true nature. Indeed, in any realm, there are no ventures devoid of risks. Zhou Mingrue extended his right hand once more, tapping his fingers lightly on the edge of the long table. Considering that both the convening and dissolution of the gathering are under one's control, any emerging issues remain within manageable bounds, the advantages clearly outweighing the disadvantages. Zhou Mingrue swiftly made a decision. His gentle tapping ceased, and he smiled in response to 4 pairs of eager yet apprehensive eyes, stating, I am one who favors equitable exchange. I shall not request your assistance unconditionally. Every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, endeavor to be alone. After I attempt this a few more times and clarify certain matters, perhaps you may be able to leave early, without the worry of finding yourselves in an inappropriate situation. This was tantamount to acquiescing to the proposals of Alj and Audrey. Should we not bestow upon ourselves titles? After all, we cannot communicate using our real names. Before Alj could speak, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, although my true circumstances may not escape Mr. Fool's notice, the individual across from us poses a certain threat. I cannot allow him to discover my true identity. Audrey immediately began to brainstorm, musing aloud, you are Mr. Fool, derived from the tarot cards. Thus, as a periodic, long-term, and clandestine gathering, our titles should be as consistent as possible. I shall also select one from the tarot. Her tone gradually lightened with joy. I have decided. My title shall be Justice. This is one of the 22 major cards of the tarot. And what about you, sir? Audrey beamed at her companion across the table. Alj furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. The Hanged Man. This, too, is another major card. Very well. Then we shall consider ourselves the founding members of the Tarot Society. Audrey exclaimed with delight. then cast a somewhat timid glance at Zhou Mingrue, shrouded in grayish-white mist. "Is that acceptable, Mr. Fool?" Zhou Mingrue chuckled and shook his head. "Such trivial matters, you may decide for yourselves." "Thank you," Audrey replied, clearly exhilarated. She then turned to Alge. "Mr. Hangman, could you please repeat the address from earlier? I fear my memory may not be sufficient." "No problem." Alge, pleased with Audrey's seriousness, reiterated the address. After mentally reciting it 3 times, Audrey cheerfully added, "I have heard that tarot was merely a game invented by Emperor Rousseau. Lacking any true divinatory function? No. Often divination originates from within oneself. Every individual possesses a spirit and can resonate with the spirit world, connecting with higher realms of information about themselves. It is merely that ordinary people cannot perceive this, let alone interpret the hints they receive. When they utilize divinatory tools, this information manifests through those tools, a simple example being dreams and dream interpretation." Alge glanced at Zhou Mingrue, observing his silence, and countered Audrey's assertion. "Tarot cards actually belong to such tools. They employ more symbols and rational elements to assist us in interpreting hints more conveniently and accurately." Zhou Mingrue appeared nonchalant, yet he listened intently, though the phenomenon of his mental distraction began to intensify, with sharp pains shooting through his head. "Understood." Audrey nodded in agreement, then emphasized, "That is not what I meant. I do not question the tarot cards. Rather, I have heard that the great Roselle actually created another deck, one that is concealed, symbolizing certain unknown forces, consisting of 22 cards. After its completion, he used this as a reference to invent the 22 major cards of the tarot, intended as tools for divination. Is this assertion accurate?" She gazed at Zhou Mingrue, seemingly seeking answers from the enigmatic fool. Zhou Mingrue merely smiled, remaining silent, his eyes directed towards the hanged man, as if to test her. Alge instinctively straightened his posture and spoke in a low voice. "Indeed, it is said that the great Roselle beheld the blasphemous tablet, and that deck conceals the mysteries of the 22 pathways of the divine." "The 22 pathways of the divine," Audrey repeated, her tone imbued with longing. At that moment, Zhou Mingrue felt an intensifying headache, sensing the intangible connection with the crimson stars and the gray mist beginning to waver. "Very well. Let us conclude today's gathering," he decisively declared, his voice low. "As you wish." Alge bowed respectfully. "As you wish," Audrey mimicked the hangman. She still had countless questions and thoughts, reluctant to bring the conversation to an end. As Zhou Mingrue severed the connection, he smiled and said, "Let us look forward to the next gathering." In less than a second, the projection shattered, and silence enveloped the gray mist once more. Zhou Mingrue felt himself becoming increasingly heavy, the surroundings fading away, his vision darkening before being flooded with brilliant sunlight. He found himself still within the apartment, standing in the center. It felt dreamlike. What truly was that gray mist world? And who, or what kind of power, had caused the recent transformation? Zhou Mingrue murmured in bewilderment, his legs feeling as if they were laden with lead as he approached his desk. He picked up the pocket watch he had left outside, confirming how much time had elapsed. A one-to-one flow of time, Zhou Mingrue surmised. Setting down the watch, the throbbing pain in his head became unbearable, and he sank into a chair, lowering his head, massaging his temples with his left thumb and middle finger. After a considerable time, he suddenly sighed and, in Chinese, said, "Only the ignorant can be fearless." Having witnessed such wondrous events and gained insight into extraordinary realms and the mysterious world, I dare not recklessly attempt the transmutation rituals of the ancient Gufasak language in the rune language. Who knows what other peculiarities might arise, perhaps even more bizarre and terrifying, rendering one's existence a living hell. It is essential to possess a profound understanding of the occult before attempting such feats, Zhou Mingrue thought helplessly. Thankfully, the so-called gathering could offer him assistance. Once more, silence enveloped him as he spoke to himself, weighed down by feelings of frustration, loss, pain, and melancholy. From this moment forth, I shall be Klein. Perhaps next week I will have the opportunity to eavesdrop on the recipe for this enchanting potion. The gathering earlier was truly remarkable. Individuals from disparate corners of the world converged, transforming vast distances into intimate proximity, engaging in face-to-face discourse and sharing their insights. Ahem, this notion strikes a familiar chord. Klein paused for a few seconds, then suddenly chuckled, pressing his fingers against his temple. He muttered in self-deprecating amusement, "Might I suggest a foray into online social platforms?" Chapter 8, A New Era. Alas. The tempest howled, and torrential rain poured down as the three-masted ship rose and fell amidst the towering waves, akin to a child's toy tossed and caught by a giant. The crimson hue in Alger Wilson's eyes faded, revealing that he remained steadfast on the deck, unchanged from before. Almost instantaneously, he witnessed an oddly shaped glass vial in his hand shatter, its icy contents merging with the raindrops. Within mere seconds, this ancient artifact vanished without a trace. A hexagonal, crystalline snowflake appeared in Alger's palm, only to swiftly dissolve until it was no more, seemingly retracting into his very flesh. Alger, lost in contemplation, imperceptibly nodded, remaining tranquil for a full 5 minutes. He then turned and approached the cabin entrance, just as a man adorned in a robe embroidered with lightning motifs emerged. The man, with soft golden hair, halted, gazing at Alger, extending his right hand and placing a clenched fist over his heart, uttering, "The storm is with you." "The storm is with you," Alger echoed, his rugged and profound visage betraying no superfluous emotion as he mirrored the gesture. After exchanging pleasantries, Alger entered the cabin, traversing the corridor towards the captain's quarters. Remarkably, he encountered no sailors or crew members along the way. The silence enveloped the ship as though it were a tomb. Upon entering the captain's quarters, he was greeted by a plush, dark brown carpet, flanked by bookshelves and a wine cabinet, where the yellowing spines of books and dark red bottles of wine shimmered under the flickering candlelight. On the desk adorned with candles rested an ink bottle, a quill, a black metal telescope, and a brass sextant. Behind the desk, a pale, middle-aged man wearing a skull captain's hat glared at Alger as he approached, gritting his teeth in anger, declaring, "I will not yield. I believe you can do it." Alger remained calm, as if commenting on the weather. At that moment, he slightly bent forward and lunged, closing the distance between them to merely the desk span. Crack! Tensing his shoulder, he swiftly extended his right hand, gripping the middle-aged man's throat. Without affording his adversary a moment to react, illusory scales appeared on the back of his hand, and his fingers tightened with ferocity. Crack! With a sharp sound, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock as he was lifted entirely off the ground. His feet flailed violently before he quickly regained a semblance of calm. His gaze became vacant, his pupils dilating, while a wetness spread at his trousers, emitting a foul odor. Alger hoisted the man, bending at the waist and stepping towards the nearby wall. Bang! Using the middle-aged man as a shield, he forcefully collided him against the front, his arms robust as a beast. The wooden wall splintered under the impact, and the ferocious wind and rain surged in, carrying the briny scent of the sea. Alger twisted his body, flinging the middle-aged man out of the cabin and into the towering waves that loomed like mountains. The sky darkened, the storm roared, and nature's might buried all beneath its wrath. Alger produced a pristine white handkerchief, diligently wiping his right palm before casting it into the sea. He stepped back a few paces, patiently awaiting the arrival of his companion. "What is the matter?" Within mere seconds, the young man with soft, golden locks rushed inside. "Damn it," the golden-haired man muttered under his breath. Approaching the breach, he gazed into the distance, yet all he could discern were the storm and crashing waves, nothing more. "Never mind, he is merely an adjunct." With a wave of his arm, the golden-haired man remarked, "We shall only gain credit for discovering this ghost ship from the Tudor era. Even a devotee of the sea would hesitate to plunge into the waters in such weather. Moreover, if the tempest continues, the captain won't last much longer." Alger nodded, noticing the breach in the wooden wall beginning to visibly writhe and mend. He cast a deep glance, instinctively turning to observe the helm and sails. Despite the layers of wooden planks, he could clearly sense the situation they're in. No first mate, no second mate, no crew, no sailors, not a single living soul. It was utterly desolate, with the helm and sails adjusting mysteriously on their own. The image of the fool shrouded in grayish-white mist flickered in his mind, prompting Alger to exhale deeply. He turned his gaze to the raging winds and tumultuous waves, murmuring in a tone laced with both anticipation and trepidation, "A new era has begun." In the capital of the Kingdom of Rune, Beckland, in the Queen's District, Audrey Hall pinched her cheek, scarcely able to believe the recent events. Before her stood a dressing table, its ancient copper mirror shattered into fragments. As her eyes descended, Audrey noticed deep crimson swirling across her hand, resembling a starry tattoo. The crimson gradually faded, finally merging into her skin and vanishing. Only at this moment did Audrey ascertain that she was not dreaming. Her eyes sparkled, and her lips curved upward. Unable to resist rising to her feet and lifting her gown, she performed a graceful curtsy to the air. Her steps light as she twirled and leaped into the latest courtly trend, the ancient elven dance. Her figure flowed gracefully, her face aglow with a radiant smile. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed against her bedroom door. "Who is it?" Audrey halted abruptly, assuming an elegant posture. "Miss, may I enter? Your preparations are due," inquired her devoted maid from outside. Audrey tilted her head toward the mirror on the dressing table, swiftly suppressing her smile, leaving only a faint trace. After ensuring her appearance was impeccable, she gently replied, "Come in." With a twist of her wrist, her maid, Annie, pushed the door open. "Oh." Its shattered Annie immediately noticed the fate of the ancient copper mirror. Audrey blinked slowly, her words measured as she spoke. Yes, well, Susie came in earlier. You know how she loves to wreak havoc." Susie was a golden retriever of less than pure lineage, a gift received when her father, Count Hall, purchased hunting dogs. Yet she was dearly cherished by Audrey. "You must discipline her properly." Annie expertly gathered the shards of the copper mirror, cautious not to harm the young lady. Once she completed her task, she turned to Audrey and inquired with a warm smile, "Which dress would you like to wear?" After a moment of contemplation, Audrey replied, "I adore the one designed by Mrs. Ginia for my 17th birthday. I truly cherish it," she emphasized gently. "You may wear it at home, for less formal occasions." Annie asserted with a tone that brooked no argument. "Then it shall be the one Mr. Seds gifted me the day before yesterday, the one with the ruffled cuffs." Audrey discreetly inhaled, maintaining her elegant and sweet smile. "Your taste is always impeccable." Annie smiled and stepped back, calling out, "The 6th dressing room. Never mind. I shall fetch it myself." The maids busied themselves. One attended to the long gown, another to the jewelry, another to the shoes, one to the lace bonnet, while another prepared Audrey's makeup, and yet another contemplated her hairstyle. As preparations neared completion, the Earl of Holber appeared at the door, clad in a deep brown waistcoat. He wore a matching top hat, adorned with 2 charming little mustaches, and his azure eyes sparkled with mirth. However, the relaxed muscles, protruding belly, and nascent laugh lines tarnished the youthful handsomeness he once possessed. "The most dazzling gem of Beckland, we must take our leave." The Earl stood at the entrance, lightly tapping the open door. "Father, please do not address me so," Audrey protested as she rose with the assistance of the maid, feigning a hint of distress. "Then, my beautiful little princess, it is time to depart." The Earl bent his left arm, inviting Audrey to take his arm. Audrey smiled softly and shook her head. "That is Lady Holber, the Countess, my dear mother's place." Then this side, the Earl smiled as he bent his right arm, "is the pride of a father." As Audrey linked arms with her father and descended from the carriage, she was suddenly awestruck by the colossal sight before her. Not far away in the naval harbor loomed a magnificent ship, its surface gleaming with metallic brilliance. It had shed its sails, retaining only the lookout tower, while 2 towering smokestacks and 2 exposed gun turrets flanked it fore and aft. It was so grand, so immense, that the nearby sailing battleships appeared as mere diminutive creatures surrounding a giant. "The storm is upon us, oh, my lord." An ironclad. A chorus of astonished whispers intertwined, and Audrey felt the same exhilaration. It was a marvel wrought by human ingenuity, an unprecedented wonder of the sea. After what felt like an eternity, the nobles, ministers, and members of the House of Commons gradually regained their composure. At that moment, a dark speck in the sky grew larger, gradually occupying a third of the heavens and capturing everyone's gaze, rendering the atmosphere suddenly solemn. The airship carrying the royal family had arrived, exuding an air of majesty that looked down upon all. Audrey, yet to reach the age of 18 and having not yet participated in the introduction ceremony, formally entered the social realm of Beckland under the guidance of the Queen, heralding her coming of age. However, she remained a mere observer, unable to approach, a fact she did not mind too much, even feeling a sense of relief at not having to confront the princess. The marvel of human conquest over the skies firmly descended, with the first to disembark from the gangway being the dashing young guards, clad in their red military uniforms and white trousers, adorned with medals and holding rifles. They formed 2 rows awaiting the arrival of King George III, the Queen, princes, and princesses. Audrey had encountered prominent figures before and felt no particular excitement. Instead, her gaze wandered to the 2 black-armored knights standing beside the king, resembling statues. In this age of steel, steam, and gunpowder, it was astonishing to see individuals still clad in full armor. The cold metallic sheen and the profound darkness of their helmets evoked a sense of weight, authority, and obedience. Could they be the higher echelon of the Judgment Knights? A fleeting recollection of her elders' casual conversations danced through Audrey's mind, igniting her curiosity, yet she dared not draw closer. As the royal family arrived, the ceremony commenced, with the current Prime Minister, Lord Augustus Negan, stepping forward, a member of the Conservative Party. He was one of only 2 individuals of non-noble birth to ascend to the premiership, having been bestowed the title of Lord due to his exceptional contributions. Of course, Audrey was aware of more. Augustus' brother, Pallas Negan, was a principal supporter of the Conservative Party and the current Duke of Negan. Augustus, in his 50s, tall and slender, with thinning hair and keen eyes, surveyed the audience and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this is an ironclad ship, a vessel capable of transforming the era. Measuring 101 meters in length, 21 meters in width, with a dry dock design, a main armor belt thickness of 457 millimeters, a displacement of 10,060 tons, equipped with 4 305mm main guns, alongside 6 rapid-fire guns, 12 6-pounder cannons, 18 6-barrel machine guns, and 4 torpedo launchers, capable of achieving a speed of 16 knots. It will be a true sovereign, destined to conquer the seas." A stir arose among the nobles, ministers, and members of parliament. Merely the prime minister's description was sufficient to evoke their imaginations of the terror this ironclad could unleash, especially with the tangible reality before them. Augustus revealed a slight smile and continued his speech before bowing to King George III, stating, "Your Majesty, please name her. From Port Pritz, let her be called the Pritz." The expression on King George III's face was one of great delight. Pritz, Pritz. The name spread from the Minister of the Navy to the Commander of the Royal Navy, ultimately reaching the ironclad, where officers and soldiers united in a chorus of cheers. Pritz. Amidst the celebratory atmosphere, cannon fire resounded, and King George III issued the command for the launch test. The horn blared, clouds of smoke billowed from the chimneys, and the faint sounds of machinery could be heard. The colossal vessel set sail, and as it exited the harbor, firing its 2 main guns at an uninhabited island ahead, the crowd was left in astonishment. Boom, boom, boom. The earth seemed to tremble, dust soaring into the air as the tempest swept outward, stirring the waves of the sea. Prime Minister Aguhide turned with satisfaction to the nobles, ministers, and legislators, proclaiming, "From this moment forth, those 7 self-proclaimed generals of piracy, and the 4 usurpers who dare to call themselves kings, can only tremble in fear, awaiting their doom. Their era has come to an end. Even if they possess extraordinary powers, be it through phantoms or cursed vessels, only ironclad ships shall navigate these waters." At that moment, Aguhide's chief secretary provocatively inquired, "Can they not construct their own ironclads?" Several nobles and legislators subtly nodded in agreement, contemplating the possibility. Aguhide, however, displayed a smile and shook his head slowly, declaring, "Impossible, eternally impossible. The construction of such ironclads demands 3 large coal and steel conglomerates, 20 substantial steel mills, the expertise of 60 scientists from the Beckland Cannon Research Institute and the Price Shipbuilding Institute, the services of 2 royal shipyards along with nearly 100 affiliated parts manufacturers, and the backing of a naval department, a shipbuilding committee, a cabinet, a king of remarkable vision, and a great nation capable of producing 12 million tons of steel annually. The pirates shall never achieve this." Pausing for a moment, he then raised his arms and fervently proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the era of colossal ships and mighty cannons has arrived." Chapter 9 notes after a half-hour respite, Zhou Mingrue, who considered himself Klein, had just begun to recover. During this time, he noticed 4 dark spots on the back of his right hand, forming a small square. These 4 spots, transitioning from deep to faint, swiftly vanished. Yet Klein was acutely aware that they remained hidden within him, awaiting awakening. 4 points, a square. Could this signify the 4 corners corresponding to staple foods? Does this imply I need no longer prepare staples, but can proceed directly to incantations and steps? A vague conjecture began to take shape in Klein's mind. This notion appeared promising, yet the inexplicable origin of these marks instilled a sense of dread, as the unknown inherently evokes fear. Reflecting on the bizarre geometric arts on Earth that seemingly had effects here, the peculiar traversals in his dreams, the enigmatic, surreal, and ambiguous gray mist world, as well as the maddening whispers that lingered during the rituals, sent a shiver down Klein's spine. Even amidst the sweltering heat of late June, he had once heard a saying, "The oldest and most potent emotion of humanity is fear, and the most ancient and profound fear is that of the unknown." Now, he profoundly experienced the terror stemming from uncertainty. Unprecedented and uncontrollable, a fervent desire to delve into the mysterious realm, to uncover more, to dispel the unknown surged within him, interwoven with an escapist urge to bury his head and pretend that nothing had transpired. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, casting a layer of golden dust across his desk. Klein gazed intently as if he could feel a thread of warmth and hope. He relaxed slightly, only to be swiftly engulfed by a tide of overwhelming fatigue. The sleepless night and recent exertions rendered his eyelids heavy as lead, drooping uncontrollably. Shaking his head, Klein steadied himself against the edge of the table, disregarding the rye bread placed at the corners, and staggered to the bunk bed. The moment he lay down and his head touched the pillow, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Gurgle, gurgle. Hunger roused Klein from his sleep, his eyes fluttering open, bringing a refreshing clarity, save for a lingering headache. He felt as though he could devour an entire cow. Rubbing his temples, he sat up, realizing the time had come for sustenance. With a snap, the lid of his pocket watch sprang open, and the second hand ticked steadily. It was 12:30. He had slept for over 3 hours. Klein swallowed hard and tucked the watch into the pocket of his linen shirt. On the northern continent, days are similarly divided into 24 hours, each hour comprising 60 minutes, and each minute 60 seconds. However, whether the length of each second equates to that on Earth remained a mystery to him. At this moment, words like mysticism, rituals, and the gray mist world held no place in his mind. The most pressing concern was food. Only once satiated could he devise plans and take action. Of course, this was also subtly influenced by the fragmented memories and habits of the original host. That rye bread could choke him if eaten dry. The thought of that pound of lamb made his gaze towards the cupboard almost envious. No, he must wait for Melissa to share the meal. Klein shook his head vigorously, dismissing the notion of slicing off half to eat now. As a solitary soul wandering through the bustling metropolis, he primarily relied on takeout for sustenance. However, he had nonetheless honed his culinary skills to a sufficient degree. Turning his body, Klein resolved to ignore the situation when suddenly, he recalled that in addition to purchasing meat that morning, he had also acquired tender peas and potatoes. He first proceeded to the communal washroom, scrubbing the potato skins until they gleamed, before placing them directly into a pot to boil in water. After a considerable amount of time, he retrieved a container of seasonings from the cupboard, unscrewed the lid, and sprinkled a pinch of coarse, yellowed salt into the pot. After patiently waiting a few more minutes, Klein lifted the kettle, pouring the not-quite broth into several cups and a large bowl, from which he finally extracted 2 potatoes, placing them on the table. With a sigh of relief, he peeled off a bit of skin and blew on it gently, as the enticing aroma of the cooked potatoes wafted through the air, igniting his appetite. Saliva surged as Klein, disregarding the fact that he had only partially peeled them and that the potatoes were still quite hot, took a hearty bite. It was only then that he lifted the bowl and savored a sip of the broth, the subtle saltiness washing away the dryness from his mouth. This had been his favorite way to eat during childhood. After satiating his hunger, Klein silently mused while breaking apart rye bread, soaking it in the soup before consuming it. Perhaps the preceding ritual had been too exhausting, as he devoured 2 pieces, a full pound in total. As he enjoyed his soup and tidied up, Klein felt as though he had truly come back to life. Relishing the joy of existence and basking in the brilliance of the sun, he could not evade reality. He had to find a way to engage with the mysterious realm. To become the extraordinary being spoken of by justice and the hanged man, he must conquer the fear instilled by the unknown. The only path forward was to await the next gathering, hoping to overhear the formula for the audience potion or other arcane knowledge. With 4 days remaining until Monday, he needed to confront the original owner's issues. Why had he taken his own life, and what had transpired? It was evident that the original owner had a habit of note-taking, often treating his notes as a diary. Klein was acutely aware that the cabinet, serving as the right leg of his desk, was filled to the brim with completed notebooks. This particular one had been in use since May 10th, predominantly containing entries related to school, mentors, and knowledge. On May 12th, Mr. Ask mentioned that the common tongue of the southern continent, the Byring Empire, also derived from the ancient Farsak language, a branch of the giant tongue. Why was this so? Had all sentient beings once spoken the same language? No, that could not be true. Even in the accounts of the Night's Revelation and the Book of Storms, during an era older than time itself, giants were not the sole rulers of the continent. There were also elves, other races, and dragons. Well, these were merely legends, mere myths. On May 16th, Professor Cohen engaged in a discussion with Mr. Askey regarding the inevitability of the Steam Age. Mr. Askey posited that its emergence was contingent, suggesting that had it not been for the sudden appearance of Emperor Russell, the northern continent might still be languishing in the cold weapon era, akin to the southern continent. The mentor believed Mr. Askey placed undue emphasis on individual influence. He maintained that with the progression of time, even in the absence of Emperor Russell, figures like Emperor Robert would inevitably arise. In essence, while the steam age might be delayed, it would undoubtedly arrive. I found their debate rather futile. My preference lies in the discovery of new knowledge, in unveiling the obscured narratives of history. Perhaps I should have pursued archaeology instead of history. On May 29th, Welch approached me with news of a notebook from the Fourth Era. My goddess, a notebook from the Fourth Era. He expressed reluctance to seek assistance from archaeology students and requested that Naya and I help interpret its contents. How could I possibly refuse such a request? Naturally, it would have to wait until after my graduation defense. I could not afford distractions at this critical juncture. Upon reading this, Klein felt invigorated. The newly surfaced Fourth Era notebook held far greater potential to precipitate the original owner's demise than the prior historical notes and philosophical debates. The Fourth Era precedes the current Iron Age, and its history is shrouded in mystery, rife with gaps. Even the excavated tombs, ancient cities, and documents are scarce, leaving historians and archaeologists to rely on the vague theological text of the 7 major churches, primarily centered on faith and education, to piece together some semblance of the past. Gaining knowledge of the existence of the Solomon Empire, the Tudor dynasty, and the Transoster Empire, Klein, determined to pierce through the fog and restore history, found little interest in the mythic tales of the preceding 3 eras, focusing instead on the Fourth Era, often referred to as the Age of Gods. And his excitement was palpable. Observing this, Klein reflected on the original owner's preoccupation with interviews and concerns about future employment, which seemed unnecessary. Currently, universities remain scarce, with the majority of students hailing from noble or affluent families, even if commoners face discrimination due to their status and are excluded from social circles. As long as they do not exhibit extreme behavior, they can still forge valuable connections through group discussions and collective activities, connections that are indeed precious. For instance, Welch McGavin, the son of a banker from Constan in the maritime county of Ruin Kingdom, is generous and accustomed to enlisting Klein and Naya's assistance due to their long-standing collaboration in group projects. Without further digression, Klein continued to delve into the notebook. On June 18th, graduation day arrived. Farewell, my beloved Hoy University. On June 19th, I beheld the notebook. Through comparisons of structure, root words, and other analyses, I discovered it to be a variant of ancient Fusac, more precisely, a language that has subtly evolved over the course of more than 1,000 years. On June 20th, we deciphered the content of the first page, revealing that the author belonged to a family called Antigonus. On June 21st, he mentioned the Black Emperor, which stands in stark contradiction to the previously inferred era. Could it be that the mentor's perspective is erroneous? Is the Black Emperor merely a collective title for each monarch of the Solomon Empire? On June 22nd, the family known as Antigonus appears to hold a prominent position within the Solomon Empire. The owner of the notes alluded to engaging in a clandestine transaction with someone named Tudors. Tudors? The Tudor dynasty? On June 23rd, I strive to refrain from contemplating that notebook or visiting Welch. I must prepare for my interview. This is a matter of utmost importance. On June 24th, Naya informed me of new developments, and I felt compelled to investigate. On June 25th, upon reinterpreting the content, it became evident that the owner of the notes had accepted a mission to ascend the summit of the Honakis mountain range, to visit the kingdom of night situated at its peak. My goddess, the summit of Honakis rises over 6,000 meters. How could a nation possibly exist there? What sustenance could they rely upon? On June 26th, could these bizarre occurrences truly be real? At this juncture, the notes concluded, and Zhou Mingrui had traversed over on the early morning of June 28th. This implies that the notes from June 27th did exist. Encapsulated in the haunting phrase, "Everyone shall die, including myself." Klein flipped to the first page he had encountered, feeling a chill as he made his assessment. He believed that to unravel the original owner's suicide mystery, a visit to Welch was necessary to further examine the ancient notes. Yet, with his wealth of experience in novels, films, and television series, he sensed that should he proceed, and if matters were indeed connected, he would likely encounter unknown dangers. Those who knowingly ventured into haunted castles only to meet their doom served as a cautionary tale. But to abstain was not an option. Evasion would never resolve issues, only exacerbating them until they overflowed and completely engulfed him. Call the authorities? Surely, I cannot declare I have committed suicide. Suddenly, a series of urgent, forceful knocks reverberated at the door. Klein jolted upright, straining to listen. Knock, knock. Chapter 10, The Norm Who? Klein was contemplating the mysterious suicide of the original host and the potential dangers that lay ahead when an unexpected knock on the door jolted him. Instinctively, he opened the drawer and retrieved the revolver, his demeanor tinged with vigilance as he inquired. Silence enveloped the space for a brief 2 seconds before a somewhat high-pitched voice, tinged with an Ahouan accent, called out, "I am Mountbatten, Beach Mountbatten." The voice paused momentarily before adding, "Police, Beach Mountbatten." Upon hearing the name, Klein immediately recognized its owner. He was one of the officers responsible for the neighborhood where the apartment was located, a rough and brutish man who relished physical confrontation. Perhaps it was only such a person who could effectively intimidate the drunks, thieves, part-time pickpockets, and ruffians that plagued the streets. The distinctive voice was one of his trademarks. Without hesitation, Mountbatten reached for a small coal basket, shook a few pieces into the stove, and covered the gun with them, finally placing the kettle on top to conceal everything. Having completed this task, Klein adjusted his attire and swiftly approached the door. As he opened it, he mumbled, "Apologies. I was just taking a nap. There are 3 officers here to ask you some questions." "So, those 3 are of the inspector rank?" Influenced by the discussions of his elder peers, Benson and Welch, Klein possessed some knowledge on the matter. He stepped aside, gesturing towards the interior. "Please, come in. I wonder what this is about." The leader among the 3 officers was a middle-aged man with a piercing gaze that seemed capable of penetrating one's very soul, instilling an involuntary fear. His facial wrinkles were pronounced, and sandy hair peeked from beneath the brim of his hat. As he surveyed the room, he spoke in a low, grave tone. "Do you know Welch McGowan? What has happened to him?" Klein's heart trembled, and he instinctively retorted, "I am the one asking you." The imposing middle-aged officer replied sternly, "No need to be alarmed. We are merely conducting a routine inquiry." This officer appeared to be in his 30s, with a prominent nose and gray eyes that held an indescribable depth, reminiscent of an untouched lake in an ancient forest. Klein took a discreet breath, organizing his thoughts before responding. "If you are referring to Welch McGowan, a graduate from Hoy University and hailing from Constant, then I can confirm I know him. We were classmates under the same mentor, Senior Associate Professor Quentin Cohen. In the Kingdom of Rune, the title of professor not only denoted a rank but also a position, akin to a fusion of professorship and department chair in earthly academia. This meant each university could have only 1 professor per department. Thus, an associate professor could only ascend to full professorship upon the retirement of their superior or by outpacing them in merit, recognizing the necessity to retain talent. The Kingdom's Higher Education Committee had, after years of exploration, introduced the title of Senior Associate Professor into the 3-tiered system of lecturer, associate professor, and professor, granting recognition to those of high academic caliber or sufficient seniority who could not ascend to full professorship. At this juncture, Klein met the middle-aged officer's gaze, contemplating for a moment before expressing, "I regret to inform you that Mr. Welch has passed away." "What? How could this be?" Despite a lingering premonition, Klein could not suppress his astonishment. Had Welch succumbed just like the original host? This was indeed chilling. "What about Naya?" Klein hurriedly pressed for more information. "Ms. Naya has also passed away," the gray-eyed officer stated with a remarkable calmness. "The 2 of them were found dead within the residence of Mr. Welch." "Murdered?" Klein hazily surmised. "Perhaps it was a suicide." The gray-eyed officer shook his head. "No, the evidence at the scene suggests otherwise." Mr. Welch repeatedly struck his head against the wall, causing blood to splatter across it, while Ms. Naya drowned herself in a basin of water, one typically used for washing one's face. This is inconceivable. Klein felt a chill run down his spine, as he could almost envision that eerie scene. The girl knelt upon a chair, her face submerged in a basin filled with water, her chestnut hair cascading down, swaying gently in the breeze, yet her body remained utterly still. Mr. Welch lay on the floor, his gaze fixated upon the ceiling, his forehead utterly shattered, smeared with blood, while the walls bore the marks of repeated impacts, drenched in crimson. The gray-eyed officer's lips twitched slightly as he continued, "We share the same belief. However, both the autopsy results and the circumstances at the scene eliminate the possibility of drugs or external forces. They, Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya, show no signs of struggle." Before Klein could interject, he stepped into the room and casually inquired, "When was the last time you saw Mr. Welch or Ms. Naya?" As he spoke, he gestured discreetly towards a companion adorned with 2 silver stars. The young officer, appearing to be of similar stature to Klein, boasted dark hair and green eyes, exuding a certain romanticism reminiscent of a poet. Tingen City, renowned as a university town, hosted both Tianjin and Hoi universities, along with a technical school, a law school, and a business school, second only to the capital, Beckland. Once he finished speaking, Klein caught a glimpse of the young officer approaching the desk, lifting what appeared to be more of a diary than a notebook. "Oh no, I forgot to hide it," Klein exclaimed urgently. "This is a necessary procedure," the gray-eyed officer responded, while Beach Mountbatten and the stern middle-aged officer merely observed, neither engaging nor assisting in the search. "What about your search warrant?" Klein contemplated questioning them. But upon reflection, he realized that the judicial system of the Rune Kingdom had yet to evolve to the point of issuing search warrants, at least. He was unaware of any, considering that the police force had only been established for about 15 or 16 years. In his youth, it was still referred to as the constabulary. Unable to intervene, Klein watched helplessly as the young officer swiftly flipped through his notes, while the gray-eyed officer refrained from further questioning. "What is this peculiar statement?" the young officer inquired, reaching the last page. "And what does this mean? Everyone will die, including me. Is it not common knowledge that aside from deities, all mortals must face death?" Klein initially prepared to offer a retort, but suddenly remembered that he intended to connect with the police as a precaution against potential dangers, albeit without a justifiable reason or excuse. "I don't know. I truly do not know. When I awoke this morning, I sensed something was amiss, as if I had forgotten certain matters, particularly those from the past few days, even struggling to comprehend why I would inscribe such a phrase. At times, candor emerges as the most effective means of resolving dilemmas. However, the art of frankness requires finesse. Discerning what may be disclosed and what must remain unspoken is but one aspect, while determining the sequence and manner of presentation comprises another. As a keyboard expert, Klein has delved into the nuances of rhetoric. "Absurd. Do you take us for fools?" Mountbatten interjected, unable to contain his indignation. "This deception is so clumsy that it verges on an affront to our intelligence. Pretending to be mentally ill is far superior to feigning amnesia. This situation cannot be more genuine. Perhaps it is indeed possible," the gray-eyed officer intoned slowly. "What? You believe this?" Klein was taken aback. The gray-eyed officer smiled at him and remarked, "What if this leads to the unearthing of memories from my world?" A sudden pang of dental discomfort struck him. The young officer set down his notebook and conducted a thorough search of the desk and the room. Fortunately, he focused primarily on the books and neglected to examine the kettle. "Very well, Mr. Klein. Thank you for your cooperation. For the next few days, it would be prudent for you to remain in Tianjin. Should you need to leave, please inform Officer Mountbatten, or else you shall be deemed a fugitive." The gray-eyed officer concluded with a final admonition. Nevertheless, he also sought to resolve the peculiar incidents brought forth by Welch. Thus he nodded in agreement. "No problem." The officers exited the room in succession, and the young man at the rear suddenly patted Klein on the shoulder. "How fortunate." "What?" Klein gazed at him in bewilderment. The green-eyed officer, possessing a poet's demeanor, smiled gently and said, "Generally speaking, in such occurrences, it is customary for all involved to perish. We are both relieved and fortunate to witness that you remain among the living." With that, he gracefully departed, closing the door behind him with utmost courtesy. "It is customary for all to perish? How fortunate I am to be alive." On this June afternoon, a chill swept over Klein's entire being. Chapter 11. The art of culinary craftsmanship. Is it commonplace for everyone to perish? Am I fortunate to still be alive? Klein shuddered suddenly, hastening his steps toward the door in an attempt to catch up with the police officers, seeking their protection. Yet, just as he reached for the doorknob, his movements abruptly halted. The officer had painted a rather grim picture. Why then, would they not safeguard me, the crucial witness or pivotal lead? Such negligence seemed utterly inconceivable. Was this merely a test, or a bait to lure him? Various thoughts clashed within Klein's mind, leading him to suspect that the police were covertly observing him, scrutinizing his reactions. With this in mind, he found some solace, his initial panic subsiding as he leisurely opened the door and, with a deliberately trembling voice, called out toward the stairwell, "You will protect me, won't you?" "I know you will," he reiterated with an affected tone of conviction, striving to present himself as a normal person in peril. The footsteps gradually faded, dissipating into the depths of the apartment. Klein let out a low grunt, internally scoffing. Such a feigned reaction. The acting is subpar. In the following hours, he fully embodied a state of unease, restlessly shifting about, agitated and distracted, grappling with a plethora of culinary terminology, refusing to lower his standards despite the absence of onlookers. This, he mused, was the hallmark of an actor's self-discipline. Melissa would soon be returning from school. He cast his gaze toward the stove, lifting the kettle in one breath, stoking the coals, and retrieving a revolver. Without pause or delay, he reached beneath the lower bunk, where a dozen wooden slats crisscrossed for support. After wedging the revolver between one of the slats and the board, Klein straightened his posture, anxiously awaiting, fearful that the police might burst through the door, weapons drawn, storming into the room. In a normal steam-driven world, he would have been assured that no one would witness his earlier actions. However, here existed extraordinary forces he had personally verified. Minutes crawled by in silence at the door, only to be interrupted by the distant chatter of two tenants making their way to the Wild Heart Bar on Iron Cross Street, their voices fading in and out. At the mere thought of this, Klein's mouth seemed to overflow with the succulent aroma of meat, and he was reminded of how Melissa prepared her tender peas with lamb. She would first boil the meat briefly, then add onions, salt, a pinch of pepper, and water to simmer, before incorporating peas and potatoes, letting them stew for 40 to 50 minutes. Such a simple and rudimentary method, relying solely on the inherent flavor of the meat. Klein couldn't help but shake his head. Klein was no culinary virtuoso, his daily sustenance primarily derived from dining out. Yet, cooking 3 to 4 times a week had granted him a modicum of competence, and he felt he could not waste that substantial cut of lamb. As for how to explain his sudden culinary prowess, he resolved to attribute it to the deceased Welch McGowan. This classmate not only employed a chef skilled in coastal cuisine, but also frequently experimented with culinary creations, inviting others to taste. The dead cannot refute me. However, this is a world inhabited by the extraordinary, where the deceased may indeed have their voices. With this thought, Klein felt an unexplainable sense of unease. He cast aside his chaotic musings, placed the chunks of meat into the soup bowl, and then retrieved the spice box. He sprinkled in 1.5 spoons of yellowed coarse salt, and with great care, added some black peppercorns from a special small bottle, mixing them with the lamb and salt for a brief marination, setting the stew pot on the stove. He waited for it to heat while rummaging through yesterday's leftover carrots and the onions he had purchased today, slicing them into numerous pieces. Having completed his preparations, he took out a small jar from the cupboard, opening it to reveal a dwindling amount of lard. Klein scooped out a spoonful, placed it in the pot, and allowed it to melt before adding the carrot and onion pieces, stir-frying them for a moment. The aroma began to waft through the air, and he poured in all the lamb, carefully searing it for a while. At this juncture, he ought to have added some cooking wine, or at the very least, a substitute of grape wine. However, the Moretti household lacked such luxuries. Benson could only indulge in a glass of beer once a week, so Klein, compelled by circumstance, resorted to adding some boiling water, giving it a casual stir. After approximately 20 minutes of simmering, he lifted the lid, adding tender peas and diced potatoes, along with a cup of hot water and 2 spoonfuls of salt. As time ticked by, the fragrant aroma intensified within the room, a tempting blend of meat, the earthiness of potatoes, and the freshness of onions. The flavors began to meld together, causing Klein to swallow his saliva occasionally as he glanced at the watch. "How delightful," Melissa whispered, her voice tinged with curiosity, as she entered with her bag, her gaze sweeping over the stove. "You made this?" Melissa paused, her hand hovering midair as she removed her scarf, her eyes wide with astonishment. She inhaled deeply, drawing in the enticing scent, and her expression softened, as if regaining some confidence. "You made this?" she inquired again, perplexed. "Is it your first time?" Melissa's brow furrowed instinctively, though it was soon smoothed by the enchanting aroma. "It seems I possess quite the talent," Klein chuckled. "It is almost ready. Why don't you set aside your hat and wash your hands in the restroom while you await the tasting? I am quite confident." Listening to her brother's composed instructions and observing his gentle smile, Melissa stood frozen at the doorway, momentarily taken aback. "Do you prefer it cooked a bit more?" Klein gently urged, lifting the lid of the stew pot, a cloud of steam rising before him. 2 slices of rye bread had long been placed beside the lamb and tender peas, allowing them to absorb the flavors and warmth, rendering them soft. By the time Melissa finished tidying up and returned after washing her hands and face, the desk was adorned with a plate of lamb stew embellished with potatoes, carrots, and onions, accompanied by 2 slices of dark bread tinged with a hint of meat juice on each plate. "Come, taste it." Klein gestured toward the wooden fork and spoon resting beside the plate. Still somewhat bewildered, Melissa did not refuse, picking up the fork and spearing a piece of potato, bringing it to her lips for a gentle bite. The creamy texture of the potato and the rich aroma of the meat wafted through the air, causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. In just a few moments, She devoured the piece of potato, swallowing it eagerly. Try the meat, Klein suggested, gesturing toward the plate with his chin. He had already sampled the dish and deemed it merely adequate, yet for the young girl, who rarely had the chance to taste meat, it was more than sufficient. Melissa's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she delicately speared a piece of lamb. It was tenderly stewed, and the moment it touched her tongue, it felt as if it would melt away. A burst of genuine meat flavor erupted, the exquisite juices flooding her mouth. It was an unprecedented delight, rendering her unable to stop. I, Klein, this is prepared for you. Melissa's cheeks flushed crimson, her words stumbling out. I had already sampled it. Such is the privilege of a chef, Klein smiled, reassuring his sister. He picked up his fork and spoon, alternating between bites of meat and peas, occasionally putting down his utensils to tear off a piece of dark bread to soak in the juices. Melissa gradually relaxed, influenced by Klein's unperturbed demeanor, and once again immersed herself in the deliciousness. It's so delicious. I would never guess it's your first time cooking, she remarked, glancing at the empty plate that bore no traces of sauce. Compared to Welch's chef, it's still far from perfect. When I have money, I'll take you and Benson out to a restaurant for something even better, Klein said, his own words igniting a sense of longing within him. Your interview will. Melissa began, but was suddenly unable to contain a satisfied sound. She hurriedly covered her mouth, her face a picture of embarrassment. It's all because the tender peas and lamb stew was too delicious. Klein chuckled softly, deciding against teasing his sister. He pointed to the plate and said, This is your task. All right, Melissa exclaimed, eagerly standing up to fetch a basin and rushing out the door. Upon her return, she opened the cupboard, habitually checking the seasoning boxes and other items. Did you use this? Melissa exclaimed in surprise, turning to Klein while holding the pepper grinder and lard jar. Klein shrugged with a smile. Just a little. It's the price of deliciousness. Melissa's eyes flickered with changing expressions before she finally pursed her lips and said, From now on, let me do the cooking. Well, you need to hurry and prepare for your interview. You must consider the matter of work. Chapter 12. A return visit, sister. Could we refrain from discussing topics best left untouched? Klein silently lamented, feeling a familiar throb of pain in his head. The knowledge forgotten by the original owner of this body was not insignificant, and with an interview looming the following day, there was little time for revision. Furthermore, entangled in bizarre and terrifying events, how could he possibly focus on studying? After offering his sister a few perfunctory remarks, Klein feigned reading. Melissa, pulling up a chair, sat beside him, diligently working on her assignments by the light of the gas lamp. The atmosphere was tranquil and pleasant, and as the clock approached 11, the siblings exchanged goodnights and retired to their respective beds. Knock, knock. A series of knocks jolted Klein from his slumber. Glancing at the morning light filtering through the window, he groggily turned to sit up. Who could it be at this hour? Why hadn't Melissa awakened me? Dunsmith? I don't recognize that name. Klein shook his head, rose from his bed, and approached the door. He opened it to find the gray-eyed officer from the previous day. Is there a problem? Klein inquired, his voice laced with caution. We've located a coachman who confirmed that you were at Mr. Welch's residence on the 27th, the very day Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya met their demise, and that it was Mr. Welch who paid for your fare. Klein paused, feeling no fear or guilt at the revelation of a lie. He was not lying at all. In fact, he was not surprised by the evidence presented by Officer Dunsmith. On June 27th, the original owner had indeed visited Mr. Welch's residence, and that very night, he had taken his own life, echoing the fates of Welch and Naya. Klein opened his mouth, a bitter smile forming as he spoke. This is hardly compelling evidence. It does not directly link me to the deaths of Welch and Naya. To be frank, I am just as eager to understand the circumstances and uncover the fates of my two unfortunate friends. However, I truly cannot recall the events of that day. It may sound unbelievable, but I have almost entirely forgotten what transpired on the 27th. I can only surmise that I might have visited Mr. Welch's residence based on my notes. Your psychological fortitude is commendable. Officer Dunsmith neither displayed anger nor smiled, merely nodding in acknowledgement. You must recognize my sincerity, Klein insisted, locking eyes with the officer. I speak nothing but the truth. Well, a portion of the truth. Mr. Welch was missing a revolver, and I believe I may find it here, correct, Mr. Klein? Indeed. Klein finally grasped the origin of the revolver, his thoughts racing like lightning as he made a swift decision. He raised his hand slightly, stepping back to clear the path, then gestured with his chin toward the bunk beds. It's behind the lower bed. He refrained from specifying which bed. As a rational person would not conceal an item of that nature behind the upper bunk, such a placement would be too conspicuous for visitors. Officer Dunn-Smith did not advance. Instead, arching an eyebrow with a slight smirk, "Do you have anything else to add?" "Yes. In the dead of night 2 evenings ago, I awoke to find myself slumped over my desk, a revolver beside me, and bullets scattered at the foot of the wall. It appeared as though I had endured a suicide attempt, yet perhaps due to my inexperience with firearms or a moment of fear at the critical juncture, the bullet failed to achieve its intended effect. My head remained intact, and I found myself alive in this moment. Since that time, I have lost fragments of my memory, including what transpired on the 27th at Mr. Welch's residence and what I witnessed there. I am not fabricating. I truly cannot recall. In an effort to clear my name and unravel the peculiar events entwined with my existence, Klein divulged nearly everything, with the exception of the time travel and the gathering. Furthermore, he carefully chose his words, ensuring that each statement could withstand scrutiny. For instance, he did not mention that the bullet had missed my head, but rather that it had not yielded the anticipated outcome, my head remaining unscathed thereafter. To the ears of others, these two expressions might convey a similar meaning, yet they are fundamentally distinct. Officer Dunn, with his gray eyes, listened quietly before slowly responding. This aligns with the developments I have surmised and adheres to the concealed logic of previous similar incidents. However, I cannot fathom how you survived. Believe it or not, I too do not understand how I am still alive, Klein replied, feeling a slight sense of relief. However, Dunn interjected, I must express that your current standing is highly suspect. You are required to undergo confirmation by an expert to ascertain whether you have genuinely forgotten the events or if you did not directly cause the deaths of Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya. He cleared his throat, his expression turning grave. Has the expert arrived? Klein, taken aback, responded with confusion. Wasn't he? It said they would arrive in 2 days? They arrived sooner than we anticipated, Dunn indicated with a gesture for Klein to exit. May I leave a note? Klein requested. With Banson still on a business trip and Melissa at school, he intended to inform them of his involvement in the Welch affair, urging them not to worry. Dunn nodded. Seemingly indifferent, that is permissible. To be candid, he harbored a strong reluctance to meet the expert, as he concealed an even greater secret. In a place governed by 7 major churches, and in light of the assassination of the alleged predecessor, Emperor Russell, matters of time travel were likely to escalate to the courts and arbitration panels. Yet, lacking weaponry, combat skills, or any extraordinary abilities, he stood no chance against a professional officer, especially with several of Dunn's subordinates lurking in the dim corridor outside. Should they draw their weapons in unison, his fate would be sealed. Taking a deep breath, Klein resolved to proceed step by step. He scribbled a note, took the key, and followed Dunn out of the room. In the shadowy corridor, 4 officers dressed in black and white flanked either side, standing vigilant. With a rhythmic sound of footsteps echoing, Klein followed Dunn down the wooden staircase, each step accompanied by the occasional creak. Outside the apartment, a 4-wheeled carriage awaited. Adorned with the emblem of the police system, 2 crossed swords encircled by a crown, amidst the usual morning bustle, vibrant and cacophonous. After you. Dunn gestured for Klein to ascend first. As Klein was about to take a step forward, a vendor selling oysters suddenly accused a customer of theft, leading to a scuffle that startled the horses and plunged the surroundings into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Klein wasted no time, bending low and rushing into the throng. He pushed and dodged, frantically fleeing towards the far end of the street. Given the circumstances, to avoid encountering experts, he resolved to head to the dock outside the city, to take a boat down the Taysok River to the capital, Beckland, where the dense population would provide ample concealment. Alternatively, he could hijack a steam train heading east to the nearest port of Enigmatic, then traverse the sea to Plitz before finally making his way to Beckland. Before long, Klein reached the street corner and turned onto Iron Cross Street, where several hireable carriages awaited. To the dock outside the city, he instructed, propelling himself into one of the carriages. The driver tightened the reins, and the carriage clattered away from Iron Cross Street. Just as Klein prepared to leap from the vehicle, he suddenly realized the carriage was veering onto a different path, one that did not lead out of the city. Where are you going? Klein blurted out in astonishment. What? The driver, turning around to reveal deep, cold gray eyes, was none other than Officer Dunn-Smith. You, Klein exclaimed, gripped by an inexplicable terror, feeling the world spin around him as he abruptly sat up. Sitting up? Confused, Klein glanced around and noticed the crimson moon shining brightly outside, illuminating a room adorned with sheer drapery. He touched his forehead, which was damp and cold with sweat, a similar sensation creeping down his back. It was just a nightmare. Klein exhaled slowly, relieved. He felt unusually lucid within the dream, able to think clearly, which struck him as peculiar. Once he had regained his composure, Klein picked up his pocket watch and discovered it was barely past 2 in the morning. He quietly descended from his bed, intending to wash his face in the communal restroom and alleviate his discomfort. As he turned the door handle, he stepped into the dimly lit corridor, moving cautiously toward the restroom under the faint, indistinct moonlight. Suddenly, he spotted a figure standing by the window at the end of the hallway. The figure was clad in a black coat that was shorter than a robe but longer than formal attire, half immersed in darkness, bathed in the chilling crimson moonlight. The figure slowly turned, revealing deep, gray, and indifferent eyes. It was Dunsmith. Chapter 13. The Night Watchman. With a sudden jolt, Klein involuntarily stepped back, momentarily ensnared in uncertainty, questioning whether he was awake or still ensconced in a dream. The figure before him removed his black top hat, bowing slightly. With a low, enigmatic smile, he introduced himself. "Allow me to reintroduce myself, the Night Watchman, Dunsmith." The Night Watchman? The codename used by the extraordinary individuals of the Night Goddess Church. As mentioned by Justice and the Hangman, Klein felt a flicker of realization surge within him, and recalling previous events, he blurted out, "You manipulate dreams? You orchestrated the dream I just had." Dunsmith adjusted his black hat, concealing his slightly receding hairline, his deep gray eyes glimmering with amusement as he replied, "No, I merely entered your dream to provide necessary guidance. In the realm of dreams, those suppressed emotions and various dark psyches may amplify, rendering everything chaotic, absurd, and frenzied. Reality still exists, hidden within. For someone seasoned like me, everything is evident and easily discernible. I trust the version of you within the dream more than your waking self. What normal person can control their own dreams? If I were to dream of something from Earth, wouldn't he that exposed me to Dunsmith?" A chill ran down Klein's spine as he grappled with the aftermath of his dream encounter. Yet, he soon discerned an oddity. He recalled being remarkably lucid and rational within the dream, aware of what to say and what to withhold. In simpler terms, it felt nothing like dreaming at all. Thus, Dunsmith only perceived what I wished him to see. Klein's thoughts raced, and he began to grasp a semblance of understanding. Was this an inherent benefit of his crossing over, perhaps a result of his unique spirit, or an effect of the fortune-turning ritual? "Mr. Smith, are you certain that I have genuinely lost my memories?" Klein carefully rephrased his inquiry. "You seem unfazed by such matters. The individuals I encountered previously, even right after dreaming, found it hard to believe in extraordinary powers, preferring to think they hadn't truly awakened." Klein nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps it is because I have been yearning for such power to aid me." A fascinating line of reasoning. "Perhaps your survival is not solely a matter of luck," Dunn replied, his expression devoid of mirth as he nodded. "I can now confirm that you have indeed lost a portion of your memories due to this incident, particularly those pertaining to the event itself." With one hand in his pocket, Dunn approached steadily, the surrounding night growing serene and gentle. "No, you must accompany me to meet an expert," he said with a polite tilt of his lips. "Why?" Klein blurted out, quickly adding, "Do you not trust your own guidance of dreams?" What a jest. If that expert possesses skills in hypnosis or mind reading, wouldn't my most profound secret be laid bare? The consequences of such an exposure were unfathomable. Before Klein could voice further objections, Dunn's voice deepened. "After all, you are connected to the whereabouts of that Antigonus family journal." "What?" Klein paused, taken aback. Dunn halted before him, his gray eyes fixed intently on his own. "The fourth epic's notes are absent from the scene. The entire house is devoid of them. Welch is dead, Naya is dead, and you are the sole lead." Klein fell into a momentary silence, exhaling deeply. "The notes are missing. How peculiar. I had not even considered their whereabouts before." Dunn gave a nearly imperceptible nod, stepping past Klein as he spoke. "Lock the door behind you. We must go to Welch's residence. The expert awaits us there." Taking a silent breath, Klein felt a drumbeat of anxiety in his chest. He harbored a desire to refuse, even to flee, but he believed that, given the precedents set by his dreams, Dunn would undoubtedly be on high alert. With the disparity in strength between ordinary individuals and the extraordinary, any attempt to forcefully resist seemed doomed to failure. Surely, he was still armed with a handgun, one that he had likely practiced with many times. A cacophony of thoughts clashed within his mind, yet Klein ultimately chose to confront reality. "Very well. I suppose I must take it one step at a time. Perhaps the peculiarities of my dream will manifest once more. Then let us proceed." Dunn's tone revealed no trace of emotion. Klein turned to follow, but suddenly halted. Mr. Smith, I would like to visit the restroom first. I came out merely to relieve myself. Dunn did not protest. Instead, he regarded him intently and said, No problem, Klein. Trust me, in the darkness. I am far more formidable than you can imagine. In the darkness. Klein silently repeated these words. He refrained from recklessness, instead addressing his discomfort with utmost decorum. After washing his face with cool water to regain his composure, he donned his hat and coat, closing his door behind him. Klein then softly followed Dunn down the stairs toward the entrance of the apartment. In this tranquil atmosphere, Dunn Smith suddenly broke the silence. At the end of the dream, why did you wish to flee? What were you afraid of? I do not recall what transpired at Welch's home, nor whether I directly caused his and Naya's deaths. I fear the possibility of confirming my culpability. I would rather escape and begin anew in the southern continent. If I were in your position, I would feel the same. Dunn pushed open the apartment door, allowing the cool night breeze to disperse the stifling heat within. He was unperturbed by Klein's potential escape and climbed into the carriage first. It was the same one Klein had seen in his dream, a four-wheeled, single-horse vehicle driven by a coachman. With the insignia of a police system, a pair of swords crossed beneath a crown embossed on the side. Klein followed inside, discovering the interior adorned with a thick carpet and suffused with a calming aroma. Taking a seat, he sought to initiate a conversation in hopes of gleaning more information. Mr. Smith, if, hypothetically speaking, the expert confirms that I have indeed forgotten that portion of my memory, and there is no other evidence to suggest I am the perpetrator rather than a victim, would that signify the conclusion of the matter? Theoretically, we shall seek that notebook through other means. As long as it exists, it can be discovered. Of course, prior to that, we must ensure that you are free from curses, devoid of lingering malevolent spirits, and unburdened by psychological issues, so that you may embrace a future life peacefully and healthily. Dunn Smith displayed a faintly peculiar smile. Klein perceptively noted this detail and, disregarding any sense of relief, pressed on with a question. Theoretically? Indeed, merely in theory. In this realm, one is perpetually confronted with distorted, irrational, and unbelievable phenomena. Dunn gazed into Klein's eyes, stating that their continuity and conclusion are sometimes beyond our foresight and control. For instance, a momentary fear gripped Klein. On the nearly deserted street, the carriage sped along, and Dunn took out his pipe, inhaling its scent. Just when we believe matters have concluded and normalcy is restored, it may return in a horrifying and dreadful manner. A few years ago, we handled a case involving a cult that orchestrated the suicide of its followers as a means of living sacrifice to appease a malevolent deity. One follower, chosen for this fate, was overtaken by the instinct to survive, overcoming foolishness, heresy, and hallucinogens, and clandestinely reported to the police. The case was handed over to us, a rather trivial task, for the cult lacked extraordinary individuals, and the deity they worshipped was conjured whimsically by their leader. Driven by greed and hedonism, devoid of humanity. With just 2 team members and the police's cooperation, we efficiently dismantled the cult, leaving no one behind. We also confirmed that the informant bore no traces of lingering malevolent spirits, curses, psychological barriers, or peculiar marks. Subsequently, his career flourished. He married a wonderful woman and had a son and a daughter. It appeared that all shadows had receded from him, and the horrors and bloodshed of the past had seemingly dissipated entirely. At this juncture, Dunn Smith chuckled lightly. Yet, in March of this year, despite his sound financial standing, a deep marital bond, and intelligent, charming children, he met a tragic end, having suffocated himself in his office. The crimson moonlight streamed through the carriage window, casting a glow upon Dunn Smith. In that moment, his seemingly self-mocking smile struck Klein as unsettling, indescribably eerie. He took a silent breath, as if glimpsing his own dismal fate. Even if one evades a calamity, does it merely signify a temporary reprieve? Is there a way to resolve this utterly? To become extraordinary oneself to combat it? The carriage fell into silence, and countless thoughts surged within Klein, only to dissipate. In this profound stillness, the carriage sped on for quite a while. Just as Klein resolved to brazenly seek Dunn Smith's counsel for potential solutions, the carriage came to a halt. Mr. Smith, we have arrived at Mr. Welch's residence. The driver's voice reached their ears. Let us disembark. Dunn adjusted the black trench coat that reached his knees, and with a faint chuckle, I shall offer a brief introduction. The expert is renowned as the most distinguished clairvoyant in Ahova County. Klein suppressed any other thoughts and inquired with curiosity, what is her true identity then? The Genuine Clairvoyant. Chapter 14. The Medium, the True Medium. Klein silently recited this description, remaining silent as he followed Dunn Smith down from the carriage. Welch's residence in Tingen was a standalone house adorned with a garden, accessible via a road wide enough for 4 carriages to traverse simultaneously. Flanking the road, which was illuminated by gas lamps spaced every 50 meters, stood tall columns, each slightly above the height of an adult man, facilitating the lighting of the path. The black metal embraced the glass, forming a grid that crafted classical artifacts reminiscent of lanterns, where coldness and warmth danced together, shadows and light coexisted. Treading upon the dimly lit road, Klein and Dunn Smith passed through the half-open iron gate, entering Welch's abode. Directly opposite the entrance was a passage for 2 carriages, paved with concrete, leading straight to the 2-story house. To the left lay the garden, while the right boasted a lawn, where the faint fragrance of flowers intertwined with refreshing scents, creating an atmosphere of serenity. Upon entering, a sudden chill coursed through Klein, causing him to glance around nervously. He felt as though a multitude of eyes were watching him from the garden, the shadows of the lawn, the upper floors of the house, behind the swing, and from various dim corners. Despite the apparent emptiness, Klein felt as if he were amidst a bustling street. This eerie contrast and peculiar sensation made his body tense, a shiver creeping up from his spine. Something was amiss. He could not help but warn Dunn. "Do not pay it any heed," Dunn replied, heeding the nocturnal guard's words. Klein stifled the chilling sensation of being followed, scrutinized, and appraised without being able to identify the source, and slowly approached the front door of the house. "Come in, gentlemen." A voice, ethereal yet clear, floated from within. Dunn turned the handle and entered, addressing the woman seated on the sofa. "Daly, have you found anything?" The chandelier in the living room remained unlit, while a trio of leather sofas encircled a marble coffee table. Upon the table burned a candle, its flame casting a striking blue hue, enveloping the semi-open layout of the living room, dining area, and kitchen in a flickering, eerie glow. In the center of the long sofa sat a woman clad in a hooded black robe, her eyes adorned with blue shadow and blush, her exposed wrists entwined with silver chains bearing white crystal pendants. At first glance, Klein felt an inexplicable sensation. She resembled a true medium. Was she playing a part? The enchantingly beautiful medium, Daly, swept her verdant gaze over Klein before turning to Dunn Smith, stating, "The original spirits have vanished, including Welch and Nyas. The little ones here know nothing." Spirits? Mediums? Were those unseen watchers the spirits? So many spirits existed. Klein removed his hat, placing it upon his chest, and slightly bowed, saying, "Good evening, madam." Dunn Smith sighed. "This truly is a predicament. Daly, this is Klein Moretti. Perhaps you can glean something from him." The seer, Dolly, swiftly turned her gaze towards Klein, gesturing towards the solitary armchair beside her. "Please, take a seat." "Thank you." Klein acknowledged with a nod, stepping forward and sitting down obediently, his heart involuntarily tightening. The outcome, life or death, smooth passage or exposure of secrets, hinged on the developments to come. What rendered him most helpless was the lack of any solid foundation to rely upon. He could only place his hopes in the extraordinary. It was indeed a most disheartening sensation, Klein pondered bitterly, as Dunn settled onto the love seat opposite him. Dolly retrieved 2 thumb-sized glass vials from a hidden pocket at her waist. Her emerald eyes sparkled with a smile as she addressed Klein. "I require a bit of assistance. After all, you are not an enemy, and it would be unwise to treat you too directly or roughly. Such an approach would induce discomfort, inflict pain, and could even leave lasting repercussions. Instead, I shall provide you with a fragrance, enveloping you in gentleness and lubrication, allowing you to gradually let go and truly immerse yourself in the experience." This sentiment struck Klein as somewhat disconcerting. He gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. Dunn chuckled from across. "Do not be bewildered. Unlike the clergy of the Storm Lord, here, ladies are permitted to tease men verbally. You should comprehend this, given your mother's devout faith and your own upbringing alongside your brother in Sunday school. I understand, yet I did not anticipate it would be so. Klein gestured, struggling to find a fitting descriptor, nearly uttering a Riska translation. Dunn smirked. "Rest assured, Dolly seldom engages in such behavior. She merely seeks to calm and relax you in this manner, as she prefers corpses over men." "You make me sound like a pervert," Dolly interjected with a smile. She uncorked one of the small vials, pouring a few drops into the vibrant blue flame of the candle. "Night blooming jasmine, deep sleep flowers, and chamomile." distilled and extracted into this pure essence. I call it Amanda, meaning tranquility in the Hermetic tongue, and it has a delightful fragrance. As she spoke, the candlelight flickered, and the drops of essence quickly evaporated, permeating the room with an enchanting aroma. A soothing, captivating scent infiltrated Klein's nostrils, loosening his tense emotions, swiftly bringing peace to his spirit, as if he were gazing down into the darkness during the stillness of night. This vial, known as Eye of the Spirit, is crafted from the bark and leaves of the dragon-patterned tree and the poplar, sun-dried for 7 days, simmered 3 times, and steeped in launchy wine, naturally accompanied by a few incantations. The amber liquid, as Dolly described, dripped onto the vibrant blue flame. Klein inhaled the ethereal, wafting fragrance of the wine, witnessing the candlelight sway vigorously, observing the bizarre shimmer of Dolly's blue eyeshadow and blush, even perceiving double images. It was an excellent aid for divination, as well as a sufficiently alluring floral essence. As Dolly continued her mellifluous narration, Klein felt her voice enveloping him from all directions. As Klein gazed around in confusion, he discovered that everything was swaying and blurring, as if shrouded in layer upon layer of dense fog. His own body seemed to sway, blur, float, and lose its weight. The reds appeared more vivid, the blues more profound, and the blacks deeper. The colors mingled like an impressionist painting, ethereal and dreamlike. Surrounding him were fragmented whispers that ebbed and flowed, as though countless invisible beings were engaged in hushed discussions. This sensation was reminiscent of my previous transmutation ceremony, he pondered, yet devoid of that maddening, explosive essence. Observing all of this, Klein mused in bewilderment. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a pair of eyes gleaming like emeralds. Deli, cloaked in black, sat upon a hazy sofa, her gaze curiously fixated above Klein's head. Her voice gently lilting as she introduced herself. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Deli, the medium." This, I can still think rationally. Much like during the transmutation ceremony and at gatherings, Klein's thoughts shifted, deliberately manifesting a dazed demeanor. "Hello. The human mind is vast, concealing numerous secrets. Behold that ocean. We can only comprehend the islands that emerge above the surface, yet beneath the waves, those islands possess even greater depths. Beyond the islands lies the entirety of the ocean, along with the boundless sky that symbolizes the spirit realm. You are the spirit of the body. You not only know the islands that surface, but also the hidden parts beneath the waves, and the entirety of the ocean. Every existence leaves traces. The memories of the island's surface may be erased, yet the depths beneath and the vast ocean undoubtedly retain their corresponding projections." Deli persistently coaxed, while the indistinct winds and shadows around them morphed into similar forms, as if Klein's inner ocean was fully revealed before him, awaiting his own exploration and discovery. "No, I cannot recall. I have forgotten." He artfully displayed his anguish. Deli attempted to coax him once more, but the sober Klein remained unaffected. In the lingering echoes of her ethereal voice, Deli vanished, and the winds and shadows began to settle, the tranquil aroma and faint scent of wine becoming apparent once again. He opened his eyes, which he had unknowingly closed, and found before him the same vividly blue candle, the comfortably reclining Dunn Smith, and the medium Deli, still clad in her hooded black robe. "Why did you employ the theories of those malevolent lunatics from the Psychological Alchemy Society?" Dunn inquired with a slight furrow in his brow, directing his gaze towards Deli. "I find them quite accurate, at least in accordance with what I have witnessed and encountered." Before Dunn could respond, she shrugged her shoulders and added, "He is a tricky one, leaving no traces behind." Upon hearing this, Klein let out a long sigh of relief and feigned ignorance as he asked, "Is it over? What just happened? I feel as though I have taken a nap. Is this considered passing?" Fortunately, there was the rehearsal of the transmutation ceremony. Let us regard it as such. Dunn interrupted his speech and turned to the medium, Dolly, asking whether she had examined the corpses of Welch and Naya. The remains could reveal more than one might imagine. Regrettably, Welch and Naya had indeed taken their own lives, leaving behind no trace of the dread that had influenced them. Dolly stood up, reaching for the candle, declaring that she needed to rest. The brilliant azure glow faded, and the room was instantaneously engulfed by a mesmerizing crimson hue. Klein, taken aback, inquired, "Shouldn't we check for traces of curses or malevolent spirits?" Relieved, he then asked, "How can I ensure that no troubles lie ahead?" "Do not worry excessively," Dunn replied, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Statistically, in similar situations, 80% of the living involved do not encounter dreadful repercussions. Well, this data is merely based on my impression, but it should be approximately accurate. Then there remains 20% of unfortunate souls. Klein hesitated, unwilling to gamble with fate. You might consider joining us as a civilian staff member. This way, we can promptly detect any ominous signs, Dunn remarked casually as he approached the carriage. Or you could become an extraordinary individual. After all, we are not your babysitters. Unable to watch over you day and night, even monitoring your interactions with women. Can I really? Klein asked, following up on his statement. Of course, Dunn replied, though he held little hope, considering how unlikely it was to easily join the ranks of the Night Watchers and gain extraordinary powers. That is indeed extraordinary power. Dunn halted, glancing at him. It's not entirely off the table. It depends on the circumstances. What? This unexpected turn astonished Klein, leaving him momentarily speechless beside the carriage. Really? Is it truly that simple to become extraordinary? Dunn let out a light laugh, his gray eyes obscured by the shadow of the carriage. Do you not believe me? In truth, becoming a member of the Night Watch entails significant sacrifices, such as your freedom. Setting that aside, there are other concerns. First, you are neither a commendable clergyman nor a devout believer. You cannot afford to be choosy, nor can you select the safest path. Secondly, Dunn grasped the handrail and descended into the carriage, continuing, we, the Punishers, the Mechanical Heart, and other similar judicial bodies, handle cases annually, a quarter of which involve the loss of control among extraordinary beings. A quarter of extraordinary beings losing control. Klein was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Dunn turned partially, his deep gray eyes revealing no mirth as he spoke, and within that quarter, a significant portion comprises our own comrades. Chapter 15. Invitation Why? Upon hearing Dunn's words, Klein was immediately engulfed by a tumult of thoughts, instinctively exclaiming, are extraordinary individuals fraught with significant hidden dangers? So much so that even the ecclesiastical courts, tasked with addressing aberrant events involving these extraordinary beings, may encounter issues? Dunn Smith entered the carriage and resumed his previous seat, his demeanor and tone remaining unaltered. This is not something you need to comprehend, nor is it something you can grasp unless you become one of us. Klein was momentarily rendered speechless as he took a seat. Half amused and half perplexed, he inquired, how can one make a decision to join without clarifying this matter? And without joining, understanding becomes impossible, creating a paradox. Dunn Smith once again produced his pipe, bringing it to his nose for a puff. You may have misunderstood. Our members include civilians. In other words, as long as you become one of your civilian personnel, you can access relevant secrets, discern the hidden dangers of extraordinary individuals, and then contemplate whether to become one yourself? Klein was organizing his thoughts while reiterating Dunn's meaning in his own words. Dunn smiled and remarked, indeed. With one caveat, it is not guaranteed that your consideration of becoming extraordinary will lead to that outcome. All major churches adhere to strict standards in this regard. How curious it would be if they were lenient. Klein mused silently, gesturing emphatically, and what about civilian personnel? Surely, that must be stringent as well? If it were you, there should be no issue, Dunn replied, his eyes partially closed, savoring the aroma of the pipe without igniting the tobacco. Why? Klein found himself puzzled once more. Simultaneously, he inwardly jested. Could it be that my uniqueness, my aura as a transmigrator, shines as brightly as a firefly in the night? So distinct and remarkable. Dunn opened his half-closed eyes, his gray gaze as profound as before. Firstly, your ability to survive in such circumstances without our assistance indicates you possess qualities that set you apart from others, such as luck, and fortunate individuals are always in demand. Observing Klein's somewhat dazed expression, he added with a slight smile, consider this a humorous remark. Secondly, you are a graduate of the history department at Hoy University, which is of great necessity to us. Although the attitude of Lermy, the Stormlord's follower, towards women is distasteful, his insights into society, culture, economy, and politics remain incisive. He has stated that talent is the key factor in maintaining competitive advantage and fostering development, a sentiment with which I wholeheartedly concur. Noticing Klein's slight frown, he casually elucidated. You should be able to imagine that we frequently engage with quaternary and even earlier literature and artifacts. Numerous cults and heretical groups endeavor to extract power from such items, and at times, they themselves can incite bizarre and terrifying occurrences. Aside from extraordinary individuals in specialized fields, we are largely not adept at learning. Or perhaps we have simply outgrown that age. At this juncture, Dunn Smith gestured to his head, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as if in self-deprecation, remarking that the monotonous and tedious knowledge invariably induces drowsiness, even for the insomniac. In the past, we would collaborate with historians and archaeologists, yet this posed a risk of confidential information leakage, potentially leading to unfortunate circumstances for the professors and associate professors involved. Therefore, the addition of a professional to our ranks is indeed a most welcome development. Klein nodded gently, acquiescing to Dunn's assertion, and in a moment of expansive thought, inquired, "Why didn't you simply, cultivate one beforehand?" Dunn continued, engrossed in his thoughts. This brings us to the third and final point, the most crucial one. Your prior engagement with similar incidents does not contravene confidentiality agreements, whereas the development of another individual could lead to failure, for which I would bear the responsibility of any information breach. Our team, our clerical staff, predominantly hails from within the church. After listening in silence, Klein curiously asked, why the stringent confidentiality? Wouldn't unveiling many matters and allowing a broader audience to be informed help prevent the recurrence of similar errors? The greatest fear stems from the unknown. We can transform the unknown into the known, Klein acknowledged with a sound. Coming to a realization, the sole lesson humanity has gleaned from history is that humans cannot learn any lessons from history, perpetually repeating the same tragedies. Indeed, the Emperor Rosel's famous adage is profoundly philosophical, to which Dunn concurred. Rosel the Great said this, "The predecessors truly leave no room for pretentiousness for those who follow." Klein found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Dunn turned his gaze toward the outside of the carriage, where the yellow glow of street lamps intertwined to form a tapestry of civilization's brilliance. Within the judicial bodies of the various churches, there exists a similar saying, which may very well be the primary reason for such strict confidentiality, forbidding the common populace from knowing. What is it? Klein's spirits lifted, tinged with a thrill of uncovering hidden secrets. Belief and fear breed troubles. An abundance of belief and fear brings forth even greater troubles, until all is obliterated. After uttering this, he sighed, adding, and apart from beseeching divine protection and assistance, humanity is incapable of resolving its most significant predicaments. Klein silently pondered this phrase, struggling to comprehend it fully, and subsequently felt a sense of dread born from this lack of understanding. As if within the shadows cast by the street lamps lay malicious eyes and gaping mouths hidden in the unlit darkness. The hooves of the horses were nimble. The wheels rolled along, and the distant sight of Iron Cross Street loomed ahead. Dunn broke the sudden silence with a formal invitation. "Will you join us as a clerical member?" Klein's thoughts surged, momentarily indecisive, before he replied, "May I take some time to consider? Given the gravity of the matter, a hasty decision would be imprudent." "No problem, just let me know by Sunday." Dunn nodded slightly, reminding him to maintain confidentiality regarding the events associated with Welch, not to divulge anything to anyone, including his siblings. A breach of this trust could not only cause them trouble but might also result in his appearance before a special court. Silence enveloped the carriage once more. As they neared Iron Cross Street, approaching home, Klein suddenly pondered a question. After a brief hesitation, he inquired, "Mr. Smith, how are the salaries and benefits for your civilian personnel?" It was a serious inquiry. Dunn paused momentarily, then responded with a smile. "There is no need to worry about that. Our funding is jointly supported by the church and the police department. Newly inducted civilian personnel receive a weekly salary of £2 and 10 shillings, along with a confidentiality and risk allowance of 10 shillings, bringing the total to £3, hardly inferior to that of a formal university lecturer. Subsequently, as you gain experience and accolades, your salary will gradually increase. For civilians, we typically offer a 5-year contract, after which, should you choose to leave, you may do so normally. However, you must sign a lifelong confidentiality agreement, and you cannot depart Tingen without our approval. Relocating to another city also necessitates immediate registration with the local night watch. By the way, there are no Sundays off. You will only have rotating rest days, ensuring that 3 civilian personnel are always on duty. If you wish to travel south to the Dissy Bay for a holiday, you must coordinate with your colleagues." As Dunn finished speaking, the carriage came to a halt, revealing the apartment where Klein's family resided. "I understand," Klein replied, stepping down from the carriage. "By the way, Mr. Smith, where should I go if I decide to proceed?" Dunn replied with a low chuckle. "Go to the Hound Tavern on Beswick Street and ask for the owner, right? Inform him that you wish to hire a mercenary squad for a task." "Huh?" Klein was perplexed. "Our address is also confidential, and I cannot disclose it directly before you agree to our terms." "Well then, Klein Moretti, I wish you sweet dreams tonight." Dunn smiled and nodded. Klein doffed his hat in salute, watching as the carriage gradually departed. He retrieved his pocket watch, clicking it open to find it just past 4 in the morning. A refreshing breeze swept through the streets, the lamplights casting a dim glow around him. Klein inhaled deeply, savoring the tranquility of the night. The once bustling streets, now eerily quiet, stood in stark contrast to the silent watchfulness and mesmerizing aura of Welch's residence. It was only then that he noticed his linen shirt had become soaked with sweat, cold and clammy against his skin. Chapter 16. The dog catches the mouse at last. Klein had traversed the threshold of the medium. He exhaled a sigh of relief, turning leisurely as he savored the tranquility of the night and the refreshing breeze. Ambling toward the entrance of his apartment, he produced his key, inserted it, and with a gentle twist, he felt the door creak open, revealing the inviting darkness tinged with crimson. As he walked down the deserted staircase, inhaling the crisp air, Klein experienced an inexplicable sensation, akin to having a few extra hours of life compared to others, which lightened his steps considerably. With a soft click, he maintained this buoyant spirit as he opened his front door, but before he could step inside, he noticed a figure seated quietly in the darkness before his desk, long black hair cascading like a crimson veil, bright brown eyes shining, and a strikingly delicate visage. It was none other than Melissa Moretti. "Klein, where have you been?" Melissa inquired, her brow unfurling in curiosity. "I found it difficult to return to sleep after waking up once, so I thought it would be a waste of time. I went for a few laps instead. Look, I'm drenched in sweat." He removed his coat, half turning to indicate his back. Melissa stood, casting a casual glance at him. After a moment's contemplation, she remarked, "Klein, you really don't need to feel so pressured. You are sure to pass the interview at Tingen University. Even if, well, if you don't, you could still find something better. I haven't even considered the interview yet." Klein nodded. "I understand." He refrained from mentioning that he had already received an offer, as he had yet to decide whether to accept it. Melissa regarded him intently for a moment before suddenly turning and briskly entering the inner room. She emerged with a turtle-shaped contraption made from gears, rusted iron, springs, and clockwork. With a swift twist of the spring, Melissa placed the object upon the desk. "When I feel troubled, watching it move brings me much comfort. I've been doing this quite often lately, and it's remarkably effective. Klein, you should give it a try," she invited brightly. Klein accepted his sister's goodwill, leaning in to observe the turtle, and once it ceased its motion, he smiled. Indeed, simplicity and routine can indeed bring about relaxation. Before Melissa could interject, he pointed at the turtle and casually asked, "Did you make this yourself? When did you do it?" "I had no idea. I crafted it using materials that the school discarded and items I found along the way. I just completed it a couple of days ago," Melissa replied, her expression unchanged, though a hint of a smile graced her lips. Impressive, Klein genuinely praised her. As a boy with little mechanical aptitude, he had struggled significantly even to assemble a basic racing car in his youth. "Well, one must avoid excessive modesty. It is a poor trait," Klein chuckled. "This is a turtle, isn't it?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly thickened, as Melissa's voice emerged softly, like a delicate veil of crimson. "It is a puppet." "A puppet?" Klein chuckled awkwardly, hastily clarifying. "It's just that the materials seem a bit too rudimentary." He then shifted the topic. "What prompted you to visit the bathroom in the middle of the night? There's a toilet in there, and aren't you usually one to sleep soundly until dawn?" Melissa was momentarily taken aback, and after a few seconds, she opened her mouth, preparing to explain. At that moment, a series of pronounced digestive gurgles emanated from her abdomen. "I think I shall return to bed for a while. The dinner yesterday was exquisite. I overindulged, and my stomach is quite unsettled." Klein shook his head with a faint smile, slowly making his way to the writing desk. He quietly seated himself in the chair, contemplating Dunn Smith's invitation under the glow of the crimson moon emerging from behind the dark clouds. As a civilian member of the Night Watch, the drawbacks are glaringly evident. As a traveler, the instigator of the mysterious gatherings, the Fool, harbors numerous secrets while languishing under the watchful eyes of a team dedicated to addressing extraordinary events within the Church of the Night Goddess, which poses considerable risks. By aligning with Dunn Smith and his associates, one's ambition inevitably shifts towards becoming an extraordinary being, thereby concealing the advantages gained from the gatherings. However, this formal membership would impose restrictions on personal freedom, akin to how a civilian must declare their whereabouts when departing from Tingen. One cannot go wherever one wishes or do whatever one desires, resulting in the loss of numerous opportunities. The Night Watch is a tightly knit organization. Once a mission is assigned, one must await directives and accept orders without the option to refuse. The risks of losing control as an extraordinary being are substantial. Weighing the disadvantages in his mind, Klein began to contemplate the necessity and potential benefits. Given the encounters during the transit ceremony, he doubted he would be among the fortunate 80% mentioned by Dawn. Strange events would inevitably befall him, teeming with peril. Only by becoming an extraordinary being or joining the Night Watch could he hope to possess the means to counter these threats. Aspiring to become extraordinary solely through the gatherings is futile. While the potion formulas may not pose significant challenges, the quest for the corresponding materials, their acquisition, the process of concoction, and the essential knowledge for daily cultivation as an extraordinary being present serious obstacles. It is impractical to rely on the justice and the hangman for guidance on every matter or to barter with them for every resource, as this would not only tarnish the fool's reputation and arouse suspicion but also consume precious time on trivial inquiries. Additionally, engaging in more material exchanges might leave traces of one's real identity, leading to complications if online disputes escalate into offline conflicts. Conversely, joining the Night Watch would grant access to the arcane knowledge of the mystical world and relevant channels, enabling the accumulation of a substantial network, which could serve as leverage to influence the gatherings and maximize benefits from the justice and the hangman. This, in turn, would enhance one's real-world status, garnering more resources and creating a virtuous cycle. Of course, one could seek to join the Psychological Alchemy Society mentioned by Dunn, an organization besieged and suppressed by various churches. But such a choice would similarly result in a loss of freedom and a constant state of fear. Moreover, a significant dilemma lies in the fact that he has no idea where to locate them, even if he manages to extract pertinent information from the hangman. Any reckless contact could pose a lethal threat. Becoming a civilian member allows for a buffer and the possibility of withdrawal. The minor hidden beings dwell in the wild, the moderately concealed in the city, while the great conceal themselves in the court. The identity of a Night Watch member might serve as a superior guise. In the future, as a high-ranking member of the arbitration court, who would suspect that he is a heretic, the puppet master of a clandestine organization? As dawn broke, the crimson hues faded, and gazing at the golden horizon, Klein resolved to seek out Dunsmith today and become a civilian member of the Night Watch. Haven't you slept? At that moment, Melissa emerged from her room, surprised to find her brother yawning without any regard for appearances. Just pondering some matters. Klein displayed a smile, embodying an air of relaxation. Melissa pondered for a moment and remarked, "When faced with a dilemma, I meticulously outlined both the positive and negative aspects, and once I've completed this comparison, I am able to glean the hint regarding the appropriate course of action. It's a good habit. I approach it in the same manner." Klein responded with a smile. Melissa, her expression now serene, said no more and gathered the yellowed large paper along with her toiletries to head to the communal washroom. After breakfast, and once his sister had departed, Klein did not rush to leave. Feeling in good spirits, he indulged in a brief nap, as he was aware that nearly all taverns remained closed in the morning. At 2 in the afternoon, he used a small brush and a handkerchief to smooth the creases of his top hat and remove the dirt, restoring its neatness. He then donned formal attire, as if preparing for an interview. Beogla Street was somewhat distant, and fearing he might miss the night watchman's shift, Klein opted not to walk but instead waited at the corner of Iron Cross Street for a public carriage to arrive. In the Kingdom of Ruin, public carriages are categorized into 2 types, those without tracks and those with tracks. The former, pulled by 2 horses, can accommodate around 20 individuals, operating on a general route without specific stops, allowing for flexible service, stopping only when full. The latter, managed by the tramway company, runs on a track-like system laid out on the main streets, allowing horses to tread on the inner side while the wheels rotate above, making it easier to pull larger double-decker carriages that can seat nearly 50 passengers, though it is limited by fixed routes and designated stops, rendering it somewhat inflexible. After about 10 minutes, the sound of wheels clattering against the tracks grew louder, and a double-decker carriage came to a halt at the station on Iron Cross Street. To Beogla Street, Klein instructed the driver, "You'll need to transfer at Champagne Street, but from there, it's only about a 10-minute walk to Beogla Street." The driver explained the route. "Then let south proceed to Champagne Street." Klein nodded in agreement. "It's over 4 kilometers, for pence." A clean-faced young man beside the driver interjected, indicating he was the fare collector. "Very well," Klein replied, producing 4 copper pennies from his pocket and handing them over. Upon boarding the carriage, he noticed that there were not many passengers. Even on the lower deck, several seats remained unoccupied. The gentlemen and ladies seated on this level were mostly dressed in formal attire, alongside a few in work clothes leisurely perusing newspapers. Yet there was a notable lack of conversation, lending an air of tranquility to the atmosphere. Klein closed his eyes to conserve his energy, disregarding the comings and goings of his fellow passengers. Stop after stop, he eventually heard the word Champagne Street. After disembarking, he inquired along the way and soon arrived at Bayogla Street, spotting the tavern adorned with the emblem of a tawny hunting dog. Klein extended his right hand and forcefully pushed the heavy door, which creaked open, unleashing a torrent of raucous noise and a wave of restless heat. Although it was still afternoon, the tavern was already populated with numerous patrons. Some were temporary workers seeking opportunities, while others idled, numbing themselves with alcohol. The tavern was steeped in a dim light, with two large iron cages standing in the center, 1/3 submerged into the earth without any gaps. Patrons, clutching wooden tankards, gathered around, occasionally engaging in boisterous discussions, laughter, and curses. Klein cast a curious glance and discovered two dogs confined within. One, a striking black and white creature reminiscent of a husky, and the other, a robust and fierce all-black dog, its coat gleaming. Betting? Klein was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. Dogfighting? During his time at Hoy University, the aristocratic students and scions of wealthy families often condescendingly questioned whether the rough laborers and idle rogues relished boxing and gambling in taverns. Besides boxing and card games, did the betting also encompass the brutal and bloody spectacles of cockfighting and dogfighting? A diminutive man scoffed, declaring, "Sir, we are civilized individuals and would never engage in such undignified activities." He then muttered softly, "Moreover, last year a law was enacted to prohibit such practices." "What are you betting on then?" Klein inquired, intrigued. "To see who is the better hunter," the small man replied just as a stir erupted in the crowd. He turned with excitement, waving his hands. "The match has begun. You can't place any bets now. Wait for the next one." At this, Klein stood on tiptoe, craning his neck to glimpse the scene. He saw two burly men dragging a sack each, approaching the cage, opening the door, and tipping its contents inside. To his dismay, he realized it was a horde of gray, repugnant creatures. Upon closer inspection, he discerned they were rats, tens, even hundreds of them. With the cage embedded in the ground and devoid of any escape route, the rats scurried about in panic, unable to flee. As the cage door slammed shut, the chains binding the two dogs were released. Woof! The black dog lunged forward, swiftly dispatching one of the rats. The black and white dog initially appeared bewildered, but soon began to frolic with the rodents. The onlookers, some raising their tankards in eager anticipation, shouted, "Kill it! Get it! And dog! Dog!" Klein felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as the realization struck him. The gambling here revolved around betting on which dog would catch more rats. Perhaps even wagering on the exact number. No wonder there were always buyers for live rats on Iron Cross Street. Quite a peculiar spectacle indeed. Klein shook his head, amused, and stepped back, weaving through the throng of patrons to reach the bar. A new face? The bartender glanced up while polishing a glass. Rye beer, 1 penny a pint. And Matt beer, 2 pennies. South Welsh beer, for pennies. Or would you prefer a pure malt brew of Rancy? I am looking for Mr. Light, Klein replied straightforwardly. The bartender whistled and called out, "Old man, someone is looking for you." Who is it?" A vague voice emerged. And a drunken old man rose from behind the bar. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at Klein and said, "Young man, are you seeking me? A mercenary squad? Do you live in an adventure tale? That hasn't existed for ages." The bartender interjected with a chuckle. After a brief silence, Wright inquired, "Who informed you to come here?" Immediately, Wright chuckled. "I understand now. In truth, the mercenary squad still exists, albeit under a different guise, with a name more attuned to contemporary society. You can find them at 36 Zotland Street, on the 2nd floor." Klein expressed his sincere gratitude and turned to exit the bar. Just before he stepped outside, the patrons who had been gathered together fell into an unexpected hush, leaving only a murmur. Doug actually lost. Lost. Klein shook his head in amusement and hastened his departure, making his way towards Zotland Street. Counting the house numbers, 30, 32, 34, he finally arrived at his destination. He ascended the staircase, rounding a corner, and soon beheld a vertical sign displaying the current name of the so-called mercenary squad, Black Thistle Security Company. Chapter 17, Special Operations Division, Blackthorn Security Company. Upon seeing the sign, Klein was momentarily taken aback, experiencing a sensation that was both unexpected yet entirely reasonable. Indeed, he was at a loss for words. Shaking his head in bemusement, He ascended the steps and rapped gently on the partially ajar door with his right hand. Knock, 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 knock. Klein repeated the action, yielding the same result. He shifted from knocking to pushing, widening the gap, and peered inside to catch sight of a set of classic sofas, soft armchairs, and a wooden coffee table that might serve a reception area. He also noticed a table directly opposite with a girl, her head bowed, brown hair cascading down. Although the security company's sign was merely a faade, it seemed rather unprofessional, did it not? How long had it been since they last entertained a client? Well, perhaps they were not in need of business at all. Klein mused to himself as he drew closer, tapping twice more on the table beside the girl's ear. Knock, knock. The girl with brown hair straightened up suddenly, her hands seizing the newspaper laid before her to shield her face. The Honest Man's Newspaper of Tingen City, what a delightful name. Klein thought as he scanned the headline facing him. The steam train flying to Constant City is now in service truly. When will there be a direct route to the Dissy Bay? I do not wish to endure another boat ride. It is exceedingly uncomfortable. Oh, who are you? The brown-haired girl feigned reading aloud, expressing her thoughts, but as she spoke, she lowered the newspaper, revealing her smooth forehead and light brown eyes, first looking charmingly inquisitive, then astonished as she gazed at Klein. Hello, I am Klein Moretti. Here at the invitation of Mr. Dunsmith, he stated, removing his top hat and placing it over his heart, performing a slight bow. The girl appeared to be in her early 20s, adorned in a light green, casual gown of the Rune style, embellished with lovely lace at the cuffs, collar, and chest, which accentuated her exquisite features. The captain, very well, please wait here while I inquire, she said hurriedly, rising and disappearing into the adjacent room, not even offering a glass of water. The service awareness is rather concerning. Klein smiled subtly as he remained in place, refraining from approaching the sofas and chairs. After 2 or 3 minutes, the brown-haired girl reemerged, her smile sweet as she said, Mr. Moretti, please follow me. The captain is stationed at Charney's Gate today and cannot leave. Very well, Klein replied, stepping forward amicably, though inwardly puzzled. Charney's Gate, what could that be? Through the partition, the first thing that met his eyes was a short corridor with 3 offices on either side. Some of these offices were tightly locked, while others stood open, revealing individuals engrossed in their work, typing incessantly on heavy mechanical typewriters. In a fleeting glance, Klein surprisingly spotted a familiar face, the young police officer who had come to investigate his residence, with dark hair, bright eyes, and a poet's romantic temperament. He was not in formal attire. His white shirt was untucked from his trousers, presenting an air of carefree nonchalance. The brunette girl twisted the handle on the left side of the office door and pushed it open, smiling as she gestured inside. We still need to descend a few flights of stairs. This office was devoid of any furnishings, with only grayish-white stone steps extending downward. Elegant gas lamps adorned the walls on either side, their steady glow dispelling the darkness and imparting a sense of tranquility. The brunette girl walked ahead, her gaze fixed on her feet, proceeding with caution. Though I frequent this place, I still feel apprehensive, always fearing I might stumble and tumble down. You wouldn't believe it, but Leonard once did something so foolish. On his very first day as an insomniac, when he hadn't yet fully mastered his own powers, he tried to sprint down these stairs. He ended up rolling like a wheel. It's amusing to think about. He asked the fellow who just greeted you. That was 3 years ago. Speaking of which, I've been with the Night Watch for 5 years now. I was just 17 back then as she navigated the path. She continued to speak freely. Suddenly, she discreetly tapped her forehead. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Roshan. My father was a full member of the Night Watch and tragically lost his life in an accident 5 years ago. It seems we will be colleagues now. Well, perhaps colleagues is the best term, as we are not yet teammates, given that we are not extraordinary beings. I hope to earn that honor. But ultimately it depends on Mr. Smith. Klein observed the enclosed surroundings, sensing the chill of the subterranean stone walls seeping in, countering the summer heat. Rest assured, your presence here indicates the captain's approval. I've always harbored a bit of fear towards the captain, although he is kind and caring, reminiscent of a fatherly figure. I can't quite explain why I feel intimidated. Roshan's voice was sweet, as if laced with sugar. Isn't it natural to fear one's father? She mused, making sense of her own feelings. Roshan reached out to steady herself against the wall as they rounded a corner. In conversation, they completed their descent down the spiraling staircase and arrived at a stone-paved flat. This was a lengthy corridor, with gas lamps enclosed and metallic grills illuminating the space, casting long shadows of Klein and Roshan on the ground. These sacred symbols appeared unremarkable, yet walking among them gradually soothed Klein's spirit, and Roshan fell silent, no longer engaging in idle chatter. Before long, they reached a crossroads. The brunette girl briefly explained, to the left leads to St. Selena's church. To the right is the armory, materials, and library, and straight ahead is the Charney's Gate. St. Selena's church? Is Zotron Street just behind Red Moon Street? Klein pondered, momentarily taken aback. St. Selena's Church on Red Moon Street is the headquarters of the Church of the Night Goddess in Tingen, a sacred place longed for by the devout local followers. Just as the Church of the Steam and Mechanical God in the outskirts and the River and Sea Church of the Storm Lord, both situated in the northern district of Tingen, support the religious community of the city and its surrounding towns and villages. Realizing that his current status rendered him unfit to inquire further, Klein remained silent, simply listening attentively, as they traversed the intersection and proceeded straight ahead. Within less than a minute, a pair of imposing black iron doors adorned with 7 sacred emblems loomed before them. Standing there, they exuded an aura of weightiness, coldness, and a sense of superiority akin to a giant guarding the shadows. "The Charney's Gate," Rosen remarked, gesturing towards a nearby room. "The captain is inside. You may enter alone." The room Rosen indicated was slightly ahead of the Charney's Gate, with an open window casting light within. Klein inhaled deeply, steadying himself, and rapped gently on the door. "Come in," came the warm, deep voice of Dunsmith. Klein gently pushed open the ajar door, revealing a modest interior with a table and 4 chairs. Dunsmith, with his receding hairline, was clad in the same black trench coat from the previous night, leisurely perusing a newspaper, a golden chain visible near the buttons on his chest. "Please, take a seat. Have you made your decision? Are you certain you wish to join us?" Dunn inquired with a smile, laying aside the newspaper. Klein removed his hat, bowed slightly, and sat at the table, nodding slowly. "Yes, I am certain." "Then take a look at this contract." Nowadays, everyone prefers to call it a contract," Dunn said, opening a drawer and producing 2 identical copies of the agreement. The terms were few, primarily reiterating what Dunn had previously conveyed, with an emphasis on the confidentiality clause. Any violators would be judged not by the kingdom's courts, but directly by the arbitration court of the Goddess of Night, akin to military personnel facing a court-martial. "I have no issues with that." "Then please sign." Dunn gestured towards the dark red fountain pen and ink on the table. Klein first tested the pen on a scrap of paper, then discreetly inhaled, signing both copies of the contract with his full name, Klein Moretti. Upon completion, he rose, returned 1 copy of the contract, and extended his hand towards Klein. "Welcome. From this moment forth, you are one of us. Remember, the contract must also remain confidential." Klein stood as well, accepting the contract while grasping Dunn's hand, smiling. "Should I now refer to you as Captain?" "Indeed," Dunn replied, his gray eyes appearing exceptionally profound in the dim light. "I never imagined you would use Blackthorn Security Company as a cover," he remarked with a light-hearted chuckle. "In truth, we have another name," Dunn said, retrieving a piece of paper from the drawer. "Special Operations Division, Group 7, Ahova County Police Department, Rune Kingdom." The first 4 groups were composed of regular police forces responsible for security, such as the VIP Protection Group and the Critical Location Protection Group. Starting from the 5th group, they addressed supernatural events occurring in various cities within the county. The 7th group was tasked with incidents related to the goddess's followers in Tingen City. If individuals of differing faiths were involved, they would be categorized by region, with their primary focus on the Northern District, Western District, and the Golden Phoenix District, among others. Dunn provided a brief overview, mentioning that the 6th group, affiliated with the Church of the Storm Lord and known as the Avengers, was responsible for the Dock District, Eastern District, and Southern District, while the University District and suburbs fell under the jurisdiction of the 5th group, referred to as Heart of Mechanism in Tingen. Klein found himself at a loss for questions regarding the matter and, with a chuckle, remarked, "What if someone truly comes seeking our services merely because of the Blackthorn Security Company sign? How many members are there in our Night Watch team?" With this topic in mind, Klein nodded and finally broached the inquiry that weighed most heavily on his mind. Chapter 18. Origins and Causes. Upon hearing Klein's inquiry, Dunn glanced out the window toward the corridor leading to the Charney's Gate. He retrieved his pipe, filled it with a blend of tobacco and mint leaves, and brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. With a voice tinged with nostalgia, he mused, "It is only in the sanctuary of my home that I can unabashedly relish the exquisite amalgamation of tobacco and mint." "Klein, are you familiar with the creation myths?" At this juncture, Klein instinctively paused, partly due to the haziness of his subsequent memories. and partly because this creation myth bore a resemblance to the Panga myth of the gluttonous people. It seems that the imagination of different cultures regarding mythological narratives shares common threads. Noting Klein's predicament, Dunn chuckled softly and continued to elaborate. From his lungs emerged the elves. From his heart, the giants. From his liver, the treants. From his head, the dragons. From his kidneys, the feathered serpents. From his hair, the phoenix. From his ears, the demonic wolves. From his mouth and teeth, the otherworldly beings. From his residual fluids, the sea monsters, of which the essence is the naga. From his stomach, intestines, and the vile parts of his body, arose the demons, malevolent spirits, and various unknown evils. From his spirit emanated the eternal Sun, the Lord of Storms, the God of knowledge and wisdom. Humanity was born from his wisdom, marking the first era, the Age of Chaos. As Klein recounted the final phrase, he found himself both amused and bemused. As a folklorist of the keyboard age, this was his first encounter with a creation myth so meticulously detailed, specifying which part of the creator gave rise to each notable race. It was akin to a gathering where they all sat down to feast. Moreover, the text of the night goddess did not stand alone. The Church of the Lord of Storms, god of steam and machinery, offered similar accounts, neither elevating itself nor denigrating other deities. This either suggests that the creation myth holds a kernel of truth, or subtly hints at a consensus reached among the major churches after protracted struggles and compromises in prehistory, prior to the Fifth Era. Contemplating these thoughts, Klein suddenly found himself with another question. Furrowing his brow as he spoke, I sense a discrepancy here. Why did the eternal Sun, the Lord of Storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom directly emerge from the Creator's spirit, while the goddess did not? According to the prehistoric records in the Revelation of the night goddess did not awaken until the end of the Second Era, alongside the Lord of Storms and the eternal Sun, to protect and assist humanity during the Cataclysm, commonly referred to as the Third Era, the Age of Catastrophe. The Earth Mother and the God of War also made their appearances around the same time, while the God of Steam and Machinery, originally known as the God of Craftsmen, did not come into existence until the Fourth Era. Thus, the hierarchy among the deities seems rather unequivocal. Who is the elder, who is the true authority, is strikingly clear. This created a certain perplexity among the followers of the night goddess. Dunsmith, cradling his pipe with one hand, refrained from answering directly and instead posed a question. Can you recite the full title of the goddess? She is the goddess of the night, exalted beyond the celestial expanse and more ancient than eternity itself. She is the sovereign of scarlet, the mother of secrecy, the queen of calamity and terror, and the lord of slumber and silence. Fortunately, Klein's mother was a devout follower of the goddess of the night, and during her lifetime, she would invoke her presence every evening and at mealtime. Even though the memories of the original owner have fragmented, not all have been lost. What does the sovereign of scarlet symbolize? Dunn inquired with a guiding tone. The red moon, Klein replied, and as if a realization dawned upon him, he continued. And from which part of the creator does the red moon manifest? Dunn smiled and asked again. A solitary eye. Klein exchanged a knowing smile with him. This is certainly not on par with the grandeur of the Storm Lord, which was birthed from the Creator's spirit being divided into three. It is likely that the Mother of the Earth and the God of War have similar narratives, but the God of Steam and Machinery emerged too late, leaving their church in a state of weakness for over 1,000 years, only to seize the initiative with the invention of the steam engine. Finally standing alongside others in parity, Dunn stroked his pipe and remarked, humanity was born from the wisdom of the Creator, thus possessing intelligent and extraordinary minds, yet lacking other mystical abilities. However, from the creation myth, we can derive a simple and clear conclusion. All things originate from the same source. Originating from the same source. Klein echoed the final words. Based on this conclusion, humanity, under divine protection, gradually forged methods to combat giants, demons, and discovering ways to attain extraordinary powers by utilizing malevolent spirits, dragons, monsters, and magical trees, flowers, or crystalline parts, combined with other materials to concoct potions, which they then consume to absorb and master various abilities. This is a shared understanding among all schools of mysticism. Dunn did not elaborate much, merely summarizing that through painful lessons, our ancestors discovered that direct consumption of high-grade, extraordinary potions often led to tragic outcomes, resulting in 3 possible fates. What are the 3? Klein inquired with curiosity. I prefer the Highland coffee from Finnebot, though I have only had it a few times at the Welch residence. Klein politely declined, asking, "And what is the third?" Mental insanity, immediate madness, more demonic than demons themselves. That is the loss of control. Dunn emphasized the term loss of control before Klein could respond. He set his coffee cup down and continued. After long experimentation and exploration, coupled with the emergence of the blasphemous tablet, humanity finally perfected the potion system, establishing a series of sequential chains that gradually enhance and stabilize. The lower the sequence number, the higher the potion grade. To this day, the 7 major churches each possess at least one complete sequence, alongside several incomplete paths gathered over hundreds or even thousands of years. The blasphemous tablet? Klein keenly seized upon this term. During the gathering, the hangman had also mentioned it. According to the hangman, the blasphemous tablet is the most critical factor in the formation and completion of the potion system. This deviates somewhat from Dunn's earlier remarks. These are the manifestations of some malevolent entities, and I am not entirely certain about the specific era of their emergence, the details recorded, or their peculiarities. Should you uncover any clues, it is imperative that you report them to me immediately, as they possess the highest level of urgency. Dunn vaguely elucidated. Having just mentioned one form of uncontrollability, now, I shall expound on the remaining 4. Klein, casting aside his thoughts on the blasphemous tablet, focused intently on Dunn's discourse. Although humanity is endowed with merely an astute intellect and lacks any extraordinary abilities, this is not an absolute truth. There exist fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate, individuals who are innately gifted with heightened inspiration, a sensitivity to the ethereal. They can perceive sounds unheard by others and glimpse sights unseen, possessing certain extraordinary traits. As Dunn spoke, he surveyed the desolate surroundings, which sent a shiver down Klein's spine. In other words, they are akin to half of a Sequence 9 extraordinary being, endowed with fixed characteristics. Sequence 9 represents the lowest tier within the chain. In essence, they are confined to a corresponding and predetermined sequence path. Consuming any other potion could lead to slight mental disturbances, severe loss of control, or in the gravest cases, death. Understood, Klein nodded slowly. The third form of uncontrollability bears resemblance to the second. Once you have chosen a sequence chain, you must continue along this path without the possibility of retreat. Should you ingest any other path potion, albeit one that is suitable for the sequence, the likelihood of acquiring a bizarre, distorted ability is high. Yet it is almost certain that one will find oneself in a state of semi-madness, either irritable and volatile, or cruel and bloodthirsty, or melancholic and withdrawn. Such an opportunity arises but once. Beyond that, whether one consumes the original path potion or those of the current sequence, the only outcome is uncontrollability, leading to either mental demise, physical transformation into a monster, or metamorphosis into a malevolent spirit. As Dunn continued, he lifted his coffee cup and took a sip. Klein, having listened with a sense of trepidation, remained silent for a few moments before inquiring, "What about the 4th type of uncontrollability?" "Ah, the 4th," he chuckled, "is indeed one of the most prevalent issues. When we consume potions to acquire abilities that rightfully belong to extraordinary species, which are unnatural mutations, we inevitably endure residual psychological effects. Perhaps these symptoms do not manifest outwardly and remain imperceptible to outsiders, yet they surely lie dormant within. If one recklessly ingests a higher sequence potion before fully mastering the extraordinary powers conferred by the previous potion and eliminating those subtle traces, a buildup of madness ensues, culminating in uncontrollability." Dunn suddenly fell silent. After a brief pause, he sighed, stating, "Within our ranks of night watchers, it is mandated that even if a member achieves significant merit, they must refrain from consuming any potion for 3 years and undergo relevant evaluations before being eligible for promotion. Yet, despite this, every year, numerous individuals succumb to uncontrollability. Truly terrifying." Klein inhaled deeply. "And what of the final type?" Dunn's lips curled into a subtle smile. Yet it failed to convey any genuine mirth. "The 5th and rather prevalent cause of losing control, particularly for the extraordinary, is that inspiration tends to elevate to varying degrees. The smaller the sequential numbers, the greater the enhancement. Thus, one becomes attuned to sounds unheard by others, perceives sights invisible to the ordinary eye, and encounters experiences that elude the common man. Perpetually, they are lured by the mystique and beguilement of the ethereal, once provoked by other stimuli or overtaken by insatiable desires. One inevitably descends into chaos." As he continued, Dunn turned to face Klein directly, his gray eyes reflecting the latter's silhouette. With a tone steeped in melancholy, He recounted the words of the founder of the modern Night Watcher system, Archbishop Charnes. "We are guardians, yet we are also a wretched lot, forever battling against peril and madness." Chapter 19. The sealed object. We are guardians, yet we are also a group of wretched souls perpetually battling against peril and madness. Outside. The corridor is sealed, the stone walls are frigid, and within the room, the flickering light casts a warm, yellow glow. Dunn Smith's recounting lingers in the atmosphere, resonating with each word, striking at Klein's heart and leaving him momentarily speechless. Observing Klein's silence, Dunn shook his head with a smile. "Are you disappointed? Extraordinary individuals are not as you might envision. We constantly walk alongside danger." He had indeed not anticipated that beyond the brilliance and exceptional nature of the extraordinary, there lay such hidden perils. Perhaps it was because he had only heard descriptions and had yet to encounter the reality. Or perhaps due to his own entanglement in this vortex, the specter of bizarre incidents looming over him seemed less daunting. His feelings of fear, anxiety, and trepidation soon diminished to a level he could manage. Naturally, the emergence of retreating thoughts was inevitable, lingering and unwilling to depart. Indeed, quite mature and rational. Dunn finished the last sip of his coffee, adding, "Moreover, extraordinary individuals are not as formidable as you might assume. Why is it that we use 1 to represent the highest rank and 9 the lowest? Such a classification defies intuition and logic. When we speak of low sequence, we refer to lower ranks, with higher numbers indicating the beginning of the sequence chain." Now, where was I? Yes, extraordinary individuals are not as powerful as you think. The power of low-sequence extraordinary individuals pales in comparison to firearms, let alone artillery. In certain aspects, they are indeed more wondrous and elusive, making them harder to guard against. Should you ever have the opportunity to become an extraordinary individual, I implore you to reflect carefully on what I have shared today and to avoid making hasty decisions. Klein chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I am uncertain when that opportunity might arise. If it does, I believe I would not let it slip away. The ingestion of erroneous potions or those intended for higher ranks can be largely mitigated. The primary threat lies in the subtle effects inherent in the potions themselves and the unforeseen dangers that manifest as one's inspiration heightens. The subsequent hazards need not be elaborated upon." Klein vividly recalled the whispering madness that nearly shattered his mind during the transport ritual. This was not something that could be circumvented simply by not becoming an extraordinary individual. Hence, it seemed wiser to grasp some power to combat the impending threats. Reflecting on these matters, Klein found the advantages and disadvantages starkly clear, and the inclination to retreat dissipated significantly. Dunn then lifted his pipe, a hint of amusement dancing in his gray eyes, and said, "Well, I believe you now have a better understanding of extraordinary individuals, and you shall no longer act impulsively in your choices. Now, allow me to introduce you to the clerical duties of our Night Watch team." He rose to his feet and strolled to the entrance, gesturing towards the opposite direction of the Charnes gate, saying, "We have an accountant, a person responsible for procuring essential supplies, collecting materials issued by the church and the police department, and also serving as a part-time driver. They are all professionals who do not require rotation, enjoying a day off every Sunday. The remaining 3 clerical staff members are Roshan, Brett, and Old Neil, whose responsibilities include receiving visitors, cleaning rooms, drafting case documents and inventory lists, as well as safeguarding weapons, materials, and the library of literature, meticulously maintaining records of entries and returns. Each of them rotates a day off each week, aside from Sundays, alongside a schedule for night shifts and rest periods, all arranged through mutual agreement. Do I perform the same tasks as Roshan and the others? Klein pondered, seeking clarity on his own duties. No, you need not. You are a professional, Dunn replied with a smile. At present, you have 2 tasks. First, each morning or afternoon, take a walk, focusing on the routes from Welch's residence to your home. Huh, Klein exclaimed, bewildered. What kind of job is this? Is it really that professional? Dunn, with his hands tucked into the pockets of his black trench coat, replied, "This is precisely the outcome we desire." I understand now, Klein realized, acknowledging that the night watchman's deductions regarding the whereabouts of that diary were indeed reasonable. Among those present at the time, he alone remained alive, and only he possessed the time and motivation to take the diary and conceal it midway. If he could locate that diary, it would surely grant him sufficient merit to become an extraordinary individual. Dunn Smith encouraged him, indirectly revealing the diary's significance. I hope so, Klein nodded. Secondly, you may choose 1 day a week to take off, and during your time not spent outside, Visit the armory to peruse the literature and texts we have preserved. This is the work of a historian. Once you have reviewed everything, you will then rotate with old Neil and the others. All right, no problem, Klein exhaled quietly. It doesn't seem too difficult. At that moment, Dunn turned slightly, pointing to the large black iron double doors intricately engraved with 7 holy emblems, stating, "This is the Charney's Gate, named after the founder of the modern night watchman system, Archbishop Charneys. Each major city has one beneath its central church. It is guarded in rotation by official members of the Night Watch, and within, there are at least 2 internal guardians of the church, along with countless traps. You must never approach it casually, lest you invite misfortune." "It sounds quite formidable," Klein remarked. "Inside, it is divided into several areas, housing a specific sequence of potion formulas and various magical materials, temporarily detaining heretics, aberrations, cultists, and members of secret organizations. They will ultimately be sent to the sanctuary," Dunn casually explained. "Sanctuary? Located in the northern kingdom of Winter County, the headquarters of the Night Goddess Church, the Tranquil Church?" Klein nodded thoughtfully, as if contemplating the matter. "Furthermore, it contains various highly classified copies of literary works, which you may have the opportunity to peruse once your permissions are elevated." Dunn pondered for a moment before continuing, stating that in the lower levels behind the Charney's Gate, there exist certain sealed items. Sealed items? Klein mulled over this term, sensing it was a specialized designation. "Among the extraordinary artifacts we have collected, some are of such immense importance and wonder that, should they fall into the hands of malevolent beings, they could wreak havoc of catastrophic proportions. Thus, they must be kept under strict confidentiality and vigilant guardianship. Even we may only utilize them under specific circumstances. Moreover," Dunsmith paused, then continued, "a portion of these entities possesses a rather unique characteristic of being alive. They can entice their guardians, influence their surroundings, escape autonomously, and result in disastrous consequences necessitating stringent control." "Remarkable," Klein mused. "The headquarters of the Night Watch categorizes these sealed items into 4 levels. Level 0 denotes extreme danger. The highest priority and confidentiality, impermissible to inquire, disclose, describe, or scrutinize, and must remain sealed beneath the sanctum." Dunn elaborated, "Level 1 signifies high danger, with limited utilization allowed. And its confidentiality level extends to bishops and above within the diocese, with central churches like Beckland permitted to house 1 or 2 such items. The remainder must be surrendered to the sanctum. In the future, when you encounter the corresponding documentation, you will understand what the numbers represent. For instance, 2 to 125 refers to the sealed item of danger level 125. What? Klein took the paper, noticing it had no heading. Only a black and white photograph and a few lines of text. Ines Zangware, male, 40 years of age, a former archbishop, a gatekeeper whose promotion failed, seduced by a demon, fell into depravity, and absconded with the sealed item 0-08. The specific characteristics are: based on the photograph and the description, Ines Zangware is clad in a double-breasted, pure black clerical robe, adorned with a soft hat, his hair a dark gold, and his pupils a deep blue, almost resembling black. His nose is prominent, lips pressed tight, with features akin to a classical sculpture, devoid of any wrinkles. Yet the most striking mark is that he is blind in one eye. The description of the fallen is detailed, whereas the sealed item is merely assigned a code. Klein candidly expressed his initial impression. Thus, it is of the highest confidentiality. The search for the 0-08 sealed item is communicated solely through verbal accounts, never inscribed in writing, and only minimal details are shared. Dunn sighed, stating that the appearance of 0-08 resembles a common quill pen, yet it can write without ink, and that is all there is to it. Dunn did not elaborate much on this matter. Following the golden chain on his black trench coat, he produced an exquisite pocket watch of the same hue, clicked it open, glanced at it, and gestured towards the door. "I have conveyed all that I needed to. You should seek out old Neil in the armory. He will provide you with specific reading materials. He is no ordinary clerical worker. He was once a formal member. However, due to his advancing age and lack of promotion, coupled with his declining health, he is no longer suited for handling cases. Yet, he is reluctant to transition into a mere internal guardian or to retire at home, and instead prefers the company of literary works and texts." Chapter 20. The Forgetful Dunn. "Very well," Klein replied with a slight bow, removing his modest top hat before placing it back atop his head, while his mind wandered with curiosity about the appearance of the sealed item 0-08. Was it merely an ordinary feather quill? Did it require no ink for writing? What, Then, was its true purpose that warranted such secrecy and was deemed exceedingly perilous? Surely, it could not be a pin that dictated the demise of others, could it? No, that would be too outrageous, and Zhang Weil had no need to go into hiding. Just as Klein turned to depart, he was unexpectedly halted by Dunn Smith's voice from behind. Wait a moment, I have forgotten something. Dunn adjusted his pocket watch and smiled. Remember to speak with Mrs. Oleana, the accountant, to request an advance on 4 weeks' wages, totaling £12. Afterward, you shall receive only half your salary each week until the debt is settled. That's excessive. It isn't necessary to take so much, Klein instinctively protested. No, it is essential, Dunn replied, shaking his head with a smile. Consider whether you would wish to continue residing in your current apartment. You share a bathroom with several others. And not only for your own sake, but also for the ladies. Moreover, noticing Klein nodding in agreement, he paused to appraise the young man's attire. Then remarked meaningfully, you also need a cane and must purchase formal wear anew. Klein was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized his cheeks flushed slightly, for his outfit was of inferior quality. Ordinarily, a proper top hat ought to be crafted from silk, valued at 5 to 6 shillings, the bow tie costing 3 shillings. A silver-tipped cane 7 to 8 shillings, the shirt 3 shillings, and formal trousers, waistcoat, and tailcoat approximately £7. The leather boots would set one back 9 to 10 shillings, culminating in a total exceeding £8 and 7 shillings. Of course, a respectable gentleman would also require a chain for his pocket watch and a wallet. The original owner, along with his brother Benson, had scrimped and saved to amass a sum, only to find themselves too intimidated to haggle at the tailor's shop, ultimately leaving dejectedly after purchasing a makeshift outfit for each at a discount shop near Iron Cross Street, totaling less than £2. This experience left a profound impression on the original owner's perception of clothing prices. He, like the original owner, valued his dignity. Dunn retrieved his pocket watch, glancing at it briefly before saying, very well. Klein, feeling acutely impoverished, did not voice any objections. I shall have Roshan escort you, Dunn added. As the gears turned and the ropes operated, Roshan, in the reception area of the Blackthorn Security Company, heard the gentle chime of a bell hanging nearby, and promptly rose to descend the stairs with care. Before long, she appeared before Klein. Dunn Smith humorously inquired, I hope I did not interrupt your rest? Yes, take Moretti to Mrs. Oleana, he instructed. Understood, Captain. Is that all? Klein blurted out in astonishment. To request an advance on my wages, do you not need to provide a note of authorization? Why would that be necessary? Dunn responded with curiosity. I mean, does Mrs. Oleana not require your signature for the advance? Klein articulated with as much simplicity as he could muster. Captain, there is virtually no financial management here. Klein suppressed the urge to voice his complaints and followed Roshan out of the room. At that moment, he heard Dunn call out once more, wait a moment. There is something else. Speak, Klein replied. Dunn pressed his temple and said, when you visit Old Neil, remember to collect 10 rounds of Demon Hunter bullets. Me? Demon Hunter bullets? Klein responded in astonishment. Isn't Welch's revolver with you? There's no need to return it, Dunn remarked nonchalantly. With the Demon Hunter bullets, should you encounter any bizarre dangers, you will be able to protect yourself, at the very least. It will give you some courage. All right, I will remember that. Thank you, Captain, Klein accepted sincerely. He took a step back and turned again. Wait, Dunn called out once more. Is there anything else? A good marksman is nourished by bullets. Do not underestimate them. Dunn handed Klein a revised note. I understand. Fearful of danger, Klein was eager to depart at once. He took a couple of steps forward, then cautiously turned halfway. Pondering whether to inquire, Captain, is there nothing else? No, there isn't, Dunn affirmed with certainty. Klein sighed in relief and continued towards the door, almost succumbing to the impulse to turn back and ask if he was truly finished. He restrained himself and successfully exited the guardroom. The captain was often like this, frequently forgetting matters. Roshan walked beside him, quietly disparaging, even my grandmother has a better memory. Of course, he only forgets trivial things. Yes, trivial things. Klein. I shall henceforth call you Klein. Madame Oleana is a kind person, easy to get along with. Her father is a skilled watchmaker. The woman, dressed in a frilled long skirt and possessing black hair, appeared to be in her 30s, sporting fashionable curls and a pair of clear, smiling emerald eyes, delicate and elegant. After Oleana heard Roshan recount Dunn's arrangements, she took out a notepad and wrote an advance request. Very well. Klein adeptly completed the procedure. Oleana retrieved a brass key, opened the safe within the room, and while counting the pounds with a smile, remarked, You are quite fortunate. There is ample cash today. By the way, Klein, you were invited by the captain due to your involvement in the occult events and your special skills, correct? Indeed, madam, your intuition is quite accurate. Klein did not hold back his praise. Oleana produced 4 notes, light gray with deep black patterns, secured the safe once more, and while turning around, she smiled. Because I am likewise so. Is that so? Klein appropriately expressed his surprise. Do you recall the serial killer who caused a stir in the entire Tingen City 16 years ago? Oleana handed the 4 pounds to Klein. I remember. The one who killed 5 young girls. Some had their hearts removed, others had their stomachs taken. The bloody butcher? My mother often used that incident to frighten my sister when we were children, Klein reflected thoughtfully. He received the banknotes and discovered they consisted of 2 5-pound notes and 2 1-pound notes, all adorned with a gray background and intricate black patterns. Each corner embellished with elaborate designs and distinctive anti-counterfeiting watermarks. The former, slightly larger, featured the 5th monarch of the Kingdom of Rune, Henry Augustus I. A direct ancestor of King George III, depicted with a white powdered wig, a round face, elongated eyes, and an exceptionally grave expression, yet to Klein. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This was a 5-pound note, equivalent to nearly 4 weeks' wages for Benson. The 1-pound bill bore the image of George III father, the former King William Augustus VI, a formidable figure with a thick beard and resolute gaze. During his reign, the Kingdom of Rune had liberated itself from antiquated constraints, soaring once again to the pinnacle among nations. They were indeed good kings. Klein faintly caught the refreshing scent of the banknote ink. Yes, had it not been for the timely arrival of the night watchers, I would have become the 6th victim. Mrs. Oleana's tone still carried a hint of trepidation. Even though this incident had transpired over a decade ago, it seemed that this serial killer, no, butcher, was an extraordinary individual. Klein meticulously folded the banknotes and placed them in the inner pocket of his formal attire, then patted the area nearby several times for reassurance. Indeed, Mrs. Oleana nodded gravely. He had taken many lives before, and he was apprehended that time because he was preparing for a demonic ritual. Oleana chuckled lightly. I have long since lost my fear. Back then, I was studying accounting at a business school, and shortly thereafter, I came here. Well, I shan't delay you further. You still need to find old Neil. Farewell, madam. Klein doffed his hat in salute and exited the office. Just before descending the staircase, he couldn't resist checking his inner pocket again to confirm that the 12 pounds remained. He turned at the crossroads, proceeding to the right, and soon beheld a half-open iron door. Knock, knock, knock. A voice, aged yet firm, beckoned from within. Come in. Klein pushed open the iron door, revealing a narrow room that could accommodate only a table and 2 chairs. On one side of the room stood a tightly locked iron door, while behind the table, an elderly gentleman, dressed in a classic black robe and with hair streaked with gray, was reading several yellowed pages under the dim glow of a gas lamp. He lifted his gaze towards the entrance and inquired, You must be Klein Moretti? Young Roshan just mentioned that you are quite polite. Miss Roshan is indeed a kind soul. Good afternoon, Mr. Neil. Klein offered a courteous nod. Please, take a seat. Neil gestured towards an intricately patterned silver inlaid tin can on the table. Would you care for a cup of freshly brewed coffee? The deep lines around his eyes and mouth suggested a life well lived, and his dark red irises appeared somewhat clouded. It seems you haven't had any? Klein noted astutely that Neil's ceramic cup contained only water. Ha, it's my habit to refrain from coffee after 3 in the afternoon. Neil explained with a smile. Why is that? Klein inquired casually. Neil gazed into Klein's eyes with a smile. I fear that it might disturb my sleep at night, leading me to hear whispers of inexplicable presences. Klein found himself momentarily at a loss for words, and thus turned to inquire, Mr. Neil, which literary works and texts should I delve into? As he spoke, he produced a note authored by Dunsmith, regarding history, complex, fragmented, and to be quite frank, I have endeavored to learn, yet have only grasped the rudiments. The rest remains rather cumbersome, such as the diaries of contemporaries, popular tomes, epitaphs, and so forth. Neil lamented, for these fragments necessitate more comprehensive historical documentation to infer their specific content. Why? Klein felt somewhat bewildered by this. Neil gestured towards several yellowed pages before him, saying, This is the diary lost by Russell Gustav before his demise. In a bid for secrecy, he recorded his thoughts using bizarre symbols of his own invention. Russell the Great? The esteemed traveler of yore? Klein paused, then focused intently on Neil. Many believe that he did not truly perish, but rather ascended to become a concealed deity, which has led to the existence of cults venerating him, conducting various rituals in hopes of acquiring power. We occasionally encounter such phenomena, obtaining either original notes or transcriptions. Neil shook his head, remarking that to this day, no one has deciphered the true significance of those peculiar symbols. Hence the sanctum has permitted us to retain copies for study, hoping for unforeseen revelations. At this juncture, Neil's face illuminated with pride. I have already interpreted several of these symbols, confirming that they represent numerical values. Behold what I have discovered. This is, in fact, a diary. I aspire to compare the historical events from various dates, particularly those occurring in proximity to the emperor, with the entries corresponding to the diary's dates, thus elucidating further symbols. A stroke of genius, wouldn't you agree? The elderly gentleman, with his graying hair and deep-set wrinkles, gazed at Klein with bright eyes. Klein nodded in agreement. Indeed. Haha. You shall also have a look. You must commence assisting me with this endeavor tomorrow. Mr. Neil pushed the yellowed pages toward Klein. As Klein straightened them, he cast but a fleeting glance and found himself utterly transfixed. Though the symbols were rendered in a rather unattractive manner and appeared slightly deformed, he could not mistake them, for they were the characters he knew best, Chinese. And, to his astonishment, simplified characters at that. Chapter 21. Encountering an old friend in a foreign land is the esteemed Roselle, this predecessor of Traversers, truly my compatriot? Has he recorded secrets in simplified Chinese? A script non-existent in this world? With an indescribable sentiment of encountering an old acquaintance in a distant land, Klein rapidly perused the 3 pages of manuscript in his possession. November 18th. What a marvelous occurrence. A fanciful experiment and a serendipitous blunder led me to discover a pitiable soul ensnared in a tempest, lost in the depths of darkness. This unfortunate being can only approach the realm of reality during the full moon each month, yet still cannot convey his cries. He is fortunate, for he has encountered me. The protagonist of this era. January 1st, 184, the Grand New Year's Gala. Madame Florino is truly a vision of beauty. January 2nd, my esteemed gentlemen of the diplomatic committee are nothing but fools. January 4th, why are my children so dim-witted? I have reiterated 1,000 times, do not be deceived by those charlatans. No, perhaps those charlatans are themselves misled. The essence of potion making lies not in mastery, but in digestion. It is not about excavation, but performance. Moreover, the name of the potion is not merely a core emblem, it serves as a concrete image and the key to digestion. September 22nd, an alliance opposing me is forming from the northern region of Frozak, the eastern land of Rune, to the southern territory of Phenobot. My adversaries have finally united. Yet I am unperturbed. I shall demonstrate to them through facts that the disparity in weaponry and knowledge cannot be compensated for by mere numbers or low-tier practitioners. Besides, I am not without my own forces, and as for the elite, have they forgotten who I am? September 23rd. I have lost contact with the vessel seeking the land of abandonment. I ought to consider inventing a wireless telegraph. May it remain impervious to the tempest. September 24th. Miss Isaka is even more enchanting than Madame Florino. Perhaps I am merely nostalgic for my youth. As this manuscript is a copy, and given the complexity of Chinese characters, each character has been significantly enlarged. Thus, the content on each page is minimal, and even the reverse side remains blank for preservation and study. Yet, despite this, Klein's heart surged with excitement, particularly at Roselle's descriptions of the essence of potion making, which filled him with an exhilarating sense of having discovered a key to invaluable secrets. Perhaps this is the guiding light on my future path as an extraordinary individual. Indeed, the 3 pages of manuscript represent diaries from different periods, revealing that Roselle had a habit of noting the year only at the beginning of each year. The entries from November and September remain undetermined regarding their respective years. Who is this unfortunate being he has discovered? What do digestion and performance specifically refer to? Where is the land of abandonment? A cascade of questions surged in Klein's mind alongside his delight, compelling him to yearn to gather all of Roselle's diaries and read them from beginning to end. Klein? At that moment, the elderly Neil across from him spoke, perplexed. Klein snapped back to reality, quickly masking his smile and replying, I thought I would be the most unique one, eager to attempt deciphering and interpreting. Such youthful enthusiasm. Old Neil chuckled and nodded. I once believed myself to be the most exceptional one. Do we only possess these few pages? I yearn to see more of the diaries of Emperor Roselle. Did you expect there to be many? Old Neil mused, stroking the manuscript, his deep-set wrinkles curling into a sardonic smile. Each year, the extraordinary and mysterious events are few and far between. Alas, the remarkable species are gradually vanishing from our northern continent. Without them, there are fewer potions, and thus, the extraordinary individuals dwindle. For centuries now, dragons, giants, and elves have merely become tales inscribed in books, and even the sea folk are no longer sighted in the coastal waters. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly recalled a jest and laughed. I think it's time to establish a Dragons and Giants Protection Society. Old Neil looked perplexed for a moment before understanding the quip. And once he did, he chuckled heartily, though somewhat unrefined. Ha! Klein, you truly are a humorous fellow. It is a tradition of our kingdom of ruin. A bit of humor in the youth never goes amiss. We must not be so narrow-minded. Why should it only encompass dragons and giants? It should be called the Society for the Protection of Magical Beasts. No, we cannot forget those poor plants. Klein shook his head. At this point, he and old Neil exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures. As soon as the words left their lips, they shared a knowing laugh. The earlier awkwardness dissipating considerably. There are fewer young people as amusing as you. Where was I? Old Neil's face creased into a smile. Ah, I recall. Each year, the extraordinary and mysterious events are indeed scarce, and the worshippers of Emperor Roselle are a minority among minorities. To have acquired 3 manuscripts is quite commendable. Well, other cathedrals or parishes should possess some as well. He muttered a few words, then picked up the note Klein had placed on the table earlier and glanced at it. Is it a bullet for a pistol, a rifle, or perhaps a steam-powered high-pressure gun? Very well, I shall retrieve it. Ahem, do you have an underarm holster? As a gentleman, one must not appear bulging in public below the waist. Old Neil made a jest that men would understand. No. Should I go ask the captain to write it up? Klein chuckled in response. Old Neil stood. No need, as long as it is recorded properly. This falls under accessory items. Repeat after me. Accessory items. Have you been a teacher before? Klein asked with amusement. I spent some time in the Sunday school and free school of the church. Old Neil replied, waving the note as he retrieved keys from the drawer, unlocking the iron door that led to the inner chamber. Extraordinary individuals and ordinary people don't seem much different. Klein muttered under his breath, his gaze returning to the 3 pages of the diary. Emperor Roselle indeed delved into the realm of the mysterious. His diary is worth a fortune. To others, it may merely be a collection of scrap paper, a puzzle yet to be deciphered, but to me it is a treasure. The whereabouts of the remaining diary entries elude me. I must find a way to uncover more. Klein's thoughts surged tumultuously, leaving him restless until old Neil emerged from the inner room, securely closing the iron door behind him. The bullets for the handgun were neatly arranged in a cardboard box, divided into 3 layers. Their yellow hue reminiscent of those in Klein's own home, albeit slightly elongated. The demon-hunting bullets, by contrast, were housed in a small metal container, identical in shape to standard handgun ammunition, yet gleaming silver with intricate, dazzling patterns. The bottoms bore an embossed insignia of a red crescent against a backdrop of black stars. Old Neil smiled encouragingly, urging Klein to try the underarm holster. After shedding his coat, Klein struggled to fasten the holster snugly against his left arm. It fit well. He left it on as he donned his formal attire. Old Neil scrutinized him for a moment, nodding in satisfaction. It suits you perfectly. My judgment remains impeccable. After stowing away other items and signing the ledger, Klein exchanged a few idle words with old Neil before taking his leave. Halfway down the corridor, he suddenly felt a pang of regret, slapping his forehead. He had forgotten to inquire further about the sequences and potions, all thanks to the diary of Emperor Roselle. He still had no clarity regarding the complete path sequence that the Church of the Night Goddess controlled, specifically the beginning of Sequence 9. Roshan had mentioned something. The Sleepless? As Klein ambled toward the stairs, a figure hurriedly descended. Clad in fitted trousers conducive to movement, his untucked white shirt exuded a distinctly poetic charm. It was the black-haired, green-eyed officer from earlier, who had searched Klein's home. They had crossed paths upstairs, though words had not been exchanged. Good afternoon. The poetically inclined young night watchman greeted with a smile. Good afternoon. I suppose I need not introduce myself? Klein replied humorously. No, I remember you quite well. The young watchman extended his right hand, introducing himself as Leonard Mitchell, the midnight poet of Sequence 8. Sequence 8. Indeed a poet. Klein shook his hand lightly, smiling as he retorted, impressive, you say? I hardly perceive it myself. After encountering such an ordeal and not accepting our protection at first, your survival alone is remarkable. Leonard gestured ahead. I must replace the captain now. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow then, Klein stepped aside to clear the path. As Leonard Mitchell vanished step by step at the staircase's end, he suddenly turned back, gazing intently at the dim light and the stone floor, murmuring softly to the air, "Do you see anything?" Indeed, he possesses nothing extraordinary. Chapter 22. The beginning of the sequence. The captain instructed you to return on Monday, allowing you to attend to the household matters first. Klein was taken aback by the captain's surprisingly humane management of the night watch team, feeling a surge of gratitude. In the absence of telephones, and with telegrams charged by the individual letter, sending a letter would clearly be too late. Thus, taking a public carriage was the most economical and suitable method. With the captain's special approval, Klein found himself relieved of undue fatigue, allowing him to rise leisurely after a good night's sleep. As Klein was about to tip his hat in farewell, a thought struck him. He glanced around and, lowering his voice, asked, "Roshan, do you know what the complete sequence initiation that the church possesses is?" This was a question he had forgotten to pose to old Neil earlier. Roshan's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Klein. "Do you wish to become an extraordinary?" Upon realizing the existence of supernatural and mysterious forces, one cannot help but feel a sense of yearning. "My goddess, do you have any idea how perilous that is? Didn't the captain inform you? The foes of the extraordinary are not merely cultists and dark sorcerers. They are also themselves. Each year, there are those who lose control. Some who make the ultimate sacrifice. Have you not considered the feelings of your family?" Roshan emphasized her point with gestures, her reaction somewhat exaggerated. "Klein, I genuinely believe that remaining in a clerical position is the wiser choice. It bears minimal risk, and the salary increases annually. After a few years of diligent work, you could amass savings and rent a detached house in the northern district or on the outskirts, perhaps even establish a blissful family with a charming lady, raising delightful, mischievous little angels." "Roshan, stop. Just hold on a moment," Klein interjected, his brow glistening with sweat as he sought to halt her increasingly elaborate visions. "I merely wish to, yes, understand the basic knowledge." "Very well." Roshan fell silent for a few seconds, lowering her gaze, and somewhat bashfully continued. "Due to my father's circumstances, I tend to become a bit, well, you understand, agitated regarding similar matters. However, to be candid, I hold immense respect for every gentleman and lady who willingly becomes a member of the Night Watch." I understand, Klein quickly affirmed. Roshan blinked, her light brown eyes shimmering, and added, "My father once told me not to assume that becoming more powerful or achieving a higher sequence as an extraordinary would resolve hidden dangers and combat threats. In fact, it is quite the opposite. You will encounter increasingly horrific situations. When faced with certain unknown and terrifying entities, madness and death are the only two outcomes." He sacrificed himself just a week after uttering those words. "Klein, do not regard me with pity. I am living quite well now, truly well. It is you who should be afraid of such things. The captain elucidates matters more clearly than you might. Even if I do not become an extraordinary, I have already faced the unthinkable." "Very well," Roshan contemplated. "I have heard both the captain and old Neil mention that due to the diminishing and extinction of extraordinary species, high-sequence powers are virtually non-existent in this era. To become an extraordinary is indeed a remarkable achievement. In our suburban city of Tianjin, there are several 100,000 residents, perhaps even more. Yet there are only around 30 extraordinary individuals. I must admit, I haven't accounted for the cultists and dark sorcerers lurking in the shadows." Before Klein could interject, Roshan, invigorated, clenched her fists to her chest and proclaimed, "Among these 30 extraordinary beings, the majority belong to Sequence 9. I seem to have digressed. Nevertheless, these are insights I yearn to grasp." Klein hoped that Roshan would, as usual, meander through her thoughts, divulging further details. "Indeed, merely becoming an extraordinary individual is a remarkable achievement," Roshan reiterated, stating that the complete sequence belonging to our church begins with the Sleepless Ones, Sequence 9 Sleepless Ones. As anticipated, Klein nodded subtly, listening intently as Miss Roshan, unable to contain her enthusiasm, continued, "One can infer from the name that Sleepless Ones are those who require no sleep at night and only need 3 to 4 hours of rest during the day." "Oh, how enviable." "No, I do not envy them at all. Sleep is a divine gift, a most cherished blessing. Where was I? Yes, sleepless ones possess the ability to see through darkness without light. The deeper the night, the stronger they become in every aspect, including their strength, inspiration, and intellect. However, while they can discern the hidden dangers lurking in the shadows, they still require items such as demon-hunting bullets to confront monsters that cannot be dealt with through conventional means. My father was once a sleepless one. Before Klein could probe further, Roshan continued on her own. Next in line is Sequence 8, the Midnight Poet, followed by Sequence 7, the Nightmare. Nightmare? Klein immediately recalled Dunsmith guiding her through her dreams and inquired, almost confirmatory, "Captain? You know?" Miss Roshan's mouth nearly formed an O. "The captain once entered my dream." Klein glanced around before lowering her voice again. She picked up a nearby coffee cup, took a sip, and then reflected, in Arcane City. There are only 2 individuals in Sequence 7 within the church, and it is likely that the captain is one of them, even in a grand diocese like Beckland. He is an impressive figure. Some clerics may not even surpass him. So the captain is truly remarkable. Klein smiled in agreement. To be honest, Dunsmith's appearance last night left a profound impression. She instinctively believed he was a formidable, extraordinary being. Indeed, Roshan straightened her back proudly. Then, with a troubled expression, she added, "Beyond Sequence 7, I am at a loss. Perhaps only the captain knows what lies above." What about the beginnings of the other incomplete sequences? Klein contentedly shifted the topic. Roshan pondered for a moment and sighed. "I am not particularly interested in this area. I only know that there are more than in other churches. After all, the goddess is also the mother of secrets. There should be 2 or 3 types, as some team members are perpetually cold and intimidating, with an odd scent about them. As for others, well, I mean old Neil, he possesses extensive knowledge and a plethora of intriguing magical rituals. Let me think. He once mentioned his Sequence 9 title, which is the name of a potion recipe. Ah, yes. It is called the Seeker of Secrets. Many fascinating magical rituals. Seeker of Secrets? That sounds remarkably close to what I desire." Klein felt a surge of joy within. "What is it?" he inquired, curiosity piqued. In a context where high-sequence powerhouses are scarce, if not entirely absent, Sequence 7 undoubtedly represents the backbone of the church, right? "The medium, Miss Dolly," Klein instinctively replied. After an initial surprise, he found this revelation rather unsurprising. Only a Sequence 7 powerhouse could achieve the mediumistic prowess exhibited by Miss Dolly. Roshan's eyes widened once again, disbelief coloring her voice as she exclaimed, "You? How did you know?" "I have met Miss Dolly," Klein admitted without concealment. "Well then," Roshan said with a tone of yearning, "if I could directly become a medium like Miss Dolly, I would gladly embrace being extraordinary. No, I would seriously contemplate it for 10 minutes. Indeed, Miss Dolly fulfilled all my imaginings of what it means to be extraordinary." Klein responded with a hint of exaggeration. Having achieved his intended purpose, he engaged in casual conversation with Roshan for a few more minutes. When no further information surfaced, he took off his hat, bowed, and bid her farewell as he stepped outside. Descending the staircase, Klein paused after a few steps, reaching into the inner pocket of his coat to feel the banknotes. He then retrieved the 12 golden pound notes, clenching them tightly in his left palm before tucking his hand into his trouser pocket, unwilling to release or withdraw them again, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. According to the customs of the gluttonous nation, upon acquiring money, one must indulge in a feast. Tonight, I shall treat my sister to a splendid meal. Chapter 23. The sidearm. As Klein strolled along the streets of Zodaland, the warm, humid breeze enveloping him, an unsettling thought suddenly crossed his mind. No, that won't do. He quickly dismissed his earlier notion. The remaining journey would be perilous if solely traversed on foot, especially with a hefty sum of 12 pounds in his possession. It was far too unsafe. Moreover, having deliberately left his revolver at home today, fearing it might be confiscated by a night watchman, he realized that if any danger arose from the death of Welch, he would be utterly defenseless. Should he seek a nearby bank to exchange for change? No, that was out of the question. The exorbitant fee of 5 per thousand was an extravagance he could not afford. Klein silently shook his head, pained merely by the thought of such a fee. One by one, all possible solutions were swiftly rejected until, quite suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind as he spotted a hat shop. Indeed, the most straightforward solution would be to purchase something reasonably priced to obtain the necessary change. Wouldn't he? Formal attire, shirts, vests, trousers, leather boots, and a cane all fell well within his budget. He needed to make the purchase eventually, so why not now? A cane, perhaps? Excellent. An adage wisely states that a cane is a gentleman's finest means of self-defense. It can serve as a makeshift crowbar. And wielding a firearm in one hand while brandishing a cane in the other embodies the civilized approach to combat. With his thoughts racing, Klein resolved to act decisively. He pivoted halfway and turned into the Wirkelhat shop. The layout of the shop bore a striking resemblance to the clothing stores of his previous life. To the left, a row of formal suits lined the wall. In the center, various shirts, trousers, vests, and ties were displayed. And to the right, pairs of leather shoes and boots rested within glass cabinets. "Good sir, what may I assist you with?" A male attendant, clad in a white shirt and red vest, approached him politely. In the kingdom of Rune, the affluent gentlemen, distinguished by their status, power, and wealth, preferred to don white shirts, black vests, black trousers, and formal attire, resulting in a rather monotonous color palette. Consequently, male servants, attendants, and waitstaff were required to wear vibrant or multicolored attire to distinguish them from their masters. In contrast, ladies and young women adorned themselves in dresses of various hues, richly embellished, while maids were constrained to black and white. Upon hearing the attendant's inquiry, Klein pondered for a moment before replying. "A cane, one that is heavier and sturdier, one capable of shattering a dog's skull." The attendant in the red vest discreetly scrutinized Klein before leading him further into the store, gesturing toward a collection of canes in the corner. "The one inlaid with gold is crafted from ironwood. It is quite heavy and robust, priced at 11 shillings and 7 pence. Would you care to try it?" 11 shillings and 7 pence? Why don't you just rob a bank?" Klein exclaimed, startled by the price. Maintaining his composure, he nodded slightly. "Very well." The attendant carefully removed the ironwood cane from its display and handed it to Klein with a cautious demeanor, as if fearing he might damage the merchandise. As Klein grasped the cane, he immediately felt its weight. Attempting to maneuver it, he quickly realized that it was far too cumbersome to wield effectively. It was simply too heavy. Shaking his head, he sighed in resignation. This was no excuse. "This is made of walnut, crafted by the renowned cane maker, Mr. Hess of Tingen, priced at 10 shillings and 3 pence. This one is made of waterlogged wood, inlaid with silver, as hard as steel, priced at 7 shillings and 6 pence. This is made from the heartwood of a white birch tree, also inlaid with silver, priced at 7 shillings and 10 pence. Klein took each cane in turn, testing their weights, and subsequently, he tapped each one to gauge its hardness, ultimately selecting the least expensive option. "I shall take this one made of waterlogged wood." Klein indicated towards the silver-inlaid cane held by the attendant in the red waistcoat. "Very well, sir. Please follow me to the payment area. Should this cane sustain any wear or blemishes in the future, we will gladly assist you in its maintenance. Free of charge." The attendant led Klein towards the counter. Seizing the opportunity, Klein unfurled the 4 gold pounds clutched in his palm, retrieving one of the smaller notes. "Good day, 7 shillings and 6 pence, he stated. The clerk behind the counter smiled and bowed. Klein wished to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. Yet as he extended his left hand bearing the 1 pound note, he could not resist asking, "Could you perhaps make it a bit cheaper?" The clerk behind the counter echoed his sentiments. "I apologize, sir." "Very well," Klein replied, handing over the banknote and receiving the black cane with the silver-inlaid head from the attendant in the red waistcoat. As he awaited his change, he stepped back a few paces, creating some distance, and made a slight test of the weapon's swing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the wind was heavy, slicing through the air with palpable force, and Klein nodded in satisfaction. Redirecting his gaze forward, he anticipated the sight of banknotes and coins, only to be taken aback as he noticed the attendant in the red waistcoat retreating to a safe distance, while the clerk behind the counter shrank into the corner, pressing against the wall beside a suspended double-barreled shotgun. The Kingdom of Rune enforces a semi-regulated policy on firearms. To possess a weapon, one must apply for either a comprehensive weapon usage certificate or a hunting license. However, regardless of the type, ownership of fully automatic rifles, steam-powered guns, and 6-barreled machine guns is prohibited. The comprehensive weapon usage certificate allows for the purchase and possession of any civilian firearm, yet acquiring it is exceedingly cumbersome. Even merchants of considerable standing may struggle to pass the scrutiny. Conversely, the hunting license is relatively easier to obtain, with even rural farmers able to secure one. But this license is strictly limited to shotguns and comes with a quantity restriction. Many individuals of modest means apply for one, seeking to safeguard themselves in emergencies. Much like the current situation, Klein observed the 2 wary attendants, a twitch of his lips betraying his amusement as he chuckled dryly. "Indeed. This cane is exceptionally suited for swinging. I am quite satisfied." Noting his lack of hostile intent, the clerk behind the counter relaxed, extending both hands with the change he had just gathered. Klein accepted it, glancing at the contents. 2 5-shilling notes, 2 1-shilling notes, a 5-pence coin, and a 1-penny coin. Nodding in approval. After a brief pause, he disregarded the clerk's gaze, unfolding the 4 banknotes towards the light to verify the authenticity of the security patterns and watermarks. Closing the door firmly, he meticulously counted the 11 pounds and 12 shillings in banknotes 3 times before placing them into the desk drawer. He then retrieved a copper-hued revolver with a wooden grip. Clink! 5 brass bullets clattered onto the desk, and Klein carefully loaded the intricately patterned silver demon-hunting bullets, adorned with a dark insignia, into the revolver's cylinder, ensuring to leave one chamber empty to prevent accidental discharge. The remaining 5 standard bullets were stored in a small iron box alongside those just removed. With a decisive snap, the cylinder was closed, and a newfound sense of security enveloped Klein. Eagerly, he slid the revolver into his underarm holster and fastened it securely, practicing the draw repeatedly until his arms grew weary. Taking brief rests before resuming, until dusk fell and the sounds of tenants moving in the hallway emerged. Only then did he change out of his formal attire and waistcoat, donning a casual brown-yellow coat while performing arm relaxation exercises. Tap, 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 the footsteps drew near, and the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed. Melissa, her soft black hair cascading around her, entered the room, her nose subtly twitching as her gaze swept over the unlit fireplace, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. With his hands tucked into his pockets and his thigh resting against the desk's edge, Klein smiled and said, "No, we're going out to eat." "Going out to eat?" Melissa replied, taken aback. "How about the Silver Crown restaurant on Daffodil Street?" "I've heard the food is delightful," Klein suggested. But, Melissa still seemed perplexed. Klein chuckled. "It's to celebrate my new job." "You found a job?" Melissa's voice involuntarily rose in surprise. "But isn't the interview at Tingen University tomorrow?" "Another job," Klein replied with a smile, pulling the stack of banknotes from the drawer. "They even advanced me for week's salary." Melissa's eyes widened at the sight of the crisp notes. "Oh my goodness, what kind of job did you find?" Klein hesitated for a moment, carefully choosing his words. "A security company dedicated to the search, collection, and preservation of antiquities. They require a professional consultant, a 5-year contract, £3 a week." "Were you worried about this last night?" Melissa asked after a brief silence. Klein nodded in agreement. "Yes, being an instructor at Tingen University would be more respectable, but I prefer this job." "Actually, it sounds quite decent," Melissa remarked, offering an encouraging smile, though her curiosity and confusion mingled as she inquired, "How could they possibly advance you an entire month's salary?" "Because we need to move, require more space, and desire our own washroom," Klein replied with a grin, spreading his hands wide. He felt his smile was impeccable, almost tempted to ask if she was surprised. Melissa paused, then spoke rapidly, a hint of panic in her tone. "Klein, we actually live quite well. My occasional complaints about not having my own washroom are just a habit. Do you remember Jenny? The family that once resided next door has faced immense hardship since the father suffered an injury, resulting in the loss of his employment. Consequently, they were compelled to relocate to a street down below, where 5 members of the family now share a single room. 3 sleep on a bunk bed, while 2 make do on the floor, and they even contemplate renting out the remaining space to others. In comparison to their plight, we are indeed fortunate and should not squander our resources on this matter. Furthermore, I have a deep fondness for Mrs. Slynn's bakery." "Sister, your reaction diverges significantly from the script I had envisioned." Klein listened, utterly bewildered. Chapter 24. Frugality in Domestic Affairs. As the fading sunlight painted the world in golden hues, Klein found himself lost for words while gazing into Melissa's eyes. For the rehearsed lines he had prepared seemed utterly inadequate. Clearing his throat softly, he quickly pondered, "Melissa, is this truly a waste of my salary? When Benson and my colleagues come to visit, would you have me entertain them in such a place? Once I marry Benson and have a wife, must we still settle for bunk beds? You don't have fiancé yet, do you? Perhaps you could wait a bit longer and save more money." Melissa replied with clarity in her reasoning. "No, Melissa, this is simply how society operates," Klein expressed, feeling a headache coming on as he resorted to grand principles. "If one earns a weekly wage of £3, one must maintain an appearance befitting that salary." Noticing that Melissa wished to argue further, he quickly interjected, "Rest assured, I have no intention of acquiring a detached house. I plan to look at townhouses. Above all, I must have a private bathroom. Furthermore, I do enjoy Mrs. Slynn's bread, Tingen pastries, and lemon cake. We should first consider locations near Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street." Melissa pursed her lips, fell silent for a moment, and then slowly nodded. He mimicked Benson's tone, causing Melissa to unconsciously smile, revealing her faint dimples. No, Mr. Franke will always be waiting at the door. Demanding that Benson hand over the apartment keys. Benson can hardly ascend the stairs, she remarked, casting a humorous jab at her miserly landlord. In the Moretti household, it was a common jest to make Mr. Franke the butt of their jokes, a trend initiated by her elder brother Benson. Indeed, he would never change the locks for the tenants that follow. Klein smiled in agreement, gesturing toward the entrance with a playful remark. Shall we head to the Silver Crown restaurant to celebrate, Miss Melissa? Melissa sighed softly before responding. Klein, do you know Selina? She is my classmate and a dear friend. Selina? Klein's mind conjured the image of a girl with wine-red hair and deep brown eyes, whose parents were devotees of the night goddess. They had blessed her with the name of Saint Selina. At not yet 16, she was half a year younger than her sister Melissa, a cheerful, outgoing girl. Yes, Klein nodded, recalling Selina Wood. Her brother Chris is a transactional lawyer, currently earning close to £3 a week, while his fiancée, he works part-time as a typist. Melissa began to describe the situation, then added, they have been engaged for over 4 years, striving to save for a stable and decent life after marriage. To this day, they have yet to enter the church, planning to wait at least another year. According to Selina, many like her brother follow this path. Typically, one must wait until at least the age of 28 to marry. You must prepare in advance, save wisely, and avoid waste. Is it truly necessary to expound such grand principles for merely dining at a restaurant? Klein thought, torn between laughter and tears. After a few moments of contemplation, he replied, Melissa, I currently earn a weekly wage of £3, which will only increase in the years to come. You need not worry. However, it is essential for us to save money in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. For instance, a classmate of mine had to seek temporary work at the docks after his father's company went bankrupt, which drastically deteriorated their family situation, compelling him to drop out of school. Melissa earnestly advised her brother. Klein covered his face with his hand, saying, that security company has ties to the government. It is unlikely to collapse unexpectedly. Yet, the government itself is unstable. After each election, if there is a change in political parties, most positions are replaced, leading to chaos. Melissa persistently countered. Dear sister, you certainly possess a wealth of knowledge, Klein said, shaking his head in exasperation and amusement. Very well, I shall prepare a soup with the leftover ingredients from yesterday. You go to the market and buy a pan-fried fish, a piece of beef seasoned with black pepper sauce, a small can of cream, and a cup of ginger beer. We ought to celebrate, albeit modestly. These items are commonly sold by the vendors at Iron Cross Street. A pan-fried fish costs between 6 and 8 pence. A moderately sized piece of beef with black pepper sauce is 5 pence. A cup of ginger beer is 1 penny. And a small can of cream weighs approximately a quarter pound, costing 4 pence, while purchasing a full pound of cream is just 1 shilling and 3 pence. The original owner was responsible for buying groceries during the holidays and was familiar with prices. After a few moments of mental calculation, Klein determined he would need about 1 shilling and 6 pence, thus he extracted 2 1-shilling notes. Melissa, having no objections, set down her satchel filled with stationery and accepted the notes, observing his sister retrieve the small can for the cream and the bowl for the other ingredients. As she lightheartedly headed towards the door, Klein pondered for a moment and called out to her, Melissa, with the remaining money, purchase some fruit. After uttering this, Klein swiftly approached, retrieving the leftover copper pennies from his pocket and placing them in his sister's palm. Melissa's brown eyes reflected confusion and surprise as she looked at her brother. Klein stepped back, smiling gently. Do remember to visit Mrs. Sling for a small piece of lemon cake as a treat for yourself. Melissa's mouth opened slightly, her eyes blinked in astonishment, and she finally uttered a single word, all right. She quickly turned, pulled open the door, and hurried down the stairs. A river flowed through, flanked by cypress and maple trees, the air so fresh it felt intoxicating. Klein, on his way to address matters concerning an interview, carried a revolver and a cane, disembarking from the public carriage after paying 6 pence. He walked along the paved road towards the 3-story brick building obscured by greenery, the administrative office of Tianjin University. Truly, it is one of the most renowned universities in the Kingdom of Ruin. Klein mused as he walked, marveling at the surroundings. In comparison, Hoi University across the river appeared quite rudimentary. Suddenly, shouts drew near as 2 rowing boats surged upstream from the Hoi River, their oars moving in perfect synchronization. Rowing has become a popular sport among all the universities in the Kingdom of Rune. Klein, who relies on scholarships to complete his studies due to his family's financial circumstances, has participated in the rowing club at Hoy University alongside Welch and others, excelling in the sport. How youthful! Klein paused to gaze, sighing softly. In just a week, such moments will fade away as the school prepares for summer break. Strolling along the tree-lined path, he arrived at the gray three-story brick building. After registering, he smoothly entered and adeptly found the office that had welcomed him the previous time. Knocking lightly on the half-open door, he heard a voice from within. "Come in." As he stepped inside, a middle-aged gentleman clad in a white shirt and black tailcoat furrowed his brow slightly, remarking, "The interview is still an hour away. Mr. Stone, do you remember me? I am Klein Moretti, a student of Professor Cohen. You have reviewed my recommendation letter." Klein smiled, removing his hat. Haven Stone stroked his dark mustache, looking puzzled. "Is there something you wish to discuss? I am not responsible for the interviews. Actually, I have found a job and will not be attending the interview today." Klein candidly conveyed his purpose. "I see." Haven Stone comprehended, rising to extend his right hand. "Congratulations. You are quite a polite young man. I shall inform the professors and associate professors of your news." Klein shook his hand, intending to exchange a few pleasantries before departing, when a familiar voice suddenly called from behind, "Moretti, have you found another job?" Turning around, Klein beheld an elderly gentleman with silver hair, sharp features, yet few wrinkles. His deep-set blue eyes sparkled beneath a perfectly tailored black tailcoat. "Good morning, Mentor, Mr. Azek," he promptly bowed. "What brings you here?" The elderly gentleman was none other than Quentin Cohen, a senior associate professor in the history department at Hoy University, accompanied by a middle-aged man of average build. With bronze skin, holding a newspaper, he was clean-shaven, donned a top hat, and possessed gentle features, his eyes revealing an ineffable depth. A subtle black mole resided just beneath his right ear. Klein recognized him as Mr. Azek, a faculty member of the history department who often aided the original owner of his identity. Despite their frequent debates and conflicting viewpoints, he and Professor Cohen shared an amicable rapport, often enjoying each other's company. Cohen nodded gently, his tone soothing as he inquired, "What job have you secured?" "A security firm specializing in the discovery, collection, and preservation of antiquities. They require a professional consultant, offering £3 a week." Klein recounted the words he had shared with his sister the day prior, adding, "As you know, I prefer exploring history rather than summarizing it." Cohen nodded approvingly. "Everyone has their own path. I am pleased that you remembered to notify Tingen University rather than simply absenting yourself." At this moment, Ask interjected, inquiring, "Has the case been reclassified as a burglary? And it has made its way into the newspapers so swiftly?" Klein paused momentarily, carefully choosing his words. "I'm not entirely certain about the specifics. Previously, Welch acquired a notebook pertaining to the Antigonid family of the 4th dynasty of the Solomon Empire and sought my assistance in interpreting it. I spent a few days on that, but then became preoccupied with my job search. Just a couple of days ago, the police even came to see me." He deliberately mentioned the Solomon Empire and the Antigonid family, curious to see if the two history professors possessed any knowledge about them. "The 4th dynasty," Cohen murmured, furrowing his brow. The bronze-skinned Ask, with eyes reflecting the weight of time, initially appeared taken aback, then inhaled deeply, massaging his temples with his left hand that held the newspaper, saying, "Antigonid. It sounds quite familiar. Yet I cannot seem to recall where I have heard it before." Chapter 25. The Church, as Ask muttered to himself. He instinctively cast a glance at Quentin Cohen, seemingly in search of a hint or inspiration. The deeply blue-eyed Cohen shook his head without hesitation, expressing, "I have no recollection whatsoever." "Well, perhaps it is merely a matter of similar roots," Ask remarked, lowering his left hand with a self-deprecating smile. Klein felt a tinge of disappointment at such an outcome, but could not refrain from adding, "Professor, Mr. Ask, as you are aware, I hold a keen interest in exploring and reconstructing the history of the Quaternary period. If you happen to recall anything or acquire additional information, could you kindly write to me?" "Certainly." The silver-haired Cohen, a seasoned associate professor, regarded Klein with considerable satisfaction due to the events of the day. Ask nodded in agreement. Asking, "Is your address still the same as before?" Cohen waved his black cane, stating, "It is indeed time for a more suitable environment." At that moment, Klein glanced at the newspaper in Ask's hand, pondering as he inquired, "Professor, Mr. Ask, what does the paper say regarding the affair of Welch and Naya?" "I only gathered a fragment of information from the investigating officers." With a snap, he opened it, Tapping his cane forward, "The meeting is about to commence. Ask." "We cannot delay. Please hand the newspaper to Moretti." "All right." As past the perused newspaper declined, "We must ascend. Do remember to write. Our addresses remain unchanged. Still at the history department of Hoy University, haha." He chuckled as he turned and departed the room alongside Cohen. Klein doffed his hat in respect, watching the two gentlemen leave before bidding farewell to the office's proprietor, Haven Stone. He strolled leisurely down the corridor, exiting the gray three-story building, basking in the sunlight. He raised his cane, unfurling the newspaper, where the headline read, "The Tianjin Morning Post." In an age where industrialized paper and printing had become increasingly advanced, the price of a newspaper had plummeted to a mere penny, thereby broadening its audience. Klein did not scrutinize the other contents closely. He swiftly located the report on a home invasion and homicide in the news section. According to police sources, Mr. Welch's residence was a scene of utter devastation, with all gold, jewelry, cash, and any easily transportable valuables missing. Indeed, not even a copper penny remained. It is believed that a gang of ruthless criminals committed this act, showing no hesitation in eliminating any innocent witnesses, such as Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya. This is a violation of the kingdom's laws, a provocation against public safety. No one wishes to encounter such calamities. Of course, there is a silver lining. The police department has identified the perpetrators and apprehended the ringleader. We shall provide further updates shortly. Reporter, John Browning. They have certainly undertaken measures to conceal the truth. Klein ambled along the tree-lined path, imperceptibly nodding. He casually flipped through the newspaper, reading other news and serialized stories as he strolled. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, as if countless fine needles were piercing his skin. Was someone watching me? Evaluating me? Monitoring my every move? A flurry of thoughts surged within Klein as a vague realization dawned upon him. Back on Earth, he had occasionally felt the weight of an invisible gaze, ultimately discerning its source. Yet never before had he reacted with such clarity and conviction as he did now. The fragments of the original owner's memories echoed this very sentiment. Was it the act of traversing dimensions, or that peculiar transmutation ritual that had heightened my sixth sense? Suppressing the urge to seek out the observer, Klein recalled the novels, films, and television shows he had seen, gradually slowing his pace, folding the newspaper, and gazing toward the Hoy River. Following that, he tilted his head slightly, pretending to admire the scenery before naturally turning around to take in his surroundings. Aside from the trees, the manicured lawns, and the students passing by in the distance, there was no one else present. Yet, Klein was certain that someone was still watching him. His heart raced, blood coursing through his veins with an intense rhythm. He unfolded the newspaper to partially shield his face, fearing that someone might detect the unease etched upon his features. Simultaneously, he gripped his cane tightly, preparing himself to draw his weapon. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Klein moved forward slowly, as he had before. The sensation of being scrutinized lingered, yet no sudden danger erupted. Completing the tree-lined path with a slight stiffness in his body, he arrived at the public carriage waiting area, fortuitously spotting a carriage approaching. Iron. Zot. No, Champagne Street. Klein repeatedly dismissed his own thoughts. He had not taken any gold pounds with him today, having left them in his customary hiding place, and had only withdrawn 2 soulers and paper notes. He had spent the same amount upon his arrival, leaving him with precisely 1 souler and 6 pence, which he promptly extracted to pay the fare. Boarding the carriage, he found a seat, and as the door closed, he felt that unsettling sensation of being observed finally dissipate. He exhaled slowly, sensing a slight tremor in his limbs. What should I do next? Klein gazed out the carriage window, striving to devise a plan. Without a clear understanding of the observer's intentions, he must regard them as malevolent. A multitude of ideas surfaced, only to be dismissed one by one. Having never experienced anything of this nature, it took him several minutes to find clarity. It was imperative to notify the night watchmen. They were the only ones capable of truly resolving the predicament. However, he could not approach them directly, as that would expose him. Perhaps that was precisely the observer's intent. Following this line of thought, Klein crudely formulated one plan after another, his ideas gradually crystallizing. Exhaling a deep breath, he regained a semblance of calmness and focused intently on the swiftly passing scenery outside. Until the carriage reached Champagne Street, nothing unexpected occurred. Yet, as Klein stepped out, the unsettling sensation of being watched returned with a vengeance. He feigned ignorance, picking up his newspaper and cane, and ambled slowly towards Zotland Street. However, He did not venture onto that street, but instead circled around to the rear of the Red Moon Street, where a splendid white square awaited. Graced by a grand cathedral with a pointed steeple, the Church of St. Selena, the headquarters of the Night Goddess Church in Tingen. As a devout follower, it was not at all peculiar to come here on a day of rest to partake in Mass and engage in prayer. This cathedral, with its distinctly Earth-like Gothic style, was predominantly black, its façade dominated by a towering, weathered bell tower that soared above the massive central buttress nestled between the red and blue checkered windows, reaching skyward. Klein stepped into the church, making his way down the aisle towards the grand prayer hall. Along the way, narrow high windows adorned with intricate blue and red patterns allowed streams of colored light to filter through, the blue nearly black and the red reminiscent of the moon, casting an unusually dim ambience around him. The sensation of being observed dissipated, and Klein maintained his usual demeanor, devoid of joy. As he approached the open entrance to the grand prayer hall, here, there were no high windows. The profound darkness took center stage, yet behind the arched altar, the wall directly facing the entrance was punctuated by a dozen or so fist-sized circular openings that allowed the brilliant, pure rays of sunlight to stream in, condensed and radiant. It was akin to a wayfarer in the night suddenly glancing upward to behold the starry sky, each star a dazzling entity, so exalted, so pristine, so sacred. Even one who had always believed that divinity could be studied and understood found himself bowing his head in reverence. Amidst the bishop's low and gentle sermon, he quietly walked down the aisle that separated the seating on either side, seeking an unoccupied spot near the aisle, and gradually took a seat. Leaning his staff against the back of the chair in front of him, Klein removed his top hat and placed it alongside the newspaper on his lap, then clasped his hands together, resting them against his lowered forehead. Throughout the entire process, he moved slowly and methodically, as if genuinely engaged in prayer. Klein closed his eyes, quietly listening to the bishop's voice in the enveloping darkness. They are naked, without clothing or food, utterly exposed to the cold. They are drenched by the downpour, with no shelter, clinging tightly to the rock. They are mothers robbed of their children, orphans stripped of hope, the impoverished driven from the righteous path. The night has not forsaken them. It has bestowed upon them its care. The echoes layered upon one another, each resonating in his ears. As Klein found himself enveloped in darkness, his spirit cleansed. He calmly absorbed these words until the bishop completed his sermon and concluded the Mass. The bishop opened the door to the confessional beside him, and men and women formed a queue. Klein opened his eyes, donned his hat, retrieved his staff and newspaper, and rose to join the orderly line. After more than 20 minutes, his turn finally arrived. Stepping inside, he closed the door behind him, once again confronting the dimness. "Child, what would you like to say?" The bishop's voice emerged from behind the wooden partition. "Someone is following me. I wish to find Dunsmith." As if tainted by the surrounding shadows, his tone softened. To the right of the confessional's entrance, at the far end, there lies a concealed door, which, upon entry, is accompanied by a guide. As they converse, he pulls a cord within the room, summoning a distant chime that alerts a certain priest. Once the sensation of being watched dissipates, he adjusts his black bowler hat, maintaining an expression devoid of superfluous emotion, and with his cane in hand, he turns right, walking steadily towards the arched sanctuary. On the wall aligned to the side, he discovers the hidden door, which he silently opens and slips through. The concealed door closes quietly behind him, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a black clerical robe, illuminated by the glow of the gaslight, coming into Klein's view. "What is it?" the middle-aged priest inquires succinctly. Without further questioning, he turns away and proceeds in silence. Klein nods, adjusts his hat, and quietly follows behind, grasping his black cane. Roshan had mentioned that to the left at the crossroads leading to the Charney's Gate lies the Church of St. Selena. Chapter 26. Practice tap, tap, tap. Klein walked with a straight back, neither hurried nor slow, following the middle-aged priest, silent and uncommunicative, as tranquil as a windless lake. Passing through the heavily guarded corridor, the priest unlocked a secret door with a key and gestured towards the stone staircase descending below. To the left at the crossroads is the Charney's Gate. "May the goddess bless you." Klein traced the shape of a crimson moon over his chest. No further words were exchanged as Klein descended the stone staircase, aided by the elegant gas lamps embedded in the walls, step by step into the depths of darkness. He did not turn towards the Charney's Gate, for he knew the recently relieved Dunsmith would not be there. Following the familiar path on his right, Klein ascended another staircase and emerged within the confines of the Blackthorn Security Company. observing the doors either tightly shut or ajar. He refrained from recklessly searching and instead entered the reception area, where a sweet-faced brunette girl was engrossed in reading a magazine. "Hello, Roshan." Klein approached from the side and lightly tapped the table. Clatter. Roshan sprang up, knocking over her chair, and flustered, exclaimed, "Hi. The weather is nice today." You Klein. "What brings you here?" She placed a hand on her chest, taking a couple of breaths, resembling a little girl caught in a moment of idleness by her father. "You startled me. I thought the captain had come out." Roshan shot Klein a glare, adding, "You could have knocked." "Humph. You should be grateful I am a generous and merciful lady." "Well, I prefer the term girl." "What do you need the captain for?" He.s. in the room opposite Mrs. Oleana. Even in a state of heightened tension, Klein could not help but smile at Roshan's antics. Pausing before replying, "It's a secret." Roshan's eyes widened in disbelief, and as Klein slightly bowed and quickly took his leave, he passed through the partition door of the reception area and knocked on the door of the first office on the right. "Come in." Dunsmith's deep, gentle voice resonated. Klein entered, closing the door behind him, and removed his hat in salute, saying, "Good morning, Captain." "Good morning. What brings you here?" Dunn's black overcoat and hat hung on the nearby coat rack, revealing a crisp white shirt and black vest underneath, despite a receding hairline. His deep gray eyes appeared refreshingly sharp. Dunn leaned back, clasping his hands, and quietly regarded Klein's eyes. He did not pursue the topic of surveillance, but instead inquired, "Did you come from the church?" It's possible that Welch's father does not trust the cause of death we reported and has brought a private investigator from Wind City for further inquiry. Constant City, also known as Wind City, is a region where the coal and steel industry thrives, ranking among the top 3 cities in the Kingdom of Rune. Before Klein could voice his opinion, Dunn continued, "It might also stem from the source of that notebook." We are investigating where Welch obtained the Antigonus family notes. Of course, we cannot rule out other individuals or organizations pursuing this notebook. What should I do?" Klein asked in a low voice. "Undoubtedly." He hoped for that to be the primary reason. "Any?" Klein retorted. "Any," Dunn confirmed with a nod, assuring not to frighten the other party or contravene the law. He turned left at the crossroads, bathed in the glow of the gas lamps that lined either side, quietly traversing the desolate, dimly lit, and frigid corridor. Soon, Klein approached the staircase, ascending step by step, and beheld the middle-aged pastor standing in the shadows at the doorway. Upon their meeting, neither spoke. The pastor silently turned and cleared the way. After a brief wait, Klein, clutching his cane and newspaper, ambled away from the Grand Prayer Hall, leaving St. Selena's church as if nothing had transpired. Upon stepping outside into the blazing sunlight, a familiar sensation of being washed over him, making him feel akin to prey under the gaze of an eagle. In that instant, a perplexing thought arose in his mind. Why hadn't the observer followed him into the church? Although he could still have concealed himself with the dimness and the pastor's assistance during a brief disappearance, would it really be so difficult to feign prayer and monitor him? Had he committed any wrongdoing? What issue could there be with entering openly and honestly? Unless he harbored a dark past, fearing the church and the bishop, knowing that the other party might possess extraordinary abilities. In light of this, the likelihood of him being a private detective seemed exceedingly low. Klein exhaled, easing his previously taut demeanor, and leisurely made his way around to the rear of Zotland Street. He paused before an ancient, weathered building, its address marked as 3, named the Zotland Shooting Club. The police department's underground shooting range had a section open to the public to generate additional funds. After a brief verification, he was led below to a small, enclosed shooting range. A target set at 10 meters awaited him. Klein casually instructed the attendant and retrieved a revolver from his holster, along with a box of brass-colored cartridges from his pocket. Suddenly being targeted ignited his desire for self-defense, overpowering his tendency for procrastination, compelling him to practice his marksmanship without delay. Bang! Once the attendant departed, he swung open the revolver's cylinder, methodically ejecting the silver demon-hunting bullets, then deftly loaded the brass-colored standard cartridges one by one into the chambers. This time, he left no space to prevent accidental discharges. Nor did he remove his formal coat or take off his half-top hat, opting instead to practice in his usual attire. For it was improbable that he could demand a pause in the face of an adversary or danger to change into more casual clothing. Click! Klein closed the revolver, his thumb deftly rotating it. Suddenly, he gripped the firearm with both hands, raising it sharply and aiming at the target 10 meters away. The sound of fabric rustling accompanied him as he repeatedly practiced aiming and grip, his concentration akin to that of a student preparing for a crucial examination. After numerous repetitions, he retreated to a spot against the wall, seated himself on a soft bench, set the revolver aside, and began to massage his arms, resting for a considerable duration. Bang! His arm trembled slightly, his body leaning back as the bullet veered off course. Bang! 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 Drawing from experience, he fired shot after shot, exploring the nuances of the practice until all 6 bullets were expended. The time for target practice had arrived. Klein retreated to a seated position, taking a couple of deep breaths. With a sharp flick, he ejected the revolver, allowing the 6 spent cartridges to clatter to the ground, then, maintaining a stoic expression, continued to load the remaining brass-colored bullets one by one. Relaxing his arms, Klein rose once more, reflecting on his performance as he returned to the shooting stance. Bang! 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 Shaking his sore arms, he emptied the last 5 cartridges, lowered his head, and carefully loaded the intricately patterned silver demon-hunting bullets one by one, reserving a chamber for a misfire. With the sense of stealth dissipated, he retrieved his keys and opened the door, discovering a man nearing 30, clad in a linen shirt and sporting very short hair, seated at a desk. His heart tightened momentarily before relaxing. Klein greeted with a smile. "Good morning. No, good afternoon, Benson." The man before him was none other than his and Melissa's elder brother, Benson Moretti, who at the age of 25 appeared almost 30 due to a receding hairline and aged features. His dark hair and brown eyes bore a resemblance to Klein, yet lacked the faint scholarly aura. "Good afternoon, Klein. How did the interview go?" Benson inquired, rising and smiling. His black coat and semi-formal had hung on the edge of a bunk bed. Noticing Benson's momentary pause, Klein chuckled and added, "In fact, I didn't attend the interview at all. I secured a job ahead of time, with a weekly wage of £3. He reiterated the words he had previously shared with Melissa. Benson's expression softened as he shook his head with a smile. "It feels like watching a child grow up." "Well, that job seems quite satisfactory." He sighed. Then Klein responded with a grin. "All right, but I imagine Melissa might feel a twinge of concern. Shall we go grocery shopping together this afternoon? At least 3 sols?" He continued, to be honest, exchanging £1 for 20 sols, 1 sol for 12 pence. And then the halfpenny and quarter penny. This currency system is utterly counterintuitive and quite vexing. It must be one of the most nonsensical currencies in the world. Upon finishing, he noticed Benson's expression shift to one of seriousness, causing him to feel a flicker of anxiety, questioning whether he had misspoken. Was it possible that within the fragmented memories of the original owner, Benson was a staunch, extreme supporter of the kingdom, intolerant of any dissent? Benson paced a few steps, then countered earnestly, "No, not one of them. Not one of them." Klein was momentarily taken aback, quickly recovering as he exchanged a knowing smile with his brother. Indeed, it was the kind of sardonic humor Benson excelled in. With a serious demeanor, Benson added, "You must understand, to establish a reasonable and straightforward currency system, one fundamental prerequisite is the ability to count, to grasp the decimal system. Unfortunately, such individuals are exceedingly rare among those in power." Chapter 27. The dinner of the 3 siblings. The dinner was nothing short of sharp and incisive. Klein chuckled, drawing upon the wealth of experience from his past life to add a darkly humorous remark. "In truth, there is no evidence to suggest that those influential figures possess any semblance of intellect." "Excellent. Truly splendid." Benson laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. "Klein, you've become far more humorous than before." After catching his breath, he continued, "I still have to head to the docks this afternoon, and I want to be able to rest until tomorrow. At that time, we shall visit the Tingen City Housing Improvement Company to see if they have any reasonably priced and decent row houses for rent. Moreover, we must first pay a visit to Mr. Frankie." "The landlord?" Klein responded with a puzzled tone. "Is there really a row house in a prime location under the current landlord's name?" Benson shot a bemused glance at his brother, chuckling. "You haven't forgotten that we have a 1-year lease, have you? It's only been 6 months. Klein inhaled sharply, realizing he had indeed forgotten about that detail. Although the rent was paid weekly, the lease's duration spanned a year. Moving now would constitute a breach of contract, and if taken to court, it would cost him a significant sum. "You still lack sufficient social experience," Benson remarked, running his fingers through his receding black hair with a sigh. "This was a term I fought hard to secure. Otherwise, Mr. Frankie would only agree to a 3-month lease. For the affluent, landlords typically seek 1-year, 2-year, or even 3-year contracts for stability. However, for us, and for our previous neighbors, Landlords are always wary of unexpected circumstances that may render tenants unable to pay rent, preferring short-term agreements. This way, they can frequently adjust the rent as they see fit. Klein supplemented this with fragments of the original owner's memories and his own rental experiences. Vincent sighed. This is the stark and cruel reality of contemporary society. But fear not. The matter of the lease is easily resolved. To be candid, should we delay a week's rent, Mr. Frankie would promptly evict us and seize our valuable possessions. After all, his intellect is scarcely superior to that of a baboon, incapable of discerning overly complex matters. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly recalled a jest regarding a certain Sir Humphrey and shook his head seriously. No, Vincent, you are mistaken. Why? Vincent asked, his face a picture of confusion. Haha. Vincent couldn't help but react uncontrollably. Of course, as gentlemen, we would never resort to such unscrupulous methods. Tomorrow, we'll speak directly with Mr. Frankie. Trust me. He is easily persuaded, quite so. Klein had no doubt about this. The existence of the gas pipeline was the most compelling evidence. The brothers chatted for a while, then added the small remnants of last night's pan-seared fish to a hodgepodge of vegetables, softening the rye bread with steam as they heated the mixture. As Benson departed, Klein took with him 3 sulas and a handful of copper pennies, making his way to the market for lettuce and meats. He spent 6 pennies on a pound of beef and 7 on a large, tender, and low-bone taysock fish, in addition to purchasing potatoes, peas, white radishes, rhubarb, lettuce, turnips, and various herbs such as rosemary, basil, and cumin, along with oils. Throughout this endeavor, he sensed a watchful gaze upon him, yet no tangible interaction ensued. He had intended to engage in military-style exercises to strengthen his physique, but now he could scarcely recall even the most basic calisthenics, let alone the more rigorous training. Consequently, he opted for simplicity. Klein refrained from overexerting himself, aware that fatigue would only heighten the risks he faced. At intervals, he paused to peruse the original owner's textbooks and notes, hoping to revisit the knowledge related to the Quaternary period. As evening approached, Benson and Melissa sat at the desk, gazing at the neatly arranged food before them, poised like advanced students in a primary school. A medley of enticing aromas composed a rich prelude to their meal: the alluring scent of simmering beef, the pronounced and lingering allure of mashed potatoes, the sweet entanglement of pea soup, the subtle yet balanced essence of stewed rhubarb, and the creamy sweetness enveloping the rye bread. A pronounced rumble emanated from his stomach. Klein rolled up his shirt cuffs, grasped the plate of fried fish, and placed it in the center of the tidy desk. He then turned to retrieve 2 large mugs of ginger beer from the cupboard, setting them at their respective places for Benson and himself. He flashed a smile at Melissa and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a lemon pudding. "We have beer, and you have this." "Thank you," Melissa murmured softly, accepting the lemon pudding. Upon noticing this, Benson raised his glass with a smile, proclaiming, "Let us celebrate Klein's new job." Klein clinked his glass with Benson's and then with Melissa's lemon pudding, exclaiming to the goddess, "Ginger beer, despite its name, contains no alcohol. Instead, it blends the spiciness of ginger with the acidity of lemon, creating a taste reminiscent of beer, suitable for women and children." Though Melissa was not particularly fond of its flavor. "To the goddess," Benson echoed, taking a sip, while Melissa hesitantly nibbled at her lemon pudding, savoring it slowly. "Give it a try," Klein suggested, setting down his glass and picking up a fork and spoon, gesturing towards the spread of food before them. Among the dishes, he felt the least confident about the pea soup, as he had never encountered such a peculiar dish on earth, relying solely on fragmented memories of the original owner for inspiration. As the elder brother, Benson did not hesitate, scooping a spoonful of mashed potatoes and bringing it to his mouth. The potatoes, cooked to perfection and mashed to a creamy consistency, mingled with a hint of pork fat and just the right amount of salt, igniting his appetite. "Not bad at all," Benson mumbled. "Far superior to what I had at the company last time, which was laden with cream. This could be considered my specialty." Klein graciously accepted the praise, attributing his skills to the teachings of the chef from the Welch family. Melissa then gazed at the beef soup, where vibrant green basil leaves, tender heads of lettuce, and white radish cubes floated within the clear broth, concealing the tender, stewed beef beneath. The colors were refreshing, and the aroma was enticing. She speared a piece of beef, placed it in her mouth, and found it to possess a delightful tenderness coupled with a satisfying chewiness, a hint of saltiness mingling with the subtle sweetness of the radish, and the aromatic spiciness of the basil, altogether enhancing the inherent deliciousness of the beef. It was as if she were extolling the virtues of a dish. Unable to cease her praise, Klein took a bite as well, finding it delicious yet somewhat regrettable, as it fell short of his highest standards. After all, certain seasonings were absent, necessitating substitutes that felt somewhat peculiar. Of course, even at his best, his own cooking was merely adequate. Suddenly, he felt a pang of sympathy for the naive Benson and Melissa. After swallowing the beef, Klein picked up a piece of fried tarsock fish, sprinkled with cumin and rosemary. Its exterior was crispy while the inside remained tender, golden, and delectable, the savory and oily flavors intertwining harmoniously. Nodding slightly, Klein then sampled a piece of stewed rhubarb, finding it acceptable, serving to alleviate the richness of the meat. Finally, he summoned his courage and scooped a spoonful of pea soup. Too sweet, too sour. Klein couldn't help but furrow his brow. Yet upon witnessing Benson and Melissa's satisfied expressions after tasting it, he began to doubt his own palate. Unable to resist taking a swig of ginger beer to cleanse his taste buds, the three siblings feasted until their bellies were swollen, finding it difficult to rise from their chairs for quite some time. "Let us once again extol the goddess," Benson declared, raising the last remnants of his ginger beer in satisfaction. "Praise the goddess." Klein finished his final drink in one gulp. Observing this, Klein, buoyed by a slight intoxication, remarked, "Melissa, this is not ideal. The finest and most beloved dishes should be savored at the outset. That way you can experience their utmost deliciousness. If you wait until you are full and your appetite wanes, the flavors will undoubtedly be diminished." After a flurry of activity, one of them reviewed coursework, another studied accounting, while the last continued to peruse textbooks and notes, passing the time in a fulfilling and satisfying manner. At 11 o'clock, the three siblings extinguished the gas lamp and retired for the night. In the dimness before him, feeling somewhat dazed, Klein suddenly beheld a figure clad in a black knee-length coat, wearing a half-top hat, the Captain Dunn Smith. "Captain." Klein was instantly awakened, clearly aware that he was in a dream. Dunn's gray eyes were devoid of emotion as he spoke matter-of-factly. "Someone has infiltrated your room, seized your revolver, and forced him into the hallway, then handed him over to us. Someone broke into my room. The Watchers have finally made their move." Klein was taken aback, daring not to inquire further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. The scene before him instantly shifted, colors swirling chaotically like bubbles bursting one by one. Upon opening his eyes, Klein cautiously turned his head to glance towards the window, where he spotted a slender and unfamiliar silhouette standing at his desk, silently rummaging through something. Chapter 28. The Secret Meeting. Thud. 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 Klein's heart began to race violently, contracting tightly before abruptly swelling, causing his body to tremble slightly. For a fleeting moment, he nearly lost sight of his purpose and the actions he was meant to take, until the intruder paused, tilting his ear as if he had sensed a shift in the atmosphere. A firm, smooth sensation enveloped him, swiftly stabilizing his emotions. Silently and deliberately, he drew his pistol, aiming it at the intruder's head. To be candid, he harbored no confidence in his ability to hit the target. Although he had previously managed to stabilize his aim on a stationary target, the concept of a moving figure was entirely different. He was not so arrogant as to conflate the two. Yet, a vague recollection from his past life surfaced, suggesting that the true power of a nuclear weapon lies in its pre-launch phase. In this context, the principle remains the same. The most effective deterrent exists before the bullet is fired, by refraining from pulling the trigger and avoiding blind fire. The intruder would remain uncertain of Klein's inexperience, significantly increasing the likelihood that he would miss, instilling a sense of worry and fear that would lead him to overthink his predicament and impose constraints upon himself. In that fleeting moment, a cascade of thoughts emerged, granting Klein clarity. He was not the type to remain calm under extreme pressure. Rather, he had long anticipated encounters with Watchers, envisioning scenarios centered on intimidation rather than aggression. A saying from the land of gluttons comes to mind: "Preparedness averts misfortune." As Klein aimed his gun at the intruder, the slender figure abruptly froze, seemingly attuned to something. Moments later, a voice laced with a light chuckle reached him. "Good evening, sir." The lean man's hands subtly clenched, and his body appeared tense. Klein, seated on the lower bunk of a lofted bed, kept his gun trained on the man's head, striving to maintain a tone that was casual and untroubled. "Please raise your hands and turn your body, but do so slowly. To be frank, I am a timid and easily startled individual. If you move too quickly, I might be frightened and inadvertently discharge my weapon." "Yes, that is precisely it." The slender man raised his hands partially beside his head, gradually turning his body. The first thing that caught Klein's eye was the neatly buttoned black bodysuit, followed by two thick, sharp, brownish-yellow eyebrows. From the man's striking blue eyes, Klein discerned no fear. Instead, he felt the unsettling sensation of being preyed upon by a ferocious beast, as though a single misstep could result in being pounced upon and torn to shreds. He tightened his grip on the gun, striving to maintain an expression of calm detachment. Only when the slender man faced him fully did he lift his chin and gesture towards the door, speaking softly and gently. "Sir, let us step outside to converse. We wouldn't want to disturb anyone's sweet dreams. Now, please move slowly and tread lightly. It is the most basic courtesy of a gentleman." The cold gaze of the slender man swept over Klein as he continued to hold his hands aloft, taking deliberate steps toward the door. Under the watchful aim of the revolver, he twisted the doorknob and slowly opened the door. As the door stood ajar, he suddenly crouched down and rolled forward, causing the door to slam shut with a resounding thud, as if pulled by a tempest. The commotion startled Benson, who occupied the upper bunk, rousing him from his slumber. At that moment, a melodious and tranquil tune wafted in from outside, accompanied by a deep and soothing voice that sang, "Ah, the thread of fear, the crimson hope. One thing is true, this life swiftly passes. One thing is indeed true, the rest are lies. The bloom shall wither after its fleeting moment." This poem seemed to possess a calming and stabilizing power, allowing Benson and others, including Melissa from the inner room, to drift back into a drowsy slumber. Klein felt a profound tranquility enveloping him, nearly stifling a yawn. The agile movements of the slender man had caught him off guard, leaving him no time to react. Gazing at the closed door, he smiled faintly and murmured to himself, "You might not believe it, but my shot was merely a blank. A precaution against misfires." Klein then listened intently to the midnight verses, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the battle outside. However, after only a minute, the serenity that resembled the melody upon a moonlit lake ceased, and the night reclaimed its deepest silence. Klein silently shifted the chamber's wheel, clearing the space, and awaited the unfolding of events. He lingered for 10 minutes, feeling an increasing sense of unease, contemplating whether to venture outside to investigate. When at last he heard the calm and gentle voice of Dunn Smith at the threshold, "It's resolved." Klein exhaled in relief, readied his revolver, took the key, and cautiously approached the door, silently stepping outside to find Dunn Smith, clad in a knee-length black coat and a half-height top hat, with deep gray eyes, standing opposite him. He quietly closed the door behind him and followed Dunn to the end of the corridor, standing in the faint crimson moonlight. "I wasted some time entering your dream," Dunn remarked, gazing out at the red moon, his tone steady. "Do you know his origins?" Klein felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Dunn nodded slightly, stating, "An ancient organization known as the Mystery Society, established in the Quaternary period, linked to the Solomon Empire and certain fallen nobles of that time." "Oh." The notes of the Antigonid family originated from them, having inadvertently entered the antiquities market through a member's oversight, acquired by Welch, prompting them to send out search parties. Before Klein could inquire further, Dunn paused and continued, "We will track down some of their members based on these clues. The outcome may not be favorable. These individuals are as elusive as rats in a sewer. However, at least they will realize that the Antigonid family's notes may have fallen into our hands, or that we possess key insights. Consequently, unless the items are of utmost importance, they will likely abandon this endeavor. Such is their survival philosophy." "But what if the notes are indeed of utmost importance?" Klein asked, his concern evident. "Regarding the secret society, our knowledge remains scant. The success achieved this time is largely attributed to your cleverness. It is indeed a testament to your merit. Considering the potential lurking dangers and the enhancement of inspiration aiding in the pursuit of notes, you are presented with an opportunity to choose." "An opportunity to choose?" Klein instinctively felt his breath become heavier, sensing an underlying implication. Dunn, suppressing a smile, adopted a serious demeanor and solemnly asked, "Do you aspire to become an extraordinary being?" "One can only select an extraordinary individual from the incomplete sequences. Of course, you may also forego this chance, opting to accumulate merits until they suffice to elevate you to the status of the Sleepless One, the initial guardian of the night bestowed by the goddess. The starting point of the complete sequence mastered by the church." Indeed, Klein felt a surge of joy, momentarily free from hesitation, and proactively inquired, "From which sequence 9 may I choose?" One must possess detailed information to determine whether to relinquish or accept, and to specify which to select. Dunn turned his body, draped in a cascade of crimson veil, gazing into Klein's eyes, and slowly spoke. Aside from the sleepless one, the church possesses 3 other sequence 9 potion formulas. One is known as the Seeker of Secrets, which embodies the capabilities mastered by the old Neil. Ah, Roshan must have mentioned it to you. She has always struggled to keep her lips sealed. Our Seeker of Secrets potion formula, along with its disjointed subsequent sequences, was acquired from the Moss Ascetic Society. At that time, they had not yet fallen. They upheld their moral codes and strict adherence to secrecy, fervently pursuing knowledge. Every member, upon becoming a Seeker of Secrets, must vow silence for 5 years, learning to embrace stillness to facilitate cultivation and enhance focus. The adage "do as you will, but do no harm" originates from them. The Seeker of Secrets possesses a rudimentary, yet comprehensive understanding of mystical knowledge encompassing magic, witchcraft, and astrology, familiar with numerous ritualistic spells, yet they must tread carefully. Filled with reverence towards extraordinary powers, we lack most of this sequence, rendering it fragmented and incapable of forming a cohesive chain. For instance, its sequence 8, which perhaps the sanctuary may possess. This nearly satisfies all my requirements. Klein nodded slightly, feeling the impulse to choose. Fortunately, he recalled another inquiry. And the other 2? The second is known as the Corpse Collector, a choice favored by many cultists from the southern continent who worship the deity of death. Upon consuming this potion, one will be perceived as kin by mindless undead, thus avoiding attacks. It enables endurance against the cold, decay, and the aura of death, allowing direct sight of certain malevolent spirits, gaining insight into the characteristics and weaknesses of various undead beings, as well as some enhancement in physical attributes. We possess its subsequent sequence 8 and sequence 7. Ah, you should be able to guess its sequence 7, the medium. This was Dolly's initial choice, Dunn elaborated. The medium indeed appears both mysterious and striking. However, what I most desire is the mastery of esoteric knowledge. Klein refrained from interjecting, listening quietly. Dunsmith tilted his head and glanced at the crimson moonlight, remarking, "As for the third type, we only possess sequence 9. Whether the sanctuary harbors anything else remains uncertain. It is referred to as the diviner." The diviner? Klein's pupils constricted as he recalled the regret expressed by Emperor Roselle in his diary. He lamented not having chosen among the apprentice, the thief, and the diviner during his formative years. Chapter 29. Careers and housing are serious matters. Klein endeavored to suppress any peculiar manifestations, approaching with genuine curiosity as he inquired, "What abilities does a diviner possess?" Dunsmith, shaking his head with a smile, responded, "Your question lacks precision. It should be, what abilities are conferred upon one who consumes the diviner potion?" His gray eyes and visage remained shrouded in shadow, turned away from the crimson moon. Astrology, tarot reading, pendulum divination, clairvoyance, and a plethora of similar arts. However, it is not to imply that merely ingesting the potion will instantly grant you mastery over these disciplines. Rather, the potion bestows the qualifications and capacity to learn them. Observing Klein's demeanor, Dunn chuckled softly, "Do not rush into a decision. Inform me of your choice by Monday morning, regardless of whether you opt for one path or choose to forego it entirely. There shall be no additional opinions within our night watch." He urged Klein to calm his thoughts and consult his inner self. With that, he removed his hat, offered a slight bow, and ambled past Klein towards the stairway. Klein remained silent, refraining from offering an immediate response, returning the bow in quiet contemplation as he watched Dunn depart. Although he had persistently yearned to become extraordinary, the actual opportunity before him filled him with trepidation. The absence of a subsequent sequence, the various uncontrollable aspects of being extraordinary, the dubious credibility of the Emperor Roselle's diary, and the maddening whispers of alluring temptation coalesced into a quagmire that obstructed his path forward. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. Lying there, eyes wide open, he gazed at the faintly crimson-tinged underside of the upper bunk. Outside, a drunken man staggered by while a carriage sped swiftly down the deserted street. These sounds did not disrupt the tranquility of the night, but rather deepened its enigmatic serenity. Klein's emotions settled as he recalled numerous memories from Earth. His father, who relished physical activity and spoke in a booming voice. His mother, who, despite her chronic illness, busied herself with various tasks. His childhood friends, with whom he had transitioned from playing soccer and basketball to engaging in video games and mahjong, and the figure of a failed romantic interest, now blurred in his recollection. These reminiscences flowed like a serene river, causing few ripples, evoking little sorrow, yet silently enveloping his soul. Perhaps only in loss does one come to appreciate what was once held dear. As the crimson hues faded and the horizon blazed with gold, Klein had made his choice. He rose to wash his face in the communal restroom, refreshing himself, and then took a single-soul note to purchase 8 pounds of rye bread from Mrs. Wendy for 9 pence, replenishing the staple he had consumed the previous night. The price of bread had begun to stabilize. After breakfast, Benson, while changing clothes, offered his commentary. Today was Sunday, granting him and Melissa a well-deserved respite. Here lies an advertisement for a house for rent, located at 3 Wendell Street in the Northern District. This detached residence boasts 2 stories. The upper level comprises 6 rooms, 3 washrooms, and 2 spacious balconies, while the lower level features a dining room, a living room, a kitchen, 2 washrooms, 2 guest rooms, and a basement storage area. Moreover, the property is adorned with a private lawn of 2 acres in the front and a small garden at the back. It is available for lease for 1, 2, or 3 years at a weekly rental of $1.60. Interested parties may contact Mr. Guksufu at 16 Champagne Street. This is our future goal, Benson remarked, donning a black bowler hat with a smile. The rental prices in the newspaper are exorbitant. The Thuringia Housing Improvement Company offers more affordable options that are scarcely inferior. Why not seek assistance from the Thuringia Working Class Housing Improvement Association? Melissa emerged from the partition, clutching a worn straw hat and wearing her best gray-white lightweight dress, which had been mended several times. She exuded a quiet composure, yet her youthfulness was unmistakable. Benson chuckled heartily. From whom did you hear about the Thuringia Working Class Housing Improvement Association? Jenny? Mrs. Rochelle? Or perhaps your dear friend Selina? Mrs. Rochelle. I happened to encounter her while washing up last night. She inquired about Klein's interview, and I shared a few details. Subsequently, she suggested reaching out to the Thuringia Working Class Housing Improvement Association. Seeing Klein's puzzled expression, Benson smiled and shook his head. This is an association aimed at the impoverished, or more accurately, the lower strata of society. The housing they build and renovate predominantly features communal washrooms, offering merely 3 options: 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units. Do you truly wish to continue residing in such places? The Thuringia Housing Improvement Company operates in a similar vein, but also offers opportunities for the lower middle class. Frankly, we are slightly above the lower class, yet still fall short of the genuine middle class, not due to inadequate salaries, but rather a lack of time for accumulation. Klein comprehended this and, folding the newspaper, donned his hat and rose, stating, "Then let us be on our way. I recall that the Thuringia Housing Improvement Company is located on Daffodil Street." As Benson opened the door, he added, "They, like the Thuringia Working Class Housing Improvement Association, are known as 5% charity. Do you know why?" "I do not," Klein replied, grasping his cane and walking alongside Melissa, who nodded in agreement with her long, dark hair flowing down her back. Benson stepped outside. Clop, clop, clop. The 3 siblings descended the stairs and leisurely made their way toward Daffodil Street, determined to secure housing before approaching the current landlord, Mr. Frankie. To avoid the predicament of being unable to move in on one side while being compelled to vacate on the other. I heard from Selina that there are also purely charitable housing improvement companies. Melissa mused thoughtfully. Benson chuckled softly. Indeed, the DeVille Trust Company, established through Sir DeVille's generous contributions, constructs apartments aimed at the working class, providing specialized property management while charging remarkably low rents, albeit with stringent requirements. It seems you are not particularly fond of this concept? Klein perceptively inquired with a smile. With a furrowed brow, Klein expressed his confusion. It appears there are no issues. All the stipulations seem quite reasonable. Indeed. Melissa concurred with a nod. Benson tilted his head, casting a glance at them, and remarked with a gentle laugh, "Perhaps I have sheltered you too well. You have yet to truly witness the struggles of the impoverished. Do you believe they have the means to receive essential vaccinations? The charitable medical organizations have waiting lists extending 3 months into the future. Do you think their employment is stable, rather than precarious? If they cannot sublet their homes and charge a nominal fee, what happens when they face unemployment? Many women earn a meager living at home, mending clothes or assembling matchboxes. This constitutes commercial activity. Are we to evict them as well? Most of the impoverished expend every ounce of energy merely to survive. Do you truly think they have the luxury to educate their children, discouraging them from playing in the hallways? Perhaps the only option would be to confine them indoors, only to send them off to places that accept child labor once they reach 7 or 8 years of age. Benson described these circumstances with minimal embellishment. sending a chill down Klein's spine. Is this truly the existence of the lower class? Beside him, Melissa lapsed into silence, and after a long pause, she spoke in a wistful tone. Ever since moving to Down Street, Jenny has been reluctant to let me visit her at home. I hope her father can emerge from the shadows of his injuries and regain stable employment, but I have witnessed too many who numb themselves with alcohol. Vincent scoffed with a heavy heart. Unsure of how to respond, Klein found himself in a similar state of disquiet as the three siblings walked in silence towards Daffodil Street. Eventually arriving at the Tingen City Housing Improvement Company, they were greeted by a warm, smiling, middle-aged man, casually dressed in a white shirt and black vest, with no hat in sight. "You may call me Scart. May I inquire what type of housing you require?" He glanced at Klein's silver-tipped cane, his smile growing even more genial. Vincent spoke directly. "We seek a row house." Scart perused the documents and files in his hands, smiling as he remarked, "Currently, we have 5 units available for rent. To be frank, we primarily cater to those truly in housing distress, 6, 8, or even 10 or 12 individuals crammed into a single room with their children. Row houses are rather scarce. One is located at 2 Daffodil Street, another in the North District, and one in the East District. The weekly rent ranges from 12 to 16 Suler. You may review the detailed descriptions." He pushed the documents toward Benson, Klein, and Melissa. After a brief perusal, the 3 siblings exchanged glances and simultaneously pointed to a specific location on the paper. "Let us first examine the property at 2 Daffodil Street." Vincent spoke, and Klein and Melissa nodded in agreement. This area could barely be considered familiar to them. Chapter 30, A New Beginning at 2, 4, and 6 Daffodil Street. The row houses feature polygonal 4-pitched roofs, adorned in a muted gray-blue hue, with 3 prominent chimneys standing tall. There are, of course, no lawns or gardens, nor any porches, as the entrances directly face the street. Scott from the Tingen City Housing Improvement Company held a set of brass keys, introducing as he unlocked the grand door. Our row houses lack hallways. Upon entering, you find yourself in the living room, which boasts a bay window facing Daffodil Street, allowing for ample natural light. Before Klein, Benson, and Melissa lay a set of fabric sofas, bathed in golden sunlight, within a spacious area comparable to their previous 2-bedroom apartment. This living room also serves as a parlor. To the right lies the dining area, while the left wall features a grand fireplace to warm you during winter. Scott gestured with familiarity. Klein glanced around, confirming the open-plan layout was indeed raw, with no partitions between the dining and living areas, yet the space away from the bay window appeared rather dim. A modest red rectangular wooden table sat in the center, surrounded by 6 cushioned hardwood chairs, while the fireplace on the left wall reminded Klein of those seen in foreign films and television series. Behind the dining area is the kitchen, but we do not provide any utensils. Opposite the living room are a small guest room and a washroom. Scott continued, navigating through the layout of the first floor. The washroom was divided into 2 sections, the outer area for washing up and the inner section housing the toilet, separated by folding doors. The guest room, though described as small, was roughly the size of the partition where Melissa currently resided, leaving her momentarily speechless. After surveying the first floor, Scott led the trio to the staircase adjacent to the washroom. Downstairs, there is a storage room, where the air is quite stifling. Remember to ventilate it before entering. Benson nodded discreetly, following Scott up the staircase to the second floor. On my left, there is a washroom, accompanied by 2 bedrooms on the same side. On my right, the layout mirrors this, with the washroom situated near a small balcony. As he spoke, Scott opened the washroom door, stepping aside to allow Klein, Benson, and Melissa an unobstructed view. This washroom was equipped with a bathtub, and the toilet area also featured a folding door. Though it bore a slight layer of dust, it was otherwise clean, devoid of any foul odors or overcrowding. Melissa gazed at the space in astonishment, only diverting her gaze when Scott moved towards the adjacent bedroom, prompting her to follow at a measured pace. Klein, seasoned by experience, felt a sense of delight and anticipation, as even though their landlord often supervised cleanliness, the communal washroom was seldom immaculate, frequently triggering nausea, especially during peak times when lines formed. The other washroom mirrored this one, while 4 bedrooms included one slightly larger, furnished with a bookshelf, while the others were of similar size, each containing a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. The balcony was small, allowing for only a limited amount of garments to be dried at once. Scott stood at the end of the corridor, gesturing towards a section separated by a door and a lock, indicating the presence of complete facilities such as sewer systems, gas pipes, and meters. This place is ideally suited for gentlemen and ladies like yourselves, with a weekly rent of merely 13 sols and a furniture usage fee of 5 pence, along with a deposit equivalent to 4 weeks' rent. Before Benson could speak, Klein, filled with curiosity, surveyed the surroundings and inquired if one were to consider purchasing. How much would this property cost? As a traveler from a nation renowned for its culinary indulgence, the desire for homeownership had always lingered in his heart. Purchase? No. We do not sell properties. We only offer rentals. Scott clarified. I merely wish to understand. Do you comprehend? To gain insight, Klein awkwardly explained. After a brief pause, Scott continued. Last month, the owner of a similar property at 11 Daffodil Street sold it under a leasehold agreement for £300 over 15 years. This is significantly cheaper than renting directly, though not everyone can afford such a substantial sum at once. If one were to buy outright, the owner's asking price would be £850. £850? Klein quickly began calculating in his mind. My weekly earnings amount to £3, while Benson earns £1 and 10 sols. Rent is 13 sols, and with daily meals, I would spend nearly £2 a week. Not to mention clothing expenses, transportation costs, and social engagements, among others. At best, I could save a mere handful of sols each week, totaling around £35 a year. To amass £850 would take over 20 years. Even for the leasehold agreement of £300, it would require at least 8 or 9 years. This does not take into account future considerations such as marriage, family, travel, and so forth. In a world devoid of personal housing loans, it seems most individuals are left with the option of renting. With this newfound understanding, he stepped back and glanced at his brother Benson, signaling him to negotiate the rent price. As for Melissa's sentiments, her sparkling eyes spoke volumes. In that instant, Klein felt as if he were closing a door, releasing Benson into the fray. Benson, tapping his unadorned cane thoughtfully, surveyed the area and remarked, "We should explore other properties. The dining area here lacks adequate lighting, and the balcony is rather diminutive. Look, only that bedroom features a fireplace, and the furnishings are exceedingly outdated. Should we move in? We would need to replace more than half of it." He methodically articulated a myriad of flaws, taking 10 minutes to successfully persuade Scott to reduce the rent to 12 sols, with a furniture fee of 3 pence, and the deposit adjusted to a neat £2. After paying the deposit and the first week's rent, Klein and Benson found their remaining funds totaled £9, 2 sols, and 8 pence. Standing before the door of 2 Daffodil Street, each held a set of brass keys, momentarily entranced, swirling in a myriad of emotions. It felt akin to having stepped into a dream. After a while, Melissa lifted her gaze towards the Moretti residence behind them and spoke in a soft, ethereal voice. Let us not awaken from this reverie. Benson exhaled gently, smiling. Then let us remain in this dream. Klein, less swayed by sentiment, nodded and remarked, we must promptly replace the locks on the main door and the balcony. There is no need to rush. The reputation of the Tingen City Housing Improvement Company is exceptionally commendable. What remains are the expenses for your formal attire. However, prior to that, we must visit Mr. Franke. Benson gestured toward the direction of the apartment. After a modest meal of rye bread at home, the trio set off for the row house on Iron Cross Street, where they knocked on the landlord's door. You should be aware of my principles. I absolutely do not tolerate any delays in rent payments, declared the diminutive Mr. Franke, seated imposingly on the sofa. Leaning forward with a smile, Benson calmly replied, Mr. Franke, we have come to terminate the lease. Such directness? Is this truly a wise negotiation? Klein, who was listening nearby, expressed his astonishment. On their way, Benson had mentioned that his bottom line was a compensation of 12 shillings. Terminate the lease? Absolutely not. We have a contract, and there are still 6 months remaining. Franke glared at Benson, waving his arms emphatically. Benson looked at him earnestly, and once the tension subsided, he spoke steadily. Mr. Franke, you must surely realize that you could earn more. Earn more? Franke touched his gaunt face, intrigued by the proposition. Sitting up straight, Benson smiled as he explained, the 2-bedroom apartment rented to the 3 of us is 5 shillings and 6 pence. But if you were to rent it to a family of 5 or 6, with 2 or even 3 members employed and drawing a salary, I believe they would be willing to pay significantly more rather than risk living in the neighborhood with poor security, where the rent is 5 shillings and 10 pence. Or even 6 shillings, which I consider a reasonable price. Noticing the spark in Franke's eyes and the movement in his throat, he continued, furthermore, you must be aware that rental prices have been on the rise in recent years, The longer we reside here, the more you stand to lose. However, I need time to find new tenants. Mr. Franke, who had inherited the apartment, was clearly tempted by the prospect. Franke nodded in satisfaction. Benson, you truly are a conscientious and honest young man. Very well, we shall sign the lease termination. Klein, observing from the side, was taken aback, realizing just how easily Mr. Franke could be persuaded. Is he really this easy to convince? After resolving the issue of the previous lease, the three siblings first assisted Klein in purchasing formal attire before embarking on the busy task of moving. As the sun hung low in the sky, its golden rays, infused with a hint of heat, streamed through the bulging window, casting a warm glow on the surface of the desk. Klein glanced at the neatly arranged books and notes on the shelf, gently placing the ink and pen on the freshly wiped desk. At last, they had finished. He exhaled, feeling the rumble of his stomach, rolling up his sleeves as he made his way to the door. He now had a bed that belonged solely to him, with sheets and a blanket that were white, old yet clean. As Klein turned the doorknob and stepped out of the bedroom, he was about to speak when he saw the two opposite doors swing open simultaneously, revealing Benson and Melissa, noticing the gray dust and dirt smudges on each other's faces. Klein and Benson suddenly burst into laughter, their joy resonating exuberantly. Melissa, lightly biting her lip, gradually succumbed to their infectious mirth, quietly expressing her own amusement. The following morning, Klein stood before a mirror devoid of cracks, meticulously adjusting the collar and cuffs of his shirt. This ensemble, which included a white shirt, a black tailcoat, a half-height silk top hat, a black waistcoat and trousers, leather boots, and a bow tie, had cost him a staggering 8 pounds, a sum that weighed heavily on his conscience. Nonetheless, the effect was commendable. He perceived himself in the mirror as possessing an even more pronounced scholarly demeanor, seemingly more handsome. With a snap, he closed his pocket watch and tucked it into his inner pocket, then grasped his walking stick, concealed his revolver, and boarded the tram to Zotland Street. As he was about to enter the Blackthorn Security Company, he realized he had grown accustomed to his previous way of life, and this morning had neglected to give Melissa any extra money, allowing her to walk to school. Shaking his head and noting the matter, Klein stepped into the Blackthorn Security Company, where he observed the brown-haired girl, Roseanne, brewing coffee, filling the air with its rich aroma. Good morning, Klein. The weather is quite pleasant today, Roseanne greeted cheerfully. To be honest, I've always wondered, don't you gentlemen feel warm in formal attire on days like this? I know that summer in Tingen cannot compare to the south in terms of heat, yet it is still summer. Same place as usual, Roseanne indicated towards the interior. Klein nodded almost imperceptibly and, passing through the partition, knocked on the door of Dunsmith's office. Come in. Dunn's voice, as always, was deep and gentle. Upon seeing Klein in a remarkably stylish suit, he offered a slight nod, his gray eyes sparkling with amusement. Have you made your decision? Yes, I have reached a conclusion. Dunn slowly straightened, his expression swiftly shifting to one of seriousness, his deep gray gaze unwavering. Tell me your answer. The Diviner. Chapter 31. The potion. Dunsmith's gray eyes locked onto Klein's for a full minute in silence. You must comprehend that once the potion is consumed, there exists no opportunity for remorse. At last, Dunn spoke again, his voice deep and devoid of emotion. Klein smiled faintly and replied, I am aware, yet I honor the voice within me. Firstly, the sleepless does not meet my needs, and the audience at the tarot gathering perceives descriptions similarly. Other extraordinary paths remain shrouded in uncertainty regarding when they might be accessed, which is an insufficient remedy for my urgency. Thus, there is no necessity to wait. The same reasoning applies to the Undertaker, leaving only the Seeker and the Diviner as viable options, under the overarching premise that potions of this caliber are equally perilous. And in the absence of further information, the fact that both the Seeker and the Diviner align with my requirements tilts the balance within me. Regardless of whether His Majesty Roselle wrote casually or genuinely regretted not choosing an apprentice, the options of the Thief and the Diviner are enough to shift my internal equilibrium. Moreover, his notes suggest that by deciphering the essence of digestion and performance, one can mitigate the adverse effects of the potion to the greatest extent. As for the seductive whispers and illusory temptations that lead to corruption and madness, even without becoming extraordinary, one can still encounter them. Very well. Dunsmith rose, donning a half-height black top hat, and remarked, Come with me to the underground. Klein nodded, gratefully performing a gesture of gentlemanly courtesy. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the silent, expansive stairway and corridor, the rhythmic tap, tap, tap reverberating in the stillness. Klein suddenly felt a wave of anxiety and attempted to fill the silence. Captain, you mentioned that consuming the potion does not grant immediate access to corresponding esoteric knowledge, but merely qualifies one to learn and master it. Where, then, does the initial esoteric knowledge originate? Did the ancients risk their lives to gradually uncover it? Or is it derived from elsewhere? Each time he descended into the underground, he sensed the air here to be refreshingly crisp, evidently well ventilated. Yet, in such an environment, the occasional gust of wind indeed sent shivers down his spine. Dunn glanced at him, his gray eyes appearing exceptionally profound in the dim light. Firstly, as you mentioned, it is through exploration, summarization, and improvement. Secondly, it is a divine bestowal. And thirdly, those perilous whispers that others cannot hear are not always mere ravings of madness devoid of meaning. Occasionally, they may recount matters of the mysterious. However, to my knowledge, those who truly listen and persist in listening have invariably succumbed to madness or transformed into monsters. Of course, we must express our gratitude to them, for the notes they left behind constitute invaluable treasures in the realm of mysticism. Human lab rats, then. The chill of the underground enveloped him, causing Klein to shudder unexpectedly. Will my ritual of transformation into a friendship magic inevitably accompany those maddening and terrifying whispers, bringing about similar consequences? Upon reaching the crossroads, Dunn did not proceed towards the Charney's Gate, nor did he divert to the armory, materials, and literature repository. Instead, accompanied by Klein, he opted to approach the left side of the St. Selena Church. Halfway through, he paused, seemingly triggered by something, and opened a concealed door. This was the alchemy room of our night watch team. I shall instruct old Neil to retrieve the formula and corresponding materials for the diviner potion from within the Charney's Gate. Oh, you are indeed fortunate. The goddess smiles upon you. There should still be 2 portions of the necessary materials for the diviner, otherwise we would have to wait for quite some time. Dunn gestured towards the room beyond the door, saying, You shall wait here and observe old Neil as he concocts the potion. This is the most fundamental aspect of mysticism. However, refrain from touching the items within. Some are perilous, others are costly, and some are both perilous and costly. At this juncture, Dunn added, as he had before, by the way, I almost forgot to mention that your elevation to the extraordinary is predicated on the necessity to confront danger and seek out notes. Merit constitutes only a portion of this. Hence, for the time being, you cannot transition into a formal team member. You remain in a clerical role, with the corresponding remuneration, and you are still to carry out the tasks I previously assigned. You shall, however, accompany old Neil to learn a wealth of mystical knowledge at your own pace. Very well, Klein responded, though he felt a twinge of resentment regarding the lack of a salary increase. He otherwise wholeheartedly agreed. According to Dunn, consuming the potion in the process of learning and mastering it would not facilitate an immediate transition to a formal member, wherein participation in tasks concerning supernatural events awaited him. He could scarcely fathom how to articulate the notion of death. Moreover, Dunn continued, I anticipated this. Klein had grown accustomed to the captain's somewhat familiar style. We have garnered some insights from our previous dealings with the secret society, Dunn stated with an expression of calm. In the short term, they should refrain from provoking us further. Nonetheless, do not let your guard down, for we are yet unable to ascertain the significance of that Antigonus family tongue to them. From our findings, it is evident that they preserve certain ancient customs, which can be confirmed as linked to the Solomon Empire and the fallen aristocracy of that era. I understand. Thank you, Captain. Klein exhaled, a breath of relief escaping him. This was also one of the reasons he was reluctant to wait. The opportunity to become extraordinary was one he was eager to seize. Before him lay long tables adorned with test tubes, droppers, balances, and beakers, reminiscent of a chemistry laboratory from a previous life, albeit more rudimentary and ancient. Additionally, there were large iron cauldrons, black wooden spoons, translucent crystal orbs, and various odd symbols of dark sanctity scattered throughout, all contributing to an air of enigma. Klein surveyed the surroundings with keen interest, yet refrained from recklessly touching anything. After a while, footsteps echoed, and old Neil entered, carrying a small silver box adorned with intricate patterns. He was still clad in a classical black robe that seemed out of sync with the contemporary era, topped with a matching round felt hat. Little one, I did not expect you to choose the diviner. As the elderly Neil set down the silver box, he cast a glance at Klein with his somewhat murky dark red eyes, reminiscent of my own character from years past, defiant and nonconforming. Excellent. Ignite those gas lamps and close the secret door, he instructed. Klein, suppressing a shiver, proceeded to light the gas lamps one by one, allowing the dim light to reclaim its dominion over the space. The preparation of sequence potions is remarkably straightforward, at least for those below sequence 7. It requires neither special flames nor elaborate rituals, not even incantations or the involvement of one's own spirit. One simply follows the recipe, adding the ingredients in precise order and stirring briefly. The elderly Neil smiled, his wrinkles seeming to bloom with delight. Really? Klein responded, somewhat incredulously. It sounds almost as simple as my own transportation ritual. Ah, that thought is somewhat terrifying. Perhaps this is indeed a divine blessing. Hail to the goddess. Neil made an unorthodox circular gesture over his chest before opening the silver box to retrieve a roll of aged parchment. As the tawny parchment unfurled, revealing words inscribed in familiar Hermes script, Klein observed that they were written in a blood-like ink, seemingly retaining a sense of fluidity, yet devoid of any extraordinary sensation. Diviner, 100 milliliters of pure water, 13 drops of nightshade juice, 7 leaves of golden mint. Klein silently recited the recipe. Yet the subsequent details were obscured by Neil's elbow, rendering them unreadable. Pure water is simply repeatedly distilled water. Fortunately, I have some prepared already. So we need not waste time, Neil explained, expertly retrieving a large glass jar marked with measurements from the long table. He removed the lid and casually poured approximately 100 milliliters of pure water into the large iron pot. Klein refrained from questioning, fearing he might disrupt Neil's preparation, especially since he would be the one consuming the potion. 13 drops of nightshade juice. This can be extracted and preserved as essential oil, Neil remarked, producing a small brown bottle from the silver box. With a dropper in hand, he effortlessly added 13 drops into the pot, releasing a faint, soothing aroma that calmed Klein's spirit. 7 leaves of golden mint. Neil picked up a tin can adorned with silver patterns, removed the lid, and, with bare hands, pinched off several leaves, sprinkling them into the iron pot, their fresh and invigorating scent wafting through the air. 4, 5, 6, 7. Just right, he chuckled, glancing at the potion's recipe. 3 drops of poison hemlock juice. This is not something to be taken lightly. One sip can cause paralysis and lead to a tragic demise. In ancient times, it was considered the preferred choice for suicide. I'm not foolish, Klein silently retorted. Neil switched out the dropper, introducing the hemlock juice into the pot, blending a peculiar scent that sharpened the senses. 9 grams of dragon's blood herb powder. Neil nonchalantly delved into the silver box, retrieving a transparent test tube filled with a powder as dark as iron. He utilized a beaker and a balance to measure 9 grams of powder, casually pouring it into a large iron cauldron. With a black wooden spoon, he stirred it twice, causing Klein to feel a wave of unease, as he sensed the unreliability of the process. In truth, the preceding materials were merely auxiliary. Whether added in excess or deficiency, they would not alter the ultimate outcome. Shall I add a bit more? Old Neil jested. The remaining 2 ingredients were pivotal. Their quantity could be slightly diminished, but must not deviate too far, lest your ascension falter. Indeed, their proportions must not exceed the prescribed amount, even by the slightest margin. Otherwise, you would find yourself seeking treatment for mental afflictions, or worse, face immediate demise. Klein immediately steeled himself, observing as old Neil retrieved a black glass vial from a silver box. The blood within was a cerulean hue reminiscent of the sky, occasionally bubbling with ethereal foam, as if connecting to a realm of spirituality. Pour the blood from the test tube. Disregard the remnants clinging to the wall. They're a safeguard against excess, old Neil murmured. As the azure blood entered the iron cauldron, it met the prior liquid, producing a cacophony of sound, while the surrounding light took on a pale blue tint, evoking within Klein a strange yet familiar sensation, akin to an experience within the womb that elevated the soul. In the hands of the elderly gentleman lay a piece of crystal, pure to an extraordinary degree, presenting a gelatinous form reminiscent of jelly, lacking sufficient hardness. Under the gentle glow of the pale blue light, it reflected myriad sparkles, as though it concealed a resplendent cosmos within. This is an excellent material for crafting scrying crystals. A tad less, considering the margin of error, old Neil remarked, carefully slicing with a silver knife adorned with intricate patterns. Once prepared, he cast several small shards of star crystal into the cauldron. With a sizzle, an ethereal mist erupted, enveloping the alchemical chamber in a haze. Within this fog, Klein perceived the vastness of the starry sky, as if feeling the gaze of some intangible presence. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, Old Neil scooped a viscous deep blue liquid from the cauldron with the black wooden spoon. The liquid exhibited peculiar properties, interlinking seamlessly without separation, ensuring that not a trace remained in the black iron pot. The deep blue liquid was poured into an opaque cup, and old Neil gestured towards it, proclaiming, "There you have it, your diviner's potion." Chapter 32. Clairvoyance. Klein gazed at the viscous deep blue liquid, which was difficult to categorize as either a cup or a block, and with great difficulty swallowed. "Do I simply drink this? Is there no need for any additional preparations? Perhaps a ritual, incantation, or prayer?" Old Neil chuckled, noticing Klein's increasingly dazed expression, and succinctly summarized the earlier description. "If you feel anxious, you possess quite the sense of humor." Klein's lips twitched as he restrained the impulse to draw his weapon. He placed his cane aside, extended his right hand, and, as if bearing a considerable weight, lifted the opaque cup. The potion's flavor was faint and ethereal. "Youth, do not hesitate. The more you hesitate, the more anxious and fearful you will become, which will adversely affect your absorption," old Neil casually remarked, having turned his back to Klein. He had somehow moved to the nearby sink, washing his hands under the running water. Klein silently nodded, took a deep breath, and, reminiscent of his childhood when he would pinch his nose to take medicine, brought the opaque cup to his lips and tilted it back, gulping it down. A cool, slippery sensation swiftly filled his mouth, then glided down his esophagus and into his stomach. The viscous, deep blue liquid seemed to sprout long, slender tendrils, the cold and stimulation instantaneously penetrating every cell within Klein. He involuntarily convulsed, his vision rapidly becoming blurred, the colors intensifying, reds deeper, blues more profound, blacks darker, colors blending chaotically, akin to an impressionist masterpiece splashed onto canvas. This scene was reminiscent of an experience he had previously undergone during the inquiry with the medium, Dally. At this moment, his sight was hazy, his thoughts meandering yet lucid, like a castaway adrift on the sea. Gradually, he discerned his surroundings, all colors distinctly overlapping, a hazy and ethereal mist wafting gently. Surrounding him were indescribable forms, some so transparent they seemed to lack substance, and deep within lay beams of pure, vibrant light in various hues, as if imbued with life or harboring boundless knowledge. This bore some resemblance to what he had witnessed during the transference ritual. Instinctively, Klein glanced downward, realizing he remained rooted in place, his body convulsing. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. His consciousness plummeted, merging with his body. Boom. The mist dissipated rapidly, colors returning to normal, the pure light and the seemingly non-existent objects vanishing in an instant. The alchemy room returned to its usual state, yet Klein felt as if his head were expanding, on the verge of bursting. Everything he beheld was fraught with countless afterimages, and a haunting whisper echoed in his ears. Honakis. Fragra. Honakis. Fragra. Honakis. Fragra. A sharp pain pierced Klein's forehead, and an overwhelming impulse to unleash and destroy surged within him. He furrowed his brow and shook his head vigorously. "Is your vision not quite right? And have you begun hearing sounds that were previously inaudible?" Old Neil inquired with a smile. "Indeed, Mr. Neil, what should I do?" Klein inquired, suppressing a surge of fervor. Old Neil chuckled. "This is due to the overflow of the potion's power and your lack of means to control it. Now, follow my instructions. Envision an object in your mind, something common, simple, and easily grasped." Klein focused his attention, conjuring in his mind his half-height black silk top hat, contemplating the sensation of its texture and its specific shape. He concentrated all his thoughts on it, repeating the image, asking himself if he felt any better. Old Neil's voice penetrated like a soothing melody. "Is it feeling better?" Gradually, Klein shifted his focus to the imagined silk hat, noticing the whispers in his ears diminishing until they vanished, and the double vision in his eyes began to merge. No longer obscured. "Much better," he exhaled, calming the tumult within. He glanced at his body, finding no abnormalities, then moved his limbs, half in anticipation, half in doubt. He asked, "Have I succeeded? Am I considered an augur now?" Old Neil produced a mercury-coated mirror and held it before him, saying, "Look at your eyes." Klein gazed into the mirror. Seeing himself adorned with the black hat, his features ordinary except for the sheen of sweat, he appeared almost unchanged. Following Neil's suggestion, he scrutinized his eyes, realizing that his once brown irises had deepened significantly, dark enough to seem devoid of light, as if they could absorb other souls. Normally, dark brown pupils can easily be mistaken for black. Without careful observation, even Klein found it challenging to discern. This is the manifestation of the potion's power. Once you learn meditation and understand how to contain it, your eyes will return to normal. Old Neil smiled, extending his right hand. Congratulations, new extraordinary being, our augur. Thank you, Klein replied, shaking his hand. Mr. Neil, when can I learn meditation? Right now. The initial steps of meditation are quite simple, especially for the extraordinary. Old Neil smiled. What you just did, mentally sketching an object to divert your attention and contain the overflowing power, was actually the first step of meditation. Do it once more. Klein closed his eyes and again envisioned the half-height black silk top hat. His focus seemed easier to maintain than before. Soon, various distractions arose and then faded, leaving only the hat he had drawn. He allowed his mind to empty slightly, then replaced the imagined object with something that does not exist in this world, conjured from sheer imagination. It is imperative to adhere to this rule. Only then can you enter meditation, gradually merging with the transcendent self, the infinite self, the cosmic self, gaining insights and revelations of truth, acquiring knowledge that can only be understood by oneself. In the realm of mysticism, this is termed mystical experience. Old Neil spoke in a soothing tone, instructing that for now, one only needed to listen to the subsequent descriptions. The most crucial aspect was to enter into meditation. What does not exist in this world, conjured entirely from imagination. Does Earth count? Klein attempted to substitute the half-high black top hat with the long, thick, olive-green intercontinental ballistic missile he had seen on television. However, no matter how he sketched or envisioned it, he only succeeded in sharpening his focus. It appeared ineffective. Klein was compelled to exercise his imagination, delineating a sphere of light, then conjuring numerous similar entities and drawing them together. The spheres of light overlapped, imbued with the essence of fantasy, as Klein's thoughts gradually emptied, drifting as if in a haze. His body and spirit found tranquility as the previously chaotic gray mist, filled with non-existent objects and pure radiance, coalesced into distinct blocks of color, quietly suspended in the sky, within reach. His spirituality gradually extended, unfolding inch by inch, as Klein observed it with quiet contemplation, feeling its presence while channeling it. Very well, indeed, a true diviner, entering meditation with remarkable ease, only slightly less proficient than I was at the beginning, just a fraction. Old Neil chuckled, and continued, with that, I shall commence teaching you the most commonly employed and simplest ability in the realm of mysticism, one that holds great promise for the future, clairvoyance. He extinguished the gas lamps one by one, yet opened the hidden door to the alchemical chamber, rendering the space where Klein stood dim yet not so obscured that the outlines of objects were indiscernible. Excellent. Maintain your current state. Raise your hands before you, with your index fingers facing each other, yet do not allow them to touch. Open your eyes, allowing them to adjust to the darkness. Following Old Neil's guidance, Klein meticulously executed each step, perceiving the outlines of his opposing fingers and surrounding objects, although he should have lain down to allow his body to fully relax. Old Neil remarked, since your meditation is going well, let us proceed. He chuckled lightly, shifting the focus of Klein's gaze to the area behind his hands. It had to be behind, then slowly moving his fingers while maintaining the relative positions without contact, ensuring they remained within sight. Klein calmly followed, directing his gaze to the void behind his palms, allowing his two index fingers, remaining relative yet uncontacted, to move slowly within his line of sight. Once, twice, thrice. Suddenly, Klein noticed a fiery red hue emerging between his fingers. Oh, he uttered, surprised. Ah, you see colors? Excellent. That is the initial stage of clairvoyance. The color you perceive is your own aura. Old Neil chuckled warmly. Do not rush. Repeat this several times to stabilize your vision, and then we shall explore other areas. I shall take this opportunity to explain the meanings of different colors. Old Neil pondered for a moment and continued. In simple terms, the mainstream fields of mysticism categorize each person's non-physical essence into 4 layers. The innermost being the spiritual body, which represents the fundamental spirituality of each individual. The animistic belief holds that all living beings possess a spirit and a spiritual body. I may not know much else, but for the seeker of secrets, the purpose of meditation and the means to enhance one's power both point towards the spiritual body. Beyond the spiritual body lies the stellar spirit body, which serves as a conduit between the former, the spirit realm, and the cosmos. It is an external manifestation of the spiritual body and is intrinsically linked to one's will and current emotional state. The visions you perceive after consuming magical potions are the images witnessed by the stellar spirit body as it traverses the spirit realm. a domain unbound by the rules of the material world, encompassing the transcendent self, the infinite self, the cosmic self, where the past, present, and future may intertwine. This is the essence of divination. In the spirit realm, what you see are merely images, symbols that require interpretation to uncover their specific meanings. Divination, like many other forms of magic, is enacted through the stellar spirit body. It is crucial to distinguish its relationship and difference from the spiritual body. One is the essence, the other the function. Klein succinctly summarized while continuing to observe the aura at his fingertips. Further out lies the mental body, which signifies the beginning of the integration with the physical form. It encompasses the intellect, representing a synthesis of your reasoning, thought, insight, and comprehension abilities. Certain potions primarily enhance this aspect, and many spells target it as well. Old Neil elaborated with considerable detail, explaining that the outermost layer is the etheric body, which manifests your life energy and physical state. The colors of the aura you perceive are the external symbols of the etheric body. This means that through spiritual sight, not only can you directly perceive certain spiritual entities, ghosts and vengeful spirits, perhaps even some forbidden presences, but you can also discern others' etheric bodies, or auras, enabling you to assess their health and emotional states based on varying thickness, brightness, and color. Some individuals even claim that the most potent form of spiritual sight can reveal anything anywhere, including the past and the future. However, I remain skeptical of such assertions. It sounds quite impressive, Klein thought, almost yearning for the ability. Old Neil cleared his throat and continued. Once these auras dim, or their thickness diminishes, or their colors shift, it indicates that the corresponding areas are in distress, fatigued, or ill. Additionally, the inner layer of the stellar spirit body corresponds to colors that reflect current emotions. Red signifies passionate exuberance, orange warmth and contentment, yellow denotes cheerful extroversion. Green represents calmness and tranquility, blue indicates composure and contemplation, white embodies brightness and positivity, while dark hues suggest melancholy, sorrow, and silence. Purple signifies spiritual dominance, indicating aloofness. Klein silently took note, stabilizing his nascent spiritual sight. All right, you may now observe other phenomena, Old Neil remarked, nodding in approval. Klein slowly turned his gaze towards Old Neil and indeed discovered varying colors and thicknesses in his aura. The purple at his head shone the brightest, while the red in his limbs appeared relatively dim, and the overall white was somewhat thin. It seems age has taken its toll, Klein mused silently. It was only at this moment, upon witnessing these manifestations, that he truly felt himself becoming an extraordinary being. I am an extraordinary being. He shifted his gaze, scrutinizing Old Neil with great care, when suddenly he perceived a pair of emotionless, nearly transparent eyes devoid of eyelashes in the void behind him. These almost ethereal eyes were fixated on Old Neil and upon himself. A shiver ran down Klein's spine as he instinctively exclaimed, "There are eyes behind you." Old Neil paused for a moment, then managed to muster a smile, responding, "Pay them no mind." Chapter 33. The switch as Old Neil's voice faded. The ethereal eyes that had lingered in the dimness behind him swiftly vanished, leaving no trace even for Klein, who was in a state of spiritual sight. This phenomenon manifested as a representation of ritualistic magic, explained Old Neil with a chuckle. How intriguing. Is spiritual sight merely an enhanced version of the yin-yang eye? Klein mused, akin to a child who had just acquired a new toy. His curiosity piqued as he shifted his gaze to examine every corner of the room, eager to discern the differences between the current alchemical chamber and its former state. The dimness outlined the contours of objects, long tables, test tubes, scales, cups, and cabinets, all appearing unchanged and devoid of any luminescence prior to Klein activating his spiritual sight. Do lifeless objects lack spirituality? Klein pondered inwardly, his eyes sweeping over a small silver box on the table. Suddenly, he caught sight of a radiance emanating from within. It shimmered in hues of azure reminiscent of the sky, sparkled like stars, or blazed in a fiery crimson. Materials derived from extraordinary beings possess a certain vitality, even if their original forms have perished. Klein articulated carefully, brimming with curiosity as he inquired of Old Neil. The precise description is that their spirituality lingers. This is one of the keys to the successful concoction of potions and a source of instability for the extraordinary. Dunn should have mentioned this to you, Old Neil elucidated calmly. Recalling something, he suddenly burst into laughter. I remember that the recipe for the corpse collector includes dried adult spotted frogs. It takes immense courage to consume such a potion. Klein envisioned the notion and found it rather repulsive, choosing not to echo old Neil's mirth. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the surrounding gloom, which lacked sufficient illumination. However, there were none of the elusive spirits or phantoms he had anticipated. "Isn't it said that the realm of spirits is omnipresent?" he questioned, perplexed. Old Neil chuckled lightly. "Little one, repeat after me. This is the headquarters of the Night Watch team. This is the subterranean domain of the goddess of night, teeming with extraordinary beings. Do you think we would allow spirits and souls to roam freely here? Moreover, the realm of spirits and the essence of spirits are two distinct concepts." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Klein turned his head away, feigning interest in the faint glow of gaslight at the entrance of the dark door. "I understand." In the midst of his speech, he suddenly felt a twitch in his forehead, uncontrollable and akin to a spasm. "Ouch!" Klein exclaimed, as a sharp pain shot through his brow, causing his vision to blur. When he refocused, he found no trace of the intangible figures. "Mr. Neil, my brow is twitching, and it hurts a bit. Why do I sense a certain amusement from you?" Klein hastily inquired. "How do I exit the state of spiritual sight?" He had intended to mention the intangible figures he had just seen, but upon hearing that hallucinations could manifest as symptoms, he chose to suppress that thought. "Imagine the objects as before, concentrate your attention, then shift into a meditative state. Close your eyes, control your spirituality, repeatedly instruct it to cease, and upon reopening your eyes, you will find that the spiritual sight has concluded." The venerable Neil leisurely articulated his thoughts, only to add at the conclusion that, of course, this was the most tedious and clumsy method. Through practice, we can repeatedly suggest to ourselves during meditation, influencing our spirituality and establishing simple trigger actions. For instance, by gently tapping my brow twice, I can effortlessly activate my clairvoyance. Tapping twice more will easily deactivate it. The specifics of this setup depend on one's individual habits and preferences. Understanding this, Klein contemplated emulating Neil's method, utilizing the gentle tapping of his brow as the switch for his clairvoyance. A single tap could easily be confused with an instinctual head tap, and 3 taps in a crisis could squander precious time. As for snapping fingers or similar actions, those are too distinctive and noticeable. He focused his attention, visualizing a gathering of luminous orbs, and re-entered a meditative state. Under Neil's guidance, after repeated suggestions and practice, he finally established his trigger action, tapping twice again. Everything returned to its previous state, devoid of any peculiarities. He felt a sense of accomplishment, exclaiming his delight. It was only at this moment that he realized he was utterly exhausted, as if he could fall asleep at any moment, his head feeling as though he had endured 3 sleepless nights. Neil chuckled and remarked, "Very well." Klein wholeheartedly agreed with Neil's arrangements. At that moment, Dunn Smith approached from behind, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke with profound intensity. "According to Neil, you have adapted well, both in meditation and clairvoyance." He surmised that Dunn had been guarding the armory for Neil. Dunn slowed his pace, slightly ahead of Klein, and after a few moments of silence, he continued without turning. "You must remember, curiosity can kill the cat, as well as the extraordinary. Do not attempt to probe into whispers you should not hear or sights you should not see." Klein understood this as yet another reminder about the potential loss of control among the extraordinary. It was still morning, the temperature hovering around 26 or 27 degrees. Klein retrieved a brass key from his belt and unlocked his home's front door. Inside, many items were still absent. The living room and dining area remained empty, and both Benson and Melissa had long since departed for their respective engagements, one to work and the other to study. Klein, disregarding all else, quickly shut the door behind him and ascended the stairs to his own bedroom, which boasted a bookshelf. After shedding his tailcoat and hanging it on the coat rack, he eagerly collapsed onto the bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber. Klein was awakened by the brilliant sunlight streaming in. As he turned his head and slowly opened his eyes, he realized the sun was blazing outside. What time was it? Surely he wouldn't miss the afternoon tarot gathering. Struggling to rise, he moved toward the coat rack, remembering that his pocket watch was still nestled within the inner pocket of his tailcoat. Not only had he forgotten this detail, but he also neglected to close his bedroom door and draw the curtains of the protruding window. With a snap, Klein extracted his pocket watch, opened it, and instantly felt relieved. It was only just past noon, with ample time before the scheduled gathering at 3 o'clock that afternoon. Today was Monday, the day designated for his meeting with the hangman in justice. Klein entered a state of contemplation, tapping his forehead twice. Before him, the aura once again transformed, regaining its vibrant hue. After another couple of taps, he withdrew from his spiritual vision and leisurely made his way to the first floor, where he boiled a kettle of water and added a touch of inferior tea leaves, savoring them with a hint of cream while nibbling on a slice of rye bread. Subsequently, he retrieved his history textbook and the original notes, engaging in a relaxed review and consolidation of his knowledge. At precisely 2:57 in the afternoon, Klein closed the books, capped his pen, and swiftly drew the curtains. He then locked the bedroom door, plunging the room into an unusual darkness. Tapping his forehead twice once more, he activated his spiritual vision and surveyed his surroundings. After confirming the absence of any ethereal entities within the room, Klein deactivated his vision and produced a pocket watch to check the time. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At 1 minute to 3 o'clock, he took 4 steps counterclockwise, forming a square. Each step accompanied by silent recitations of the corresponding incantations in Chinese. However, this time, he had not prepared a main offering. Klein closed his eyes, sensing a slight itch on the back of his hand, as if the 4 black dots forming a small square were becoming more pronounced and emerging. It was not that he was unaffected, but rather that he exerted himself to refrain from actively listening. As an extraordinary being, he possessed an enhanced capacity for self-control in such an environment. Soon, he felt his body grow lighter, as he floated upwards into a vast, gray-white, nebulous mist, where he beheld deep crimson stars, 2 of which seemed to possess a subtle connection to him, evoking a sense of uncanny familiarity. Klein glanced at his indistinct form. Murmuring in confusion, the star spirits spoken of by old Neil. After a few moments of calm, he conjured once more the grand temple above the gray mist. The bronze long table situated directly beneath the expansive dome, and the 22 high-backed chairs adorned with various constellations. Quietly, Klein approached the head of the table, enveloping himself and his face in an even denser gray mist, then extending his right hand to point towards the 2 familiar crimson stars, forging a wondrous connection. Note: the esoteric knowledge presented in this book has undergone significant alterations. Imitation is ill-advised. Chapter 34. The prepaid reward within the confines of a windowless basement. The rugged and profound figure of Algie Wilson sat beside a long table adorned with an array of vessels and parchment scrolls. Before him, a half-burned candle stood resolutely, its dim, yellow flame casting flickering shadows upon the surrounding items and the table's surface, creating an ethereal dance of light and darkness. Algie's hair, disheveled like seaweed and of a deep blue bordering on black, framed his face as he donned a robe embroidered with lightning motifs. His hands were clasped together, thumbs aligned, as he leaned forward, fixated on a bottle of pitch-black liquid to his left. A chilling wind howled intermittently from within the sealed bottle, accompanied by the tumultuous roar of the sea. In the untouched areas of the dark liquid, a faint mist writhed and coiled, as though sprouting eyes and a mouth. Algie cast a glance at the clock mounted on the wall, noting the hour hand pointing resolutely at 3. He pressed his temples, his gaze suddenly deepening into an inky darkness, and the vessels upon the table shimmered with a subtle luminescence. At that moment, he was engulfed by a surging tide of deep crimson light, overwhelming him in an instant. In the opulent hall residence of Beekland, Queens, Audrey, having dismissed her dance instructor, securely locked the door behind her and sat composedly at her vanity. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, flowers blossomed in vibrant hues, and a blank notebook bound in fine brown parchment lay open on her table. To its right rested a fountain pen tipped in gold, its body adorned with red gemstones. Audrey tested the pen, affirming that once she distanced herself from the gathering, she could swiftly seize it to record her formula. Her anticipation was palpable. She inhaled deeply, stifling her excitement as she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Yet, the image of herself eluded her sight, replaced only by a surreal, deep crimson glow that erupted from all around her, as well as from within. Above the gray mist, within a temple that loomed grandly like a giant's abode, a bronze table was flanked by deep crimson blooms, cascading like a fountain, sculpting 2 indistinct figures. Their positions remained unchanged since last seen. The tall, golden-haired Audrey instinctively looked upwards, where a figure, shrouded in dense gray mist, reclined against the table's edge, one hand resting flat while the other gently stroked their chin. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey called cheerfully. She then turned her gaze across the table, addressing her counterpart with the same buoyant tone. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man." What a carefree girl she was, confirming my benevolence without a trace of fear. Such a well-protected, noble maiden. Klein smiled, maintaining an enigmatic demeanor as he responded, "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." As he spoke, He inclined his head slightly, raising his left hand to lightly tap his brow twice. In an instant, his perception shifted, revealing the radiant auras surrounding Justice and the Hanged Man. Yet, the surrounding gray mist and deep crimson stars remained unchanged, devoid of any semblance of the non-existent or the seemingly vibrant light of life. As Klein shifted his gaze, he observed that the aura of Justice perfectly aligned with old Neil's description. The reds were vibrantly red, the purples, purple, the blues, blue, and the whites, white. Its sheen was radiant and its thickness just right, exuding the vitality of a spirited maiden. Her emotional hues comprised reds and yellows, embodying joy, passion, and exhilaration. Klein made his assessment and turned his attention to the Hanged Man. Much like Justice, the aura of the Hanged Man bore no striking peculiarities. It was merely tinged with blue, interspersed with hints of orange. Calmness, contemplation, caution, and a touch of satisfaction. In this initial attempt, Klein felt uncertain about his conclusion. Just as he was about to divert his gaze, he abruptly discerned something peculiar. The innermost layer of the Hanged Man's aura appeared to exhibit a complete unity of color and sensation. Klein concentrated, peering closely to faintly glimpse the depths of the Hanged Man's ethereal form, which revealed a deep blue akin to the sea, evoking feelings of tempest and waves. Was this his star spirit? Or perhaps merely the surface of his star spirit? In this light, he truly seemed to be extraordinary, seemingly even more powerful than old Neil. A flurry of thoughts raced through Klein's mind, filled with uncertainty. Perhaps it was merely due to this unique environment. Perhaps it was only because this was his domain that he could perceive such things, not necessarily a deficiency in old Neil's display. He glanced back at Justice, confirming that it was indeed a distinct trait of the extraordinary. At that moment, Ulge completed his greeting. Audrey inhaled deeply, her voice laced with anticipation as she inquired, "Mr. Hangman, have you received the box of ghost shark blood?" Ulge looked towards Klein, who was lightly tapping his forehead, seemingly lost in contemplation of other matters. Audrey smiled modestly. "I am delighted to see this outcome." Having been fascinated by the mysterious since childhood, she had cultivated friendships within the aristocracy with individuals who shared similar interests. They would exchange information, books, and rare items. However, until now, none had acquired supernatural abilities to become true extraordinary beings. A few princes had hinted that should she wish to become a princess, she would receive the gifts she desired. Nevertheless, the ghost shark blood had been directly retrieved from her family's treasury. The list simply noted a large vial, without specifying the volume or whether it was full. She believed that taking a small fraction of its contents would go unnoticed, and even if the situation were to unravel, her parents would likely not pursue the matter. "According to our agreement, I shall reveal to you, the audience, the formula for this potion," she stated. "Let me prepare." "All right, let us begin." Audrey took a breath, focusing all her attention. The preparation of low-sequence potions was remarkably straightforward. One merely needed to add the ingredients in the specified order. However, it was crucial to remember that the quantities should err on the side of caution. Less is preferable to more, for excess could lead to grave complications. "Surely, you have heard of the uncontrollable nature of the extraordinary. I need not reiterate, correct?" Ulge first outlined the precautions. Audrey gently nodded. "I fully understand." As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at the enigmatic Mr. Fool, curious to discern whether this mysterious powerhouse had any additions to offer. Alas, within her line of sight, the Fool sat in serene silence, akin to a statue. After a moment of contemplation, Algier remarked, "A slight deviation does not imply a significant divergence. If you lack assistance, I recommend dedicating time to familiarize yourself with the chemical experiment." He elaborated further on the extent of permissible deviation before reciting fluently, "The Observer. Potion of Sequence 9, 80 milliliters of pure water, add 5 drops of colchicum essence, 13 grams of bull's tooth peony powder, 7 petals of fairy flower, a pair of adult manhow fish eyes, and 35 milliliters of the blood of the ram-horned black fish. The latter two are the primary components, sourced from extraordinary marine species. And utmost caution is imperative." "Peony powder," Algier cautioned. With his assistance, Audrey gradually memorized the recipe in the correct order, though she remained somewhat uneasy, whispering and repeating it time and again. "Are you familiar with meditation?" Algier observed Justice nodding and continued, "I am uncertain of your understanding of meditation, so allow me to describe it. After consuming the potion, begin meditating as swiftly as possible, controlling your spirit and power. Daily practice is essential to truly master the potion's power, uncover its symbolic significance and greater mysteries. Only through this can you minimize the risk of losing control. And the essence of the potion's symbolism lies in its name, such as the observer. Klein quietly listened to their exchange, initially intending to remain silent, solely memorizing and learning. However, upon hearing this, a thought suddenly stirred within him. He and Algier simultaneously turned their gaze towards the seated fool Klein, who lightly tapped his fingers and spoke in a low tone. It is not mastery, it is digestion. It is not excavation, it is performance. The name of the potion is not merely a symbol, it is an imagery, and moreover, a key to digestion. Audrey listened, both bewildered and perplexed, struggling to grasp what Mr. Fool was attempting to convey. Instinctively, she glanced at the hanged man's reaction, only to be startled by his body trembling. Frozen like an ordinary person struck by a sudden, thunderous roar. Digestion, performance, digestion, performance, digestion, performance, key. Algier murmured repeatedly, as if he had grasped some crucial insight or fallen under a peculiar spell. After some time, he finally lifted his head, his voice hoarse, stating, "Thank you, Mr. Fool. Your guidance is as invaluable as my life, elucidating many matters for me, though I believe I have yet to fully comprehend and grasp it." Klein maintained his enigmatic and profound demeanor, smiling as he replied, "This is a prepaid reward." In truth, he himself was still not entirely clear on the precise meaning of those earlier words. Merely confident that Emperor Roselle surpassed the ordinary extraordinary individuals and was superior to the hanged man Mr. Fool. "What do you wish for us to do?" Algier nodded in agreement, adding, "Do you have any tasks for us?" Klein leaned back slightly, casting a glance to either side, and spoke in a low, soothing voice, "Please assist me in procuring the secret diary of Roselle Gustave, even if it is but a single page." Chapter 35. Communicating Messages. The Secret Diary of Roselle Gustave, the Great Emperor Roselle. Indeed, only matters of such significance could capture the attention of a being of Mr. Fool's caliber. Audrey was initially taken aback, but soon realized she felt no surprise whatsoever. It was said that the Great Emperor Roselle had once gazed upon the blasphemous tablet, and that the secret cards he crafted contained 22 pathways to divinity, a concern that every high-ranking power would undoubtedly regard with utmost seriousness. Mr. Fool referred to the legacy of Roselle Gustave as a diary with unwavering certainty. How did he know? How could he confirm it? Did he possess the means to decipher Roselle's cryptic script? For now, let us consider it a diary. He neither denied nor affirmed it. It was rumored that the great Emperor Roselle's diary was inscribed in a secret language or symbols of his own invention. Audrey had heard other noble youths mention this, but had never truly witnessed it herself, prompting her curiosity to inquire aloud. As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward Klein, seemingly seeking some form of affirmation, yet also harboring a hint of skepticism. That script, having undergone numerous generations of evolution, had long since abandoned its original pictographic form. Given your reasoning, how could it possibly be deciphered? Klein remained composed, suppressing a quiet laugh. The notion of treating it as a mystical symbol instantly conjured absurd and amusing images in his mind. An evil sorcerer clad in a black hooded robe, rolling up his sleeves to reveal symbols inked upon his arm, purportedly bequeathed by the great Emperor Roselle, imbued with mysterious powers, two large, azure-simplified characters. Fool. The corners of Klein's mouth slowly curled upward, his spirits lifted further. Upon hearing the description from the hanged man, Audrey pondered. What if the symbols or characters are beyond our comprehension? How then shall we relay them to you, Mr. Fool? Or perhaps send them to a certain location? Soon, she found a potential solution. If she could conjure a temple and furniture based on her own thoughts, could she not also have others directly imprint the contents of their minds? It was worth a try. At that moment, Audrey and Algie observed Mr. Fool, enveloped in a thick, gray mist, gradually sitting upright. Before Klein could finish his sentence, Audrey noticed a piece of yellow-brown parchment and a dark red pen materializing before her. With a mixture of confusion and curiosity, she picked up the pen and, following instructions, envisioned a line of poetry once penned by the great Emperor Roselle. If winter has come, can spring be far behind? Klein sensed the emotion behind her thoughts and, using the pen as a conduit, guided her. Just as Audrey set the pen down, she saw a new line of words appear on the parchment. If winter has come, can spring be far behind? Oh, my goddess, this is truly remarkable, Audrey exclaimed, filled with wonder. Then she glanced at Klein with a hint of trepidation. Mr. Fool, can you read the thoughts within my mind? No, I am merely a guide, simplifying the process through which you articulate your thoughts, transforming it into an imprinting method. If you yourself are unwilling to express, then no traces shall be revealed, Klein reassured in a soothing tone. Is that so? So, if we merely remember the shapes of those symbols or cryptic texts, we can present them directly according to our desires? Audrey exhaled, her curiosity evident. What a splendid approach. Miss Justice, do not doubt your memory. As an audience, you shall experience significant enhancement in this regard. Alger observed the previous attempt, feeling that the fool was even more enigmatic and formidable than he had initially imagined. He trusted that his memory would sufficiently grow with the forthcoming promotion. To this, Audrey nodded joyfully. This is indeed a delightful hint, Mr. Hangman. What further guidance do you have for me regarding the audience? At this point, she turned her gaze upward. Mr. Fool, I shall endeavor to fulfill your task, striving to gather more of Emperor Roselle's secret diaries. I have stated that I am one who appreciates equitable exchange. The advance payment corresponds to merely 2 pages of diary per person. Should there be an excess, I shall offer additional compensation. Klein spoke calmly, in a tone that did not belittle children. As for the source of the additional compensation, it would undoubtedly be the new secret diaries of Emperor Roselle, establishing a beneficial cycle. You are indeed a generous gentleman, Alger remarked, bowing slightly after a moment of silence, his hand over his heart. After the courtesy, he turned to Justice, reiterating, I must emphasize once more, the audience is forever merely an audience. I am aware that many spectators enjoy envisioning themselves as the protagonists or other characters, immersing themselves emotionally to the point of weeping, laughing, or feeling anger and sorrow alongside the drama. However, this is not the role that you, as an audience, should assume. In the face of the various dramas within the mundane society, and the individuals who consciously or unconsciously play their roles, you must maintain an attitude of absolute detachment. Only then can you calmly and objectively scrutinize them, discerning their habitual gestures, detecting their verbal tics of deception, and sensing their underlying tension, grasping their true thoughts through subtle clues. Trust me, each person, influenced by their emotions, will naturally exude different things, emitting diverse scents, yet only a true audience can perceive them. Once you become emotionally invested, your observations will be compromised, and your sensitivity to others' emotions will skew. Audrey listened intently, her eyes growing ever brighter. That sounds exceedingly intriguing. Meanwhile, Klein felt a stirring in his heart. The requirements of the audience potion seemed to encapsulate the essence of being an entirely neutral spectator. This amounted to a certain degree of role-playing. Role-playing? Could it be that what Emperor Roselle referred to as role-playing meant this? Do I need to assume the role of a diviner, gradually consuming the potion? Just as Klein plunged into contemplation, Alger concluded his explanation regarding the audience's demands. After a moment of reflection, he remarked, it seems there is nothing more to discuss. Perhaps we could engage in casual conversation, sharing the occurrences around us. What may appear mundane to oneself could serve as a significant clue to others. He had already resolved to attempt the persona of a diviner, as it seemed unlikely to yield any adverse consequences. Shall we begin with you, Monsieur Hangman? Audrey expressed her interest in agreement. Alger pondered for a moment before stating, the self-proclaimed Admiral Ludwig has embarked once again on a voyage to explore the eastern extremity of the Sunia Sea. Ah, the owner of the Black Tulip? Audrey inquired thoughtfully. I am unaware of who that may be. Klein silently listened, contemplating what information he could divulge that would neither expose himself nor fail to elicit valuable feedback. Soon, he made a decision. Maintaining the enigmatic persona of the fool, he traced his fingers along the edge of the bronze table and stated, as far as I am aware, the secret society has lost a notebook belonging to the Antigonid family. This information is not solely known to the Night Watchmen of Tingen. The secret society and their closely allied extraordinary individuals are equally aware. The Antigonid family's notebook? Alger echoed, shaking his head with a low chuckle. I am quite curious about the reaction of the Church of the Lady of the Night upon learning this news. Why only mention the Church of the Lady of the Night? Klein keenly sensed the issue but hesitated to speak, fearing it would undermine the mysterious and profound image of the fool. At that moment, Audrey voiced her curiosity. Why are you so intrigued by that? What particular reaction could the goddess's church have? Alger smiled and replied, the Antigonid family was indeed annihilated by the Church of the Lady of the Night. I cannot specify whether it was at the twilight of the Fourth Era or the dawn of the current one. This revelation caused Klein's pupils to constrict, a sudden chill washing over him. It appears that the night watchman value that notebook of the Antigonid family far more than I had imagined. Their suggestion for me to become an extraordinary individual, citing certain merits and risk prevention, must be only a minor aspect of their intentions. They desire me to enhance my inspiration, which would assist in locating the notebook. The captain did not conceal this. He had mentioned it before, yet I did not pay it any mind at the time. After hearing the hangman's explanation, Audrey, intrigued, spoke up. I never expected such a situation. Well, it is now my turn. Let me consider what I should share. She slightly tilted her head, resting her hand upon her forehead, and with a gentle laugh, began to speak. Yesterday, my etiquette instructor was teaching me the art of fainting, how to do so gracefully and without rudeness. This is a practical skill for evading awkward situations and unsavory characters in social settings. I was just gathering my thoughts. What I truly wish to express is that ever since the defeat at the Bay of Biscay, the king, the prime minister, and all the gentlemen have been under immense pressure, harboring a fervent desire for change. Note 1. Shelley, Ode to the West Wind. Chapter 36. A simple question. They perceive the current structure of the government to be excessively chaotic. Following each election, the mere change of parties results in a complete overhaul of personnel from top to bottom, rendering matters a disarray and drastically reducing efficiency. This not only leads to defeats in warfare, but also inflicts considerable inconvenience upon the populace. It is rather incongruous that the great Emperor Roselle did not establish such a system in Indus, as it hardly aligns with his character. Could it be that he shifted his focus elsewhere in his later years? Hanging Man Algae interjected with a low chuckle. They perceive? Their sense of awareness is truly dull. Perhaps it takes them a year after being bitten by a black mosquito to even feel the itch. The black mosquito, a notorious creature from the southern realm of the Kingdom of Rune, is infamous for its potent venom that incites an unbearable urge to scratch. Audrey raised her palm to cover her mouth, disregarding Algae's mockery, and instead presented the crux of the earlier information. Unfortunately, they have yet to discover a viable alternative to this system. Klein listened quietly, sensing the conversation veer into his area of expertise, and smiled slightly as he remarked, "This is a straightforward issue. The gluttonous empire and its imitative counterpart, the corrupt kingdom, both possess remarkably successful advanced experiences." "Straightforward?" Audrey replied, somewhat taken aback. Although her upbringing did not include political education, her frequent eavesdropping on discussions among her father and brother had granted her sufficient insight into such matters. Examinations, akin to university entrance assessments, could be conducted publicly, divided into 2 or 3 rounds, employing the most objective methods to sift out the elite. However, Audrey instinctively recognized the opposition this would provoke. Without granting her the opportunity to articulate her thoughts, Klein continued, "Subsequently, these elites would populate the cabinet, county government, municipal governance, and various local administrative positions, essentially, the roles that require direct action, such as senior secretaries in the cabinet, based on the distinct requirements of different positions. Evaluations could be conducted separately in the 2nd or 3rd rounds, ensuring that specialized tasks are entrusted to professionals. Meanwhile, ministerial, county, and municipal roles would be reserved for the victorious party in the elections, as they rightfully deserve their share of the pie." Algae, lacking sufficient interest in the matter, inadvertently tilted his head and listened intently, while Audrey furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. "Do not hastily replace everyone at once. The cabinet and various levels of government would be incapacitated. A staggered examination could be held annually or every 3 years, gradually facilitating transitions. Subsequently, in accordance with the kingdom's expansion and the vacancies arising from resignations and aging government employees, slots could be systematically allocated." Klein, fully embodying his role as a keyboard politician, concluded with a shrug, "This design would maximize the inclusion of knowledgeable elites within the government, regardless of which party ascends to power or who the ministers may be. The civil servants can sustain the kingdom's fundamental and relatively effective operations. Of course, the potential downside is the emergence of the immortal specter of bureaucracy." As Audrey pondered, she inquired with a hint of skepticism, "Are you suggesting that even if those ministers were transformed into curly-haired baboons, it would not have a significant impact?" "No," interjected Alge. "I believe that curly-haired baboons would indeed be a superior choice compared to the current ministers." He paused and added, "After all, baboons merely require sustenance, rest, and mating. They do not proffer foolish ideas nor cling to mindless plans." "Mr. Hangman, it seems you have an unfortunate superior." Klein, seated at the head of the table, chuckled and shook his head. This truly sounds like a rather effective solution. Simple, yet remarkably efficient. She gazed at Klein, sincerely exclaiming, "Mr. Fool, you must be a person of considerable life experience and remarkable wisdom." Klein's lips twitched slightly as he glanced at the hanged man and Justice, remaining silent for a few moments before stating, "Let us conclude today's gathering. If Miss Justice can influence her relatives to facilitate this matter, I shall preemptively guide Benson, granting him the opportunity to become a civil servant." Upon reflection, Benson indeed seems well suited for this vocation. However, Justice is unlikely to take the initiative, for in doing so, I would merely need to inquire with the hanged man about which noble proposed the suggestion, thereby deducing her true identity. Of course, she could always adopt a more circuitous and discreet approach. "As you wish," both Audrey and Aldge replied in unison, rising from their seats. Klein leaned back, severing the connection. And soon the indistinct figures of Justice and the hanged man swiftly shattered and dissipated. Above the mist, within the grand hall reminiscent of a divine abode, he found himself alone at the head of the bronze long table. Unlike his previous encounter, Klein refrained from plunging directly into the mist to depart. For now a transcendent being, he still possessed ample vitality. His reason for concluding the tarot meeting prematurely stemmed from his newfound understanding of the Watcher's genuine stance regarding the Antigonus family's notes. He resolved to feign a diligent search rather than succumb to slumber, lest he arouse suspicion from Dunsmith and others regarding his activities at home. Moreover, today's gains were not insignificant. Seated in the high-backed chair at the head of the bronze long table, Klein rested his arms upon the armrests, fingers interlaced, his gaze solemnly surveying the boundless gray mist, sensing the profound stillness as if no soul had tread upon this space for millennia. While establishing a connection to summon the projections of Justice and the hanged man, he keenly discerned an intriguing realization. As an extraordinary being, he possessed the capacity to reach out to another deep crimson star. Yet, he refrained from acting impulsively, uncertain of the identity and disposition of the newcomer he might summon. After all, not everyone could seamlessly integrate like Justice and the hanged man, each willing to conceal their intentions for mutual benefit. Should he inadvertently attract someone akin to Dunsmith, his newly established clandestine organization would be immediately exposed to the church's scrutiny, placing his future in jeopardy as the nefarious leader of the organization. Klein recognized the peculiarity of the gray mist, understanding that it was beyond the grasp of extraordinary individuals like Dunsmith. However, this led to the contemplation of divine existence. As the presence of extraordinary power necessitated such considerations, Klein cautiously believed in the tangible existence of the 7 orthodox deities, though he leaned towards the notion that these gods were merely slightly more powerful than high-sequence individuals, bound by stringent limitations. Since the 5th epoch, aside from a few prophecies, they had not made any notable appearances. Forcibly involving others is an undesirable endeavor. No one wishes to be unwittingly ensnared in mysterious events. Perhaps it is best to wait and see. Klein sighed and rose to his feet. He extended his own spirituality, sensing the reality of his corporeal form, and began to mimic the heavy sensation of rapid descent. Instantly, the lights and shadows before him transformed. The gray mist and deep crimson receded, as if he had pierced through an endless membrane of water, finally beholding the tangible world, dimly illuminated. This time, he was fully awake, earnestly experiencing the process. Strange. The gray mist and the spirit realm are somewhat dissimilar. Klein moved his limbs, feeling the authenticity of flesh and blood. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and approached his desk, reaching out to draw the curtains. With a swish, the fabric retreated, allowing sunlight to flood the room. Gazing at the bustling street and the passers-by outside the protruding window, Klein inhaled deeply and murmured to himself, "It is time to venture out and fulfill my duties. How shall I embody the diviner? This cannot be rushed. For now, I can only perceive through spiritual sight." In Beckland, Queen's District, Audrey Hall gazed into the mirror, observing her own reflection, with cheeks flushed with excitement and eyes shining brightly, almost too dazzling to behold. 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of colchicum essence, 13 grams of cowtooth peony powder, 7 petals of fairy flower, a pair of adult Munher fish eyes, 35 milliliters of blackfish blood. Exhaling, Audrey meticulously reviewed her concoction, ultimately confirming its accuracy. A surge of desire to dance welled up within her, yet she reminded herself to maintain composure. After some contemplation, she began inscribing the names of various chemical substances around the potion's formula, disguising the page as a complex and chaotic array of scientific knowledge. First, she would search in her family's several vaults for any missing components she might attempt to trade with others. If that still did not yield results, she would have to seek assistance from the Fool and the Hanged Man at the next gathering. What could serve as recompense? After some reflection, Audrey closed her notebook and placed it on the small bookshelf in her bedroom, then briskly made her way to the door, pulling it open. A golden retriever sat obediently outside. Audrey's lips curled into a radiant smile, as bright as the sun. "Susie, you have completed your task splendidly." In serialized stories within newspapers, the detective always has a capable assistant. I believe that behind every true audience, a large dog must accompany them. In a dimly lit basement, where only a flickering candle cast shadows, Alger Wilson lifted his palm, examining it closely. After a long while, he sighed. Even with ample preparation, he still failed to comprehend how the Fool accomplished the summoning. His gaze shifted downward, resting upon the parchment scroll on the long table. At the top of that yellow-brown surface, deep blue ink inscribed a line in hermetic script. 7. The Navigator. Chapter 37. The Club Beneath the Blazing Afternoon Sun. Klein stepped out of his home. To traverse from Kreuzstraße to Welch's residence, he exchanged his formal attire, including his top hat and polished boots, for a linen shirt, an old brown coat, a matching round-brimmed felt hat, and worn leather shoes, thus alleviating any concerns regarding the potential odor of sweat tainting his expensive outfit. As he leisurely made his way along Daffodil Street towards Kreuzstraße, he instinctively glanced at the corner square. The tents had vanished, the circus having completed its performance and departed from the locality. There are not so many tricks, Klein chuckled to himself, shaking his head as he turned towards Kreuzstraße. Kreuzstraße was not merely a single road, but, true to its name, comprised two intersecting pathways. Centered around the crossroads, it branched into Left Street, Right Street, Upper Street, and Lower Street, where Klein, Benson, and Melissa's apartment was situated. However, the residents of the apartment and the surrounding populace did not refer to their vicinity as Lower Street. Instead, they coined the term Middle Street to distinguish it from the impoverished area that lay 200 meters away. There, a single bedroom might accommodate 5, 6, or even 10 individuals. As Klein walked along the edge of Left Street, his thoughts wandered to the notes of the Antigonus family, the mystery of their disappearance, the night watch's concerns, and the ensuing bloodshed. His mood gradually darkened, his expression turning somber. Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears. Young Klein. Turning in confusion, he found himself at the entrance of the Slim Bakery, where the gray-haired Mrs. Wendy was waving at him with a gentle smile. "You don't seem particularly happy," she remarked warmly. Klein rubbed his face and replied, "Just a bit. Regardless of how many worries one may have, tomorrow will inevitably arrive." Mrs. Wendy smiled and continued, "Come. Help me try my newly made sweet iced tea. I am uncertain if it suits the local palate." "Local palate? Aren't you, Mrs. Slim, a local yourself?" Klein chuckled, shaking his head. "I suppose try implies it's free, then?" Mrs. Wendy's lips curved into a smile as she replied, "You guessed correctly. I am, in fact, from the South, having come to Tianjin with my husband over 40 years ago. Back then, Benson was not yet born, and your father and mother had not even met. I have always found the northern cuisine somewhat unfamiliar. I constantly long for the flavors of my homeland: pork sausages, potato bread, roasted pancakes, vegetables fried in lard, and roasted meats with specialty sauces. Yes, I miss sweet iced tea as well." Klein couldn't help but smile at her words. "Mrs. Slim, that's a rather tantalizing topic. However, I feel much better now. Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, he took a sip and found the drink reminiscent of iced tea from Earth, yet less intense, with a richer tea flavor and a refreshing quality that instantly dispelled the heat of the blazing sun. "It's splendid," he exclaimed. "Then I shall rest easy," she replied. Wendy smiled, her eyes crinkling in warmth as she watched Klein finish his glass of sweet iced tea. During the afternoon hours, the street vendors had diminished significantly, with most returning only after 5:30, leaving behind a few lackluster souls, their spirits visibly drained. As Klein turned onto this street, an inexplicable gloom enveloped him, a feeling of oppression, melancholy, and desolation. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and lightly tapped his brow twice, feigning contemplation. Instantly, his perception shifted, revealing the auras of the vendors and a few passers-by. Before he could assess their vibrant health, he was drawn in by the deep, somber hues that symbolized their emotional states. Although he could not discern the specific thoughts of those observed, the impressions of pessimism, apathy, and heaviness etched themselves profoundly in his heart. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that this dim ambience pervaded the area, even the sunlight failing to disperse it. It was a pallor born of countless days, months, and years of despair. Upon realizing this, Klein understood the source of his discomfort. Just as old Neil had mentioned, once he activated his spiritual sight, it was easy to feel unsettled in unfamiliar environments and to be influenced by the emotions of others. This principle also applied to his gift of inspiration, an innate ability acquired upon becoming a diviner, passive and inescapable, allowing one to sense the presence of anomalies directly. Such awareness would inevitably involve a degree of interaction. Thus, to those with extraordinary perception, the strength of each individual's inspiration was as apparent as a torch in the night. Consequently, those with heightened sensitivity would naturally and easily be swayed by intense and unusual atmospheres, requiring repeated practice to master, control, and adapt. Surely, such a suffocating hue must have taken a long time to develop, Klein mused with a sigh, feeling a stirring within. He tapped his brow twice again, striving to rein in his spiritual sensitivity. Step by step, he made his way toward the apartment, attuning himself to any potential anomalies and subtle connections in search of the hidden notes of the Antigonus family. The streets were as usual, littered with murky water and debris, only becoming clean as he approached the entrance of the apartment. Pushing open the half-ajar door, he wandered through the shadows untouched by sunlight on the first floor. Ascending the creaking wooden stairs, each step echoed with a plaintive groan. The second floor remained as dim as ever. Klein indulged his inspiration, gazing into the gloom. Yet, he found no clues to the notes, nor did he encounter any ethereal entities. If such encounters were so easily achieved, most ordinary individuals would not remain oblivious to the existence of the extraordinary, Klein reflected. He had come to understand that most spirits did not exist in corporeal forms, but as essences, necessitating a medium for effective communication. After a thorough exploration of the third floor, Klein exited the apartment and followed the path etched in his memory toward Welch's residence. He walked for a full hour, yet encountered nothing of note along the way. Standing outside the charming garden villa, Klein gazed at the house through the tightly locked iron gate, muttering to himself, "Surely, there is no need to search for the Welch family? The captain and Miss Dolly must have conducted a thorough search. Moreover, I do not possess a key to this place. I cannot simply scale the wall. Perhaps I shall try a different route tomorrow." After traversing so many paths today, yet there is no step leaderboard. The vicinity surrounding the Welch residence is remarkably tidy, with numerous pristine shops lining the streets. As he turned the corner, Klein was on the lookout for a public carriage stand when his eyes were suddenly drawn to several signs on the second floor across the street: Harold's Department Store, the Veterans Officers Club, and the Divination Club. The term Divination Club resonated within him, reminding him of his role as a fortune teller. Perhaps I should pay a visit. In search of fresh ideas, lost in thought, Klein crossed the street, ascended to the second floor, and entered the hall. Standing before an attractive lady at the reception, with her chestnut-hued hair elegantly styled in an updo, she scrutinized Klein for a moment before smiling and inquiring, "Sir, are you interested in divination, or would you like to join our club? What are the conditions for membership?" Klein casually asked. The lady, well-versed in her role, elaborated. "You would need to fill out a detailed application and pay an annual membership fee. The initial fee is £5, followed by £1 each subsequent year. Rest assured, we are not like those political or commercial clubs that require formal recommendations for membership. Members enjoy complimentary access to the club's meeting rooms and various divination chambers, divination tools, and free coffee and tea. Additionally, you may peruse our subscribed newspapers and magazines, purchase lunch, dinner, alcoholic beverages, and various divination materials at cost price. Furthermore, we invite a renowned divination expert at least once a month to teach and address any inquiries. Most importantly, you will find a community of like-minded individuals with whom to exchange experiences." It sounded quite appealing. However, I find myself devoid of funds. Klein chuckled to himself, then inquired, "What if I wish to have a reading?" Chapter 38. The amateur upon hearing Klein's inquiry. The elegant lady with chestnut hair artfully arranged in an updo displayed no sign of impatience. She maintained a courteous smile as she replied, "Our members are free to offer their divination services at the club and set their own prices. We merely take a modest commission. Should you wish to have your fortune told, you may peruse this catalog, which contains introductions and pricing for members willing to provide such services. However, it is Monday afternoon, and most of our members are at work, leaving fewer than 5 here today." As she spoke, She gestured for Klein to take a seat on the sofa by the window in the reception area, then opened the catalog across from him to highlight the current members of the club. Heinaz Vincent, a renowned diviner from Tingen, is a resident mentor at our club, skilled in various forms of divination, charging 4 Sulers per session. The lady with the chestnut hair continued flipping through the pages, providing introductions one by one. And the last member, Graces, who has just joined the club this year, specializes in tarot readings, charging 2 pence per session. Sir, whom would you like to choose? Mr. Graces. The beautiful receptionist paused for 2 seconds before adding, Sir, I must forewarn you that Mr. Graces is merely a novice. I understand, and I will take responsibility for my choice. Klein replied with a smile and a nod. Then please follow me. The graceful lady rose, leading Klein through the adjacent door to the reception area. They traversed a corridor of modest length, arriving at an open conference room bathed in sunlight, furnished with tables and chairs, scattered with newspapers, magazines, and playing cards, and infused with a faint aroma of coffee. As they approached the conference room, the receptionist gestured for Klein to halt, quickening her pace to the end of the corridor, where she gently called out, Mr. Graces, someone is here for a reading. Me? Came a voice filled with surprise and curiosity, accompanied by the sound of a chair being moved. The Citron Room. I adore Citron. Graces appeared at the door of the conference room, gazing inquisitively at Klein, who waited a short distance away. He was a man in his 30s, with a deeper complexion, dark green eyes, soft blonde hair, dressed in a white shirt and black waistcoat, and sporting a monocle on his chest, exuding a commendable aura. The receptionist said nothing further, opening the door to the Citron Room adjacent to the conference area. Inside, the curtains were tightly drawn, casting the room in dim light, as if such an ambience were necessary to receive divine and spiritual insights for accurate readings. Hello, I am Graces. I never expected you would choose me for your reading. Graces greeted Klein with a gentlemanly bow, swiftly entering the room and taking a seat behind the long table. To be frank, I am merely experimenting with offering readings. I lack substantial experience, and for the time being, I am not a proficient diviner. You still have the option to reconsider. After returning the greeting, Klein followed him inside and closed the door behind him. He smiled as the penetrating light filtered through the curtain, saying, You are indeed an honest gentleman. Yet I am a person who firmly adheres to my own choices. Please have a seat. Gracious gestured towards the empty chair across from him and paused for a few moments before adding, Divination is merely a hobby of mine. Life often receives guidance from the divine, yet ordinary individuals frequently struggle to interpret the will of the Almighty accurately. This is the very essence of divination's existence, as well as the reason for my joining this club. In this regard, I lack sufficient confidence in myself. Let us consider the forthcoming divination as a form of exchange. A complimentary dialogue, if you will. How does that proposal strike you? I shall personally cover the club's fees, which amount to merely a quarter of a penny. Klein neither agreed nor disagreed, but instead smiled and remarked, It is evident that you possess a commendable and respectable occupation. As he spoke, he leaned slightly forward, his right hand forming a fist against his forehead, tapping it twice. A bit of guidance, I hope, regarding the whereabouts of a certain item. Klein had already prepared his response, gradually reclining in his chair. In his perception, Gracious S' aura was distinctly visible, with the orange hue of his lungs appearing dim and thin, affecting the overall luminosity. This did not seem to be a manifestation of fatigue. Klein nodded almost imperceptibly. Are you searching for a lost item? Gracious pondered for a few seconds before saying, Then let us commence with a simple assessment. He pushed the neatly arranged tarot cards on the black table towards Klein. Very well. In truth, Klein could scarcely recall the appearance of the ancient notebook and could only mentally expand upon the necessary inquiry. Is it still possible to locate the notebook belonging to the Antigonus family? In repetition, he skillfully shuffled and cut the cards. Gracious plucked a card from the top and slid it horizontally across the table towards Klein. Following the prompt, Klein turned the horizontal card upright. He grasped the edge of the tarot card and flipped it over. It was an inverted card, depicting a figure clad in splendid garments and adorned with a dazzling headdress. The Fool. Regrettably, Gracious sighed. Another fool? What an uncanny coincidence. According to the interpretations of the Hanged Man and Old Neil, divination serves as a communication between the spiritual and the ethereal realms, as well as a dialogue with a higher aspect of oneself. Tarot cards merely facilitate the interpretation of symbolic revelations. Theoretically, the method of divining an object should not matter, nor should it affect the outcome. Klein furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before asking, Can I divine whether that item has already been acquired by someone else? Absolutely. We can repeat the process in the same manner as before, Gracious replied enthusiastically, nodding. Klein reshuffled the cards, cut them again, and focused on the inquiry. He drew a card, placed it horizontally, and then turned it upright in a clockwise motion. His expression earnest as he completed his preparations. Taking a deep breath, Klein extended his hand and revealed the tarot card. Please, let it not be another fool. In a moment of silent prayer, he suddenly relaxed, for the card displayed the star, inverted. It appeared that the item had not yet been claimed by another. Gracious interpreted with a smile. Klein nodded, raised his right hand, and gently tapped his brow twice, as if in contemplation. He then retrieved 2 pennies, glinting with a dull yellowish hue, from his pocket and pushed them towards Gracious. Didn't I mention it was free? Gracious furrowed his brow. Klein chuckled and rose. This is merely a mark of respect for the divination. Very well, I appreciate your generosity, Gracious replied, extending his hand. After a brief handshake, Klein stepped back, turned his body, and approached the door, twisting the handle. Mr. Gracious, I recommend you see a doctor at your earliest convenience, particularly regarding your lungs. Why? Gracious retorted in astonishment. Are you cursing me for being dissatisfied with the reading? Klein pondered for a moment before responding. It's merely an observation based on your complexion. Your brow appears quite dark. A dark brow. Gracious had never heard such a description before. Klein offered no further explanation, smiled, and exited the room, closing the wooden door behind him. Is he an unlicensed physician or merely a country apothecary? Gracious mused with a chuckle, reaching for the silver mirror used for divination. Upon closer inspection, he noted that indeed, his brow did appear dark. However, it was merely an effect of the environment, under the dim light filtering through the curtains. Not only was his brow dark, but his entire face was shrouded in shadow. What an unwelcome jest, Gracious murmured to himself. Uneasily, he performed a health divination, confirming that all was well. As Klein departed from the divination club, he had formulated a plan for the future, to save money swiftly, pay the annual fee, and become a member of the club, thus commencing his journey as a so-called diviner. The reason he did not venture out on his own was due to a lack of resources and channels, as well as the impossibility of setting up as a street vendor. After all, he was a person of some dignity and wished to maintain his pride. A few minutes later, he boarded a public carriage, spending 2 pennies to arrive at the not-so-distant Zotteren Street. Pushing open the door of the Blackthorn Security Company, he noticed the absence of the familiar brown-haired girl, only to find Leonard Mitchell, a poetically inclined figure with black hair and green eyes, seated behind the reception desk. Good afternoon, where's Roshan? Klein inquired after removing his hat. Leonard smiled and gestured towards the partitioned door. She is on duty in the armory tonight. Before Klein could ask further, Leonard seemed to ponder a question and remarked, Klein, there is something that has long puzzled me. What is it? Klein replied, his expression one of confusion. Leonard rose. His tone lightened with a smile. It seems that the unknown entity wants me to take the notes of the Antigonus family and conceal them. Klein articulated a widely accepted conjecture. Leonard paced a few steps, then suddenly turned to look Klein squarely in the eye. If your demise was intended to silence you and erase all traces, then why not simply have you destroy the notes on the spot? Chapter 39. Intriguing Techniques and Truth. I remain uncertain whether that notebook was destroyed or concealed. However, one could deduce that if the intention was to obliterate it, such an act could have been executed immediately, without necessitating my involvement in its removal. Upon hearing Leonard's inquiry, Klein instantly activated his keyboard detective mode, pondering aloud. Perhaps the unknown entity that I, Welch, and Naya encountered relished the sacrifice of life, while simultaneously yearning for further occurrences of a similar nature. Thus, in light of the inevitability of the suicide incident being uncovered, they allowed me to take the notebook and sequester it, preparing for a second indulgence. Unfortunately, something went awry in the process, resulting in my unsuccessful attempt at self-destruction. This hypothesis arose from Klein's recollections of materials, novels, films, and television series he had perused in his past life, all concerning nefarious rituals. As for the complications that ensued, he was acutely aware that it stemmed from his own presence as a variable from another world. A plausible explanation. Yet I cannot help but consider an alternative possibility. Welch and Naya's sacrificial suicides may have enabled the emergence of that unknown entity. The notebook could harbor or nurture malevolence, and allowing you to take it and conceal it might have been a precaution against its discovery and subsequent destruction before its birth and ascendance. Leonard Mitchell articulated another potential scenario. At this point, He gazed intently into Klein's eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Naturally, the notebook may have already been destroyed to obscure its contents and to conceal the true vessel of evil. In such a case, your failed suicide would possess ample justification. What does this imply? Is he casting doubt upon me? Suspecting that the original host harbored or nurtured evil? No, what he nurtured was the traveler. The term nurtured is acceptable. Klein momentarily faltered, internally scoffing while carefully contemplating his response. I am merely exploring a possibility, not dismissing the notion that the unknown entity encountered resistance upon its arrival, resulting in your failed suicide. We must believe that the goddess perpetually watches over us. Leonard smiled and deftly shifted the conversation. What discoveries did you make this afternoon? None. I must alter my route tomorrow afternoon. He gestured towards the partition. I need to retrieve ammunition from the armory. The shooting club remains open until 9 o'clock in the evening, as many of its members are only available after work. May the goddess bless you. Leonard smiled as he traced a circle on his chest, emblematic of the crimson moon. As Klein passed through the partition and descended the staircase, Leonard's smile gradually faded, his emerald eyes filled with perplexity. He murmured something under his breath, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Upon reaching the bottom of the staircase, Klein turned toward the armory, materials, and archives, illuminated by the soft glow of the gas lamps. The iron door stood ajar, revealing Roshan, a girl with chestnut hair, standing at a long table engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man sporting a thick black beard and a half-top hat. Good afternoon, or rather, good evening. It always feels like midnight here. Klein, I heard from old Neil that you have become an extraordinary individual. What do they call it, diviner? Rosen turned her head, her words flowing swiftly. She did not conceal her curiosity and concern. Klein nodded with a smile. Good afternoon, Miss Rosen. Although it is perpetually night here, it imparts a sense of tranquility. Your previous description was somewhat inaccurate. It would be more precise to say that the name of the sequence potion I consume is the diviner. You have chosen to become an extraordinary individual. Rosen sighed, momentarily lost in silence. Klein glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and politely inquired, and who might this be? Another member of the Night Watch team, or one of the 2 clerical staff I have yet to meet. Rosen pressed her lips together and replied, This is Bright, our colleague. He wishes to swap his shift with mine, freeing up the night after tomorrow. He intends to take his wife to the Grand Theater in the Northern District to watch the Arrogant Ones, celebrating their 15th wedding anniversary. Truly a romantic gentleman. Bright smiled and extended his hand. With Miss Rosen present, there is no need for repetition. Greetings, Klein. I did not expect you to become an extraordinary individual so swiftly. While I, perhaps will never possess such courage. Perhaps ignorance breeds fearlessness. Klein jested at his self-deprecation and shook hands with him. That is not a bad thing. Bright replied with a smile, shaking his head. A former extraordinary individual once told me before his demise to never delve into those strange and perilous matters. The less one knows, the longer one lives. At this moment, Rosen interjected, Klein, do not take it too seriously. I heard from old Neil that your diviner is an auxiliary type. Relatively safe, as long as you do not attempt to communicate with the unknown. Why are you dressed like this? Not gentlemanly at all. What brings you here? He believed that this young lady would soon forget the matter. Very well, Rosen indicated the table. Bright, I leave everything to you. You should be aware of the location of the keys and bullets. Old Neil is truly stingy. He did not even leave any ground coffee behind. He promised to satisfy my cravings today. As she chattered on, Klein received the bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Grip the gun, raise the arm, shoot, eject the cartridge. Load the bullet. Klein repeated this process time and again, familiarizing himself with and memorizing the sensation of shooting. Of course, he took several breaks for reflection and correction. After completing his practice, Klein utilized the space for various exercises akin to push-ups, diligently working to enhance his physique. Additionally, he carried several bags of vegetables. Having taken the money, why not take a public carriage to school? Upon being reminded, Klein recalled the events of the morning. Melissa furrowed her brow and said, Stop, stop, stop. Do not flaunt your mathematical prowess. Klein chuckled and pressed down his hand. Melissa paused for a moment and then added, I quite enjoy walking to school. The teacher says everyone should exercise regularly. And I can also pick up some damaged parts along the way. Klein replied with a light laugh, In 2 months, once I have compensated for the advanced salary, I can save money for Benson and for you to procure new clothing. However, we must consider the unforeseen circumstances, Melissa insisted steadfastly. Klein smiled at her and remarked, "Do you not think it a waste of time to spend 50, no, 100 minutes each day on the road? This time could be better utilized to read more, ponder various issues, and enhance your academic performance. By doing so, Melissa, you would graduate with flying colors and secure a well-paying job. What would there be to worry about then?" Drawing upon his previous experiences debating on forums, Klein ultimately persuaded Melissa to agree to take the public carriage to school. Phew. I finally managed to convince her. No, it is not mere persuasion. It is reasoned discourse, Klein mused inwardly. Accepting the groceries Melissa had purchased, he sighed. Remember to buy beef or lamb or chicken tomorrow. A hearty meal is essential for a healthy body and an agile mind to tackle the rigors of study. Just talking about it makes my mouth water. Melissa pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a few seconds before responding, "All right." The following morning, after ensuring Melissa boarded the public carriage, Klein and Benson parted ways at the street corner, each heading to their respective workplaces. As Klein stepped through the door, he spotted old Neil and Roshan engaged in conversation at the reception desk. The former remained clad in his classic black robe, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of others, while the latter had donned a light yellow, casual long dress. "Good morning, Mr. Neil, Miss Roshan," Klein greeted with a nod. Old Neil cast a sly glance at him. "Good morning. I trust you did not overhear anything you ought not to have last night." "No, I slept quite soundly," Klein replied, somewhat puzzled by the inquiry. He could only attribute it to his lack of inspiration. "Huh, no need to worry. It is not that easy to overhear." Old Neil gestured towards the partition. "Now, to the armory, we shall continue our mysticism course this morning." Klein nodded, following old Neil down the stairs into the basement, arriving at the armory, where he replaced Brett, who had been on night duty. "What shall we learn today?" Klein inquired curiously. Old Neil responded with a prolonged hum. "It is complex, foundational knowledge, but before that, allow me to teach you an intriguing technique." He pointed to the silver chain wrapped around his wrist, from which dangled a pure white crystal. Chapter 40. The Course of Mysticism Interesting Technique? Klein inquired with great curiosity. Old Neil chuckled and remarked, "I will take a round to inspect the armory, materials, and library. Meanwhile, you can brew 2 cups of coffee with the 2 cups on the table, adding something undesirable to one of them. You may exercise your imagination regarding what that might be, but the only stipulation is that you must not waste too much coffee grounds. Those are freshly ground from Highland specialty beans." Very well. Although Klein did not fully comprehend old Neil's intentions, he readily agreed. Removing the lid from the silver-plated tin, he used a gleaming metallic spoon to sprinkle a generous amount of aromatic coffee grounds into both cups before pouring in hot water and stirring with finesse. As a traveler from an era abundant in resources, he was not unfamiliar with coffee, though his experience was limited to instant varieties. Having completed this task, Klein pondered for a moment, then took a seat, crossed his right leg, and pinched some mud from the soles of his leather boots. Placing it into the cup on his left, he stirred once more, ensuring that the appearance and aroma of both cups were nearly indistinguishable. After a few minutes, old Neil emerged from the armory, jangling his keys, and with a loud clang, he shut the iron door behind him. "All set," he remarked, his somewhat murky crimson eyes shifting to Klein across the table. Old Neil chuckled, loosening the silver chain wrapped around his wrist as he sat down. His expression soon turned solemn as he extended his left hand, allowing the chain to dangle vertically over the coffee cup on his right, the pure white crystal hovering just above the liquid surface. In a moment of serene tranquility, the white crystal began to oscillate slightly, rotating counterclockwise with the silver chain. "This cup contains the undesirable element," old Neil stated affirmatively. Without waiting for Klein's confirmation, he retracted the silver chain and took a sip from the adjacent cup of coffee. "Do you enjoy bitter coffee? I am accustomed to 1 spoon of sugar and 1 spoon of milk. Is your divination result accurate due to that white crystal?" "It must be the white crystal, correct?" Klein mused, contemplating aloud. "So, it implies not to phrase it as a question?" Klein nodded slightly. "Counterclockwise signifies no, while clockwise indicates yes?" "Indeed." This form of divination was rather simplistic, yielding only a limited number of answers, thus lacking depth for exploration and interpretation. For instance, some substances, although harmful in their natural state, could become quite beneficial after proper processing. Certain ingredients might be detrimental to human health, yet not severely so. And in dire situations of hunger, consuming them may pose little issue. Such nuances could not be discerned through pendulum divination. "I must hasten to save money for a crystal or pure silver to craft a pendulum." Klein sighed. Old Neil shot him a bemused glance. You can apply directly for those. They belong to the extraordinary, especially for those of us who are more support-oriented. The armory still has a yellow crystal and a pure silver pendulum available. However, I am not yet a formal member of the team. Klein felt a flutter of excitement, tinged with hesitation. Old Neil chuckled lightly, remarking, for the extraordinary, whether or not one is an official member. If there is no salary increase, certain conveniences must surely be offered in other respects. Perhaps benefits would be a more fitting term. I shall apply to the captain shortly. Klein clenched his fist in determination. Without attempting, how could he ascertain whether the captain would agree? Very well, Old Neil smiled. Let us commence our formal mysticism course. One of its foundations is called symbolism. Do you know what symbolism is? Both the spirit world and the ethereal starry skies, along with those unknown realms, lie beyond our sensory experiences. The information we gather through our ears, noses, and eyes cannot accurately encapsulate them. What we receive are only ineffable intuitive insights and experiences, which manifest as abstract symbols and graphical representations, each signifying different entities and meanings. Quite astute, indeed, a true diviner, Old Neil nodded solemnly. Only by mastering the ability to interpret symbols can one truly enter the domain of mysticism. The patterns on the tarot cards, every element within those patterns, serves as a symbol, artificially designated symbols that assist us in comprehending and deciphering the primal revelations. He withdrew a piece of paper, picked up a nearby pen, and sketched a short arc. Following that, he hastily added several vertical lines beneath the arc and looked up at Klein, asking, "Do you know what this symbol represents?" Klein scrutinized it for a while, hesitating before responding. Eyelashes? Old Neil exhaled. This symbolizes the constellation of abundance. This one represents the thunder constellation, and this one the frost constellation. He casually drew several more symbolic representations. As Klein memorized them, he couldn't help but interject. These names of constellations are remarkably simple. Yes, simple. So rustic and primal. Old Neil smiled. Indeed, Emperor Roselle thought the same. He intended to rename the constellations to Virgo, Cancer, Scorpio, and so forth. Alas, he could not withstand the weight of tradition. At least the ancient names of these constellations, along with their corresponding dates, guide planting and harvesting. One must admit, Emperor Roselle was a man of ideas. Klein found himself at a loss for words. Well, Emperor Roselle must have been quite a dignified man in his lifetime. Old Neil, unable to grasp Klein's humor, continued elucidating various fundamental symbolic representations, such as those of different constellations, along with the sun, the red moon, the brown star, the red star, and the blue star. While discussing these, he interspersed teachings on the drawing of divination star charts, the creation and materials of crystal balls, and the selection of incantations, leaving Klein feeling nearly overwhelmed. Had he not discovered that the diviner's potion slightly enhanced his memory, he would have urged Old Neil to pause, to better assimilate the knowledge imparted. Today's session of the Mysticism course concludes here. Reflect on it yourself, and feel free to approach me with any inquiries. Old Neil produced a golden pocket watch, snapping it open with a decisive click, and reminded, "Do not forget to peruse the historical materials I have prepared for you. To be frank, they instill a sense of trepidation within me." Klein seized the drafts inscribed with symbols from Old Neil, swiftly revisiting the esoteric knowledge acquired today to stave off any evident forgetfulness. Old Neil took another sip of his freshly brewed coffee and remarked, "Relying solely on memory is insufficient. Frequent application is essential to transform knowledge into instinct. Moreover, meditation must be practiced daily. Only through consistent practice can one truly harness the power of potions, unearthing their hidden mysteries and dispelling adverse influences." At this mention, Klein recalled his performance and the divination club, tentatively stating, "My potion abilities are intertwined with divination. Solitary practice will not suffice. I must engage with numerous individuals, offering them readings to expedite my mastery. I plan to join the divination club on House Street in the Northern District once I have some extra funds to become a bona fide diviner. This endeavor will surely not escape the notice of the watchers, so it is prudent to lay the groundwork in advance." Your thoughts resonate closely with Dolly's. She has often expressed a desire to become a true medium. Old Neil chuckled, shaking his head. But why wait for additional funds? You could submit a request to Dunn for expense approval. Organizations like the Divination Club may harbor cultists and members of malevolent groups. As a clerical member of the Watcher team, a standard extraordinary individual, your inclusion would facilitate monitoring, aligning with your occupational responsibilities. Previously, we would periodically inspect such establishments, but due to manpower shortages, prolonged surveillance was challenging. Now, it is perfectly suited for you. Is that truly permissible? Klein gazed at old Neil's earnest expression, utterly astonished. It was a blatant excuse to reimburse personal expenses. I am utterly ignorant of such matters. I am merely a keyboard warrior. Do you wish to expend your own funds on this endeavor? Old Neil inquired with a knowing smile. I shall submit a report to the captain shortly. Old Neil nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the cup of coffee, still containing undesirable elements. What precisely did you put in it? Klein smiled sheepishly. Just a bit of mud from the sole of my boot. Its color is quite similar to your coffee grounds, almost indistinguishable. Old Neil paused for a moment, then suddenly covered his mouth and exclaimed in a hushed tone. Get rid of it immediately. Chapter 41. Audrey and her Susie Klein ascended the winding staircase and gently pushed open the door, taking a moment to orient himself before making his way to the second office directly across. After 2 days of familiarization, he had gained a general understanding of the layout of the Blackthorn Security Company. Upon entry, there was a spacious reception area furnished with a set of sofas and tables. Through a partition lay the intersection, where 3 rooms lined the left corridor. In order from nearest to farthest, Mrs. Oleana's accounting office, a lounge equipped with several sofa beds, and the staircase leading to the basement. To the right, the 3 rooms, also arranged from near to far, consisted of Captain Dunn Smith's office, an administrative office with typewriters, and the recreational room for the official members of the Night Watch team. Previously, Klein had observed Leonard Mitchell engaged in a card game in the recreational room with 2 other team members. He surmised they were playing Do Di Ju. Though it had been whimsically renamed by the Emperor Russell as Battling Evil, the rules remaining unchanged from what Klein was familiar with. After the Night Watch, Bright would enjoy a day of compensatory rest, while Roshan remained at the reception desk, responsible for procurement and distribution of supplies, alongside the part-time coachman, Cecil Francis, who was out as usual. Upon pushing open the door to the administrative office, Klein found all 3 desks vacant, their typewriters silently resting in place. The Axe & Company's Model 1346 typewriter, having seen similar devices in the Minter's office and at the Welch residence, Klein whispered softly. Struck by the aesthetic beauty of its subtly visible complex control system, he approached the desk with a typewriter, sat down, and after a moment of contemplation, began to virtually type. Initially, he instinctively processed the input as pinyin, but as familiarity grew, he absorbed the corresponding fragments of the original owner's memories, eradicating his prior errors. Tap, tap, tap. Yet, instead of rushing to find Dunn Smith, he composed himself and diligently read the historical materials provided by old Neil, serving both as a review and a learning experience. Only when he felt adequately prepared did he take the application form and move to the adjoining office. Gently knocking on the door, Dunn was awaiting the arrival of lunch, and upon seeing Klein present the document, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Did old Neil teach you this? Indeed, Klein readily admitted, betraying old Neil without hesitation. Dunn picked up the dark red fountain pen and swiftly signed his name, remarking, I need to apply to the church and the county police department for funding for July, August, and September. I'll include your request, and once approved, you can collect it from Mrs. Oleana. The pendulum will be available this afternoon. His tone and gaze were tinged with evident delight. Before taking his leave, he casually inquired, shouldn't the funding for July, August, and September have been requested back in June? How does one apply for July's funding in July? Dunn fell silent for a few seconds, lifting his coffee cup to take a sip before responding. In June, we faced 3 consecutive cases, and amidst the busyness, some matters were unfortunately forgotten. Klein recognized he had overstepped by asking an inappropriate question, offering a forced chuckle as he hurriedly exited. Thus began his simple and regimented life. Half an hour of meditation at dawn, 2 hours of esoteric studies in the morning, and an hour and a half dedicated to mastering historical documents. After lunch, he would take a brief respite in the lounge to rejuvenate his energy. Within a well-equipped private chemistry laboratory stood the tall, golden-haired Audrey, gazing intently at the cup in her hand, from which countless bubbles erupted, creating a serene atmosphere. Ultimately, the liquid within the cup settled into a viscous, silvery substance. I indeed possess a talent for the mystic arts. I succeeded on my first attempt. The girl mused joyfully, having previously fretted over potential failure and prepared a full 2 portions of materials. She carefully stored away various leftover materials sourced from her family's treasury and trades with others, took a deep breath, and prepared to close her eyes and drink the potion of audience enchantment. Just then, a series of barking sounds echoed from outside the laboratory, causing Audrey to furrow her brow. She gently set the cup containing the silvery liquid into a shadowy corner and turned her body towards the door. "Sushi, who has arrived?" Audrey inquired, twisting the doorknob as she addressed the golden retriever seated at the entrance. Sushi wagged her tail in delight while the devoted maid, Annie, appeared in the nearby corridor. Stepping out of the laboratory, Audrey pulled the door shut behind her and remarked to Annie, "Did I not instruct you to refrain from disturbing me during my chemistry experiments?" "But there is an invitation from the Duchess, Lady Dara," Annie replied, conveying the contents of the missive. "The Duchess of Megan." Audrey stepped closer to Annie, intrigued. "Indeed, she has invited the court pastry chef, Miss Vivi, and you to partake in afternoon tea," Annie elaborated. Audrey subtly puffed her cheeks and responded, "Inform my mother that I am feeling faint, perhaps due to the intense sunlight causing slight dehydration, and ask her to convey my apologies to Lady Dara on my behalf." As she spoke, she feigned weakness. "Miss, this is not merely afternoon tea. It is a literary salon," Annie added. "Yet that cannot remedy my dizziness. I require rest," Audrey resolutely declined. Meanwhile, she silently contemplated. "If I persist, I shall faint to demonstrate my plight." The etiquette instructor praised my execution of this gesture as flawless. Suddenly, she perceived a sound. To her dismay, she discovered that Sushi, the golden retriever, was missing from her post outside, and the laboratory door stood ajar. "I forgot that Sushi could open doors with handles. What sound is that? This cannot be good." Audrey heard a distinct clatter from within and, with a sudden realization, dashed into the laboratory. Upon entering, her gaze fell upon a shattered cup and the last drop of silvery liquid being licked away by Sushi. Audrey stood frozen at the threshold, akin to a statue. Sushi immediately sat upright, gazing innocently at her owner while wagging her tail. Off the coast of Plitz Harbor, on an island perpetually shrouded in storms, an ancient sailing vessel lay anchored in the port. The man adorned with soft golden hair and draped in a robe adorned with lightning patterns gazed perplexedly at Algie Wilson across from him and proclaimed, "The sea belongs to the storm. This is the realm of the Lord. I am willing to follow his will and survey this dominion on his behalf." With a clenched fist against his chest, he declared, "The storm is with you." Standing on a deck with but a handful of crew members, he watched as his companion departed from the phantom ship, retreating further into the distance. "Signs, your lack of understanding stems from your insufficient knowledge," Algie murmured softly. Meanwhile, Audrey, trembling with trepidation, completed her second modulation. Gazing at the silvery potion that appeared unchanged, she was nearly moved to tears. With a quick, small sip, she consumed the spectator potion. On Friday, a torrential rainstorm besieged Tingen, the relentless raindrops pelting against every window. Within the confines of the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein, Roseanne, and Blake reclined on the sofa in the reception area, relishing the modest lunch spread before them. Though the portions were scant, comprising meat, vegetables, and bread, they could barely satiate one's hunger, with meals ranging from 7 to 10 pence, offering various tiers. Klein, unabashedly, consistently opted for the 7-pence selection, which typically included half a pound of oat bread, a small piece of meat prepared in varying styles, a spoonful of hearty vegetable soup, and a smattering of cream or butter. "Today, only one night watchman is present," Roseanne remarked as she spooned the soup into her mouth. "I heard there was an incident in the Golden Wudong district involving cult elements, prompting the police department to summon 2 night watchmen," Blake interjected. Setting down his bread, Klein dipped the remaining oat bread into the last of the meat gravy and stuffed it into his mouth, remaining silent. Within the cuff of his left sleeve, a silver chain bearing a yellow crystal subtly entwined. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the half-open door. "Please enter," Roseanne replied, momentarily taken aback, as she set down her spoon and quickly wiped her mouth with a napkin before rising. The door swung open to reveal a man donning a half-top hat, his black formal attire dampened at the left shoulder. With graying temples and a folded umbrella in hand, he addressed Klein and the others, inquiring, "Is this where the former mercenary squad convened?" The tall, slender man cleared his throat and said, "I have a task I wish to entrust to you." Chapter 42. Butler Kelly, there is a task I would like to entrust to you. You may have come to the wrong place. The sign of the security company is merely a faade. Upon hearing the words of the newcomer, Klein was filled with a torrent of unvoiced complaints, lamenting the absence of forums or bullet screens for expression. Roshan's eyes flickered as she contemplated for a moment. Among the 6 official members of the Night Watch, Captain Dunn Smith has been summoned by the bishop to the church. the purpose of which remains unknown. Leonard Mitchell is currently guarding the Charney's Gate in his stead. The Reaper Fry and the sleepless Loya Latang have proceeded to the Golden Wudong district to collaborate with the police in investigating a theft with cult elements. Another sleepless, Cohen Lee White, is on leave, while the midnight poet Shiga Tian has gone to the outskirts of the North District, specifically the Raphael Cemetery, for his routine patrol. As for the remaining two extraordinary individuals, the elderly Neil has aged and weakened, having not embarked on a mission for quite some time, while Klein remains a novice. A true dilettante in every aspect. None are present. The tall, thin man with graying temples, holding an umbrella, darkened in expression. He removed his hat and bowed, saying, "I apologize for the intrusion. I shall take my leave." He turned and walked towards the door, departing from 36 Zotran Street amidst the pattering rain and howling wind. What a stroke of bad luck. Roshan watched the gentleman leave, letting out a wistful sigh. Although she would not benefit from the commission, she was certain there would be a sumptuous meal to share. Alas, the Charney's Gate must always be guarded. Klein contentedly set down his knife and fork. He finished the soup, a mixture of turnips and vegetables that he was not particularly fond of. "Did you expect Brett to take on a mission? Or perhaps yourself?" Roshan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied, "Brett is not up to it, but you certainly could, our diviner." Before she could finish, she suddenly realized and quickly silenced herself, for the door had yet to close. If someone passing by or visiting overheard anything regarding the extraordinary, it would constitute a breach of confidentiality. Fortunately, the captain is not present. Roshan glanced at the doorway, secretly sticking out her tongue. Otherwise, she would have to repent once more. Brett and Klein erupted in laughter, exchanging glances before they began to tidy up the tableware. Once everything was in order, and seeing that the torrential rain showed no signs of relenting, Klein, without an umbrella, chose to remain at the Blackthorn Security Company. He grabbed a newspaper, settled into the soft, resilient sofa, and leisurely commenced his afternoon nap. The airship route from Beckland to Dixie Bay has been inaugurated. The Great Detective Monson has been compiled and is about to be published. An advertisement for the Lawgrass Weapon Shop? Klein examined the Tingen City Honest Man newspaper and suddenly stumbled upon a news article. After reading it several times, he sighed deeply. It seemed that Welch's father had succumbed to the police's narrative, opting not to hire a private investigator for further inquiry. The anguish of losing his youngest son surely did not compare to the sorrow my parents felt in losing their only child. A wave of melancholy washed over Klein, rendering him motionless for quite some time. As for the fact that Welch and Naya's funeral did not extend an invitation to him, he felt neither surprise nor sadness. Once the dust settled, he would seek an opportunity to lay a bouquet at their graves, just as Klein intended to retire to the lounge for a brief rest. The reception hall's door was abruptly rapped upon. "Please, come in." His head nodded drowsily as Rosen awakened. The slightly ajar door swung open, revealing the tall, slender man in formal attire, his hair streaked with gray, entering once more. "Please, take a seat over there." Rosen gestured towards a nearby sofa. Klein, filled with curiosity, inquired, "How did you hear about our security company? Who referred you?" "Ah, it must be that the members of the Night Watch team effortlessly resolve tasks that others deem challenging, thereby accumulating a reputation in this field. I visited all the mercenaries, security firms, and private investigators in the nearby streets. And you are the only ones who still hold promise. Everyone else is utterly swamped with other assignments. To be candid, had I not encountered a delivery waiter, I would never have guessed there was a security company here. It is entirely different from what I had envisioned," Klein mused in astonishment. Rosen interjected, "Are they that busy? So many tasks?" The gray-haired, slender man settled into a seat and sighed. "You are a mercenary team." "No, a security company. You must have heard about the burglary and murder case in the Halls District, correct?" "Halls District. The burglary and murder case. Unfortunately, I am one of the parties involved," Klein replied, nodding gravely. "Yes, a classic chain reaction." Klein and Rosen exchanged glances, both recognizing the self-deprecating expressions on each other's faces. The security industry had entered a golden era, yet Blackthorn felt no impact whatsoever, a testament to the company's profound failure. Of course, in a certain light, it also underscored the concealed success of the Night Watch team. After waiting for over 20 minutes, as the torrential rain began to abate, Klein prepared to leave for the shooting club to practice with the revolver. At that moment, Leonard Mitchell, with his black hair and green eyes, emerged from the partition, casting a puzzled glance at the sofa. "Who is this?" Rosen's expression froze momentarily. Then she laughed awkwardly. As a security company, we certainly do not rely solely on our front entrance. Understood, the tall, slender man nodded in realization. As for the title of captain, he found it entirely unremarkable. Security companies are essentially former mercenary squads or small mercenary guilds, and the existence of a captain is quite customary. Leonard's white shirt was untucked, and his black waistcoat was worn casually. He glanced at the tall, slender man and suddenly snapped his fingers, saying, "I am a security personnel of Blackthorns. What may I call you? Is there a matter you wish to entrust us with?" Perhaps having heard about the mercenaries' reckless abandon, the tall man did not express any indignation but rather sighed in relief. He watched Leonard take a seat and organized his thoughts, saying, "My name is Kelly, the steward of Mr. Vickroll, a tobacco merchant. His only son, young Elliot, was kidnapped this morning. We have already reported this to the police and received adequate attention. However, Mr. Vickroll remains uneasy and hopes to utilize your channels, as well as your understanding of Tingen, to investigate from another angle, ensuring that young Elliot is safely rescued. If you can locate the hideout of the kidnappers, Mr. Vickroll is willing to offer a reward of 100. Should you manage to successfully rescue young Master Elliot, he is prepared to double the reward to 200. Leonard Mitchell chuckled leisurely. It seems Mr. Vickroll merely wishes for us to find the kidnappers' hideout. Otherwise, he would not deem his only son worth only 100. A tobacco merchant closely tied to the southern plantations would not part with merely 200. Very well, no problem. Leonard snapped his fingers again. His emerald green eyes turned to Rosen. Beautiful lady, could you draft a contract? Do not always consider yourself a poet. In truth, you merely recite the works of others. Rosen, accustomed to their mutual banter, momentarily forgot there were guests present. Of course, Blackthorn's security company was indifferent to the identity of the client. Whether they had a good one or none at all mattered little. Rosen departed from the reception desk and entered the clerical office, the sound of her typing immediately resonating. Klein felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing their utter lack of professionalism. They did not even have a standardized, ready-made contract. What a lamentable situation. Even more disheartening was the fact that I find myself in such an unprofessional company. Amidst his myriad thoughts, Rosen drafted a brief contract containing only a few clauses, allowing the steward Kelly and Leonard Mitchell to affix their signatures. I await your favorable news. Upon receiving one of the contracts, Steward Kelly stood, removed his hat, and bowed respectfully. Suddenly, he turned to Klein, revealing a smile. I require your assistance. Klein was momentarily taken aback. What I mean is, this task will be accomplished by you and me together. Leonard explained with a slight smirk. I excel in combat, shooting, climbing, sensing, and chanting, along with some supportive tasks, but not in locating individuals. You wouldn't wish for old Neil to venture out in such weather, would you? As he mentioned sensing, his voice became ambiguous, rendering it almost inaudible. Very well. Klein felt an impulse to explore new skills, accompanied by a hint of caution regarding Leonard Mitchell. He sighed, hoping for a smooth completion of his endeavors, uncertain of how much his divination abilities could truly assist him. With a touch of anticipation, he pondered his potential. Chapter 43. Searching for a person gazing at Klein, Leonard nodded with a smile in his azure eyes and inquired, "What do you require from them?" Having collaborated with old Neil and others on numerous occasions, he naturally understood that divination necessitated a medium, especially in the absence of the principal figure. Klein pondered for a moment before addressing the butler. "Kelly, I require clothing recently worn by Elliot that has yet to be laundered, and if possible, any personal trinkets he once carried would be even better." He endeavored to select normal mediums, avoiding those that might provoke unwarranted speculation among ordinary folk. Nevertheless, old butler Kelly wore a look of perplexity. "Why?" Upon asking, he added, "I possess a photograph of young Master Elliot. To be frank, if it weren't for the confidentiality clause, I would likely turn on my heel and tear up the contract." Cursing inwardly, these charlatans. If this could be of any use, I might as well seek out the most renowned medium in Ahawa County. Beside them, Leonard Mitchell chuckled softly and remarked, "Mr. Kelly, my companion, colleague, has an extraordinary pet whose sense of smell surpasses that of a hound. Thus, we require the garments worn by young Elliot and any of his personal belongings to assist in our search. As you know, clues tend to confine themselves to a general vicinity. Regarding that photograph, we equally need it. I must be aware of what young Elliot looks like." Old butler Kelly accepted this explanation, slowly nodding. "Will you be waiting here, or shall I accompany you to Mr. Vickroll's residence in the city?" He was eager to test his extraordinary abilities and possessed a genuine desire to save others. Very well, the carriage awaits downstairs. As he spoke, old butler Kelly retrieved a black and white photograph from his pocket and handed it to Leonard. It was a portrait of Elliot Vickrall at around 10 years old. His hair slightly long, nearly obscuring his eyes, with prominent freckles adorning his face, and he was not particularly distinctive in appearance. Leonard cast a glance at it, and promptly passed it to Klein. Klein examined it closely, tucked the photograph into his pocket, then took up his cane, donned his hat, and followed the two ahead as they exited the Blackthorn Security Company and entered the carriage waiting below. The interior of the carriage was quite spacious, adorned with thick carpeting and a small table for placing items. Due to the presence of old butler Kelly, both Klein and Leonard remained silent, quietly experiencing the carriage's steady progress over the waterlogged road amidst the dwindling raindrops. A commendable coachman, Leonard eventually broke the silence with a smile. Indeed, Klein replied dismissively. Old butler Kelly managed a smile, stating, "Your praise is an honor for him. We shall arrive shortly." To avoid detection by kidnappers, the carriage did not approach the tobacco merchant Vickrall's residence, but instead halted beside a nearby street. My previous conjecture regarding the reason was not made with any ulterior motive. I merely wish to inform you that that notebook will undoubtedly reappear, perhaps quite soon. This was indeed a most unpleasant conjecture. Klein gestured towards the position of the coachman outside with his chin, indicating that sensitive topics should not be discussed in the presence of others. Leonard whistled and turned his gaze towards the window, watching raindrops glide down the glass, leaving behind a hazy imprint that rendered the outside world utterly indistinct. These were the garments worn by young Master Elliot yesterday, along with the storm talisman he had previously adorned. Klein took a glance at the items and discovered a miniature gentleman's outfit, a tiny shirt, a small waistcoat, a diminutive bow tie, and so forth. The storm talisman, resting on a bronze base, was intricately carved with symbols representing fierce winds and crashing waves, yet it did not ignite Klein's inspiration. I shall now recount in detail the events surrounding young Master Elliot's abduction to assist you in identifying the target. The old butler, Curly, settled down to recount the nightmarish experience of the morning, hoping that the hard-won assistance would prove beneficial. Klein and Leonard exhibited little interest in the specifics, focusing solely on the number of kidnappers, any unusual behavior, and whether they were armed. 3. Normal, armed. After acquiring the desired information, they took their leave of the old butler Curly and hired a lightweight two-wheeled carriage nearby. Unlike public carriages, this hire could be charged by the kilometer or by time, the former being 4 pence per kilometer within the city and 8 pence in the suburbs, while the latter was 2 sols per hour, with any duration under an hour being charged as a full hour and exceeding an hour adding 6 pence every 15 minutes, with under 15 minutes rounded up to that increment. In inclement weather or urgent situations requiring speed, the prices would increase. Klein had heard from instructor Azek that in the capital of Beckland, cab drivers were notorious for their arbitrary pricing. To him, this was quite an indulgent luxury. However, he need not worry about such matters, for Leonard had directly tossed 2 one-sol banknotes to the coachman, calculating by time. Leonard issued his instructions and then closed the carriage door. "Where are you headed?" The coachman, clutching the 2 notes, asked in a mixture of delight and confusion. "Wait a moment," Leonard replied, casting his gaze upon Klein. Klein nodded slightly, retrieved Elliot's garments, and laid them upon the floor of the carriage, then wrapped the storm talisman around the head of his cane. Gripping the silver-inlaid black cane, he planted it firmly atop Elliot's clothes. As a sphere of light coalesced in his mind, Klein felt a swift serenity wash over him, his brown eyes deepening as he entered a semi-meditative state. He sensed a lightness in his body, as though it were beginning to float, and he vaguely perceived the omnipresent realm of spirits, silently intoning Elliot's location in his mind. After repeating it 7 times, his hand released the black cane, which surprisingly remained upright, steadfastly standing there despite the slight swaying of the carriage. A subtle, intangible stirring surrounded him, and Klein felt as though he were under the gaze of indifferent eyes. With a shiver of unease, he fixed his dark gaze upon the cane and once again silently recited Elliot's location. As he finished his silent incantation, the silver-inlaid black wooden staff toppled forward, falling straight ahead. "Proceed," Klein commanded, gripping the staff, his voice resonating with a somber timbre that seemed to transcend into an unknown realm. This was one of his divinatory abilities, known as the divining rod search, where the implement must be crafted from wood, metal, or a combination of both. Typically, This required two genuine divining rods, shaped similarly to a straightened iron wire bent at a right angle, with one holding the shorter side to ascertain direction. However, as a seasoned diviner, Klein had practiced to the extent that he could utilize this method to locate individuals directly, substituting the staff for the divining rod. The direction in which it fell indicated the path to the sought object. Unfortunately, regarding the Antigonus family's notes, Klein could not recall their appearance at all, rendering him incapable of their retrieval. Proceed, Leonard instructed the coachman, assuring him that he would indicate when a turn was necessary. The coachman, bewildered by the unusual request, chose to remain silent, swayed by the bills in his inner pocket and the unwavering generosity of his passenger. The carriage meandered through street after street. Along the way, Klein repeatedly employed the divining rod search to recalibrate their course. After the carriage circled a building, he finally confirmed that Elliot was indeed inside. A mere 30 minutes having elapsed since bidding farewell to the old steward, Kelly. Dismissing the coachman, Klein eschewed the use of Elliot's garments and firmly planted the storm amulet-wreathed staff into the ground. His gaze deepened once more, and the sparse raindrops around him began to whirl in place. The staff inclined towards the diagonal front, and Klein pointed towards a staircase, declaring, "There. At times, I find myself envious of old Neil. Similarly, I envy you at this moment." Leonard sighed with a smile as he observed the scene. "This is not particularly difficult. If you are willing, it is certainly within your grasp. Your inspiration must be remarkably high, I assume?" Leonard nodded, chuckling lightly. "That is not necessarily a good thing." He quickened his pace, stepping into the staircase amidst the dwindling rainfall. Klein, wary of soiling his formal attire, nearly jogged to keep pace. The building comprised 3 stories, akin to an apartment complex on Earth, with only 2 rooms at each stairway entrance. Klein utilized the divining rod search once more on both the first and second floors, with the staff remaining steadfast, pointing resolutely upward. The 2 men softened their footsteps as they ascended to the 3rd floor, where Klein again positioned the silver-inlaid black staff firmly on the ground. A gentle breeze swept through the staircase, altering the hue of his eyes to a profound black, seemingly capable of ensnaring souls. An ethereal wailing echoed around them. Klein released his grip, and the staff, entwined with the storm amulet, stood miraculously upright. After silently reciting Elliot's location once more, he observed the black staff fall silently to the ground, indicating the room on the right. "It should be within," Klein mused, retrieving the staff while gently tapping his brow twice. As various hues deepened, he cast his gaze towards the door on the right, directly perceiving the diverse energies within. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 kidnappers and 1 hostage. The numbers aligned perfectly. Among them, one energy was diminutive. That must be Elliot. "Mr. Kelly had mentioned that they possessed 2 shotguns and a revolver," Klein murmured. Leonard chuckled softly, remarking, "Allow me to recite a poem for them. Why resort to being kidnappers when one can joyfully embrace civility?" He set down the bag containing Elliot's clothing, took a few steps forward, and his expression transformed into one of serene melancholy. His deep, magnetic voice began to resonate. "Ah, the menacing threat of fear, the crimson hope. At least one truth remains. This life swiftly passes. One truth indeed, all else is a lie. Once the flower blooms, it shall bid farewell to the world." Chapter 44. Destiny. Klein's mind momentarily drifted into a state of disorientation, as if he beheld the tranquil moonlight and the gently rippling surface of a serene lake. His eyelids grew heavy with an almost hypnotic lethargy, making it feel as if he could succumb to slumber while standing. Within this haze of perception, he sensed an intangible, eerie, and indifferent gaze directed at him from behind, as though he were navigating the ethereal realm. Yet, he remained tranquil in body and spirit, incapable of conjuring any other emotion. Soon, Leonard ceased his chanting and, with a sidelong smile, remarked, "I am contemplating requesting a phonopate lute. How could one sing without accompaniment?" He chuckled lightly, adding, "I can hear that they have all fallen asleep." This dark-haired, green-eyed, poetically inclined member of the night watch stepped forward to the door where the captors and hostages were situated. Suddenly, he swung his shoulder, unleashing a punch that struck the lock with a resounding crack. The wood around the lock splintered with a feeble sound. Klein, regaining his clarity, felt less assured than Leonard. He reached beneath his arm, drew forth his pistol, and adjusted the cylinder, ensuring it was ready to fire at a moment's notice. As the door yielded, he beheld a man slumped over the table in slumber, a pistol lying at his feet, and another man, bleary-eyed and rubbing his eyes, attempting to rise. With a swift motion, Leonard glided forward and rendered the awakening captor unconscious. Just as Klein intended to follow him inside, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Pivoting sharply to face the staircase, the sound of footsteps ascended from below, gradually becoming distinct. A man, clad in a brown coat and lacking a hat, cradling a paper bag of bread, rounded the corner of the staircase, making his way to the third floor. Abruptly, he halted, his gaze meeting the glint of a gun barrel pointed at him. In his pupils reflected a young man, adorned with a half-height silk top hat. Dressed in formal black attire and donning a matching bow tie, leaning against the railing with a menacing revolver in hand. "Cease all your movements and raise your hands." 3, 2. Klein's voice was deep and measured. He gripped the revolver, envisioning his target as merely a practice dummy. In the taut atmosphere, the man in the brown coat discarded the bag of bread and slowly raised his hands. "Sir, I believe you may be mistaken," he said. Fixating intently on Klein's finger poised on the trigger, managing to muster a faint smile. Klein found himself unable to ascertain whether the man was an accomplice of the captors or merely a neighbor, yet he maintained an air of composure, replying gravely, "Do not attempt to resist. Someone will arrive shortly to clarify any misunderstandings." At that moment, Leonard emerged from the room, having dealt with the captors within. Casting a glance at the man at the staircase and nonchalantly stating, "So, the captors had another accomplice responsible for the supply and procurement of food?" Upon hearing this, the man in the brown coat's pupils constricted, and he suddenly kicked the bag of bread before him, attempting to obscure Klein's line of sight. Unperturbed, Klein, as if engaged in mere practice, coolly squeezed the trigger. Bang! A spray of crimson erupted from the man's left shoulder. He rolled to the side, attempting to escape to the second floor, but Leonard swiftly grasped the railing and leaped down. With a muffled thud, Leonard descended from the heavens, landing squarely upon the man. The individual succumbed to unconsciousness as Leonard brushed off the slight traces of blood and, raising his gaze to Klein, chuckled, "Your marksmanship is commendable. I was aiming for his leg." A subtle twitch grazed the corner of Klein's mouth as he caught the faint scent of blood wafting in the air. He realized that after consuming the diviner's potion, although his eyesight, hearing, and tactile senses had not been enhanced, he could still perceive obscured objects and faint footfalls, allowing him to make judgments in advance. Was this a form of inspiration? Klein pondered, nodding thoughtfully as he observed Leonard retrieving a sharp dagger from the bandit's companion and dragging him into the room. Armed with a pistol in one hand and a cane in the other, Klein entered the bandit's lair, where he found Elliot Vickrall roused by the gunfire, his body uncoiling from a curled position to sit upright. The 3 original bandits were securely bound with the rope they had used on Elliot, strung together and cast into a corner, while the insufficient portions of their clothing had been torn to serve as substitutes. The man shot in the shoulder lay unconscious, receiving bandaging, but Leonard disdainfully ignored the filth, refusing to extract the bullet. Who are you?" Elliot stammered, his surprise evident at the scene before him. "It appears this fellow possesses a touch of humor." Klein lowered his revolver and addressed Elliot. "We are mercenaries hired by your father. You may also refer to us as security personnel. Is it true? Am I truly rescued?" Elliot inquired, filled with joy yet hesitant to move recklessly. It was apparent that in the brief hours since his abduction, he had endured considerable distress, losing the impetuosity typical of his age. Leonard rose and said to Klein, "You should go downstairs to find the patrolling officers and have them notify the tobacco merchant. I have no desire to leave with a child and these 4 ruffians like a bandit." Contemplating the subsequent arrangements, Klein nodded, holstered his revolver, and grasped his cane, making his way to the staircase. As he descended step by step, he faintly sensed he had forgotten something, and heard Leonard reassure Elliot, "Do not be anxious. You will soon see your father, mother, and old steward Kelly. Shall we play a game of Gwent?" Suppressing a smile, Klein stepped outside onto the street and, guided by passers-by, located 2 patrolling officers. He felt no concern regarding the weaponry issue, having recently acquired a comprehensive weapon usage permit through internal channels, with rapid approval. After waiting for over 40 minutes, seizing an opportunity when the officers were distracted, Leonard signaled Klein to follow him as they stealthily exited the room. "Trust me. Going to the police station is a tremendous waste of time. Let us depart first," the poetically inclined night watchman explained with a relaxed demeanor. Klein, embracing a mindset of accepting whatever fate may come, offered no rebuttal and trailed behind. Nearly 5 minutes had passed when several swift horse-drawn carriages arrived at the building where the kidnappers were located. The elderly butler, Kelly, accompanied his portly master, Vickrall, as they descended. At that moment, Vikral remained in a state of bewilderment, scarcely able to believe that such good news had arrived so swiftly. As if conjured from a dream. Suddenly, a sharp sound resonated through the air, prompting him to instinctively turn his head. A two-wheeled carriage passed by, its window open. And Leonard, with his raven hair and emerald eyes, snapped his fingers. After passing Vikral's carriage, Leonard closed the window, turned his body, and gazed at Klein. With a smile, he raised his right hand and proclaimed, "A pleasure to collaborate. We seem to be unacquainted." Klein politely exchanged a handshake with him. He too had not anticipated the swift resolution of the kidnapping case, silently marveling at the extraordinary nature of extraordinary individuals. Even as a mere rank 9, he could achieve many astonishing feats. "This is a gesture of celebration among nobles after a fencing match," Leonard elucidated with a smile. "I am aware," Klein replied, having numerous noble classmates. He glanced out the window, a slight frown creasing his brow, and remarked, "Shouldn't we confirm with Mr. Kelly? If he believes it was the police who rescued Elliot, our reward would be halved, an entire £100. Regarding the provision of information about the kidnappers, the recent meeting left no room for doubt. Do not concern yourself. In the grand scheme of our lives, money is not of paramount importance." Leonard shrugged with a grin. "To me, it is exceedingly significant." Klein forced a polite smile. "Many poets have met an early demise due to poverty." Leonard chuckled softly. "I trust Elliot will not lie about this matter. I can see he still possesses a degree of innocence. However, even if you were to secure the £200 reward, your share would be minimal. How much could I possibly receive?" Klein inquired immediately. "According to the long-standing, unwritten rule, half of the reward would be allocated to Lady Oleana as supplemental funding for the team, with the remainder divided among the participating members. Unfortunately, since you are not an official member, you would likely receive only 10%. £10. Not too shabby." Klein feigned indifference, shifting the topic. "Aren't you concerned that the kidnappers might awaken and realize they were affected by extraordinary powers?" Indeed, Klein set aside his worries, feeling as though he had forgotten, or perhaps overlooked, something. Dinner proceeded as usual, with the three siblings engaged in leisurely conversations while studying, only to be interrupted by a visitor at the door. He was there to collect all the one-penny coins from the gas meter. Klein, soundly asleep, was abruptly roused by the rustling sounds outside. Puzzled, he opened the door and stepped into the vacant bedroom. Pushing open the weathered door, he discovered a gray table. Upon it lay a notebook, its cover made of sturdy paper, entirely stained black. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him as Klein approached and opened the notebook. The page laid open showcased a design, depicting a fool adorned in resplendent garments and a dazzling headdress. Beneath the fool, an inscription in Hermetic script read, "All shall perish, including me." Klein was taken aback, suddenly realizing that the corners of the fool's mouth were curving upwards. With a start, he sat up. Beholding the crimson moonlight filtering through the curtains, the outlines of the bookshelf and desk, and the familiar contours of his own chamber, coming to the unsettling realization that he had just experienced a nightmare. In his recollections, Klein froze, for he comprehended what he had neglected today. As he immersed himself in Leonard's incantations, he had felt an invisible, indifferent gaze lingering from behind. This scrutiny was unlike the typical experience of meditation or the use of clairvoyance, evoking a sense of eerie familiarity. According to Captain Dunn, such sensations often herald. Klein jolted upright, affirming his intuition. Yes, it was indeed that, the notebook. The notebook of the Antigonid family. Chapter 45. Return. The notes belonging to the Antigonid family lay concealed in the room opposite the captors. Though it seemed like a mere coincidence, Klein was resolute in his belief that his instincts were infallible. He swiftly rolled out of bed, shedding the tattered garments he had worn to sleep with a few quick motions. Grabbing a white shirt from beside him, he draped it over his torso and hastily began fastening the buttons from top to bottom. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, he realized that he was missing a button, and the sides appeared asymmetrical. Upon closer inspection, Klein discovered that he had mismatched the buttons from the very start, resulting in a distorted shirt. He shook his head in dismay, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly, employing a modicum of meditative techniques to regain his composure. After donning the white shirt and black trousers, he clumsily adjusted the shoulder strap beneath his arm, retrieving the revolver concealed beneath the soft pillow and placing it within, neglecting to tie his cravat. He adorned himself with a formal coat, grasping his hat in one hand and his cane in the other as he approached the door. Adjusting his half-height silk top hat with a gentle motion, Klein carefully turned the doorknob, opening the door to the corridor. With utmost caution, He shut the wooden door of his bedroom, descending the staircase almost silently like a thief. In the sitting room, he pinned 2 lines on a piece of paper, indicating that he had forgotten to mention a company matter the previous night, necessitating his early arrival that day. Stepping outside, Klein was immediately greeted by a refreshing breeze, which instilled a sense of tranquility within him. The street before him was dim and quiet, devoid of pedestrians, illuminated solely by the soft glow of gas lamps. He retrieved his pocket watch from the inner pocket of his trousers, clicking it open with a snap, only to find it was just past 6 o'clock. The crimson moonlight had not yet completely faded, but the horizon was beginning to show a faint brightness. As he contemplated hiring an expensive cab, he was suddenly taken aback by the sight of a horse-drawn omnibus approaching. Was there truly public transport at such an early hour? Klein was momentarily surprised, stepping forward to signal for it to stop. "Good morning, sir." The driver skillfully brought the horses to a halt. The attendant beside him stifled a yawn with his hand. "To Zotteren Street," Klein instructed, producing 2 one-penny coins and 4 half-pennies from his pocket as he handed over the fare. Climbing aboard the omnibus, he noted its emptiness, devoid of any other passengers, which lent an air of desolation to the dim interior. "You are the first passenger," the driver remarked with a smile. The 2 brown horses began to trot along at a relatively brisk pace. The driver, with a hint of self-deprecation, commented, "Every day from 6 in the morning until 9 at night. Yet my weekly wage is merely £1. Is there no time for rest?" Klein inquired, astonished. "We rotate our days off each week," the driver replied, his tone growing somber. The attendant added, "We handle the morning shift from 6 to 11. Then take a break for lunch, followed by a rest until dinner at 6, when we switch shifts with our colleagues. Even if we do not require rest, the horses do." It was not always thus. It was only after some drivers became too fatigued and made grievous errors, causing the horses to run amok and the carriage to overturn, that such rotations were instituted. How could that pack of vampires possibly become benevolent all of a sudden? The driver scoffed derisively, bathed in the soft glow of dawn. The public carriage made its way towards Zoterland Street, picking up merely 7 or 8 passengers along the route. By the time the sun had fully risen and the sky shone brilliantly, the carriage arrived at Zoterland Street. Klein, with his left hand pressed against his hat, hopped off the carriage with a lively step. He briskly entered number 36 on Zoterland Street, ascending the stairs to the exterior of the Blackthorn Security Company. At that moment, the front door was shut tight, yet to be opened. Klein retrieved a set of keys from his waist, identified the brass counterpart, and inserted it into the lock with a crisp twist. He pushed the door forward, allowing it to creak open, revealing Leonard Mitchell, with his dark hair and green eyes, leisurely inhaling the aroma of the latest fashionable cigarette. "In truth, I prefer cigars. You seem rather eager?" The poetically inclined night watchman inquired with a relaxed demeanor. "Where's the captain?" Klein countered with a question of his own. Leonard gestured towards a partition in his office. "As an extraordinary sleepless one promoted. He only requires 2 hours of rest during the day. I imagine those factory owners and bankers must adore such a magical potion." Klein nodded, swiftly passing through the partition to find Dunn Smith standing at the entrance of his office, having already opened the door. "Is something amiss?" he asked. Clad in a black overcoat and holding a cane adorned with gold, his expression steady and grave. "Where?" Dunn Smith's countenance remained unchanged, yet Klein's intuition detected a distinct, intangible shift, perhaps a flicker of spirit or an alteration in emotion. "Just yesterday, at the location where Leonard and I rescued the hostage, opposite the kidnapper's room. I was unaware until I dreamt and received an epiphany," Klein openly confessed. "It seems I missed a significant opportunity yesterday." Leonard, having approached the partition, chuckled softly. Dunn nodded slightly, his demeanor serious as he instructed, "Have Cohen replace old Neil in guarding the armory, and let old Neil, Fry, and us proceed together." Leonard no longer exhibited levity, promptly notifying the night watchman in the entertainment room, Cohen and Fry, one a sleepless one and the other a gravedigger. 5 minutes later, a 2-wheeled carriage belonging to the Night Watch Brigade surged forward rapidly through the still relatively quiet morning. Leonard, donning a felt hat and dressed in a shirt and waistcoat, temporarily assumed the role of the driver, occasionally cracking the whip to produce a sharp sound. Inside the carriage, Klein and old Neil sat on one side, opposite Dunn Smith and Fry. The gravedigger's skin was pale, as if deprived of sunlight for an extended period or suffering from severe anemia. He appeared to be in his 30s, with dark hair and blue eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips, exuding a cold and somber demeanor. seemingly tinged with the faint scent of long-term contact with corpses. Please recount the details once more. Dunn adjusted the collar of his black overcoat. Klein caressed the yellow crystal pendant concealed by his sleeve, recounting the dream he had since accepting the commission. The elderly Neil chuckled, remarking, "It seems you have some fateful connection with the notes of the Andagonid family. What a serendipitous encounter." Indeed, the coincidence was rather striking. Had Leonard not just mentioned that the preliminary interrogation results of the Elliot kidnapping indicated the absence of hidden forces or mystical powers at play? Merely a reckless crime driven by greed, I would have suspected some deliberate orchestration. Klein found this perplexing. Such a coincidence. Dunn remained silent, as if pondering something, while the Grim Reaper, Fry, maintained his customary silence. It was not until the carriage came to a halt, revealing the building Klein had spoken of outside the window, that this contemplation was shattered. "Let us proceed, Klein. You and old Neil should fall behind. Exercise caution, utmost caution," Dunn instructed as he disembarked, producing an oddly long and thick revolver from his coat and slipping it into his right pocket. "Understood." Klein dared not take the lead. Once Leonard located someone to guard the carriage, the 5 extraordinary individuals entered the stairwell in an orderly fashion, their footsteps light as they ascended to the 3rd floor. "Is this the place?" Leonard pointed to the room opposite the kidnappers. Klein gently tapped his forehead twice, activating his spiritual sight. In this state, his intuition heightened, and he felt an eerie familiarity with the door, as if he had previously stepped inside. "Yes," he affirmed with a nod. Old Neil also activated his own spiritual sight, scrutinizing the room before stating, "There is no one inside, nor any magical aura." The Reaper Fry hoarsely added, "No malevolent spirits." He required no spiritual sight to perceive numerous entities, including vengeful spirits and malevolent apparitions. Leonard stepped forward and, akin to the previous day, delivered a powerful blow to the door lock. This time, not only did the surrounding wooden panel splinter, but the lock itself flew off with a resounding clatter. Klein felt an invisible seal dissipate in an instant, followed closely by a pungent stench wafting into the air. "Corpses, decayed bodies," Fry stated coldly. He exhibited no signs of nausea. Dunn extended his gloved right hand, slowly pushing open the door, revealing a fireplace where an unusual heat permeated the air. Despite it being early July, in front of the fireplace sat a rocking chair, occupied by an elderly woman clad in a black and white dress, her head bowed. She had grotesquely expanded, her skin mottled with shades of black and green, swollen to a gleaming sheen, as if a mere poke would cause her to burst forth with a foul odor. Maggots and parasites crawled amidst the flesh and decay, weaving in and out of her clothing in folds, resembling specks of light encircling a dim, extinguished mass. Suddenly, the woman's eyeballs plopped out, rolling across the floor and leaving behind yellowish-brown trails. Overcome by revulsion, Klein could no longer withstand the stench and doubled over to vomit. Chapter 46. The portrait. Klein crouched there, unable to suppress his retching, as he had skipped breakfast, quickly emptying his stomach. At that moment, a small, square tin resembling a cigarette box appeared before him. The open mouth of the container emitted a mingled scent reminiscent of tobacco, disinfectant, and mint leaves, which made Klein's nose twitch, instantly awakening his senses. The overpowering stench still lingered around him, yet Klein no longer felt nauseated, and his vomiting ceased. Following the tin upward, he beheld a pale hand, lifeless in appearance, the sleeve of a black trench coat, and the cold, somber demeanor of the undertaker, Fry. "Thank you." Klein managed to recover completely, propping himself up with his hands on his knees to stand anew. Fry, expressionless, nodded slightly, remarking, "You'll get used to it." He sealed the tin's mouth and tucked it away in his pocket before turning toward the highly decayed corpse of an elderly woman, commencing his examination without gloves. Meanwhile, Dunn Smith and Leonard Mitchell wandered about the room, occasionally touching surfaces and newspapers. Old Neil, pinching his nose, stood outside the door, grumbling in a muffled voice. "It's utterly disgusting. I'll be applying for a subsidy this month. Does this place seem familiar?" Klein held his breath, conjuring the image of his silver pocket watch in his mind, allowing his body and spirit to find tranquility. Already in a state of heightened perception, he suddenly experienced a distinct sensation. A vivid scene flickered before him, drawn from the depths of his memory: a fireplace, a rocking chair, a table, newspapers, rusty iron nails embedded in a door, and a tin can adorned with silver. This image was dim and shadowy, akin to a documentary from Earth, yet more indistinct and ethereal. It swiftly overlapped with all that Klein beheld, the sensation of having been there before becoming strikingly apparent, as a surreal and fleeting whisper pierced through the intangible barrier. Hirachis. Fragra. Hirachis. Fragra. Hirachis. Fragra. Hirachis. The Hirachis Mountains mentioned in the original owner's diary? That content was deciphered from the Antigonus family notes. The recent whispers bore a resemblance to a previous occasion, both involving the term Hirachis. Is this an enticement? A chill ran down Klein's spine, and he dared not delve deeper into his thoughts, fearing he might spiral out of control. Dunn nodded slightly, advancing toward the cupboard, and suddenly reached out, pulling open the wooden door above. Inside, mold had taken hold of the bread, alongside the lifeless bodies of 7 or 8 gray, bristly mice. Leonard, go downstairs and find the patrolling officers. Ascertain the situation here, Dunn commanded his team. Understood, Leonard replied, turning to exit the room. Dunn then opened the doors to 2 bedrooms, meticulously conducting a search. After confirming that no clues were found and reviewing the notes of the Antigonus family, the coroner, Fry, straightened his back and, using a white handkerchief he carried, wiped his hands clean. The deceased has been dead for over 5 days, showing no external injuries or significant effects from any supernatural forces. The exact cause must await further examination. Have you discovered anything? Dunn turned to look at old Neil and Klein, both of whom, having exited their clairvoyant states, shook their heads in unison. Aside from the presence of a corpse, everything here seems normal. Initially, there was an invisible force sealing the room. As you know, similar operations often occur when we employ ritual magic. Old Neil added after a moment's thought. Just as Dunn was about to respond, he suddenly gazed towards the door. After a few seconds, Klein and old Neil sensed something amiss and turned to look at the staircase corner. Moments later, faint footsteps grew louder as Leonard and a police officer ascended. The officer, catching a whiff of the foul odor, paled slightly and promptly assisted his colleagues from the Special Operations Division in knocking on the door of the second-floor resident to inquire about the situation on the 3rd floor. Katie Stefina Bieber, aged between 55 and 60, a widow, has been renting here with her son, Riel Bieber, for over 10 years. Her husband was a jeweler, and her son, approximately 30 years old, is unmarried and has inherited his father's business, earning around £1 and 15 shillings per week. According to their neighbors, they haven't been seen for over a week. Upon reaching this point, Klein understood the critical focus of the matter, the missing, or more precisely, the unknown whereabouts of Riel Bieber. The ancient notes were likely in his possession. Do you have a photograph of Riel Bieber? Dunn inquired of the officer, who was portraying a senior inspector. However, this was not merely pretense, as the police department's records indeed listed him as a senior inspector, with his salary and allowances reflecting this status, excluding the church portion. The officer, appearing somewhat anxious, shook his head. Understood. You continue to question the residents on the 1st floor in detail. Dunn issued the command. Observing the officer as he closed the door, he turned to old Neil and said, the next steps are in your hands. Otherwise, we may need to let the residents slumber and seek Riel Bieber's likeness from their dreams. I am not entirely confident in sketches based on verbal descriptions. Old Neil nodded, reaching into the concealed pocket of his black classical robe to retrieve several thumb-sized vials, from which he sprinkled the contents around him in a specific sequence. He then produced a pinch of powder, encircling himself with it. A strange, acrid scent wafted through the air, undeterred by the lingering stench of the room. Klein suddenly felt an invisible force enveloping old Neil, creating a barrier between him and the environment, reminiscent of the room's previous state. Old Neil half closed his eyes, his lips moving as he recited a deep and indistinct incantation. Klein was unprepared, only vaguely catching the words. I beseech the power of the goddess. I await the favor of the night. A sudden gust of wind surged through the window, stirring the dust into a frenzied dance. Klein's heart jolted, and a prickling sensation erupted across his skin as an indescribable, dreadfully terrifying aroma swiftly enveloped the air. His mind felt muddled, taut, and unable to relax, akin to the aftermath of solving an intricate mathematical conundrum. Abruptly, old Neil's eyes shot open, revealing orbs of pure darkness. He retrieved a water-absorbing pen from his pocket and, using the scrap paper on the table, began to sketch furiously, his entire body trembling with the rapidity of his movements. Klein leaned in closer, witnessing a visage with deep-set eyes and a prominent nose materialize with astonishing speed. Once the tousled curls were rendered, old Neil inscribed a line beneath the drawing, black hair. deep blue eyes, with a porcelain denture on the left side of the mouth. With a sudden clatter, the pin slipped from old Neil's grasp, causing his body to convulse momentarily. This was the remnant of Riel Bieber present in the room. Old Neil, his eyes returning to normal, murmured a phrase of reverence. He tapped 4 times upon his chest, forming the shape of a crimson moon. Klein felt his tension dissipate, allowing for a more meticulous examination. Revealing that Riel Bieber's features were unremarkable, his demeanor notably calm, save for the pronounced nasolabial folds that sagged beside his nose. I shall attempt to employ the divining rod for locating objects. He picked up the portrait, rummaging through the male garments in the bedroom, laying them out upon the floor. Done. Leonard and old Neil did not intervene, observing as he planted the silver-inlaid black rod atop the garments and the portrait, while the undertaker, Fry, remained characteristically silent. As the brown turned to black, Klein's gaze deepened as he completed the incantation silently, releasing his grip. The black rod stood resolutely, as if embedded into the floor at Riel Bieber's position. Klein silently repeated the invocation within his mind. Amidst the whispered winds, the rod toppled over, yet throughout its descent, it continually altered its trajectory, ultimately engaging in a minor rotational dance around its pivot. Without any external force aiding it, the silver-inlaid black rod regained its footing. Klein attempted several times, each yielding the same outcome, and he could only shake his head at Dunn and old Neil in resignation. An eerie force disrupted my divination. Dunn removed his black gloves and addressed Leonard and Klein. You both shall take Riel Bieber's portrait to inquire with the residents here for final confirmation, and subsequently issue a warrant for his arrest in the name of matricide. Very well. Klein grasped the rod, stooped to retrieve the portrait. Once the neighbors verified that the individual depicted was indeed Riel Bieber, Dunn instructed Leonard and the officers to complete the paperwork at the precinct, while he and Fry ventured to several bars in Tingen City, seeking individuals through underground channels. As they closed the door, Klein turned to old Neil, his expression a blend of confusion and inquiry. Why am I compelled to deliver the notes of the Antigonus family to Riel Bieber's residence? This is entirely contrary to the route from Welch's abode to Iron Cross Street. Old Neil approached the sofa, chuckling lightly. Isn't it rather evident? You remain oblivious to whether you have inadvertently awakened the power within the notebook or out of curiosity performed certain rituals that have provoked an otherworldly entity. The purpose of this power, this entity, was to deliver the notebook to Riel Bieber while severing all connections to ensure that no one could uncover the truth. Consequently, aside from you, the chosen one, Welch and Naya succumbed to suicide on the spot. Frankly, I still do not comprehend why you survived. Old Neil spread his hands. Perhaps it is due to your birth number aligning with certain requirements, or perhaps you are the last descendant of the Antigonus family. In any case, there are numerous possibilities. The reason why that notebook ended up being sold in our city of Tingen likely shares a similar origin. I suspect it pertains to being a descendant. Klein suddenly realized, then sighed, regrettably. I did not perceive in time that both Riel Bieber and the notebook had vanished. Old Neil smiled. This is a concern for Dunn to fret over. For you, it is a fortunate circumstance. Why do you say that? Klein inquired, puzzled, furrowing his brow. Chapter 47. The cash-strapped Old Neil rubbed his temples and remarked, You have likely discerned the reasons behind the suicides. And that notebook has found its way into the hands of Riel Bieber. The matter has been exposed, whether you are alive or deceased. It is unlikely to alter the subsequent developments. I believe that the peculiar presence or mysterious force responsible for all this will no longer pay particular heed to you. Just as you would not concern yourself with the ants on the ground, provided you do not attempt to remind him of your existence. Our pursuit of Riel Bieber will soon reach the ears of the secret society. They should be able to surmise that this relates to the whereabouts of the Antigonid family's notebook. Trust me, these clandestine organizations that have endured for millennia possess an array of channels for information. Consequently, their focus will shift towards locating Riel Bieber, striving to uncover the notebook before us, and they shall not, nor could they, harass you, track you, or confront you any further. Young man, congratulations on liberating yourself from the shadows of your past. You are on the cusp of embarking on a new journey filled with sunshine. Klein nodded repeatedly, a mix of joy and relief flooding over him as he replied, I hope so. The cloud that has loomed over me since my arrival here seems to finally be dissipating. However, to be candid, I still feel a twinge of apprehension. It appears I share some inexplicable bond with that notebook, for even during routine rescue missions, I inadvertently stumble upon its lingering traces. I dread the day when a package arrives, and upon opening it, I find it to be that very notebook of the Antigonid family, He silently prayed that events would unfold as old Neil had described. "You do not seem to be a devout follower of the goddess," Neil remarked. "Shouldn't you be drawing a red crescent on your chest and uttering, 'May the goddess bless us at a time like this'?" The two exchanged knowing glances and shared a few chuckles, almost in unison, placing their hands to their chests and proclaiming, "Praise the goddess." At that moment, the sound of spinning discs and marbles echoed, and the door of the Blackthorn Security Company swung open. The elegant and refined Mrs. Oriana, with her fashionable curls neatly pinned, strode into the reception area, her light green skirt swaying gently. "Good morning, Mr. Neil." "Good morning, Klein," she greeted, her small leather handbag in hand, a smile illuminating her face. "It is yet another splendid day." Mrs. Oriana's eyes narrowed playfully as she feigned sternness, stating, "Mr. Neil, your compliments remain as infuriating as they were over the past decade." She emphasized the words "past decade." "Is that so?" Old Neil looked perplexedly at Klein, his face etched with confusion. Never mention anything that might remind a lady of her age. As a self-proclaimed jack of all trades, Klein instantly grasped Mrs. Oriana's sensitivity and chuckled lightly, saying, "Good morning, Mrs. Oriana. You look exquisite as always." "Thank you, our esteemed graduate of Hoy University." Oriana smiled gently and nodded, then remarked that the old steward had already settled the payment for the commission task. According to the captain's regulations, half of it constituted additional expenses, while the other half was meant for you and Leonard. However, since you are not an official member, you can only receive 10% of that half. You may come to sign and collect it shortly. "How much did he pay?" Klein inquired, a mixture of joy and concern in his voice. £200. That's what he stated. My goodness, how astonishing. I can hardly fathom it. It feels almost surreal that this matter has been resolved so effortlessly. Is it not a disgrace that your security firm remains obscure within the industry? Oriana imitated the old steward's southern accent. Klein pondered for a few moments, then humorously remarked, "This hardly seems fair to those kidnappers. Two extraordinary individuals resolve the issue with an ease that can only be described as leisurely and delightful. It's akin to an armored adult bullying a few children. They were indeed unfortunate. They must have lost the favor of the divine." Oriana chuckled softly. "I informed the old steward that our success in this commission was merely a stroke of luck, as we happened to have an informant who witnessed the kidnappers escorting the child into their hideout. Therefore, do not place too high expectations upon us. We are truly just an ordinary security firm. Generally, the more one emphasizes their ordinariness, the more extraordinary they become." Klein mused with a smile as he watched Oriana pass through the partition into the accounting room. Old Neil smacked his lips beside him, expressing a hint of envy. "You are quite the fortunate lad. How long have you been with us? And already you encounter a commission worth £200. Is that rare?" Klein asked, puzzled. He had either been studying history and the arcane or wandering outside in search of inspiration. Then, he glanced at Klein with an air of anticipation. "If you happen upon similar commissions in the future, do remember to inform me." Listening to Neil's words, Klein felt a strange sensation arise and directly inquired, "Mr. Neil, you seem to be in need of money? How much do you earn weekly? If it's inappropriate to discuss, please disregard my question." Old Neil leaned back against the sofa, chuckling, "There's no need to conceal this. I have been here for many years. Currently, I receive a weekly salary from both the church and the police department, totaling £12. £12 a week?" Klein exclaimed in astonishment. £12 weekly, which amounts to approximately £600 annually. I recall seeing in the Tingen Morning News and the Honest Man's Journal that senior barristers earn around £800 to £1,000 a year. And yet, Benson, the manager of the import-export company, earns only £6 a week, which is considered quite respectable. Yes, such a salary is indeed substantial. And we are exempt from income tax, Old Neil added with a smile. Klein had heard from his brother Benson that a weekly wage exceeding £1 incurs Class E taxation, which encompasses income tax from the government and corporate employees. The tax rates are as follows: 3% on earnings from £1 to £2, 5% from £2 to £5, 10% from £5 to £10, 15% from £10 to £20, and 20% on earnings above £20. Furthermore, he had encountered mentions of 4 additional categories of income tax in the newspapers. Class A pertains to taxes on land, housing, and other capital gains, including rents. Class B relates to agricultural income. Class C involves taxes on profits from bonds, funds, and stocks. And Class D encompasses income tax from commercial, financial, and professional sectors. One noteworthy observation was made by Klein in agreement with Old Neil's remarks. However, Old Neil shook his head, stating that for extraordinary individuals like us, who often delve into the esoteric and engage in continual practice and ritual experimentation, wages are invariably insufficient. Are not materials all subject to application? Klein inquired, puzzled. Old Neil chuckled disdainfully. That is subject to limits, and at times, one must provide compelling justification. To practice more extensively in the realm of the mysterious, one must purchase materials independently, whether internally or through underground markets. Klein's spirits were lifted, and he eagerly asked, "Are there underground markets for extraordinary materials? I had assumed the church would certainly prohibit their existence. I currently lack sufficient channels for obtaining materials." With the nascent form of a clandestine organization behind him, it was impractical to resolve everything through the Night Watchers. Such matters are fundamentally ungovernable. In the perspective of mysticism, all things possess a spirit, all originate from a common source. The materials we utilize derive not solely from extraordinary species, but also from ordinary animals, plants, and minerals. For instance, the poison hemlock, gold mint, and nightshade in your diviner's potion are frequently encountered in daily life. While they may lack extraordinary properties, each possesses its unique characteristics. Through careful preparation and amalgamation, they can yield specific effects. Hence, this is a trade that the church cannot simply prohibit, Old Neil elaborated. Before Klein could respond, he continued. Old Neil suddenly laughed, adding that another significant reason is that the underground markets we are aware of are invariably preferable to those we are not. As long as the clandestine organizations remain partially intact, this constitutes a sound strategy and aids in acquiring scarce materials. Of course, with the existence of such markets, there will undoubtedly be illicit goods. Provided they are not excessively extravagant or hazardous, we shall feign ignorance, utilizing them to enrich our treasury. Old Neil nodded, without further elaboration. As a diviner, I will undoubtedly require repeated practice and additional materials in the future. Mr. Neil, might you take me to explore these underground markets? Klein requested earnestly. Old Neil wore a troubled expression. In truth, most of those active individuals are not extraordinary beings. Among them are nobles with a penchant for the mysterious and affluent individuals who yearn for such experiences. Well, I have a bill of £30 that is soon due, making it inconvenient for me to visit at the moment. Klein had not anticipated that the reason was an unpaid debt. After a brief pause, he thoughtfully inquired, Mr. Neil, do you require a loan? I possess a reward of £10. Haha, no need for that. I have my means to resolve it, Old Neil replied, tapping the sofa as he slowly rose. Ah, age is indeed the most formidable adversary of all living beings. Last night's vigil has left me utterly fatigued. Now, I would like you to review your previous lessons and delve into more literature this morning. By tomorrow, I shall commence your instruction in the fundamentals of ritual magic. Very well. Klein stood to bid farewell, removing his hat, with the £10 reward in hand. He no longer needed to await the allocation of funds and could directly make his way to the divination club. The whispers and visions that occasionally emerged during his meditations and clairvoyance ignited an eagerness within him to begin his role. Chapter 48. Heinaz Vincent at the Divination Club located on the second floor of 13 Howell Street in the northern district of Tianjin. Klein encountered once more the enchanting lady responsible for reception. Her chestnut hair was elegantly coiffed, exuding an air of maturity and grace, making it difficult to ascertain her exact age merely by her appearance. Good day, Mr. Grachis is not in today. Would you prefer to consult another diviner? The beautiful lady inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Klein, who had just adjusted his silk top hat, was taken aback. You remember me? That was 5 days ago. The brown-haired lady smiled coyly. You were the first guest to seek Mr. Grachis's divination, and as of today, the only one. It is hard not to be left with a profound impression. Perhaps an impression of being a penny wise and pound foolish? Klein mused to himself, then contemplatively asked, when did Mr. Grachis last visit the club? To be frank, we cannot predict the attendance of our members. They possess free will and myriad commitments. However, I recall that after your divination, Mr. Grachis has not returned to the club. May fortune favor him, and may the goddess bestow her blessings upon him. Klein offered a silent prayer and chose not to inquire further. Instead, he smiled and declared, I am not here for a divination this time. I wish to join the club. Really? It is our honor. The brown-haired lady expressed her surprise at the opportune moment. As a new member, a fee of £5 is required for the annual subscription, followed by £1 each subsequent year. I trust one need not elaborate further on the details. Klein retrieved a newly acquired 5-pound note from his inner pocket, observing the visage of Henry Augustus I as it distanced itself from him. After meticulously examining the anti-counterfeiting watermark, the brown-haired lady solemnly accepted the currency, producing a form to hand to Klein. Please fill in your particulars, and I shall issue you a receipt. Is there an invoice? It should bear the name of the Blackthorn Security Company. Klein chuckled at his own thoughts, grasping the water-dipped fountain pen on the table. And with the indigo ink, he completed the form with his name, age, street address, and company name. However, he deliberately omitted his date of birth, as this was a matter of personal mystique to a diviner. After preparing the receipt and registering his membership, the brown-haired lady extended her right hand. Welcome to the Tingen Divination Club. I am Angelica Bearheart, your diligent server. Here is your membership cufflink, inscribed with our unique emblem, signifying your member status. Hello, Ms. Angelica. Klein gently grasped her hand and accepted the dark golden cufflink. He noted that the unique inscription utilized a root from the language of Hermes, a term denoting diviner. May I inquire about the divination methods in which you excel, or what you wish to learn within the club? We will consider inviting renowned diviners to teach and will also introduce you to members with similar specialties for delightful exchanges. He came to assume the role of a diviner, rather than to learn the divination methods accessible to the average person. Angelica maintained a courteous smile as she said, You are welcome to practice divination freely within the club. However, until we ascertain your proficiency, we shall refrain from endorsing you when customers inquire. What fee do you wish to charge for your divinations? 2 pence. Klein intended to compete on price, while still obscure. We will take a quarter-penny fee based on 1/8 of the total price. Angelica recited the various regulations before inscribing Klein's information in the diviner's directory for customers to peruse. Once she had completed this, she smiled and pointed towards the conference room at the end of the corridor, saying, Mr. Heinaz Vincent is currently explaining astrological divination. You may quietly find a seat to listen or raise your hand to ask questions. Very well, Klein replied, intrigued as he headed towards the conference room, eager to discern the differences between Heinaz Vincent's teachings and those of old Neil. At that moment, Angelica hurried to catch up with him and, lowering her voice, asked, Mr. Moretti, would you prefer coffee or tea? We offer Siberian black tea, South Wales coffee, and Dixie coffee free of charge. Having recently perused the newspapers, Klein was aware that these coffee and tea options were of mediocre quality, yet he understood they were certainly superior to the inferior varieties he had at home. After a moment's thought, he replied, a cup of South Wales coffee, 3 spoonfuls of sugar, without milk. South Wales County in the Kingdom of Rune was renowned for its beer and red wine, which many prominent figures favored, while coffee remained relatively obscure. Very well. I shall bring it to you shortly, Angelica assured him, gesturing towards the conference room. Klein approached the slightly ajar door and listened as the explanation, delivered in a strong Ottawa County accent, stated, astrological divination is among the more complex forms of divination. This was only in comparison to the average person. Klein silently interjected, observing that the conference room was arranged in a semicircle with 5 or 6 long tables, surrounding a middle-aged man clad in a black classical robe. Heinaz Vincent. This gentleman bore unmistakable dark circles under his eyes, with thick, coarse brown hair that stubbornly stood on end, resembling a hedgehog. Aside from his role in elucidating astrological divination, he exhibited no remarkable traits. Upon noticing Klein's entrance, Heinaz Vincent nodded slightly, not interrupting his lecture, but merely moderating his pace. Klein, one hand in his pocket and the other grasping his cane, settled into a seat at the periphery, leaning back comfortably as he surveyed the room bathed in the afternoon's still resplendent sunlight. He noted the presence of 6 members, 4 men and 2 women. After placing his cane down, Klein adjusted his half-height silk top hat and lightly tapped his fingers twice against his brow. His gaze turned towards Heinaz, where he perceived the man's aura, noting the varying colors, brightness, and thickness, dark red, tinged with a hint of anxiety. The other areas appeared quite healthy. Yet there was something amiss there, the nature of which eluded him. Klein continued to listen to the lecture leisurely, engaged in his silent musings. At that moment, he clenched his right fist against his mouth to stifle his laughter, as he suddenly felt akin to an unlicensed, elderly practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. He glanced around once more and gently tapped his brow twice, as if contemplating Heinaz's earlier remarks. The astrological chart reading is a form of divination rooted in astrology. Yet even the layperson can attempt to interpret its meanings. For instance, the fundamental natal chart is constructed based on the positions of celestial bodies such as the sun, moon, and planets at the time of the Carent's birth, marking their symbolic representations in the appropriate sectors of the chart, while incorporating the relevant conditions of various constellations to ultimately decipher the individual's fate. This necessitates that the diviner possesses a profound understanding of retrograde calculations concerning planetary and zodiacal states, which is quite intricate. Naturally, some have published reference books for consultation, while others have opted for simplification, relying solely on zodiac signs for vague interpretations. Klein listened quietly, refraining from interjecting or posing questions, occasionally caressing the yellow crystal pendant nestled in his sleeve and sipping the South Wales coffee brought to him by Angelica. After a considerable interval, Heinaz rubbed his brow and remarked, "Perhaps you should attempt to draw your own astrological charts. Feel free to consult me with any inquiries. I will be in the crystal room." As he departed, a young man dressed in a white shirt and black waistcoat approached Klein with a smile. "Hello. I am Edward Steve." "Greetings, Klein Moretti," Klein replied, rising in return. "The astrological chart is exceedingly complex. Every time I hear about it, I cannot help but yearn to embark on a dream," Edward Steve quipped with self-deprecation. Klein chuckled and replied, "That is because Mr. Vincent cannot resist imparting all his knowledge to us, akin to laying before us an abundant feast of Innis delicacies, which is quite overwhelming for digestion. If it were me, I could finish an entire banquet of Intis. They always serve just a morsel on vast plates." Edward laughed lightly, settling into a seat, and curiously inquired, "You must be a new member. I haven't seen you around in the past 2 years. What are your specialties?" "I am most proficient in tarot and card divination," Edward casually asked. "I have a smattering of knowledge in both." "Merely a smattering," Klein remarked, applying his previous self-description to the current context. He was not being modest, rather. In the realm of divination, there remains an abundance of esoteric wisdom yet to be mastered, just as other members approached to discuss astrological readings. Angelica entered the meeting room. "Mr. Steve, someone is seeking your divination services." "Very well." Edward Steve smiled and rose. "You appear to be a skilled diviner," Klein remarked, gazing at him. "No, that is simply because my rates are quite reasonable," Edward chuckled softly, adding, "Ordinary individuals seeking divination would undoubtedly avoid selecting the most expensive options, and unless they have been struck in the head by a donkey, they certainly would not entrust themselves to the cheapest practitioners. The mid-range prices offer the most accessible opportunities. I am indeed the one you referred to as having been kicked in the head by a donkey." Watching the other party depart, Klein suddenly shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that his pricing strategy seemed to be flawed. He rose, took up his cane, and exited the conference room, seeking out Angelica once more. "I wish to amend the fortune-telling fee to, well, 8 pence. Angelica regarded him with a penetrating gaze and replied, "We shall accommodate your request. But we will also inform our clientele that you have recently joined our club." "No problem," Klein nodded without hesitation. Sometimes, an aura of mystery is an essential element for a fortune teller to attract clients. After updating the information, Klein turned back toward the conference room. At that moment, he spotted Hina's Vincent emerging from the crystal chamber, a silver-plated mirror in hand. This renowned seer addressed the 5 members, 3 men and 2 women, within the conference room. "I have recently mastered a new divination technique, the Mirror of Magic. Would you be interested in learning? The Mirror of Magic? That is hardly a safe method of divination." Dressed in a black suit, Klein paused outside the conference room, furrowing his brow. Chapter 49. Divination as a Neophyte in the Realm of Mysticism. Klein would not presume to declare himself an expert in divination. However, he certainly possessed a deeper understanding than the average individual. He was aware that various divination methods could be categorized into 3 primary types, based on the source of enlightenment. The first category encompasses techniques such as tarot, playing cards, pendulums, divining rods, and dream interpretation. These methods rely on insights derived from the inquirer's own spiritual communication with the ethereal realm. It is worth noting that pendulum and divining rod techniques demand a high level of spiritual attunement, rendering them inaccessible to those who lack extraordinary abilities. Conversely, card divination employs a fixed set of symbolic elements, allowing even the uninitiated to grasp the insights conveyed. Dream interpretation occupies a space between these two. The second category includes numerology, astrology, and their various derivatives. In these methods, the diviner utilizes objective information provided by the inquirer or natural phenomena to calculate, infer, and interpret corresponding results. Here, the initiative rests with the diviner rather than the inquirer. The third category involves the invocation of third-party forces beyond both the diviner and the inquirer. Klein recalled his previous life experiences with spirit boards and planchettes, which fall under this classification. Through specific rituals, practitioners seek answers from unknown, mystical entities, while it is unlikely that the average person would succeed. The rare occurrence of contact with malevolent or overwhelming forces often leads to tragic consequences. The mirror divination mentioned earlier by Heinaz Vincent belongs to this category. In mysticism, mirrors serve as portals to the unknown, the bizarre, and the spiritual realm. Thus, Klein paused outside the conference room, intending to listen to this renowned diviner's exposition, to determine whether he should inform his captain about the plan to surreptitiously inspect the rival's gas meter in the dead of night. Of course, mirror divination can be conducted safely by petitioning 7 orthodox deities for guidance, although it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to receive genuine insights. At least they would encounter no peril or lingering repercussions. In contrast, the type of mirror divination regulated by night watchmen or punitive enforcers involves seeking assistance from certain organizations that venerate malevolent deities or mysterious entities. Moreover, one must refrain from fabricating their own invocations, as even a single word or trait might inadvertently attract unwanted attention. In this world imbued with extraordinary powers, such forms of divination often gravitate towards disastrous outcomes. Klein harbored suspicions that the original owner, along with Welch and Naya, had conducted a similar dark divination based on the notes of the Antigonus family. At that moment, Heinaz elucidated the principles of mirror divination to the 5 members and began to describe the specific process. Such a solid foundation, Klein thought, nodding slightly behind the partially ajar door of the conference room. It must be said that, amidst the checks and balances of the 7 great churches, some esoteric knowledge had indeed leaked, such as the astrological handbook, which provided numerous symbolic meanings. However, without the aid of potions or extraordinary powers, ordinary individuals could scarcely achieve their desired effects. Furthermore, we meticulously polished the mirror, ensuring it was a silvered one, and positioned it in the home to symbolize the moon's presence. Heinaz demonstrated with the tools at hand. No, what was required at that moment was the pendulum method. One must select a location and mentally recite 7 times that this place is suitable for the divination of the magic mirror. Then, observe the direction in which the pendant sways. Clockwise indicates correctness, while counterclockwise denotes error. Of course, if one seeks the favor of a malevolent, unknown, or mysterious entity, the location becomes insignificant. What truly matters is whether it holds their interest. Klein silently corrected this notion. At that moment, he felt as though he were the instructor of the lesson. Heinaz Vincent, unaware of Klein's inner thoughts, recounted the prior preparations in a normal tone. Once the members had taken their notes, he continued, stating, after completing the bath, ensure that all curtains are drawn and the door is securely locked. Next, light a candle and place it before the mirror, humbly beseeching the deity you believe in, keeping your queries straightforward and devoid of elaborate embellishments. After 7 supplications, take your mirror and gently drop it upon the ground, ensuring the action is light. Remember the manner in which it shatters. This is the revelation bestowed by the divine. I shall elaborate on several principal symbols. This is the orthodox practice of magic mirror divination. Klein exhaled in relief, slowly entering the conference room and resuming his previous seat, finishing the remnants of his South Wales coffee. The term orthodox denotes a practice that indeed yields insights, yet remains nearly impossible to interpret accurately. Klein refrained from inquiring about Edward's divination or the methods employed, adhering to the unwritten code among diviners, which he, as a practitioner, was bound to respect unless the other party voluntarily disclosed such information. I have observed that often our interpretations are excessively vague, seemingly tailored to accommodate various needs, allowing disparate individuals to find resonance with their personal narratives, Edward remarked, sipping his Siberian red tea and sighing softly. For instance, one may encounter numerous hardships and tribulations, but ultimately, dawn will break. Who can truly predict when that dawn will arrive? Or consider this journey of yours, though it may not be entirely smooth. You will certainly arrive alive. After all, the deceased cannot contest my assertions, having not been present from the outset. He overlooked Heinaz's course on magic mirror divination, a classic case of survivor bias. Klein smiled and added, survivor bias generally refers to the phenomenon where statistics are often derived solely from the living and surviving individuals, neglecting the deceased, which leads to significant discrepancies. Indeed, Emperor Russell truly embodies the essence of a philosopher, Edward exclaimed in admiration. Klein lifted his empty coffee cup, feigning a sip. Throughout the afternoon, members immersed themselves in astrological charts and magic mirror divination, occasionally approaching Klein for discussions with Edward. During such moments, Klein fulfilled his role as an informal member of the Night Watch team, diligently guiding them away from thoughts that could veer into the extraordinary or perilous. However, the endeavor he most wished to pursue proved unsuccessful, as numerous inquirers passed by without choosing him for assistance in their divination. Perhaps next time I should take the initiative to entertain with a few phrases such as "You are plagued by misfortune," "Unhappiness is on the horizon for you," or "Nothing will go smoothly for you." No, that hardly resembles a fortune teller's approach. Contemplating this, Klein couldn't help but shake his head in self-mockery. He picked up his cane, rose to his feet, and bid farewell as he departed. At 5:30, Edward Steve donned his coat, preparing to exit the divination club when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "Good afternoon, Gracious." "It has been a while," he greeted with a smile, noticing his like-minded friend clad in his customary formal attire, adorned with a black bow tie and a monocle dangling from his breast pocket. However, he quickly observed that Gracious appeared rather unwell, his once soft, pale hair showing signs of dryness. "Good afternoon, Edward." Cough, cough. Gracious abruptly placed his fist against his mouth, suppressing a few coughs while holding his hat. Edward inquired with concern, "You seem to be ill?" "A rather severe illness, which even escalated to pneumonia. If it weren't for my wife fortuitously encountering a skilled apothecary who provided me with some miraculous elixirs, you might have only seen me at the cemetery," Gracious recounted, his tone laced with both relief and trepidation. "My goodness, I can scarcely believe it. You were so healthy before. Look at you now, so frail." Edward exclaimed, moving his cane in astonishment. "I recall performing a divination for you last week, and there were no indications of a serious ailment. My own divination results mirrored yours. Perhaps we are not yet adept fortune tellers," Gracious replied, then suddenly recalled something from Monday, his expression turning grave. At that moment, the lovely Miss Angelica approached, greeting them with a gentle smile. After exchanging pleasantries, she first inquired about Gracious's health, offering some advice, before casually mentioning, "Mr. Moretti, who sought your divination last time, has also joined the club." "The gentleman who consulted me last time?" Gracious's eyes brightened instantly. "Good heavens! Where is he?" "He has already departed," Angelica responded, both she and Edward unable to comprehend Gracious's unusual reaction. Gracious excitedly paced a couple of steps, exclaiming, "If he comes by next time and I am not at the club, please be sure to inquire when he will return. He is a most remarkable." He gestured emphatically, repeating most 3 times for emphasis, "Doctor." Chapter 50. Old Neil's method of repayment at 7:30 in the evening. Gathered around the dining table of the Moretti household, a conversation unfolded. "Klein, why is it necessary for you, as a consultant, to arrive early? Could the urgent matters of the security company be perilous?" Vincent inquired, taking a piece of potato from the beef stew, his concern subtly evident as he referenced the morning's events. "A shipment of historical documents requiring immediate transportation to Beckland is at hand. My presence is essential for inventory to ensure nothing is overlooked. You know well that those brutish fellows would not comprehend the intricacies of the ancient Gufusak scripts. Knowledge is indeed paramount," Klein elaborated, seizing the moment to produce the remaining £5 note, which he extended towards Benson. "This is my additional remuneration for today. You could certainly do with a more respectable attire." £5? Both Benson and Melissa exclaimed in unison. He took the note, scrutinizing it repeatedly, a blend of astonishment and skepticism crossing his features. "This security company truly displays generosity. My weekly wage amounts to £1.10, totaling £6 over 4 weeks, merely exceeding this bonus by £1. With such a salary, he managed to provide for his younger siblings, ensuring they had a decent place to reside, indulging them in meat a couple of times each week, and gifting them a few new garments annually." "Do you not doubt my words?" Klein provocatively retorted. Benson chuckled lightly. "I believe you lack both the capacity and the audacity to rob a bank." I have become somewhat accustomed to deceit," Klein admitted, a hint of shame washing over him, though the pressures of reality compelled him. The trust of his sister stirred a sense of melancholy within. "Today's affairs were rather urgent and significant. I played a rather pivotal role in them. Hence the £5 value." Klein offered a brief explanation. In a certain light, his words held a semblance of truth. Benson, content, took a bite of oat bread, contemplating for several moments before stating, My current job does not necessitate overly respectable garments. To be precise, clothing of superior fabric is unwarranted. What I possess at home suffices. Before Klein could offer further counsel, Benson eagerly continued, with this extra income, we shall finally have savings. I intend to purchase a few accounting books for more in-depth study. Klein, Melissa, I do not wish to find myself in 5 years with a weekly wage still beneath £2. You know, my boss and manager are utterly incompetent. Their minds filled with nonsense, and their words reeking of ignorance. An excellent notion, Klein concurred, guiding the conversation. Why not peruse the grammar books in my room? To become a truly respectable individual and to secure ample remuneration is quite a crucial endeavor. Perhaps it won't be long before civil service examinations emerge in the Kingdom of Ruin. Early preparation could yield significant advantages. Benson's eyes brightened at this thought. I indeed overlooked that matter. Come, let us toast to a splendid future. He did not raise a glass of rye beer, but instead poured oyster broth into 3 cups, clinking them lightly with his brother and sister in a gesture of camaraderie. After finishing the clear soup, Klein cast a glance at his sister, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the pan-seared fish, and chuckled softly, besides Benson's books. I believe Melissa is in need of a new dress. Melissa lifted her head, shaking it repeatedly. No, I think it's best to save it. Klein interjected. Indeed. Melissa nodded earnestly. In truth, if we do not pursue extravagant fabrics or the latest designs, it wouldn't be too costly. We can save the remaining funds. Klein asserted with an air of undeniable authority. Benson chimed in. Melissa, do you really wish to wear an old dress at Selena's 16th birthday soiree? Selena was Melissa's classmate and dear friend, hailing from a fairly well-off family. Her brother was a corporate lawyer, and her father was a senior employee at the Beckland Bank's Tingen branch. However, their idea of a soiree merely entailed inviting friends over for dinner, chatting, and playing cards. After a moment of silence, she suddenly recalled something, and quickly looked up to say, Mrs. Schott from next door had the maid deliver a card, hoping to make a semi-formal visit this Sunday afternoon, at 4 o'clock, to meet the new neighbors. Mrs. Schott? Klein gazed at his brother and sister in utter bewilderment. Benson tapped the edge of the dining table thoughtfully. Mrs. Schott from 4 Daffodil Street? I have met her husband. He is a seasoned corporate lawyer. A seasoned corporate lawyer. Perhaps he knows Selena's brother, Melissa remarked with a hint of excitement. We reside at 2 Daffodil Street. Klein nodded slightly. It is indeed necessary to become acquainted with our neighbors. However, as you both know, I must still attend the security company on Sunday and will only have Monday off. Please extend my apologies to Mrs. Schott. At this juncture, he recalled the neighbors from his childhood, the ones he had known while living in the Cruz Street apartment, and chuckled in mild exasperation. A semi-formal visit. Shouldn't neighbors naturally get to know one another and interact organically? Haha. Klein, you fail to understand. You have been reading quite a few newspapers lately, yet you have not engaged with those magazines aimed at households and women. They categorize families earning between 100 and 1,000 as middle class, proclaiming this to be the backbone of the entire kingdom, and extolling the virtues of the middle class for lacking the arrogance of nobles and wealthy individuals, while also not exhibiting the rudeness of lower-income groups. Benson explained in a light-hearted and jovial manner, noting how these magazines simplified many of the rituals associated with noble interactions, thus establishing the distinctions between intimate visits, semi-formal visits, and formal visits. As the conversation progressed, he shook his head in amusement. Morning visits? Klein and Melissa exclaimed in surprise. What constitutes a morning visit between 2 and 6 in the afternoon? Benson set down his cutlery, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. I truly do not know why. I merely skimmed through a few magazines brought by female colleagues. Perhaps it's due to the requirement of wearing morning attire for such visits. Originally, morning attire referred to garments worn during mass or gatherings, later evolving to denote daytime formal wear, distinguishing it from evening attire. Very well. Do remember to procure some fine coffee grounds and tea leaves tomorrow morning. Additionally, do not forget to acquire a few muffins and lemon cakes from Mrs. Slynn. We must not be discourteous in front of our neighbors. Klein chuckled softly as he dipped the remaining bread into the gravy, stuffing it with potatoes before savoring it. The following day, which was Sunday morning, Klein finished the last sip of subpar tea, set down the newspaper, donned his half-high silk hat, and took up his silver-inlaid black cane. He strolled leisurely out the door and boarded a public carriage towards Zotland Street. He exchanged greetings with Rosen, who had just concluded her night shift and was heading to the lounge for some rest. As he descended into the depths below, at the corner, he encountered a member of the night watch, the vigilant Liao Yao. This lady appeared rather aloof, with slender brows, large eyes, and hair as dark and smooth as silk. "Good morning, Ms. Liao Yao." Klein greeted her with a smile and a bow. Liao Yao glanced at him with her deep blue eyes and subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Just as they were about to pass each other, she suddenly halted and, gazing ahead, remarked, "Ritual magic is a perilous endeavor." Klein was momentarily taken aback. As he turned around, he could only see her retreating figure. "Thank you," he called out to Liao Yao's back, furrowing his brow. Turning left, he quickly spotted old Neil in the armory guardroom, along with Brett, who was not expected to be present. "Come, let us go to my home. I have already gathered the necessary materials, and Brett has kindly agreed to assist me," old Neil said with a cheerful demeanor. Klein was taken aback. "Not here?" Old Neil, holding a small silver box, clicked his tongue. "There is no space here for practicing ritual magic." Old Neil's residence was a standalone house, with a garden in front adorned with roses and spearmint. Upon entering, they were greeted by a carpeted foyer, furnished with 2 high-backed chairs and an umbrella stand. Beyond the foyer lay a spacious living room, its walls adorned with light wallpaper, the floor stained a deep brown, and a small patterned rug placed in the center, accompanied by a substantial round table. Surrounding the table were comfortable benches and chairs, along with a piano. "My late wife had a profound love for music," old Neil remarked, gesturing towards the piano. "The sofa and coffee table are in the sitting room. Today, we shall conduct our ritual magic in the living room." Old Neil set down the silver box and smiled. "I will first demonstrate a ritual magic for you. Please observe and memorize carefully." As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of parchment resembling sheepskin from the silver box and began inscribing strange symbols with a specially formulated black ink that emitted a tranquil fragrance. Klein watched intently and soon realized that old Neil seemed to be sketching a bill. When old Neil filled in the amount of 30 and the corresponding pound symbol, Klein could no longer contain his curiosity and, bewildered, inquired, "Mr. Neil, what ritual magic are you about to perform?" "I intend to use magic to resolve that 30-pound debt," old Neil replied. "Is that even possible?" Klein's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape. Chapter 51. Grounded Ritual Magic. Is it possible to resolve one's financial obligations through magic? Should one curse the creditor or fabricate currency? I may not possess the solution to the problem, but I can offer assistance to you. A myriad of thoughts danced through Klein's mind, and his gaze towards old Neil took on an unsettling quality. He contemplated the possibility of alerting the Night Watch squad. Sensing his contemplation, old Neil cast a sidelong glance and remarked with irritation, "From your expression, I discern ignorance, folly, and a pitifully weak trust. Did Dunn not impart the maxim of the seeker? Do as you will, but harm not?" Although this adage initially emerged from the clandestine and sinister organization known as the Morse-ascetic Society, those extraordinary individuals who choose the path of the seeker have validated its truth through their experiences. As long as one adheres to it with reverence, the risks of losing control diminish significantly. Conversely, the opposite holds true. Your skepticism towards me and the seekers is an affront. My apologies, Klein responded without hesitation, suddenly reminded of the phrase Dunn Smith had once mentioned. Old Neil was not genuinely angry. He swiftly transitioned to a jovial demeanor, saying, "It is a pity that there are too few extraordinary individuals who choose the path of diviner, hence no corresponding maxim to assist you. However, I possess the diary of Emperor Roselle." "Ah, indeed, strict adherence to maxims carries its own flavor of performance." Klein nodded as if deep in thought. Old Neil ceased his elaboration, clearing the heavy vase and other items from the round table and placing them in the corner. He then retrieved a crimson and a pitch-black candle from a silver box, casually explaining, "If an ordinary person wishes to attempt ritual magic, they must select an appropriate date and time based on astrological results or corresponding manuals, such as a Sunday symbolizing the goddess, or during the lunar hour she governs. However, for us extraordinary beings, particularly those adept in this domain, these considerations are unnecessary. Our vibrant spirituality and potent celestial essence are the crucial elements. Of course, if you lack confidence in the ritual magic you wish to attempt, selecting an appropriate date and time can significantly enhance the likelihood of success." "Ah, but there is a prerequisite you must remember and adhere to strictly." Old Neil positioned the 2 candles and turned his body to face Klein, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Low-tier practitioners lack sufficient strength, and nearly all ritual magic they can perform involves beseeching external forces for power and assistance. Therefore, one must only consider the orthodox deities, such as the goddess or the Lord of Storms. Under no circumstances should you attempt to communicate with the unknown or unpredictable entities, even if some choose to worship them or the recorded promises seem enticing. Trust me, do not harbor a sense of luck. Once you attempt it even once, you will inevitably slide into the abyss. All efforts and struggles will merely delay the inevitable, unable to alter the course. The ritual of personal transformation appears to be a supplication for strength to some unknown, unpredictable entity. Remarkably, it has indeed bestowed a power so profound that even the seasoned extraordinary being known as the Hanged Man finds it hard to fathom the power to elevate them above the mists. He ought to be a seasoned extraordinary being. Fortunately, I have not yet succumbed to madness, nor do I exhibit any signs of losing control. Contemplating this matter, he deliberately shifted the topic. So, should the night watchers beseech the goddess for assistance? There is no such thing as best. There is only what must be done. Having imparted this counsel, old Neil grasped the crimson candle and said, "Candles crafted from moonflower and deep red sandalwood symbolize the goddess's scarlet dominion in ritual magic." He then gestured towards the pitch-black candle, stating, "Candles made from nightshade and deep sleep flowers symbolize the night." As he spoke, he placed the black candle at the upper left of the round table and the red one at the upper right. Why are there only two candles representing the goddess? She is also the mother of secrets, the queen of misfortune and fear, the lord of rest and silence. Old Neil chuckled softly. Indeed. This is the very question I wish for you to ask. Before the fall, the Mosaic order maintained a harmonious relationship with the church. Their concepts and achievements in ritual magic profoundly influenced us. They believed that all things are numerical, with each number possessing its own spirit. In ritual magic, 0 represents the unknown, embodying chaos, symbolizing the state before the world's inception. 1 signifies the beginning, representing the original creator. 2 symbolizes the world and deity's birth from him. 3 denotes the interaction between the divine and the material, where all things take form. Here, the 2 candles symbolize the goddess, leaving the 3rd for ourselves. The specific candles chosen and their respective symbols must align with the intended outcome of the ritual magic. The thought of the interconnection of all things made Klein reflect on certain notions he had encountered in a previous life. Noticing his earnest attention, old Neil picked up the 3rd candle, saying, "This candle symbolizes myself. It is quite ordinary, merely infused with a hint of mint. Remember, plants such as rose, lemon, mint, moonflower, nightshade, and deep sleep flowers are favored and cherished by the goddess." The 3 candles, on another level, also represent each individual's body, spirit, and divinity. Upon concluding his description, old Neil placed the 3rd candle at the center of the round table. He then retrieved the prepared full moon oil, a cauldron inscribed with dark sigils, a beautifully patterned silver knife, a cup of clear water, and a dish of coarse salt. For those extraordinary beings less skilled in ritual magic, additional items such as bells, crystal balls, silver cups, and incense would be necessary. However, seers and diviners require none of these, for these items suffice. Old Neil laid the parchment resembling sheepskin, inscribed with the account, beside the cauldron and secured one corner with a specially crafted quill. He turned to Klein and said, "Ritual magic necessitates a pristine and undisturbed spiritual environment, which we must create ourselves. The method involves first entering a meditative state to gather our mental energy, followed by utilizing auxiliary items to channel our power outward, constructing our surroundings. For instance, I have previously employed holy night powder at Riel Bieber's residence, and I am about to use a ceremonial silver dagger. Throughout this entire process, we must determine the symbolic representations and corresponding incantations based on the desired outcome. It is advisable to employ Hermetic language for the spells, as ancient Hermetic derives from nature, akin to the ancient dragon tongue or Elvish, yielding immediate effects. However, it lacks the necessary concealment and protection, rendering the practitioner vulnerable to peril, hence the need for its refinement. Nevertheless, it is indeed more potent. Now, I must concentrate on the ritual magic, and I will not provide further explanations. Pay close attention, listen, and note your questions. I shall address them once the proceedings conclude." Klein stepped back 2 paces, focusing intently on old Neil. Old Neil's gaze deepened rapidly, and an invisible wind began to swirl around him. He remained silent for a moment, igniting 3 candles in succession by rubbing spirit with matter, following the order from left to right and top to bottom. He then grasped the silver dagger, plunged it into coarse salt, and recited the incantation inscribed in Hermetic. "I sanctify you, pure silver blade. I cleanse and purify you. that you may serve me in this ritual. In the name of the goddess of night and the Lord of crimson, you are sanctified." After uttering each succinct and powerful ancient word, Old Neil withdrew the silver dagger and immersed it into a cup of clear water, then raised it, directing it toward the space beyond the round table. He pointed the tip of the blade at the outer circle and began to walk around the table. With each step, Klein could perceive an invisible force emanating from the silver dagger, suffused with spirituality, intertwining with the air to form a sealed barrier. After encircling the table, the altar became isolated from its surroundings. Old Neil positioned himself before the round table, placing the silver dagger down and picking up a vial of full moon essential oil, from which he dripped 3 drops onto the black, deep red, and ordinary candles. A faint mist arose, enveloping everything in an aura of mystery. Old Neil set the glass vial aside, gazed at the parchment resembling sheepskin in silence for 2 minutes, then took up a quill to inscribe controlling symbols, encasing all the content within a square to signify his dominion over the debt. He subsequently drew a cross, indicating its eradication. At this juncture, he held the sheepskin-like parchment in one hand and gently tapped his forehead with the other, activating his spiritual sight. Once again, an intangible and vibrant force surged forth as Old Neil softly chanted, "I beseech the power of night. I invoke the strength of crimson. I seek the favor of the goddess. I implore for the means to settle this debt. Nightshade, herb of the red moon, please bestow your power upon my incantation. Moonflower, herb of the red moon, please impart your strength to my spell." Klein stood by, utterly astonished, his mind swirling with a cacophony of thoughts. Is such a spell truly permissible? Although it was articulated and inscribed in the language of Hermes, it seemed rather too straightforward, too simplistic, too down-to-earth. Would the goddess take offense and double the bill? At that moment, the candlelight suddenly blazed brighter. Old Neil completed his incantation, closed his eyes for 2 minutes, and then, taking the moonlit oil, he dripped a single drop onto each of the 3 candles. Following this, he seized the parchment resembling sheepskin and brought it close to the candle, symbolizing himself. Upon igniting it, he immediately cast it into the cauldron. Once again, Old Neil shut his eyes, seemingly attuned to the flickering flames of the bill. After a while, he opened his eyes, gazing at the cauldron adorned with a black holy emblem, and observed that the parchment had been entirely consumed, leaving only ashes. Praise the goddess. Old Neil marked his chest 4 times, forming a crimson moon, and then extinguished the candles in the reverse order of their lighting. Having completed this, he took a silver dagger and pierced through the invisible wall surrounding them. After a sudden gust of wind swept through, Old Neil visibly exhaled in relief, stating, "It is done. Is that all? The issue is resolved?" Klein queried, bewildered. "How was it resolved?" "I cannot say for certain, but it shall be resolved." In a reasonable manner, Old Neil replied with a shrug and a smile. Klein was left at a loss, unsure how to respond to such an unpredictable situation. Chapter 52. The audience, let us cease our lamentations over that accursed bill and turn our discourse towards ritual magic. The venerable Mr. Neil, with a demeanor of ease, began to stow away candles, cauldrons, and silver knives. Klein was tempted to shrug his shoulders in the manner of the Americans from his previous life, yet he refrained from such an ungentlemanly gesture. This lesson in mysticism extended until noon, at which point Mr. Neil cleared his throat and muttered, rather indistinctly, "Alas! Due to my need to procure those wretched materials, I missed a delightful breakfast." Klein, bemused and perplexed, glanced around and inquired, "Mr. Neil, do you not have a chef or a maid at home?" A weekly wage of £12 should suffice to employ several servants. According to the newspapers, hiring a common cook, inclusive of room and board, would only require a weekly wage of 12 to 15 shillings, and not even a pound. Maids could be engaged for a mere 3 shillings and 6 pence to 6 shillings, though one could hardly expect culinary prowess from them. Oh, but that reasoning falters. Given that Mr. Neil is in debt to the tune of £30, it is perhaps understandable that he refrains from hiring a cook or servants. I fear I have ventured into inappropriate inquiries. As Klein lamented his indiscretion, Mr. Neil, unfazed, shook his head and replied, "I often engage in ritual magic at home, delving into extraordinary artifacts in their corresponding literature. It would be unthinkable to employ ordinary individuals as cooks, footmen, or maids. I merely arrange for occasional cleaning. And if not for the ordinary, do you suppose they would consent to undertake such tasks?" I appear to have posed a foolish question. Perhaps due to my unfamiliarity with the mysteries of domestic life, Klein reflected with self-deprecation. Mr. Neil had already risen, donned his wide-brimmed felt hat, and while moving towards the door, He muttered, I believe I can detect the aroma of sauté et foie gras. Once that bill is finally settled, I shall indulge in a proper feast. I could surely consume an entire roast pork, complemented with apple sauce. No, that would not suffice. I must also have a sausage served with mashed potatoes. His words incited Klein's own hunger, prompting him to swallow hard as he hastened to accompany Mr. Neal to the nearby public carriage station. Upon their return to Zotland Street, as Mr. Neal descended from the carriage, he suddenly exclaimed, What have I seen? Oh, goddess! What have I seen? With the agility of a sprightly youth, he darted to the roadside and retrieved an object. Klein, intrigued, approached and discerned that it was a finely crafted wallet. At first glance, Klein was impressed by its craftsmanship. However, upon a second look, his gaze was ensnared by the bulging bills within. There were at least 20 black-patterned gold pounds, prominently displayed. Mr. Neal opened the wallet and extracted the notes, scrutinizing them closely before exclaiming, 10-pound bills, venerable founding father and protector William I, oh goddess, a full 30 of these, along with several 5-pound, 1-pound, and 5-shilling notes. Over 300 pounds? This is a true fortune. It would take me a decade to amass such wealth. Klein's breath grew heavy involuntarily, due to the high value of gold pounds. Finding such a wallet is akin to discovering a suitcase full of banknotes in later times. It is unclear to whom this wallet may belong, but it is certainly not the property of an ordinary individual, Klein analytically concluded. This wallet evidently does not belong to a woman. Klein secretly sighed in relief, gaining a newfound understanding of old Neal's moral character. Previously, he had harbored concerns that the other party might use the divine gift as an excuse to settle debts, ruminating on how to prevent or persuade against it. This notion of indulgence without harm suddenly sparked some insight in Klein. The carriage came to a halt, and a middle-aged gentleman dressed in formal black attire with a matching bow tie disembarked. Glancing at the wallet, he removed his hat and bowed, addressing the two gentlemen, This should be my master's wallet. The middle-aged man paused momentarily, then self-deprecatingly chuckled, as a steward. I ought to be aware of how much money remains in my master's wallet. My apologies, please allow me to inquire. That is your prerogative. Old Neal gestured courteously. He approached Klein and old Neal once more, smiling as he spoke. It contains slightly more than 300 pounds, but less than 350 pounds. My master does not recall the exact amount. Not recalling, truly a wealthy gentleman. If I had such a sum, I would certainly count it repeatedly, Klein mused, filled with envy. The divine proves that this belongs to you. The middle-aged man took the wallet, counted briefly, and then extracted 3 10-pound notes. My master is Sir Devereux. He appreciates your integrity, and this is the reward that honest individuals deserve. Please do not refuse it. Sir Devereux? The same Sir Devereux who established the Devereux Trust to provide affordable housing for laborers? Klein suddenly recalled this name. He was a figure both respected and regarded as somewhat detached from reality by his brother Benson. Thank you, Sir Devereux. He is a kind and generous gentleman. Old Neal graciously accepted the 3 banknotes. After watching Sir Devereux's carriage disappear and seeing no one around, he turned to Klein, lightly waving the money and chuckling, 30 pounds. The bill is settled. I told you it would be resolved in a reasonable manner. This is the power of magic. The power of bloody magic. How can this be possible? Klein was once again rendered speechless. After a few moments of recovery, he ascended the stairs toward the security company, perplexedly inquiring, Mr. Neal, why did you not request a larger sum? In the grand banquet hall, several chandeliers were adorned with burning candles, emanating a delightful fragrance, their combined brilliance rivaling that of gas lamps. Long tables were laden with delectable dishes such as pan-seared foie gras, roasted beef steaks, roasted chicken, fried sole, dissy oysters, stewed lamb, and creamy soups. Additionally, bottles of misty champagne, Almira wine, and South Wales red wine glimmered enticingly under the warm glow of the lights. A servant clad in a crimson vest gracefully navigated through the elegantly adorned gentlemen and ladies, bearing a tray adorned with crystal goblets. Audrey Hall was resplendent in a pale white gown featuring a high collar, a fitted bodice, and leg of mutton sleeves, the waist exquisitely cinched, while layers of cake-cut fabric were flawlessly supported by whalebone. Her golden locks were elegantly styled into an updo, and her earrings, necklace, and rings sparkled with radiant brilliance, complemented by a pair of white dance shoes embellished with roses and diamonds. How many petticoats did she wear? 4, 5, or perhaps 6. Audrey delicately touched the crinoline with her right hand, gloved in white lace, while her left hand held a glass of crystalline champagne. Unlike in previous gatherings, She did not position herself at the center of the soiree, basking in the attention of all. Instead, she discreetly retreated into the shadow of the drapes by the floor-to-ceiling window. She sipped her champagne, observing the revelers before her with an air of detachment that seemed out of place. The young son of Count Wolf was engaged in conversation with the daughter of Lord Conrad, gesticulating animatedly to emphasize his points. The more exaggerated his gestures, the less credible his words became, a conclusion she had confirmed time and again. He had an unfortunate tendency to elevate himself while belittling others, yet his insecurity betrayed him, manifesting in his speech and body language. Lady Della, time and again, concealed her laughter with her left hand. Indeed, she was displaying the exquisite aquamarine on her ring finger. Her husband, Duke Negan, conversed with several conservative nobles nearby, having only sought his wife's gaze once since the banquet commenced. Their true eye contact was nearly non-existent. Perhaps they were not as affectionate as they wished to portray. Lady Parnis had been amused by Baron Larry on 7 occasions, which was hardly surprising. Yet, why did she cast a furtive glance toward her husband? Ah, they had separated. But no, the paths they took both led to the garden. For a fleeting moment, Audrey almost believed she was witnessing a theatrical performance. Each guest a commendable actor. She sighed silently, her gaze cold. Just then, an instinct stirred within her, and she abruptly turned her head to the spacious balcony beyond the window, fixing her gaze on a shadowy corner. In that darkness, a golden retriever sat quietly, its serene eyes fixed on the gathering, observing Audrey, half its body cloaked in shadow. Susie, Audrey's lips twitched, her expression crumbling as she could no longer maintain her role as an observer. Chapter 53, The Listener Upon the Tempestuous Sea. A venerable 3-masted sailing vessel rises and falls with the undulating waves. Its pace is neither swift nor its size imposing, rendering it akin to a desiccated leaf severed from its tree amidst the calamity where sky and ocean conflate. Yet, regardless of the hurricane's ferocity or the terror of the surging tides, it sails serenely, unyielding in its course. Alger Wilson stands upon the desolate deck, gazing at the mountainous waves that surround him, lost in contemplation. Another Monday approaches, he murmurs silently. It is a day belonging to the Earth Mother, marking the commencement of a new cycle of prosperity and decay. However, for Alger, it holds an additional significance, one associated with a mysterious being perpetually shrouded in gray mist. At that moment, one of his few crew members approaches respectfully, inquiring, "My Lord Bishop, what is the objective of our voyage?" To pursue a listener of the Aurora Society. As the storm subsides and mist envelopes the scene, aboard the peculiar vessel, which bears cannons yet remains antiquated, a boy of 8 or 9, with soft, golden hair, gazes in trepidation at the unruly pirates around him. He observes them indulging in barrels of ale, swinging from ropes, exchanging jests, and even engaging in fisticuffs. Turning to the shadowy figure of a man clad in black, he lowers his voice, asking, "Father, where are we headed?" 5 days prior, he had met his father for the first time, a man who claimed to be an adventurer. Had it not been for the oil painting left by his mother that attested to the man's identity and the orphanage that now opened its doors to him, he would have never wished to leave his homeland to follow this near stranger of kin. "Jack, I am taking you to a sacred place, the sanctuary where the Creator once dwelled." Is that the realm of the divine? We mortals can only enter through grace. Little Jack, well taught by his mother, possessed enough knowledge to feel both astonishment and fear. The figure in the shadows bore a visage so strikingly etched that it was unforgettable, akin to the finest sculpture wrought by a master's hand. Jack, mortal is a flawed notion. The Creator fashioned this world and is omnipresent, residing within every living being. Thus, all things possess divinity. When that divinity reaches a certain threshold, one may ascend to become an angel. The 7 false gods of today are merely more powerful angels. Listen, I can hear the Creator's teachings even now. What an extraordinary revelation it is. Life is but a spiritual journey. When the spirit is sufficiently strong and resilient, we can discover our own divinity and unite with greater divinity. Little Jack struggled to comprehend this intricate discourse, shaking his head as he ventured to pose another question he had not had the opportunity to ask earlier. "Father, I heard from Mother that after creating this world, the Creator divided into all things and does not exist in a tangible form. So why is there still a sanctuary?" As a child of 7 or 8, his logic was quite clear. The man, whose facial contours resembled those of a finely carved statue, paused momentarily, tilting his head slightly, as if he had caught whispers in the air. Suddenly, he knelt down on the deck, his bare skin revealing an array of dark, bluish marks. covering his head with both hands, his face contorted in agony as he cried out, "They are lying." Yet, before he could reach a decision, he spotted Dunn Smith entering from the outer room, clad in a black overcoat and wearing a bowler hat. "Captain, what is the situation?" Klein inquired, concerned about the whereabouts of the Antigonus family's notes. Dunn's gray eyes betrayed no trace of fatigue as he responded. "Multiple sources confirm that the notes are indeed in the possession of Riel Bibber, but he has vanished completely. I have telegraphed the various night watch teams, urging them to keep a vigilant eye on all ports and steam train stations. The first batch of printed images was dispatched yesterday afternoon and will be featured in major newspapers. Oh, how I wish we had telephones, fax machines, surveillance cameras, and big data at this moment." Klein exhaled silently. "Regardless, we have at least located the whereabouts of the notes, and that is largely due to your efforts. Of course, further verification is required. I have sent a telegram to the Beckland Parish, requesting them to dispatch someone to escort the sealed object 2-049, a dangerous artifact once belonging to the Antigonus family. It may assist us in determining whether Riel Bibber is a descendant of the Antigonus lineage. May the goddess bless us." Klein touched his chest 4 times, drawing a circle to signify a full moon. As Dunn opened the door to his office, he nodded slightly, saying, "The goddess has always been watching over us, Klein. If you had not chosen the diviner, you would soon become a full-fledged member of the team, selecting sleepless ones once this matter is confirmed. What a pity," he added. "To be frank, I have never understood why you opted for diviner. While grave robber may seem repulsive, you have seen Dolly and should comprehend the immense power of a medium. Seeker is also a commendable choice, especially with old Neil as an example, which minimizes the risk of losing control." Klein, having anticipated this inquiry from the very beginning, finally found the opportunity to articulate his reasoning. "I consider that both diviner and seeker are auxiliary extraordinary roles, allowing one to avoid direct confrontation with foes, which is perilous, as you and old Neil have mentioned, within the realms of the mysterious and the extraordinary. Curiosity and exploration often yield terrifying consequences. The description of seeker instills a sense of worry in me, hence, well, not long ago, I was merely an ordinary university student, and my timidity was the sole reason for my choice." Dunn rubbed his temple and chuckled softly, acknowledging the unexpected yet reasonable nature of Klein's response. He turned slightly, his gray eyes deeply scrutinizing Klein. "Very well." Klein realized he need not dwell on his thoughts any longer. He bid farewell and turned away, mentally counting down. 3, 2. "Wait a moment," Dunn called out. "Captain, is there something else?" Dunn cleared his throat and said, "Indeed, even a supplementary extraordinary individual must confront adversaries at times. Although the term diviner suggests evasion, we cannot afford to be negligent. You must continue to practice your marksmanship and strategically enhance your strength." "That is precisely what I am endeavoring to do," Klein remarked, gesturing towards the outside. "I shall take my leave now." "Very well. Hold on," Dunn interrupted him once more, contemplating as he spoke. "Perhaps I should consider hiring you a combat instructor, of course, contingent upon your becoming a formal member." Klein responded with a non-committal cautiously inquiring, "Captain, is there nothing else?" "No, there is not." Noticing Klein's skeptical expression, Dunn gently shook his head with a smile, reiterating, "Truly, there is nothing else." Only then did Klein exit the partition, bidding farewell to Roshan, Mrs. Oleana, and others. He first proceeded to the shooting club for practice, then meandered for a full hour, diligently completing the tasks assigned by the captain. Upon finishing all this, he arrived at the divination club, where he found the lovely Miss Angelica leisurely reading a magazine. "Family." Klein murmured the title to himself. Grasping his cane, he approached her with a smile and greeted, "Good afternoon, Miss Angelica." "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti," Angelica replied, unfazed as she set the magazine aside and rose. "Not long after you left yesterday, Mr. Gracious arrived. He has just recovered from a serious illness." Klein exhaled in relief, smiling as he said, "That is truly delightful news." Upon hearing this, Angelica, who had been quietly observing him, could not help but lower her voice and curiously asked, "Mr. Gracious mentioned that you are a remarkably extraordinary physician, is that so?" "What?" Klein stared in astonishment at the lady before him, doubting his own hearing. How could he deduce that I am a physician? I am unaware myself. Chapter 54, the first seeker of divination witnessing Klein's expression of astonishment. Angelica found herself wavering. "Is that not so? Mr. Gracchi's mentioned that you discerned a hidden ailment in his lungs merely through observation." Her voice dwindled with each word until it fell silent. Observation? A darkening brow? Suddenly, Klein realized the misunderstanding and chuckled softly, shaking his head. I believe Mr. Grachis has misconstrued my abilities. He had intended to dismiss the matter lightly, but was reminded of the previous afternoon when no one sought his divination services, leading to an unsatisfactory experience. Thus, he quickly formulated a more elaborate explanation. This is, in fact, a form of divination. Divination? Yet Mr. Grachis only mentioned your observation of his facial features. Can this truly be considered divination? Angelica countered, a mixture of surprise and uncertainty evident in her tone. Klein replied with calm assurance, as a member of the divination club, you must be familiar with palmistry. It is not merely the province of the empire of gluttony. Even on Earth, India and old Europe have developed their own theories, not to mention the extraordinary powers that abound in our world today. I am aware. But it seems you have not actually read his palm, have you? Were you merely observing in secret? Angelica inquired with curiosity. I was examining his features, Klein fabricated, asserting that the principles were fundamentally akin to those of palmistry. Is that truly the case? Doubt flickered in Angelica's eyes. To further the cause of his divination career, Klein chuckled lightly, feigning contemplation as he gently tapped his brow twice. Focusing intently, he perceived Angelica's aura. Her head radiated purple, her limbs a vivid red, and her throat a calming blue. There appeared to be no significant health issues, merely a slight dullness in color, indicative of normal fatigue. Upon scrutinizing her emotional state, he observed a blend of orange with hints of red and blue, suggesting warmth intertwined with a touch of excitement and contemplation. Fortunately, he mused, recognizing the absence of any anomalies. Just as Klein intended to withdraw from this heightened perception, he suddenly noticed a deep, somber gray lurking within the depths of her emotional hues. Moreover, she seemed to lack a trace of uplifting white. Klein nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Moretti, are you examining my features? Noticing the young gentleman in black formal attire fall silent as he scrutinized her intently, Angelica sensed an undercurrent of concern mingled with curiosity. As unease crept over her, he gently spoke. Lady Angelica, some sorrows and pains should not be sealed within your heart. Her eyes widened, and her mouth opened slightly. Yet no words emerged. Gazing at Klein, who donned a half-height top hat and exuded an unmistakable scholarly demeanor, she listened as he spoke in a deep, soothing voice that radiated warmth. You require a mountain climb, a tennis match, or perhaps a poignant drama, something to exhaust your body through movement, allowing your tears to flow unimpeded. Then, let yourself weep and cry out, releasing those emotions entirely. This will greatly benefit your physical health. The words flowed like a gentle melody, and Angelica seemed to transform into a statue, standing there motionless. She blinked with effort, lowered her head in a flustered manner, and murmured, "Thank you for your suggestion. It appears there are quite a few members today." Klein refrained from further comment, as if he had not just engaged in any divination, and turned his gaze towards the conference room at the end of the corridor. Sunday afternoon. At least 50 members. Angelica's voice was still somewhat hoarse, and her description consisted merely of a few keywords. After a brief pause, her speech gradually returned to normal. Would you prefer tea or coffee? It was only when he vanished at the door that Angelica slowly exhaled. The Divination Club's conference room was exceedingly spacious, nearly double the size of Klein's high school classroom. Typically, only 5 or 6 members occupied the space, making it feel quite empty. However, now dozens of diviners were scattered about, filling most of the room. Sunlight streamed through several protruding windows as members engaged in hushed discussions, gathered around Heinaz Vincent for consultation, practiced their divination skills, or quietly sipped coffee while reading newspapers. He scanned the room but did not spot his acquaintances, Gracious and Edward Steve. So he casually picked up a shared divination textbook and settled into a corner to leisurely leaf through it. Before long, Angelica entered bearing a cup of red tea, placing it on the table before Klein. Just as she was about to depart quietly, she suddenly noticed Mr. Moretti unfastening a uniquely designed silver chain from his left sleeve, from which hung a pure yellow crystal. What could he be planning? Unconsciously, Angelica slowed her pace, gazing intently at Klein, holding the silver chain in his left hand. Klein let the yellow crystal dangle just above the surface of the cup of Siberian red tea, so close that it seemed destined to touch. He half closed his eyes, his expression serene, and the atmosphere around him instantly became tranquil. The pure yellow crystal began to sway gently, rotating in a clockwise direction along with the elegantly crafted silver chain. Witnessing this scene, Angelica found Mr. Moretti to be exceptionally enigmatic. Your red tea is quite delightful. Klein opened his eyes and whispered with a smile. His earlier actions had been deliberately performed, intended for Angelica's observation, to ensure that someone would seek him for divination swiftly. Angelica, responsible for reception and recommendations, was indeed a crucial element. With the role of a diviner now assumed, Klein cast aside any lingering reservations and fully embraced his new identity. Yes, Mr. Vannes is rather particular about the quality of red tea, Angelica replied, momentarily taken aback. It was not until a knock echoed through the room that she jolted back to reality, hastily glancing toward the entrance, where she beheld a young lady clad in a light blue gown. This lady removed her gauzy head adorned with a powder blue ribbon, her expression calm yet melancholic. Good afternoon. Esteemed lady, are you looking to join the club or seeking a divination? Angelica greeted her with familiarity. I wish to have a divination, the young lady, whose beautiful eyes concealed a hint of sorrow, replied, biting her lip. Angelica first invited her guest to take a seat on the sofa, then proceeded to provide a detailed introduction to the membership divination services available. She retrieved a catalog and handed it over, saying, "You may select anyone you wish." The despondent young lady carefully flipped through the pages of the catalog. Given the overwhelming number of members at the club that day, the options available were indeed vast, leaving her in a state of confusion. Could you recommend someone from these pages? She inquired, gesturing towards the central section of the catalog, intentionally bypassing those diviners priced above 2 sol and below 4 pence. I would recommend this gentleman, Angelica replied. The anxious young lady focused her gaze and discovered a diviner named Klein Moretti. Mr. Moretti has just joined the club. Is his proficiency reliable? She asked, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Angelica nodded reassuringly. Both a member and I can attest to Mr. Moretti's exceptional skills. If it weren't for his recent membership, he would not be charging such a modest fee. I understand. The melancholic lady nodded. Then I shall request Mr. Moretti for a divination. Very well, please wait a moment. Angelica took the catalog and walked towards the meeting room. She approached Klein and, lowering her voice, inquired, Mr. Moretti, someone has requested your divination services. Which room will you be using? Quite promising. My first client has arrived, Klein calmly replied as he set down his cup of red tea. The citron room. Understood. Angelica led the way, opening the wooden door to the citron room. Klein seated himself behind a table adorned with various divination tools, waiting for a few seconds until a woman in a light blue dress entered, her demeanor somber and melancholic. Seizing the opportunity as she turned to close the door, he lightly tapped his forehead twice. The yellow hue of her aura appeared somewhat dim. The shadows of her emotions were heavy, dominated by worry and unease. Klein observed intently, leaning back slightly and raising his hand to close his psychic vision. Hello, Mr. Moretti. The lady in the light blue dress greeted as she took a seat. As a skilled practitioner, he understood that many clients preferred not to use their real names during divination. The tumultuous sea that separates the northern and southern continents is notorious for its frequent natural disasters and treacherous currents. Had it not been for Emperor Rosel's efforts to explore relatively safe passages, the nations of the northern continent might never have entered the colonial era, let alone lay the groundwork for undersea cables and complete the infrastructure for telegraphy. Klein regarded the first true client of his divination career with caution and asked, what method of divination would you like to employ? Chapter 55 Revelation with her enchanting eyes. Anna hesitated for several moments before speaking. You may choose any method you deem most effective. After all, you are the diviner, not I. Of course, aside from cards, including tarot, I have dabbled in their study at home, but they always struck me more as toys, more akin to games. Klein pondered briefly, his elbow resting against the edge of the table, hands clasped before his mouth and nose, his gaze serene. In a solemn tone, he replied, then let us consult the astrological chart. He gestured towards the water-stained pen and a stack of white paper on the table. Please write down your fiancé's name, physical characteristics, residential address, and date of birth. If you can recall the exact time, that would be even better. Judging by his attire, demeanor, and aura, he believed the other party to be literate. 2 minutes passed before she pushed the sheet of paper across the table. Klein reached out to steady it, then turned it over to absorb the details. Joyce Meyer, September 15th, 1323, at 2 p.m., 8, Stephen Street, East District, Tingen City. With golden short hair and a beak-like nose. A mere glance allowed Klein to swiftly calculate the birthday spirit number. 1 + 5 = 6. In the realm of mysticism, this birthday spirit number, derived from summing the digits of one's birth date, influences a person's life until the age of 27. While the birth month number, the sum of the birth month digits reduced to a single digit, affects ages 27 to 54. And the birth year number, the sum of the birth year digits reduced to a single digit, influences life beyond 54. It was now July of 1349, and Joyce had yet to reach 27 years of age. Thus, Klein directly calculated the birthday spirit number. He then proceeded to compute Joyce's annual spirit number. This annual spirit number is derived by substituting the current year for the birth year and summing it with the birthday spirit number and birth month number to gauge the year's overall fortune. 1349, 134917, 178. The birth month number is 9, the birthday spirit number is 6, leading to an annual spirit number of 23. 235, which signifies impending change and unexpected events, necessitating a degree of risk. Klein, considering the situation, silently concluded that Anna's information was relatively accurate. Mr. Meyer left on June 3rd? He inquired. If he is not lying, then that must be the case, Anna replied, biting her lip. Very well. Klein took the pen and casually noted this detail. He looked at Anna with his deep brown eyes and gently said, I shall commence drawing the corresponding astrological chart. This will require some time and absolute silence. Could you step outside to wait for a while? Angelica will bring you a cup of coffee or perhaps tea. All right. Anna, aware that some diviners possess peculiar idiosyncrasies, stood up without surprise, donned her hat adorned with a powder blue ribbon, and exited the citron room. Throughout this process, Klein scarcely referred to the astrology manual, relying solely on his memory to complete the task. Perhaps this is the essence of being a diviner. Upon finishing the astrological chart, he was enveloped in a sense of fulfillment, feeling a notable lightness in his body, mind, and spirit. Gazing at the results, he made a rough assessment of Joyce Meyer's impending tribulations based on her astrological chart, the positions of the planets, and other auxiliary symbols, concluding that she would ultimately emerge from her trials. At this juncture, the divination could be considered complete. However, Klein placed great importance on this first endeavor, aspiring to build a reputation that would facilitate future performances. Thus, he took up his pen once more and inscribed a line of hermetic script upon the paper Anna had written on Joyce Meyer's current condition. He silently repeated this phrase, memorizing the birth date and other pertinent information inscribed on the paper over and over again. After the 7th iteration, Klein grasped the paper and leaned back against the chair. He envisioned a sphere of light in his mind, his eyes turning an inky black as he swiftly entered a meditative state. The surroundings instantly became ethereal, as if intangible entities and phantom mist were stretching endlessly above him. He intended to employ the method of dream divination. He would repeat the question, firmly etching it into his memory, and then allow his astral form to traverse the spiritual realm in search of enlightenment. For ordinary individuals, such experiences may occasionally occur, though the symbols in their dreams remain complex and obscure, often difficult to recall. For a diviner, however, this posed no challenge, as they could vividly perceive certain images. As everything began to blur, Klein found himself in a state of half-awareness, half-daze. In this distorted, surreal world, he beheld a young man with a prominent hooked nose and golden hair, who was frantically swimming through a sea of blood, terror-stricken, narrowly escaping being engulfed multiple times before ultimately reaching the shore. The imagery shattered and transformed, and Klein saw a gray-blue house adorned with a toy pinwheel at its entrance, where the golden-haired young man was entering with a look of joy. At that moment, the scene shifted again, and Klein discovered himself within a grand palace. The walls were crumbling and dilapidated, in some places overrun with moss and weeds. Through the gaping holes, he glimpsed the peaks of mountains and clouds almost brushing against the structure. At the far end of the palace stood a colossal stone throne, embedded with dull gems and gold, seemingly not intended for human use. This immense seat was empty, marred by time, as if it had endured the ravages of ages. Puzzled, Klein looked around, bewildered by the nature of this dream. His haze began to dissipate as he instinctively moved toward the palace's exit, eager to ascertain the location. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze upon him, a scrutiny from behind. Klein spun around abruptly, directing his attention to the massive stone throne, where he beheld a writhing mass of transparent maggots, coiled together, growing in a grotesque manner. With a start, he jolted awake, his eyes flying open to the sight of a crystal ball, tarot cards, and the paper on which he had drawn the astrological chart. Reality swiftly triumphed over the ephemeral. The initial dream had been a result of the divination, but what of the subsequent imagery? It felt as though it were directed at him. Klein set the paper down, massaging his temples, frowning in contemplation. He could ascertain that this was not a manifestation of latent fears surfacing through his dreams, for he was in the midst of performing a divination. He offered a brief interpretation, feeling fortunate for having chosen the path of the diviner. According to old Neil, even a seer could engage in dream divination, though certainly not with the same prowess. Alas, the specter lingers. One can only hope to capture Riel soon. Bear. Klein composed himself, took the parchment adorned with the astrological chart, and ambled towards the door. Upon opening it, he entered the reception hall, where he beheld Anna gazing out the window, utterly oblivious to the cup of red tea before her. "Ah, Mr. Moretti, have you discerned the results?" she exclaimed, startled, as she caught sight of Klein in her peripheral vision and hastily rose to her feet. "Is there a toy windmill at your home, or perhaps at Mr. Meyer's?" Anna's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a pause, she murmured, "That was a gift from him, right at my doorstep." How? How did you know? Is it truly possible to divine such things?" Klein smiled gently and replied, "Indeed, indeed." Anna could scarcely believe his words. The diviners she had encountered never spoke with such certainty, never rendered such definitive conclusions. "Does this include a tip?" Klein inquired, shaking his head with a chuckle as he held the banknote. Two carriages glided swiftly down the street, entering the East District. Anna, a whirlwind of anxiety, anticipation, and trepidation, peered out at the rapidly passing streets, and before long, the toy windmill came into view. Alighting from the carriage, she disregarded her decorum and nearly stumbled to the door, ringing the bell with urgency. As the door creaked open, Anna was greeted by a young man in formal black attire, his blonde hair disheveled, his complexion wan yet his gaze bright, with a nose reminiscent of an eagle's beak. "I thought we would miss each other today," Joyce remarked with a smile. The diviner spoke true. "No, that is a genuine diviner. How astonishing!" Thought surged and bubbled within her, and with tears brimming in her eyes, Anna dashed forward to envelop her fiancé in a warm embrace. Outside the slate-blue house, they stood entwined in silence, the toy windmill turning slowly, as if all their tribulations had receded into the distance. Chapter 56. The Great Escape at Sea. In the spacious living room, Anna and Joyce, having concluded their embrace, sat on separate sofas, separated by the girl's parents. Joyce, with a look of contentment, lamented, "My poor Joyce, what have you truly encountered?" Unable to contain her concern any longer, Anna inquired with genuine interest. Joyce glanced at his fiancé, his expression turning somber. "Even today, I am haunted by fear, waking repeatedly from nightmares. 5 days after the Clover set sail from Caesarport, we encountered pirates, terrifying marauders. The only solace was that their leader was named Nestor, the self-proclaimed king of the seven seas." Mr. Wayne, Anna's father, responded in astonishment, though his body trembled slightly. He steadfastly recounted the depths of that harrowing ordeal. "I didn't lose much in terms of possessions, and I thought the worst had passed. However, during the subsequent voyage, the passengers and crew of the Clover erupted into fierce infighting, arguments turned into brawls, and soon revolvers were drawn, swords unsheathed, as they slaughtered one another. For days, my vision was stained crimson, as those around me fell, their eyes forever open, limbs, hearts, and intestines strewn across the deck, reluctant to devolve into beasts. The rational part of us found no refuge, no path to escape, surrounded by deep blue waves and an ocean without end. Some wept, some begged for mercy, and some bartered their bodies, yet their heads still hung from the mast. Anna, in that moment of despair, I believed I would never see you again. Fortunately, amid such a nightmare, heroes emerged. The captain led us to the sturdy lower decks, relying on the provisions of fresh water and food we had prepared. We endured until those madmen reached their limits. Mr. Triss inspired us, bravely leading the charge against those murderers. After a bloodbath I shall never forget, we survived. Yet the Clover had strayed off course, and the crew was reduced to a mere third of its original number. Yet, it was this unassuming boy who, in the bleakest and most desperate of times, stood resolutely before us. Oh, steam above, my poor Joyce, what a heart-wrenching ordeal you have endured. Thank God. We worship him for keeping us from separation. Tears glimmered in Anna's eyes as she clutched her chest, tracing the triangular steam and mechanical emblem. Joyce offered a faint smile. Somewhat pale. At this point, I am curious, Anna. When you saw me, I felt your joy and surprise, but what I cannot comprehend is why. After stepping down from the carriage, you rushed towards the door so excitedly. I had intended to give you a magnificent surprise. What, Mr. and Mrs. Wayne and Joyce exclaimed in unison. Anna covered her face and shook her head, saying, I can hardly believe what transpired today, yet it indeed happened. Steam above. Perhaps there truly are miracles in this world. Oh, the sheer incredulity of it all. Joyce found himself grappling with the unimaginable. Could he possibly know me? Had someone sent him a telegram? Was he well acquainted with the police of Enigmatic? No, none of this could elucidate how he knew I had come to your abode. How could he ascertain your intent to consult a fortune teller? Had you made an appointment in advance? Perhaps a proficient diviner must possess an abundance of knowledge. Even if it seems irrelevant in the short term, perhaps there is indeed something extraordinary about divination. Mr. Wayne and his father sighed as he reflected. Throughout the known history of over 1,000 years, and even during the somewhat nebulous Quaternary period, divination has persisted, never fading away. There must be a reason for its enduring presence. Joyce shook his head slightly, then inquired, what is the name of that fortune teller? Anna pondered briefly before responding, Klein Moretti. In the reception hall of the Divination Club, Klein moderated the volume, and Angelica, being perceptive, refrained from encroaching further. Thus, she merely observed Anna departing with an almost ethereal quality, her expression revealing shock and confusion. Angelica approached the sofa with tentative steps, curiosity piquing her interest. A favorable outcome? She dared not inquire about the specifics, fearing she might contravene the unspoken rules of the diviners. Indeed, Klein nodded, retrieving 3 copper coins from his pocket, an eighth of a suler equating to 1.5 pennies. With a disingenuous smile, he remarked, I appreciate your care for my guest. She tipped me, and I ought to extend a gratuity to you as well. This, he silently added, was also a token of gratitude for your recommendation. Very well. Angelica felt an inexplicable trepidation towards Klein and, finding the rationale adequate, chose not to decline further. Yet, even as the clock approached 5:40, the second customer had yet to arrive. This was not indicative of poor business for the Divination Club. Rather, the majority of patrons had clear objectives and had pre-selected their diviners. They must have been referred by others, having already determined whom to consult. In sum, it seemed my reputation was insufficient, Klein mused, employing a self-deprecating term from gaming. He finished the last of the 3rd infusion of Siberian black tea, donned his half-top hat, and leisurely exited the meeting room. Remembering Gracchi's admonition, Angelica hurried to catch up. Mr. Moretti, when shall you next visit the club? Mr. Gracchi wishes to express his gratitude in person. Upon entering the main door, Klein noticed Benson engrossed in a newspaper, while Melissa was assembling various bits and pieces, gears, bearings, and springs, under the fading evening light. Good afternoon. Has Mrs. Shoud come by for a visit? Klein inquired with a light-hearted tone. Benson did not lower the newspaper, but merely raised his head. Mrs. Shoud visited for a quarter of an hour, bringing gifts, expressing her satisfaction with the scones and lemon cakes we prepared, and inviting us to her home at a future opportunity. She is a kind, polite lady, quite adept at conversation. The only drawback is that her entire family adheres to the faith of the Storm Lord, believing that girls should not attend school and should only receive home education, murmured Melissa. It is evident that she harbors considerable dissatisfaction regarding this matter. However, there is no need to dwell on it. As long as she refrains from interfering with us, she remains a good neighbor. Klein offered his sister a reassuring smile. The Kingdom of Rune is a realm of diverse faiths, unlike the northern Farsak Empire, which solely venerates the god of war, and dissimilar to the southern kingdom of Phenobot, which exclusively reveres the Earth Mother Goddess. The followers of the 3 major deities, the Lord of Storms, the Goddess of Night, and the God of Steam and Machinery, inevitably encounter some differences in perspectives and customs. Nevertheless, through centuries of adaptation, they have exercised mutual restraint, preventing any insurmountable conflicts from arising. Melissa pursed her lips and redirected her gaze toward the pile of components. Klein opened his notebook, picked up a fountain pen, and began to inscribe, word by word in Chinese. Why is playing a role the key to potion digestion? Chapter 57. Elucidation and Summary. Pausing momentarily, Klein continued to pen his thoughts. The essence of resolving the potion conundrum lies in digestion rather than mere mastery, a concept that can be intuitively grasped. Mastery merely regards the potion's power as an external tool, akin to a tamed beast. Regardless of how adeptly one might wield it, such forces never truly belong to oneself, and the risk of backlash remains substantial. In contrast, digestion perceives the ingested potion as an integral part of oneself, breaking it down, merging with it, and absorbing it. thus unifying into a cohesive whole. There is no doubt about this. The crux of the matter is how role-playing can facilitate digestion. Drawing from today's experiences as a diviner, he proposed two hypotheses, awaiting further validation. First, the role-playing signified by the potion's name could alter the states of body, mind, and spirit, gradually aligning them with the tenacious essence of the potion's core, thereby inducing resonance, assimilating bit by bit. Second, the obstinate essence of the potion's core resembles a well-defined computer system. To breach it, one must identify its bugs, discover its vulnerabilities, and find the key. The potion's name, therefore, reveals pertinent clues, allowing one to harmonize body, mind, and spirit, masquerading as an insider to deceive the guardians and gain entry. This line of reasoning bears resemblance to the descriptions of Emperor Russell. Regardless of which hypothesis is considered, the states of body, mind, and spirit are inescapable elements, for they serve as the sole bridge between role-playing and the potion's power. No matter the path one chooses, be it the sciences or engineering, a fundamental capacity for logical reasoning is essential, for without it, one could not ascend to the status of a keyboard virtuoso, nor engage in such analysis and speculation. He then inscribed his second inquiry. The analysis of the causes is as follows. First, akin to the online narratives previously encountered, I have traversed into a game world that has become reality. Thus, each profession must possess distinct characteristics while maintaining relative balance. However, thus far, no signs of data-based indicators or task-oriented developments have emerged, leading to the suspension of this factor, which appears to be exceedingly low. Second, the underlying principle of this world is balance, with the creator having fashioned it around this core tenet. Third, potions of the same sequence exist within an equivalent energy level, a state discerned through the explorations and summations of our forebears. Surpassing this energy threshold risks collapse and chaos, while falling below it precludes the attainment of the desired extraordinary power. Thus, within a fixed energy level, if one aspect is augmented, the other naturally diminishes. Fourth, all things share a common origin. Having diverged from the creator and belonging to fragments of the creator, the potential for complementary relationships implies that each possesses its own issues. Currently, I lean towards the third and fourth explanations, though the latter emerges from uncertain mythos and serves merely as a reference. I shall initially adhere to the third as a guiding principle, validating it through current learning and subsequent discoveries. By this point, Klein had filled an entire 2 pages. Yet he did not cease his writing. He began to articulate new inquiries. In light of today's study, my transportation ritual epitomizes a classic form of ritual magic. Such ritual magic can be delineated into 3 distinct components. The first entails the sacrificial element aimed at pleasing or inciting the interest of the corresponding entity. The second comprises the incantation that specifies the object of supplication. The third is the substantive aspect detailing the assistance sought, articulated through a structured language and certain symbolic representations. From this premise, an evident flaw in the transportation ritual becomes apparent. It lacks the third component. It includes the sacrificial act of placing staple foods and taking 4 counterclockwise steps to form a square, as well as the incantation that clarifies the direction of the supplication, such as invoking the celestial sovereign of the profound yellow. However, the subsequent action merely involves closing one's eyes and waiting, without elucidating that the purpose of the ritual is transportation. In other words, the so-called transportation ritual fails to clarify what is being requested, leaving the corresponding entity utterly perplexed, leading to a mere exercise in free interpretation. How frustrating. That book, The Secret Techniques of the Qin and Han Dynasties, was utterly misleading. I must have been out of my mind to consider attempting it. Klein paused, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to regain his composure. Exhaling a sigh of frustration, he continued to ponder. So, the question arises, is that entity truly open to interpretation, or does it harbor a deeper, implicit purpose? Furthermore, is the descriptive incantation that points to a being on Earth the same as that which points to a being in this world? If they are indeed the same, how can the differing effects of the first and second rituals be attributed to free interpretation? Yet, if the second and third rituals both ascend above the mist, connecting with justice and the hanged man, showing little distinction, what accounts for this similarity? How then should I design the ritual to achieve the desired outcome? Should one assume that the entities referenced in the first and subsequent rituals differ, some of the preceding questions could find satisfactory explanations. However, the stability and consistency of the second and third rituals imply an underlying target of supplication, rendering changes to the approach seemingly unattainable. The crux of the matter lies in identifying the entity in question. Who are they? Where are they? And why do they offer me no hints or guidance? Are they situated deep within that misty realm? Perhaps I might regard them as a dormant entity, requiring a certain stimulus to elicit a fixed response, without further interference or influence on my endeavors. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. If they are not dormant, any probing could unleash dreadful consequences, posing a significant risk. The initial probing must be executed with utmost caution, meticulously designed to avoid inciting anger. A truly perplexing situation, necessitating further study. Klein sighed, arriving at a conclusion. Subsequently, he jotted down other scattered notes. Henachus is a mountain range straddling the Kingdom of Rune and the Republic of Indus, its tallest peak soaring above 6,000 meters. According to the records of the Antigonid family, during the Quaternary period, there existed a realm known as the Land of Night. Is there a connection between this Land of Night and the Goddess of Night? Are they allies or adversaries? Could the downfall of the Antigonid family at the hands of the Goddess of Night be the reason for the existence of the Land of Night? The whispers I have heard emanate from that very tome, echoing the anguished cries of the Antigonid lineage that have persisted for a millennium or two. What then? Does Phragra signify? An intriguing question indeed. The existence of such a tome alongside the seal number 2-049 suggests that the Antigonid family wielded formidable extraordinary powers. What path did they traverse? Was it complete or incomplete? The discovery of the notes in the possession of Riel Biber seems coincidental, yet devoid of any signs of orchestration. Is this merely the binding of fate? This writing spans a full 4 pages, both front and back. Suddenly, Klein ripped away these 4 pages, perusing them several times from start to finish, occasionally circling certain passages with a fountain pen or adding remarks. Time swiftly slipped away. The crimson moon was momentarily obscured by dark clouds. Klein picked up the pocket watch from the table, clicked it open, and glanced at it. After placing the watch down, he retrieved a box of matches from the drawer, striking one to life, and bringing it close to the 4 pages of notes. The orange flame devoured the paper. Rapidly spreading, Klein positioned the 4 pages atop a wooden bin, witnessing the ashes drift and fall. He released his grip, allowing the paper to tumble down. Within a mere 10 seconds, all was consumed, leaving only the remnants of swirling ash and the charred marks on the bottom of the bin as testimony to the past. With the secret diary of Emperor Roselle as a precedent, Klein dared not leave evidence of his ability to write in Chinese. For if old Neil and others were to discover those 4 pages, it would lead to an inextricable situation. Moreover, when addressing confidential matters, whether in rune language, ancient Fuzak language, or Hermetic language, Klein feared that the one who watched him in his dreams might perceive and interpret the content. Thus, he chose to write in Chinese to organize and summarize his thoughts. Once this task was complete, he would incinerate the paper, leaving no trace. Due to the necessity of obliteration, he devised a plan to summarize weekly, to avert forgetfulness. As he watched the ashes fall completely, Klein drew out a blank sheet of paper and, lifting his gaze, inscribed, "Esteemed Mentor." Intending to inquire with Senior Associate Professor Cohen Quinton about any historical materials related to the summit of Henachus. Chapter 58, a concept the following day, on Monday morning, Klein, who was on leave, chose to remain indoors. He entrusted his letter to his mentor, Cohen Quinton, along with excess postage, to his sister Melissa, asking her to deliver it to the post office near the Tingen Technical School. After enjoying breakfast, he leisurely compensated for the sleep he had missed during his work hours and did not rise again until nearly noon, when his stomach growled. He reheated the leftovers from the previous night and nibbled on a piece of oat bread while holding a newspaper, entering the restroom on the 2nd floor. In moments like this, he could not help but sigh at the absence of a mobile phone. Time and again, he picked up his silver pocket watch adorned with vine patterns, pressed the button to check the time, and discovered it was just past 2:45. After a few moments of contemplation, he decided to take the old newspaper to the kitchen on the 1st floor to burn it, using the opportunity to adjust his state of mind in preparation for the tarot gathering. Having securely locked the bedroom door again, Klein did not wait for 3 o'clock to arrive. Instead, he intended to enter the realm of the gray mist ahead of time. He seized this chance to thoroughly explore that place, just as he stood in the vacant space of the room and was about to begin walking counterclockwise. He suddenly recalled his concerns regarding whether Justice and the Hanged Man were in an appropriate environment and if they might be disturbed or discovered by others. This led him to remember something he had said. He had intended to devise a method that would allow Justice and the Hanged Man to request a leave of absence from the gathering in the event they found themselves unable to escape or encountered unforeseen circumstances. For the former Klein, this had been an almost insurmountable problem, After all, he could not simply construct an instantaneous communication network across realms. And using wired telegraphy would expose him. Yet now, inspiration struck him from the realm of ritual magic, through the aid of external ritual magic. One beseeches different entities for assistance. Such incantations typically commence with a clear directive, invoking deities like the God of Night or the Lord of Crimson, or describing those unknown, secretive beings. Could I perhaps modify the incantation to direct its initial descriptions towards me? Directly towards me. In this manner, even if Justice and the Hanged Man performed their rituals in a foreign land, I could still obtain the corresponding information. Klein's spirits lifted as he began to analyze the feasibility of this approach. Two challenges emerged. First, I am not a formidable high-sequence individual. And even if the incantation's descriptions indeed pointed to me, it is unlikely I would receive the request. Second, how could I ensure that the incantation's descriptions would accurately direct towards me, without veering off course and inadvertently targeting another unknown entity that fits the description, which could pose immense danger? With silent footsteps, he turned in circles, naturally linking this matter to the mysterious world above the gray mist. The fact that I cannot receive the request does not imply that the gray mist cannot. Its combination with the deep crimson stars can directly pull individuals into the space, disregarding distances. One might consider intertwining oneself with that mysterious realm during the act of directional description. Following this line of reasoning, although I may not immediately receive a request during the ritual held by the other, upon entering the gray mist, I can perceive the corresponding information. In simpler terms, this is akin to the distinction between online and offline messages on QQ. Klein, increasingly exhilarated by this notion, felt it was worth exploring. In truth, he possessed a spell that was certain to succeed, the transliteration of the pure runic language of the celestial sovereign of the profound yellow. However, the dilemma lay in the risk of losing control over the gray mist, thereby relinquishing his dominant position, which he deemed unacceptable. Fool from another world? No. This was indeed too precise, with scarcely any other entity meeting such criteria, yet it would expose my greatest secret. Klein contemplated one incantation after another, only to dismiss each one. A fool not of this era. The mysterious sovereign above the gray mist. The combination of these two concepts seemed to confine it to his essence, binding the gray mist to his very being. Yet, he felt there was still something lacking, as it could not be ruled out that multiple realms and sovereigns existed above the gray mist, and that this description might point towards the spirit world. Furrowing his brow, Klein resolved to add an additional layer of assurance. The king of yellow and black, the arbiter of fortune. This was an approximate translation of the celestial sovereign of the profound yellow. If taken alone, it could easily veer off course and invoke unknown dangers. However, with the constraints provided by the previous two phrases and the precedent of entering the gray mist through similar incantations, the subject of the description could be wholly determined. Klein exhaled deeply and silently recited the incantation he had devised. Fool not of this era. You are the mysterious sovereign above the gray mist. You are the king of yellow and black, the master of fortune. He nodded almost imperceptibly, retrieving his pocket watch to check the time. It was 2:58. Without further contemplation, he secured the watch and entered a meditative state, reciting the incantations as he walked counterclockwise 4 steps, forming a square. The most intense cacophony and the most heart-rending cries erupted once more, and he experienced a headache more unbearable than that induced by the potion of a diviner. This pain, unlike the sharp agony of a penetrating wound, was a maddening throb that threatened to dissolve reason and plunge him into chaos. Klein, through meditation, exerted control over himself, striving to resist the allure of the whispers. Those murmurs and low voices ebbed away like a receding tide, and his body felt lighter, his spirit buoyant. As everything began to drift, an endless expanse of gray mist materialized before his eyes, with deep crimson stars appearing near and far, resembling countless watchful eyes. Above the gray mist, a palace, majestic as if the dwelling of giants, stood firm, seemingly existing in this place for millions of years. With a mere flicker of thought, Klein vanished from his original position and found himself seated at the head of a bronze long table adorned with 22 high-backed chairs. The ritual's effect has indeed solidified. He whispered softly, lightly tapping his brow, enveloping himself in a dense, grayish mist, thicker than ever before. According to the description of the Hanged Man, if Justice were to become an observer, it would be prudent to refrain from revealing any gestures or actions before her. There was no time for inquiry. Klein extended his right hand, forging an invisible connection to communicate with the 2 familiar crimson stars. Upon the deep blue expanse of the Suanya Sea, an ancient sailing vessel glided gracefully with the wind. Alger Wilson had sequestered himself within the captain's quarters, seeking the utmost protection from the ghost ship. Before him lay an open pocket watch, ticking away next to a brass sextant, its rhythm lacking joy, imbued with tension. Just as the hour, minute, and second hands aligned perfectly, a deep crimson explosion erupted before Alger Wilson, disregarding layer after layer of protection. In Beckland, Queens, Audrey Hall reclined against a velvet pillow, perusing the tawny paper in her hands once more. Her gem-like eyes seemed to harbor two slowly revolving whirlpools of souls. Her gaze was calm and cool, as if awaiting the unfolding of a theatrical performance. The deep crimson burst forth, and she regarded her own engulfment with an air of condescension. Above the gray mist, within the grand palace, a weathered and ancient bronze table stood. As Audrey Hall's figure materialized, Klein, who had already activated his clairvoyance, turned his gaze towards her, inevitably observing that the color deep within her aura had mingled into a singular essence, pure and tranquil, akin to a lake reflecting the world clearly. She had indeed become an extraordinary being. Just as Klein was about to shift his gaze, he suddenly noticed a change in the high-backed chair belonging to Miss Justice. The brilliant stars on the back of the chair shifted rapidly, forming an illusory constellation that was not of this realm. To Klein's eyes, this constellation was strikingly familiar, as it symbolized a significant element in mysticism, a symbol representing the dragon. The observer, the dragon. Klein maintained his composure, resisting the urge to shake his head, and inquisitively regarded the high-backed chair of the hanged man normally. From his vantage point, he would not be able to see the back of the chair, but this was his domain, where everything manifested according to his will. The constellation behind the chair remained unchanged, yet Klein, now well-versed in mysticism, recognized it as the symbol of the storm. Sailor, sea dweller, storm. This was certainly not an issue. The colors deep within the hangman's aura had become notably pure. Had he ascended? And what of the symbol behind my own seat? Suppressing his impulse, Klein, as before, gently tapped the edge of the long table 3 times and smiled, saying, "Congratulations. Miss Justice, you have become an extraordinary being. Can you perceive it directly?" Audrey paused momentarily, then smiled gently, saying, thank you, Mr. Fool, thank you, Mr. Hangman. It came quicker than I anticipated." Alger Wilson replied with calm assurance. Klein did not pursue the topic further. He tapped his forehead lightly and, with a smile, inquired, "Ladies and gentlemen, have you managed to locate Roselle's diary?" Chapter 59. The initial encounter with Roselle. Alger instinctively restrained his gestures and, after a brief silence, spoke. "I have discovered 2 pages from the diary of Emperor Roselle and have committed their contents to memory." "Very well," Klein replied, managing to suppress both his delight and disappointment in his tone. He was elated to have acquired 3 whole pages, yet disheartened that it was only 3. For the initial collection was surely the simplest phase, a mere excavation of inherent resources and potential avenues. Future endeavors would undoubtedly grow increasingly arduous, entailing a multitude of factors. "Shall we express it now?" Audrey inquired serenely. Indeed, Klein affirmed with a succinct nod. He maintained his previous posture, making minimal adjustments, mindful of the audience before him. As his words settled, yellowed parchment and a dark crimson quill materialized before Audrey and Alger. In silent unison, lines of text began to inscribe themselves onto the parchment. Some elegantly bold, others delicately flowing, while a few appeared somewhat askew. In less than a minute, the contents Audrey and Alger had forcibly transcribed were entirely replicated. Klein, with a flicker of thought, summoned the 3 pages of parchment into his hands. As his gaze swept across, he noted that the sequence of language was jumbled, with certain words omitted and others misspelled. However, experiments had proven that, to a certain extent, such errors in order do not impede the reading of Chinese. Moreover, after enduring the torment of asterisks, he felt no trepidation regarding missing or erroneous words. April 8th, I stood at the bow of the black throne, arms outstretched, proclaiming to Green and Edwards, "Do you desire my treasure? Then seek it at the end of the misty sea, for I have concealed all my riches here." They completely failed to grasp my humor and inquired if I truly possessed additional treasures. How dull. They are unfit to be my 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. April 11th. I have discovered an unnamed isle off the safe navigational routes, teeming with numerous extraordinary species. No, I prefer to refer to them as extraordinary kinds, which carries a certain prestige. Besides them, the isle is home to many peculiar creatures. I believe, had Darwin traversed here, he would have been unable to pin the theory of evolution. April 15th. Green has become rather peculiar. Has he contracted some affliction? When did Emperor Roselle, born in the kingdom of Intis, ever embark on a voyage? The misty sea should be that expanse of water west of the Republic of Intis. I must visit the library to seek historical records for comparison. Klein swiftly perused the page, casting his gaze toward the subsequent one. At this moment, he no longer concealed his understanding of Emperor Roselle's secret symbols, as this behavior aligned with the identity of the fool. Audrey and Alger remained silent, seated quietly as they awaited further developments, seemingly unfazed by this phenomenon, even believing it to be the proper course of events. October 2nd, they have, without prior consultation, resolved to betroth me to Matilda of the Abel family. Good heavens, I have yet to even meet her. No, I must refuse. Even if I were to run away from home and strive for self-sufficiency, enduring oppression, I would resolutely resist this arranged marriage. On the 5th of October, Miss Matilda appeared exceptionally beautiful. On the 6th, her character and demeanor embodied the qualities I admire, igniting my anticipation for our union. He discovered that the early Rossel did not maintain a daily journal. He only wrote when events warranted it, when he felt the need to vent, to document, or to express his emotions. Lowering his gaze, Klein observed the final entry of this diary. On the 9th of October, they dared to refer to me as the son of steam, which I found quite delightful. Noticing that the preceding 2 pages held little value, Klein felt a tinge of disappointment. However, he did not succumb to despair and placed the 3rd page of the diary at the top, where both sides were filled with content. On the 21st of May, the Church of the Craftsman bestowed upon me 2 choices, the beginnings of 2 sequential pathways, one as a generalist, belonging to the complete chain of their own mastery, and the other as a seeker of secrets, derived from the monastic order of Morse, lacking a higher sequence. On the 26th of May, I found great enjoyment in the identity of a generalist. A peculiar phenomenon occurred when I embraced this role. Aligning my actions with its essence, the maddening whispers that had plagued me quieted significantly, and my occasional outbursts of temper were tempered. I even recalled the matter of journaling. Is this what the enigmatic Mr. Corral had referred to as playing a role? Perhaps this is the key to addressing the hazards of potion making. Klein regarded this page of the diary, acutely aware of the stark differences in character and style between himself and the Emperor Rossel. I must admit, at times I find myself rather envious of such individuals. Perhaps everyone longs for what they do not possess. Of course, I must also contemplate the fortification of my own abilities, balancing both endeavors. A myriad of thoughts flooded Klein's mind, leaving him in a contemplative state. Moreover, the Emperor Rossel's descriptions of the diminished potion hazards instilled in him a newfound confidence regarding his earlier conclusions and a clearer grasp of the essence of role-playing. Setting aside the 3 pages of the diary, Klein lifted his gaze to Justice and the hangman, smiling slightly as he remarked, "My apologies, I became quite engrossed." Audrey, suppressing her envy, replied with a serene smile, "I understand. I look forward to the day when I might exchange insights from the Emperor Rossel's diary with you. That would require a price to be paid." Klein cast a sidelong glance at Justice, then swept his gaze over the silent hanged man. Audrey clasped her hands in front of her, stating, "Mr. Fool, Mr. Hangman, I have 3 inquiries I wish to pose. If you believe the answers hold significant value, please convey what you desire in return, and I shall endeavor to seek it afterward." Klein nodded gently, reclining more comfortably. Audrey pondered for a few seconds before directing her gaze toward the fool, seemingly awaiting a response. Klein gently tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers and spoke in a relaxed tone. "Allow me to illustrate with a vivid analogy. The core power of the sequence potion resembles a heavily fortified castle, wherein the residual, retaliatory spirits reside. Our objective is to resolve this and truly become the masters of the castle. We currently have 2 approaches. The first is to force our way in. While this may not guarantee success, it will undoubtedly inflict harm upon ourselves unless we possess an overwhelming advantage, which we evidently do not. The second method involves an invitation from the castle's master, which can allow us to pass through the guard scrutiny and smoothly infiltrate the castle to eliminate the adversaries with ease. However, the challenge lies in the fact that this invitation contains a description of the guest's physical appearance and corresponding demeanor. Hence, we must disguise ourselves, play the part of the invited guests. Do you understand?" Alger, as if already suspecting, promptly countered, "Is that invitation the name of the sequence potion?" "Indeed." Klein confirmed affirmatively. Audrey, momentarily taken aback, felt she comprehended the essence of the role-playing. Her excitement caused her to momentarily abandon her observer's demeanor, and she exuberantly praised. I believe this is an exceedingly valuable revelation. I cannot simply accept it without assurance, Mr. Fool. What kind of exchange do you require? Of course. I recall that I still owe you a page from the diary of Emperor Roselle. More pages from Roselle's diary, or Klein paused. Initially, he intended to request any information concerning the diviner sequence, but he reconsidered, fearing such a lowly request might tarnish the image of the fool, and thus decided to forego it, planning to find an opportunity to subtly inquire later. After all, I have only recently ascended and have yet to fully assimilate the diviner potion. He reassured himself, adding nonchalantly, or any information regarding the Antigonus family. Even details I may have previously known would suffice. Alger remained silent for a few seconds, cautiously glancing at the bronze table before speaking slowly. Mr. Fool, I can now offer you compensation for your earlier elucidation. Chapter 60, the second blasphemous tablet. No problem. Klein endeavored to maintain a steady and somber tone. He rested his left elbow upon the armrest of the high-backed chair, his fingers gently supporting his slightly tilted forehead, presenting a facade of calm attentiveness. Alger deliberated before articulating. The Antigonus family is an ancient lineage, with a history that can be traced back to the cataclysmic era preceding the Quaternary. Linked to the second blasphemous tablet. The second blasphemous tablet? Is it possible there exists a second one? How many are there, in fact? Klein's eyes narrowed slightly, nearly altering his posture. According to the previous accounts of the hangman and justice, the blasphemous tablet contained records of 22 divine pathways. Such a significant artifact could have 2, or perhaps even more. 22 divine pathways, the sequences of pathways. Can these two terms be equated? Does each complete sequence pathway lead to the divine throne? In an instant, Klein was inundated with a cascade of thoughts sparked by the mention of the second blasphemous tablet. He was confident that, had it not been for the enveloping dense gray mist, his emotional reactions would have likely been discerned by Miss Audience. As for the term cataclysmic era, he was no stranger to it. Being a professional, it referred to the third era. The second blasphemous tablet? Audrey queried without disguise. A pertinent question. Klein silently commended Miss Justice for her inquiry. This was a matter that the fool's identity rendered inconvenient to address. Alger cast a glance at the fool, noting that his posture remained unchanged and he did not voice any objections. He then continued, the first blasphemous tablet emerged during the Dark Era, which is to say, the second era when humanity struggled for survival under divine protection. The second blasphemous tablet appeared at the end of the third era. One could even assert that its emergence signified the conclusion of the cataclysmic era. The information regarding these two blasphemous tablets is strictly confidential within the 7 churches. I know only a fragment, that they both pertain to the divine pathways, but I am unclear on the distinctions between them. Did Emperor Roselle view the first or the second tablet? Audrey inquired with curiosity. At this moment, the hangman, Alger, straightforwardly replied, the second one. Audrey's gaze turned contemplative as she resumed her role as an observer, refraining from further inquiries and focusing intently on the hangman. This made Alger rather uneasy. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he continued in a low voice. During the reign of Solomon in the 4th era, while the Antigonus family was indeed a prominent noble lineage, they did not leave behind any remarkable deeds until they supported the establishment of the Tudor Empire, thereby truly stepping into the limelight of the northern continent. At that time, names like Antigonus, Ammon, Abraham, and Jacob shone brightly in the realm of humanity. However, following the War of the 4 Emperors and the demise of the Blood Emperor of the Tudor Empire, they fell from grace and became hunted by the current 7 gods. The precise details elude me. I am only aware that the Antigonids ultimately met their demise at the hands of the Church of the Night. Mr. Fool, should you desire further enlightenment, your only recourse may lie with the Church itself or by engaging with those ancient clandestine societies to which I refer. I am uncertain. Klein nodded, his heart heavy with sorrow. Indeed, the Order of Mysteries counts as one, and the Order of Morse, which the captain has mentioned in passing to old Neil, could be another. As for the Psychological Alchemy Society, I am unsure if it qualifies. As he silently assessed, Alge provided the final piece of information. The specific sequence pathway possessed by the Antigonids remains beyond my knowledge. However, 2 adjectives recur in the associated descriptions, enigmatic and terrifying. Enigmatic and terrifying. Reflecting on that notebook, as well as the fates of the original owner and his classmates, not to mention the circumstances surrounding Riel's mother, it indeed resonates profoundly. Klein's fingers lightly tapped the edge of the long table in a rhythmic succession. He then spoke in a measured tone. Excellent. I find this remuneration quite satisfactory. His repeated finger taps served to reinforce this action, creating an illusion for justice and the hanged man that he had a habit of such gestures, thereby concealing the activation and deactivation of his spiritual sight. It is my honor. Aldrich refrained from diverting the conversation elsewhere. Audrey glanced at the hanged man and then at the fool, smiling gently. Then I shall pose my second question. What are the subsequent potions of the audience, and where might one discover clues regarding them? I too wish I could inquire so directly, yet differing choices bear varying dilemmas. Klein held his silence, directing his gaze towards the hanged man. After a few moments of contemplation, Aldrich replied, "The subsequent sequence 8 is known as mind reader, while the ancient designation for sequence 7 is psychoanalyst, now commonly referred to as psychiatrist. This information was imparted to me by a member of the Psychological Alchemy Society, and I believe they possess numerous potion formulas related to this pathway. The Psychological Alchemy Society. The medium Dolly holds some of their theories in high regard, whereas the captain deems them malevolent and deranged." Klein listened with thoughtful attention. "Do you know the whereabouts of that member of the Psychological Alchemy Society?" Audrey inquired, her eyes sparkling with interest. Both the mind reader and the psychiatrist aligned closely with her aesthetic. Aldrich chuckled lightly, "A rare occurrence. Indeed, he is submerged near Suanya Island. A fate I personally orchestrated. If you seek the Psychological Alchemy Society, I must regretfully inform you that the trail has gone cold." He was unconcerned that justice might deduce his identity from the earlier descriptions, for that undertaking was his alone. Submerged. Audrey found herself at a loss for expression and words. She inhaled deeply, suddenly unable to maintain her audience state, and shyly asked, "For my third question, if hypothetically an ordinary animal were to consume a potion from sequence 9, what might transpire?" What a perplexing question. Klein pressed his fingers against his forehead, discreetly tapping his brow twice. Soon, he discerned from the shift in color that Audrey's emotions were tinged with a hint of anxiety, a touch of nervousness, and a dash of embarrassment. Had she perhaps committed a similar folly? Klein mused, somewhat astonished yet not entirely surprised. After their previous 2 gatherings, he was convinced that Miss Justice possessed such tendencies. The hanged man, Alger, appeared equally taken aback. Taking a moment before he spoke, "Ordinary animals lack the cognitive faculties of humans and thus cannot learn to meditate instantaneously. Consequently, they are likely to perish on the spot or devolve into monstrous beings. However, should they endure, they might transform into extraordinary creatures. And if the potion can enhance their intellectual capacities, they may even become astute." "Very well." Audrey exhaled silently, nodding with a more relaxed tone, indicating she had no further inquiries. After a moment's thought, Alger refrained from mentioning the Aurora and the listener, similarly shaking his head. "I have none either. I do have something to discuss." Klein, maintaining his posture, smiled and said, "This requires your cooperation." With his spiritual sight still active, he immediately sensed the palpable tension radiating from the hanged man, while the previously carefree Miss Justice showed signs of apprehension and caution. Before they could voice their thoughts, Klein reassured them, "Fear not. It is a trivial matter, and should it be successful, it will greatly benefit you. Hence, I shall not offer additional compensation. You may proceed." Audrey instinctively transitioned into an observer's role, yet she found herself unable to penetrate the dense gray mist enveloping the fool. "As per your directive." Alger steadied himself and spoke in a low voice. Klein's fingers moved lightly, and he smiled as he began. "I previously mentioned conducting some trials, allowing you to request leave in advance, so you need not worry about being in an inappropriate situation come Monday afternoon. This is precisely what we desire." Audrey's features relaxed into a gentle smile. After some contemplation, Alger inquired, "What must we do?" "You may attempt a ritualistic magic in your spare time. It need not be overly formal, just ensure you have an undisturbed environment. Place 4 new candles at each corner of the altar, preferably of sandalwood scent. At the upper left candle, lay a portion of white bread. At the upper right candle, some phenobot dough. At the lower left, a serving of seafood paella. And at the lower right, a pie filled with dissy. Utilize a silver knife to create a sealed spiritual environment." Klein outlined his adapted ritual magic derived from the transportation ceremony and freely instructed Miss Justice on how to establish a spiritual ambience. "Mix and distill moonflower, golden mint, deep sleep flower, golden tangerine, and rock rose to extract essential oils, placing a single drop onto each candle." Audrey listened with keen interest, taking notes, and ultimately inquired, "And what of the incantation? Mr. Fool, what is the corresponding incantation?" Alger also paused his writing, turning to gaze at the fool. O foolish one, who does not belong to this era, you are the enigmatic sovereign above the mists, the king clad in yellow and black, wielding the reins of fortune. Chapter 61. The peculiar symbols. As an aficionado of mysticism, she had not formally encountered extraordinary powers prior to being enveloped by the gray mist. However, during clandestine gatherings with fellow aristocrats who shared her interests, they would exchange their knowledge, uncertain of its authenticity. She delved into the study of hermetic scripts used in rituals and endeavored to engage in various ceremonies spoken of by others. Yet, without exception, those rituals yielded no tangible results, yet they afforded Audrey a certain understanding of the structured incantations. These incantations signified, they pointed towards, the 7 deities who oversee the entirety of the world. They stood nearly equivalent to the Lord of Crimson, the Mother of Secrets, and the Queen of Misfortune and Fear. Algie Wilson, who possessed greater knowledge and understanding, trembled inwardly. If the ritual magic devised by the fool could indeed direct itself towards him, allowing him to receive our entreaties, then he must be addressed with reverence, employing this third-person honorific to describe deities and similar entities. How fortunate, how astute it was that I had consistently acted in cooperation, refraining from any foolish actions. Even when probing, I remained within the bounds of normalcy. Perhaps he is an ancient, hidden, terrifying entity, merely not presenting himself in his original form or true name before us, the primordial witch, the concealed sage, or perhaps the authentic creator worshipped by several esoteric sects. Algie understood that the fool he currently beheld might not necessarily be his true visage. The being might not even possess a gender, nor conform to a humanoid form. Klein, with one hand resting on his forehead and the other lightly tapping the edge of the bronze table, perceptively sensed the shifts in the hanged man and justice. Nevertheless, he feigned ignorance, maintaining an air of anticipated normalcy as he continued, I beseech your assistance. I implore your favor. I ask that you grant me a pleasant dream. O bloom of deep sleep, herb of the red moon, please bestow your power upon my incantation. O golden bergamot, herb of the sun, please impart your strength to my spell. Upon completing his description of this variant incantation, he smiled and remarked, Ladies and gentlemen, have you committed this to memory? Relying on the audience's formidable recollection, she swiftly recorded everything and repeated it aloud for confirmation. Algie, in contrast, appeared far more composed, his steel pen never pausing regardless of his inner thoughts. After affirming Audrey's record, Klein smiled slightly and said, If this endeavor proves successful, we may adjust the incantation next time to achieve our desired outcome. By Wednesday at the latest, I hope you can find the time to complete this ritual. He intended to return here on Thursday evening to ascertain whether the ritual magic bore any fruit. The reason for not allowing the hanged man in justice to directly request absence was due to Klein's concern that it would be impossible to discern whether they genuinely sought to be excused or were merely testing the efficacy of the ritual magic. What if they were summoned or not? Audrey pondered for a moment and remarked, Mr. Fool, the proposal you previously suggested regarding the separation of administrative affairs has garnered considerable support among several parliamentarians. Perhaps it may indeed come to fruition. Of course, given the efficiency of the kingdom's government, it is likely to take at least 6 months before any tangible plans emerge. She was not concerned that the hanged man would uncover her identity through this matter, as she had merely guided the discussion incidentally, allowing those proud ladies to believe that it was their own remarkable intellect that had contributed to the idea, prompting them to eagerly boast to their husbands, fathers, and brothers. In that instant, Audrey felt as if she were witnessing a display of resplendent peacocks. She was confident that those ladies would incessantly reinforce the notion that the honor belonged solely to them, completely overlooking her involvement, and would engage in disputes over who had initially proposed the idea. He paused for a few seconds, casting a glance at the fool seated at the head of the bronze table, carefully choosing his words. In recent decades, the activities of various clandestine organizations have seen a rising trend, with several new, sizable groups of considerable power emerging. Are you seeking to discern the reasons from me? I have yet to delve into the materials regarding illegal organizations. Klein merely smiled, refraining from commenting on the news of the hanged man, and instead ambiguously stated, Some ancient forces are awakening. For instance, the power represented by the notes of the Antigonids. Is that so? Alger murmured to himself, as if struck by a thought. Klein's gaze swept over the hanged man in justice before he smiled and remarked, If there is nothing further to share, let us conclude today's gathering. As you wish. Both Audrey and Alger rose simultaneously. Klein's fingers glided, severing the connection with the deep crimson star. watching as the two figures vanished into the grand hall. He stood up, turning to his high-backed chair, positioned at the head of the bronze table, and gazed towards the constellation symbols there. The brilliant stars formed a peculiar symbol, one that lay beyond the bounds of Klein's current esoteric knowledge. He scrutinized it closely, discerning within it the emblem of the hidden, the eye without a pupil, and the symbol of transformation, a twisted line, both missing portions, overlapping to create a new symbolic representation. Incomplete secrecy, incomplete transformation. What could this signify? Klein furrowed his brow and murmured, unable to arrive at an answer. I initially conceived this rather casually, providing only a rough concept without detailing the shapes of the palace, the long table, or the chairs. So what then were their forms based upon? Optimal choices? Initial templates? Or perhaps reflections of reality? As Klein contemplated, he suddenly recalled a question he had previously overlooked. Alas, I must admit that as a keyboard warrior, I indeed lack experience and sharpness in many matters, leading to a belated understanding. With such self-reflection, Klein meticulously began an examination of the area surrounding the temple above the gray mist, yet found no other beings nor discovered any further anomalies. As for the distant, seemingly boundless realm of illusion, he dared not venture further for fear of becoming utterly lost within it. Ah, indeed, this place is steeped in mystery. I wonder if there will be new transformations when I grow more powerful. Klein sighed, extending his consciousness to envelop himself, simulating the sensation of rapid descent. Everything rushed by in a blur, various phantoms fragmented, and he pierced through the gray-white mist, catching glimpses of the tangible world, seeing his desk, curtains, and coat rack within his bedroom. In Beakland, Queens, Audrey gazed at the oil painting hanging on the wall, feeling the softness of the velvet pillow. When Mr. Fool suggested attempting that ritual, he spoke with a certain confidence, describing the mysterious sovereign and the king of yellow and black, confidence. Audrey inhaled sharply, her body trembling imperceptibly. Never mind, since I cannot resist, I shall not dwell on it. Mr. Fool has always behaved kindly, suggesting he is a lawful presence. Audrey's mood swiftly lifted as she contemplated her role and the faint backlash of the potion. At that moment, she felt a sudden awareness and turned her gaze toward the dark corner away from the balcony. There, she saw her golden retriever, Susie, crouch quietly, observing her as she would observe a maid. Oh, goddess. Audrey's lips twitched, longing to cover her face with a sigh. In the heavily protected captain's cabin aboard the Sunius Sea, Alger awoke to find no changes around him, as if nothing had ever transpired. He sighed and mused to himself. An ancient existence, perhaps? Having extricated himself from the ritual, Klein drew back the curtains and retrieved his notebook, beginning to write once more. After completing his notes, he reviewed them repeatedly yet ultimately tore them up and burned them to ashes. If I do this weekly, I should not forget the key points. However, as time passes, the tasks will become ever more burdensome. Alas, for now, there are no better methods available, and I have not studied cryptography. Klein collected his thoughts, stretched his neck, and resolved to head to the divination club. Diviners hold varying standards in the eyes of different individuals. No one can definitively declare another wrong. Thus, Klein remained uncertain as to what manner of diviner would best meet the potion's needs, relying solely on repeated practice to calibrate and ascertain. Chapter 62. The Diviner's Counsel Before Stepping Out. Klein meticulously polished his formal attire and hat with a small brush and handkerchief, then changed into a fresh white shirt, donning a linen counterpart of his previously decent yet modest jacket, and swiftly made his way into the street. First, he needed to procure Melissa's dress, followed by Benson's formal wear, and only then could he contemplate acquiring his second set. It seemed funds were perpetually insufficient. Moreover, he must gradually accumulate a collection of porcelain dinnerware for entertaining guests, and still save for various materials related to the mystical arts. As Klein settled into the public carriage, he mentally calculated his household finances, shaking his head in dismay as the figures grew increasingly grim. He estimated it would take at least a year to elevate himself, along with his brother and sister, to the status of what society deemed middle class. Of course, this did not take into account any potential promotions or salary increases. The public carriage traversed through the streets, halting before the Divination Club on Howell Street. Klein adjusted his black, non-silk, semi-formal hat and stepped down, half leaping and half walking, along a familiar path, entering the club's entrance on the second floor, where he spotted the lovely, golden-haired lady, Angelica. Though her eyes bore traces of redness and swelling, she appeared remarkably at ease. Klein raised his hand, gently tapping his brow twice, scrutinizing her closely. He noted that the deep shadows of melancholy in Angelica's emotional hue had dissipated considerably, replaced by a touch of brightness akin to sunlight. After observing her, Klein approached, doffing his hat with a smile. "Ms. Angelica, it is indeed a splendidly sunny day. Is it not?" Angelica looked up, momentarily startled, before breaking into a smile. "You resemble Mr. Vincent Escat, moving without a sound. Can you tell?" "Oh, how silly of me. I forgot you were a diviner skilled in reading faces." She paused, lightly biting her lip as she performed a courteous bow. "Thank you. Thank you for the advice you provided yesterday. I feel so much better. This past year, I have never felt as relaxed, joyful, and content as I do now." Listening to her sincere gratitude, Klein found himself enveloped in her joy, a smile gracing his lips. "It is my honor to assist you." As he spoke, he sensed a lightness and vivacity within himself. Is this the diviner that potions aspire to be? A diviner who can genuinely aid those who seek counsel? Klein pressed his brow thoughtfully, quietly nodding twice. It must be said that he had already discovered through practice that his current method of activating and deactivating his spiritual sight was still rather conspicuous. However, the challenge lay in the fact that he could not conceive a better alternative in such a short span. He had only recently become a diviner, and his spiritual growth had yet to reach its potential. His mastery was similarly nascent, necessitating a mechanism that effectively stimulated his spiritual essence to serve as a switch. And such locations were few. The brow remained a relatively superior choice. Once he fully assimilated the potion and became a true diviner, he should be able to devise more discreet gestures to serve as switches. Klein nodded imperceptibly as he made his way toward the half-open conference room door. "Coffee or tea?" Angelica inquired hastily. At that moment, he noticed 6 or 7 members present in the conference room, yet the ever-constant High-Nos Vincent was conspicuously absent. "Has Mr. Vincent not arrived?" Klein paused, casually inquiring. Angelica, taken aback, replied, "Mr. Vincent does not come every day. He has accepted an invitation to lecture at a divination organization in Inmat Harbor. Is there something you wish to discuss with him?" "No, merely curious, as I have always seen him during my previous visits," Klein replied with a smile, shaking his head. Simultaneously, he recognized a familiar face among the 7 members, Gracis, the one who had sought his divination. Gracis, adjusting his monocle while perusing documents on the table, suddenly sensed someone observing him. He lifted his head and met Klein's gaze, a look of unmistakable joy illuminating his face. He pushed himself up, taking a few steps toward Klein. "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I was just pondering whether you would grace us with your presence today. Angelica mentioned that you were not a physician, but rather a divination expert skilled in physiognomy?" Klein chuckled lightly. "I possess skills beyond just that, Mr. Gracis. It appears you have fully recovered from your ailments." He gently pressed his forehead and tapped his brow twice, noting that Graci's complexion had returned to its normal hue. "Yes, I truly regretted not heeding your advice. Fortunately, there is a remarkably skilled apothecary near my home who provided my wife with an extraordinary remedy that spared me from the clutches of death." Gracis reflected with a tinge of gratitude. As a prospective member of the Night Watch, Klein, with keen professional sensitivity, countered, "A remarkably skilled apothecary? An extraordinary remedy? How extraordinary? Would it fall into the realm of the extraordinary? A folk herbalist, perhaps?" Klein mused, tapping his brow thoughtfully. "What is his name? Where is he located?" "You see, diviners cannot guarantee their own health. I may need to procure remedies from him in the future." Klein, informed by his mentors and classmates, understood that the modern medical system in this world was still in its nascent stages, rendering it almost impotent against many illnesses. Thus, miraculous remedies and talented apothecaries still held significant market value, and acquiring knowledge about them would prove beneficial for potential future needs. "His name is Rosen Darkweed, and he has a small shop at 18 Vlad Street in the East District, called Rosen's Folk Herbalist." "Thank you," Klein noted, silently committing the information to memory and expressing his gratitude sincerely. Gracis turned his body, inviting him to sit beside him, just as Angelica returned with freshly brewed coffee. Compared to Southvale coffee, the aroma of Dixie coffee was more robust, albeit the taste somewhat inferior. Klein took a sip, savoring it momentarily. Observing Klein set down the white porcelain cup, Gracis tentatively inquired, "Mr. Moretti, may I request your assistance in a divination? I shall compensate you at the price you determine. 8 pence will suffice. I shall not raise the price unexpectedly." Klein, eager for an opportunity to practice his divination, asked, "Shall we proceed to the divination room?" "Very well. The yellow crystal room." "Gracious. more familiar with the surroundings, was the first to enter the divination room. After securely locking the wooden door, Klein settled himself at the long table and inquired solemnly, "Mr. Gracious, what matter do you wish to divine? I have an investment opportunity that involves a considerable sum. Should it fail, both my family and I would face devastating consequences. I seek to discern whether it will proceed smoothly." Gracious, taking the initiative, replied, "I have previously engaged in divination using tarot cards. Indeed, it was a reading conducted with a pure heart, and the outcome was quite favorable. Yes, I interpreted it myself, adhering strictly to the symbolic principles." Klein pondered for a moment, curiosity piqued. "Please describe the situation in detail, along with the relevant information, and if possible, include the counterpart's details. We shall conduct a horoscopic divination." "Very well," Gracious articulated. Mr. Lamris, during his survey of the Hinachus Mountains, discovered a large iron mine rich in deposits and of excellent quality. He expended all his savings to acquire the land and engaged a professional firm for an assessment, which yielded encouraging conclusions. Klein, a history enthusiast and a frequent reader of newspapers, was aware of the existence of stocks and recognized that the concept originated with Emperor Roselle. It was he who, during the colonization of the southern continent, established the Zibelline Company, raising funds from the public through the issuance of stocks, thereby successfully addressing financial issues and seizing the initial bounty of colonial profits. Klein recalled that his brother Benson had once remarked that inheriting 3,000 would free him from arduous labor, as a stable annuity would yield around 5%, approximately 150, roughly equivalent to Klein's current annual salary. "This is the so-called rentier class," he mused with a sigh, weighing his words carefully as he queried, "Are you certain there are no issues? Is Lamris trustworthy? Photographs? What do photographs signify?" Having been born in an era of intellectual explosion, Klein had witnessed too many similar occurrences to be easily convinced. However, whether he believed it or not was inconsequential. He could only take up his pen and, based on the crucial temporal details provided by Gracious, craft the corresponding horoscope. After a lengthy pause, Klein pointed to the star chart and stated, "You should be able to discern this for yourself. The venture appears fraught with difficulties. Beneath the surface splendor lies a precipice, an abyss. My divinatory counsel is to circumvent it, to avoid it altogether." Gracious fell into silence, his mouth opening and closing several times without uttering a word. After a few minutes, he managed a wry smile and said, "A diviner can only offer advice. The decision rests with the individual." As the two exited the yellow crystal chamber, Angelica approached and remarked, "Mr. Moretti, someone seeks your divination services." At this, she added quietly, "He did not request a recommendation or consult the catalog." Has the word spread? Klein turned in perplexity toward the reception hall. Chapter 63, Dream Interpretation. After taking a few steps forward, Klein encountered a guest seeking divination. Clad in a formal black suit, he wielded a gilded wooden cane and donned a half-top hat, with golden hair stubbornly peeking out from beneath the brim. His nose curved slightly, reminiscent of an eagle's beak. It was Anna's fiancée, the one who had endured harrowing tribulations, Joyce Meyer. Having previously encountered him in a dream divination, Klein immediately smiled and greeted, "Good afternoon, Mr. Meyer." "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti," Joyce replied, removing his hat and bowing slightly. "I am grateful for your guidance regarding Anna. She has been singing your praises incessantly." Klein chuckled softly. "I have altered nothing. The true credit belongs to you." Without unwavering resolve and a yearning for beauty, one cannot triumph over adversity. After the pleasantries, he couldn't help but internally scoff. Is this mere commercial flattery? Before Klein could speak further, Joyce inquired curiously, "The moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized who you are. Is it due to the distinctive nature of my nose, or did you foresee my visit through divination?" Joyce appeared genuinely taken aback, taking several moments to muster a smile before responding, "Mr. Moretti, I would like to request your services for a divination." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something significant. Klein Moretti referred to himself as a diviner, not merely a divination practitioner. "Very well, let us proceed to the citron room." Klein gestured invitingly. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable urge to don a flowing black robe, speaking as little as possible to embody the mystique of a diviner. Upon entering the divination chamber, Joyce Meyer proactively locked the wooden door and surveyed the surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Klein discreetly pinched the bridge of his nose twice. Activating his spiritual sight, Joyce settled into a chair, resting his cane against him, adjusting his black bow tie, and spoke in a composed tone, "Mr. Moretti, I wish to seek your insights into my dream. Dream interpretation? Klein maintained an air of anticipation, confirming with a question. He observed that Joyce's health aura was dimmed to varying degrees, yet not to the point of illness, while his emotional hue predominantly reflected a deep, tense blue indicative of contemplation. Joyce nodded solemnly. For a diviner, such dreams are divine revelations. Klein responded with a blend of reassurance and inquiry. Could you elucidate your dream in detail? Joyce pressed his fist against his mouth, pondering for a moment before stating, I dreamt that I fell from the alfalfa, plummeting toward the ocean, which was a deep crimson, akin to decaying blood. As I descended, I was grasped by someone aboard the ship. I could not discern his appearance, only that he possessed immense strength. Simultaneously, I clutched another individual, striving to prevent him from meeting a similar fate. I recognized him as a passenger of the alfalfa, Eunice Jean, due to his weight and struggles. I could no longer bear the burden and had to release my grip, watching him wail as he plunged into the blood-red sea. At that moment, the individual above me released his grip, and I flailed my arms, striving to grasp something, yet I seized nothing, plummeting rapidly into the abyss. Subsequently, I would awaken in terror, drenched in perspiration on my back and forehead. Klein pressed his hand to his forehead, gently tapping it as if in contemplation, and then articulated his thoughts. Mr. Meyer, a mere nightmare, a similar nightmare, a recurring nightmare, signifies a psychological issue with an underlying cause. The repeated occurrence of the same nightmare serves as a reminder from your spirit, as well as an insight bestowed by the divine. Noticing Joyce's expression of confusion, he elaborated, do not doubt. Even an ordinary person's spirit can provide certain reminders. I am unaware of the specific events aboard the alfalfa, but it is evident that it was a tragedy characterized by blood and iron, leaving you with profound shadows. Observing Joyce nod slightly, Klein continued. Previously, I recalled an overlooked sensation, realizing that the notebook had fallen into the hands of Rael Bieber, an identical case, only I am more perceptive, with a stronger spirit and a richer knowledge of the occult, which allowed me to make a judgment at once. Klein paused for a few seconds, gazing into Joyce. Meyer's eyes, he inquired. That gentleman, Mr. Eunice King, who fell into the sanguine sea due to your release, did he not plead with you aboard the vessel? It still could not escape his fated demise. Indeed, but I do not sympathize with him. Perhaps in a few days, or a week hence, you shall read in the papers of how cruel and detestable a villain he was, having raped and murdered at least 3 women, cast an infant into the tempestuous sea, and led a pack of frenzied beasts in the slaughter of passengers and crew. He was cunning, robust, and malevolent. I dare not and cannot relent, for such an act would seal my own fate. I do not question your actions, Klein asserted first, then explained. Yet your dreams convey to me that you are filled with regret, lamenting your decision to release him. If you deem it just to have taken his life, then why the remorse and regret, leading you to repeatedly dream of the moment you let go? I do not know, Joyce replied, shaking his head in a haze. Klein intertwined his fingers beneath his chin, tentatively interpreting. No. He only had time to utter spare me. I surrender, Joyce murmured, full of perplexity. Klein, lacking knowledge of the precise events, sought to guide him through the dream. Do you believe that Eunice King's survival would have been more beneficial, capable of proving certain things, perhaps clarifying some matters? Joyce furrowed his brow, and after a considerable pause, finally spoke. Perhaps. I have always felt that the conflict aboard the alfalfa arose too abruptly and escalated too violently, as if the latent malevolence within everyone suddenly erupted uncontrollably. This is abnormal, profoundly abnormal. Perhaps I wish to interrogate Eunice Jean, to ask him what initially prompted him to engage in actions akin to demonic possession. Listening to Joyce's almost delirious description, Klein, combining it with his dreams, suddenly found clarity. In his characteristic mystic tone, he said, No, it is not merely that. What? Joyce seemed taken aback. Klein intertwined his fingers, resting his chin upon them. His gaze solemnly fixed on Joyce's eyes, and in a slow yet powerful tone, he continued, You do not merely perceive this situation as abnormal. You have also noticed certain aspects that you overlooked. These overlooked details, when woven together, can lead to a terrifying conclusion. Thus, your intuition suggests that there is one individual who bears significant suspicion, namely the one who grasped your hand in the dream but ultimately released it. You subconsciously refuse to doubt him, which is why you cannot perceive his visage. He is your companion. He once held dominion over your life and death, or rather, he saved you. Joyce leaned back abruptly, causing his chair to creak ominously. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and confusion clouded his eyes. I saw. Suddenly, Joyce sprang to his feet, nearly toppling the high-backed chair. "Mr. Triss," he uttered, as if expending every ounce of strength to articulate the name. It was a round-faced, affable, shy boy, the hero who had rescued the survivors. Klein refrained from interrupting, leaning back slightly and patiently waiting. Joyce's expression shifted several times before finally settling into a semblance of normalcy, albeit tinged with pallor. He offered a faint, bitter smile and said, "I understand now. Thank you for your interpretation of the dream. Perhaps I should pay a visit to the police station." He retrieved his wallet and produced a 1 solar note. "I do not believe that money can reflect your worth. I can only offer you the price you have set. This is your remuneration." Joyce pushed the note towards Klein. "You could have simply handed me 10 pounds, and I would not have minded. 1 solar. You and your fiancée truly are alike." Klein maintained his mystic demeanor, saying nothing, smiling as he accepted the bill. Joyce took a deep breath, donned his top hat, and turned towards the door. "Thank you, Master Moretti." "Master?" Klein chuckled softly to himself, watching as Joyce exited the divination room, silently reflecting, "It seems something extraordinary has occurred aboard the Alfalfa." If only the captain were here, he could unravel the entirety of Joyce Meyer's dream. On Tuesday morning, in Bakerland, Queens, the early rising Audrey summoned her golden retriever. "Susie," with utmost seriousness. "Susie, you two are extraordinary. We are kindred spirits." "No, that is not what I meant. What I mean is, we must assist one another more effectively. You must guard the door and ensure that no one disturbs me. I am about to conduct a ritual." Susie gazed at her master, her tail wagging helplessly. Chapter 64. The instigator with a tranquil gaze, she observed the anticipated sequence of events, soon devising a new plan. Audrey secured the bedroom door, instructing her golden retriever, "Susie, remain here. Should Annie and her companions attempt to force entry, promptly notify me from the bathroom." To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, her devoted maid possessed the key to unlock the door. Susie cast a wistful glance her way, wagging her tail thrice in response. "Excellent. I shall allow you to choose today's lunch," Audrey declared, shaking her fist gently. Once her instructions were complete, she entered the bathroom, where a spacious square bathtub, measuring 3 to 4 meters in width, was already filled with gently rippling warm water, enveloped in a fragrant mist. With a swift motion, she closed the bathroom door behind her. Having accomplished these tasks, Audrey exhaled in relief and retrieved a palm-sized, translucent azure bottle from beside for flickering candles. This cylindrical vessel shimmered with an ethereal glow under the light, containing the ritualistic essential oil she had distilled the previous day. As an enthusiast of the esoteric, she had delved deeply into such studies, amassing a collection of homemade hydrosols, flower essences, balms, essential oils, and incense. Thus, she swiftly prepared according to the fool's description. Moonflower, golden mint, deep sleep flower, golden bergamot, and rock rose. Such an unusual concoction, Audrey murmured softly. Indeed, one must cleanse the body and calm the spirit before engaging in ritual magic, as a sign of reverence for the divine, or rather, the object of one's supplication. Revisiting the steps in her mind, she placed the ritual essential oil on the edge of the tub and began to disrobe from her comfortable home attire. One by one, the silken fabrics cascaded into the laundry basket. Audrey gathered her long hair into a bun, testing the water temperature with her hand before cautiously dipping her toes in, allowing her body to sink into the warm embrace of the bath. "Ah," she sighed contentedly, enveloped in warmth and relaxation. The urge to move even a finger had vanished. Audrey steeled herself, grasping the azure bottle once more, and added several drops of the ritual oil into the water. A wave of fragrance dispersed, concealing its soothing essence within the tranquility. Audrey inhaled deeply, nodding in satisfaction. "Indeed, it is quite delightful. So relaxing. I wish to remain here in this serene stillness." Time slipped away, and suddenly, the sharp barks of a dog broke her reverie. She blinked awake, her surroundings coming into focus as she noticed that Susie had somehow entered, now sitting outside the tub. Her expression one of resigned patience. Rubbing the corners of her eyes, Audrey realized the water had grown notably cooler. "Did I fall asleep?" she asked instinctively. Susie gazed at her, neither barking nor wagging her tail. "Haha, the effects of that ritual oil are truly remarkable. Yes, truly splendid." Audrey chuckled lightly, her tone buoyant as she explained. She rose to her feet, retrieving a bath towel to wrap around herself while wiping her body. "Sushi, keep watch and don't let Annie and the others in," she instructed the golden retriever. Once the dog had left, she discreetly stuck out her tongue, discarded the towel, and donned a clean white robe. She picked up 4 candles, placing them at each corner of the table. In the upper left corner lay white bread. In the upper right corner, fenerbrat. How delightful it smelled, albeit slightly chilled. No, this was not the time for such thoughts. In the lower left corner, there was seafood paella, and in the lower right, a disi pie. Following the fool's description, Audrey meticulously arranged the altar, shaking her head twice in the process. With everything in place, she lit the 4 candles, took a silver knife, and plunged it into the mound of coarse salt. After reciting the sanctification incantation in Hermes' tongue, Audrey raised the intricately patterned knife and placed it into a cup filled with clear water. Gathering her spiritual energy, she withdrew the silver blade, envisioning the ethereal essence emanating from the tip of the knife. An invisible force surged outward. Holding the knife, Audrey circled the altar, sensing the establishment of a spiritual barrier around her, warding off all impurities and disturbances. She maintained her composure, ensuring that her excitement and exhilaration did not interfere with the ritual. Setting down the silver knife, she picked up a light blue crystal vial, dripping a drop onto each candle. A soft fragrance wafted through the air, enveloping Audrey's body, heart, and spirit in a sense of tranquility. She took a quiet breath, bowing her head reverently as she began the formal incantation in Hermes' tongue. Fool of an age not your own, you are the mysterious sovereign above the gray mist. You are the king of fortune in shades of yellow and black. I beseech your aid. I implore your favor. I ask for a good dream. Oh, dream flower, herb of the red moon, please bestow your power upon my incantation. Oh, golden bergamot, herb of the sun, please impart your strength to my spell. As Audrey concluded her incantation and prepared to meditate on her desires, she felt a breeze stirring within the sealed spiritual wall. Observing the deep crimson stars swirling on the back of her hand, her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly closed her eyes, centering her thoughts and earnestly requesting. When all was said and done, she glanced around with a hint of confusion, finding no peculiar phenomena. Was that sufficient? Audrey furrowed her brow and murmured softly. Meanwhile, he shook his head, rising with a hint of irritation, yet ultimately took no action. Concerning the ancient vessel, the Blue Avenger, a remnant of the Tudor dynasty, Audrey was not entirely at ease. Although he had mastered its control, an instinctive feeling lingered, suggesting that the ship harbored many secrets, much like the Blood Emperor himself. Thus, he intended to utilize this ship to test the capabilities of the Fool, yet he would refrain from attempting any unknown ritual magic aboard its decks. Alger pondered for a few moments, then departed from the captain's quarters and ascended to the deck. Addressing the scant few crew members, we are soon to arrive at the ROSD Isles, where we shall linger for a day. The sailors erupted into cheers, exclaiming, Thank you, my Lord Bishop. The spectral vessel required no sailors, which meant the crew was minimal and thus never concerned about supplies. They savored fresh provisions and clean water daily. Yet, the relentless voyage and the ever-unchanging scenery left their bodies and spirits weary, as if they were perpetually suppressing something, enduring in silence until it became unbearable. The ROSD Isles were renowned colonial outposts in the Suanya Sea, bustling with commerce and various industries. I can hardly wait, exclaimed a sailor, stretching his back and offering a knowing chuckle that men universally understood. Meanwhile, aboard a public carriage en route to Zotland Street, Klein, leisurely perusing a newspaper, was suddenly struck by an ethereal call, as if he heard phantom voices. This unclear summons was fleeting, vanishing within mere seconds. Klein pressed his forehead, battling a sharp pain that seemed to emanate from the depths of his mind. Was it the inexplicable whispers spoken of by old Neo? Was it a consequence of heightened inspiration? A flurry of thoughts raced through Klein's mind until he noticed 4 dark spots emerging on the back of his right hand, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, resembling faint birthmarks, inconspicuous yet profound. These spots, remnants of a transmutation ritual, soon faded, transitioning from deep to light until they disappeared entirely. Klein stared at them, contemplating his recent experience with a new theory. Had Justice or the Hanged Man attempted the ritual magic I provided? Was my intuition indeed correct? Yet, I am still far too weak to discern the content of the invocation. I wonder if any messages remain preserved beyond the gray mist. I shall confirm tonight. Klein felt a mix of anxiety and excitement as he hastily raised the newspaper to shield his face, concealing the changes in his expression from others. Before long, he arrived at Zotland Street and entered the Blackthorn Security Company. Before he could greet Roshan, Klein caught sight of Captain Dunsmith emerging, holding a paper adorned with a portrait. Take a look at this internal wanted notice, Dunn remarked. A particularly vicious and cruel extraordinary individual has entered Tenjin. Dressed in a black trench coat and without a hat, Dunn cast a glance in Klein's direction before casually handing him the paper. As Klein accepted it, the first thing that met his gaze was a sketch of the subject. The individual depicted had a round face, exuding an approachable yet slightly bashful demeanor. Appearing to be no older than 18 or 19. Triss, suspected extraordinary, the notice read. Initially assessed as a Sequence 8-foot instigator, with a potential link to the Cognizant Society, the perpetrator of the Clover incident. Eyewitnesses confirm he left Inmat Harbor and subsequently arrived in Tingen. Whereabouts unknown. Triss. Clover. Could it truly be that an extraordinary individual was responsible for the crime? Klein suddenly recalled the dream interpretation from the previous afternoon, remembering Joyce Meyer's description. He immediately remarked, "Captain, I know an individual who could serve as a significant witness." How dreadfully mundane, Captain. Fortunately, yesterday was my day off, not a time to masquerade as a diviner at work. Klein mused inwardly, feeling a twinge of anxiety as if he might be caught slacking by his superior. He then inquired, which pathway of the sequence does the instigator belong to? And what is the nature of the Cognizant Society? Is inciting others to slaughter a means of mitigating the dangers posed by the Triss potion, or merely a necessity for advancement? Dunn pondered for a few seconds and replied, just in time. It seems you are ready to delve into the materials concerning the extraordinary and clandestine organizations. You need not always be directed by old Neil to peruse historical texts. Captain, is it not the very reason you recruited me, to have a historian at hand? Klein refrained from voicing his concerns and nodded earnestly, understood. Chapter 65. Information on the extraordinary beings. Clutching the document signed by Dunn, Klein descended into the underground and veered into the armory. Dunn was indeed correct. It was time for him to familiarize himself with the various extraordinary beings in the myriad secret organizations. The elderly Neil, clad in a classic black robe, did not exhibit surprise upon seeing the note. Instead, he earnestly concurred. He then added with a smile, "After all, you are to accompany me to the underground trading market tomorrow night." Tomorrow night? Klein could not conceal his astonishment, responding with a confirming question. Neil nodded, lamenting, "I am a person who cannot rest easy with debts looming over me. I always wish to repay them as swiftly as possible." Klein retorted, "Why did you not exhibit this urgency before, opting instead to resort to ritual magic only at the last moment? It seems I am not the only one with a penchant for procrastination. Wait, is it necessary to phrase the fear of squandering the repayment funds so delicately?" Klein chose not to confront Neil, instead urging, "Mr. Neil, could you kindly investigate and retrieve the corresponding information from behind the Nisi Gate for me?" The armory primarily housed archaeological materials and historical texts. While there were references to extraordinary beings and secret organizations, they were limited and mostly comprised fundamental knowledge. "You can only read here. Nothing can be taken out," he admonished as he placed the documents on the table. "Understood," Klein replied with a decisive nod, extending his hands to swiftly sift through the pages, initially scanning for an overview. Quite detailed indeed. No wonder it belongs to the Night Watcher's internal records. And it boasts a history spanning 3,000 to 4,000 years, if not longer, Klein mused as he cast a cursory glance over the materials. The documents not only introduced various secret organizations, but also outlined numerous sequence pathways. Some were well developed. Others merely listed the names of corresponding potions, while some only described the extraordinary manifestations, with a few entirely lacking information, replaced by blank spaces. Suppressing his excitement, Klein searched for the sequence pathway representing the diviner. Amid the rustling of pages, he soon spotted a familiar term. Yet, his joyful expression quickly froze. For the names of the potions corresponding to Sequence 8 and Sequence 7 following the diviner were absent. Fortunately, at the very least, there were descriptions of the extraordinary beings for these two sequences. Klein exhaled silently, calming his emotions as he attentively read the descriptions. Sequence 8, potion name unknown. The corresponding extraordinary beings excel in skillful combat and are notably cunning. Skillful combat. Is this the advancement for the diviner? It feels rather peculiar. I am not a hunter. Must I become a brawler of sorts? Cunning, what does that entail? Enhanced intellect, adept at deception? Klein read in stunned silence, even doubting the accuracy of the Night Watcher's records. Lowering his gaze, the description for Sequence 7 captured his attention. Potion name unknown. The corresponding extraordinary beings possess numerous spells that can be swiftly cast, seamlessly blending their skills with supernatural powers. Now, this makes sense. This truly resembles the progression of a diviner. Klein let out a sigh, privately marveling at this realization. After perusing the case studies of Sequence 7, his gaze shifted to the summative description of this pathway. The sequence first took shape within the Cherith family of the Solomon Empire during the conflicts of the Quaternary period. This family was not entirely obliterated. Their name occasionally surfaces in the annals of the Canary era, seemingly linked to the ancient organization known as the Masonic Order, Cherith. Upon encountering this name, Klein's attention abruptly narrowed. It had appeared in the remnants of Emperor Rozel's diary, which he had obtained the previous afternoon. The persona played by Rozel stemmed from a mysterious figure's admonition, Cherith. Coupled with the inexplicable nature of this traversal, it became utterly elusive. Moreover, the individual whose body I have inhabited took his own life due to a lost manuscript from the Masonic Order. Klein pondered for an extended period, generating numerous hypotheses, yet lacking sufficient information to substantiate any of them. After rereading this portion of the material several times, he ultimately had to suppress his thoughts and turn to other records. He first sought out the Sailor sequence, discovering that it indeed belonged to the Lord of Storms. Regarding such an adversary, who may exceed 2 or 3 millennia in age, the internal records of the Watchers were remarkably detailed. Sequence 8, the wrathful people, formerly known as Guardians of the Tempest, can unleash attacks surpassing the norm in both power and speed when corresponding extraordinary beings are enraged. Confronting them is akin to facing a tempest. Sequence 7, the Navigator, anciently referred to as the Storm Priest, corresponds to extraordinary beings who are scholars of astronomy and geography, possessing an intuitive grasp of magnetic fields, ocean currents, wind directions, and clouds. Ships helmed by navigators never lose their way upon the seas. They are elevated devotees of the ocean, gaining comprehensive enhancements while traversing its expanse. They are friends of water, capable of freely moving underwater for over half an hour. They can exert a limited array of water-related spells, some derived from their own mastery, others bestowed by the Lord of Storms, such as Sequence 7, the Navigator, is indeed formidable. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He suspected that the Hanged Man was either a guardian of the Tempest or a navigator. Given the recent promotion of the former, the latter seemed highly probable. This also indicated that the Hanged Man was either not a member of the Punisher or had been surreptitiously recruited by the Storm Church as a pirate. The psychological practitioner of Sequence 7, serving also as a psychoanalyst, advanced further from prior knowledge, now capable of directly influencing targets, such as alleviating their madness or inducing it, causing them to lose their rationality. An extraordinary being who is difficult for others to detect. After reviewing the aforementioned materials, Klein arrived at a definitive conclusion. Having delved into matters concerning the members of the gathering, he turned the pages to the Church of Steam and Machinery. For the illustrious Emperor Rozel had chosen the Universalist sequence, Sequence 9, Universalist. The extraordinary individuals corresponding to this sequence believe that knowledge is power, possessing a rudimentary understanding of mysticism, yet exhibiting profound expertise in substances such as aqua regia, nitroglycerin, and intricate gear mechanisms. They seem to possess an understanding of all things. It is no wonder that Emperor Rozel proclaimed this potion to be most suitable for him, capable of amplifying his strengths to the fullest extent. Klein, suddenly enlightened, directed his gaze downward. After the descriptions of several cases, Sequence 8 materialized before Klein's eyes. The archaeologist, endowed with ample historical knowledge, survival skills in the wild, and forbidden knowledge related to relics, possesses a robust physique and the capability to confront these challenges. Sequence 7, Appraiser, possesses an intuitive grasp of the capabilities and issues surrounding most extraordinary items, enabling them to utilize such objects while minimizing danger. Due to Klein's insufficient confidentiality level, all materials pertaining to the sequence pathways ceased at Sequence 7. His curiosity piqued without any alternative means. He could only hope that Beckland would expedite the delivery of sealed Object 2-049 to ascertain whether Riel Bieber was a descendant of the Antigonus family. Should that be the case, he would have the prospect of becoming a formal member and attaining a higher confidentiality level. Regaining his composure, Klein meticulously read through the materials. Learning that the follow-up to the corpse collector was the grave digger, who was a medium, he discovered that the entry for the Seeker's Sequence 8 was conspicuously absent, lacking both a name and corresponding description. However, the records for Sequence 7 contained the name of a potion, sorcerer. Quite impressive indeed. As Klein slowly turned the pages, he encountered the records related to the apprentice and thief, which were of great concern to Emperor Rozel. These entries only reached Sequence 8, with subsequent information missing. Sequence 9, Apprentice, possessed rather peculiar abilities, being identifiable only as an initiation into a school of magic. They are seldom ensnared and find it exceedingly difficult to be obstructed. always managing to escape and pass through barriers. Sequence 8. Trickster wields a variety of strange yet not particularly potent spells, reveling in deceit. Is this a subtle form of transformative role-playing? If given a choice, perhaps I would select the apprentice, Klein mused silently, suddenly discovering the name of the potion associated with the perpetrator of the Alfalfa incident, Instigator. Chapter 66. The Witch Cult, Sequence 8. Instigator is adept at evoking the darkest desires hidden within every individual, skilled in exacerbating conflicts, igniting discord, and orchestrating bloodshed. The description seems somewhat lacking. It appears that the Night Watcher possesses only a limited understanding of this potion's capabilities. Yet, it undeniably aligns with the characteristics of the Alfalfa incident. Klein lifted his gaze, directing it towards the corresponding Sequence 9. Sequence 9, Assassin, capable of altering their physique in a brief span, attaining a feather-like lightness, and solidifying the vision of an eagle along with dark sight. Each assassin excels at concealing themselves within shadows, possessing nimble footwork and the capacity to unleash all their strength in a single strike. After perusing the description, Klein found himself once more engulfed in profound perplexity. The progression from instigator to assassin? This is as peculiar as the advancement from diviner to a profession skilled in technical combat. Some sequence pathways follow a logical progression, which is quite ordinary, such as the audience, while others defy intuition and reason. Well, perhaps there are certain implicit commonalities that I have yet to uncover. For instance, both assassins and instigators bring calamity upon others. Yet, the connection to diviners eludes my understanding entirely. Could it be linked to the lineage of old Gandalf? Adding a touch of auxiliary magic while concentrating all other skill points on strength and technique? Klein silently scoffed, shaking his head as he turned the pages to the section concerning the secretive organization associated with the instigator, the Enlightenment Society. Thus, many extreme members of the Enlightenment Society, with the aim of annihilating others' corporeal forms, have orchestrated numerous blood-soaked incidents. It is evident that the sequence pathways they command can be divided into two categories. One is the more common apprentice and trickster, while the other is the rarely seen assassin and instigator. Currently, there is no evidence suggesting that the Enlightenment Society possesses potions of sequence 7 or above. The origins of the Enlightenment Society remain shrouded in mystery, and one can only analyze their potential roots through these two sequence pathways. Firstly, apprentice and trickster, which easily conjure thoughts of the Abraham family from the fourth quarter of the Tudorian dynasty, possibly intertwined with the Tamara family through long-standing marital ties. Secondly, assassin and instigator, pointing towards the witch cult. Merely glimpsing the outlines through the fog instills an uncontrollable sense of dread, as if one could conjure an extraordinary and prosperous era, envisioning a time where crimson and the bizarre dance together, and horror and distortion sing in unison. Klein inhaled silently, flipping through the pages again, finding no corresponding description of the witch cult. He raised his head, looking at the elderly Neil, who was meticulously preparing hand-ground coffee with filter paper, and earnestly inquired, "Mr. Neil, what organization is the witch cult? I did not see their introduction in the materials. Your level of confidentiality is insufficient. Even with Dunn's permission, you cannot access that portion of the information. It is fair to state that much of the material exists solely within the sanctum and is not preserved beyond the Charney's Gate and Tingen. Only on the day you become the captain of the Night Watch team and proceed to the sanctum for training will you be able to engage with it. My understanding of the witch cult is rather limited. I am aware only that they revere the primordial witch, believing this enigmatic entity to be the true heir of the Creator, birthed from chaos, and the initial one emerging from the Creator's essence, destined to be the final one who concludes all. Their hierarchical structure is intrinsically connected to this belief, as to earn the blessings of the primordial witch and draw near to this hidden existence. The higher echelons are predominantly female, hence their designation as the witch cult. Further details are beyond my purview as a formal member. I have only heard that the witches are tasked with spreading calamity. The notion of disseminating disaster indeed aligns with the implicit commonality shared by assassins and instigators. However, Mr. Triss's future appears precarious. This pathway seems more suited to women, as indicated by the subsequent potions. Klein nodded slightly, resuming his exploration of the documents. Upon completion, he realized that the clandestine organizations were far more numerous than he had initially perceived, yet after careful consideration, he deemed this quite natural, given the extensive historical depth of this world and the epochs when extraordinary powers once flourished. According to the information provided, Klein categorized these secretive organizations into three distinct classifications. The first consists of ancient organizations that emerged during the Quaternary period, including, but not limited to, the Mortian ascetic order, the esoteric society, and the blood cult that worships demons, alongside the witch cult, mentioned only in passing. The second category encompasses secret organizations that came into being during the Fifth Epoch, the early years of the current era, which are, to varying degrees, linked to those formidable families and cults of the Quaternary, such as the Cognizant Society, the death-worshipping spirit cult, the life school rooted in master-apprentice traditions, and the Rose Society, renowned for its bloody rituals among the extraordinary. The third category comprises newly emerged organizations from the past 1 or 2 centuries, including the Aurora Society, the Iron Cross Society, the Dawn of Elements, and the Psychological Alchemy Society, which Klein had heard of first. Besides these, there are scattered, lesser-known organizations that have not made significant impacts. Benson and Melissa could scarcely fathom the perilous nature of this world. It's not merely war. Klein shook his head with a quiet chuckle, neatly stacking the confidential documents and pushing them toward Old Neil. Meanwhile, he silently added in his mind, "May my Tarot Society never be listed." Old Neil had no inkling that he was seated across from the leader of a clandestine organization, cheerfully taking the documents and heading toward the Charney's Gate. Klein sat there, contemplating whether he should divine the whereabouts of the instigator, Triss. However, after merely a few moments of reflection, he abandoned the idea. After all, possessing only a vague image of the individual and an uncertain name, whose authenticity was questionable, would hardly suffice to ascertain their movements. If such trivialities could yield results, one would be better termed a prophet than merely a diviner. That day was spent in study and practice. He did not partake in the joint operation to capture Triss. Only hearing that the sealed item 2-049 from B-Clan would be delayed due to certain peculiar circumstances, specifics yet to be determined. Klein, I understand your concern for our endeavors, but it is truly unnecessary to allocate funds towards these matters, Benson remarked, eyeing the small wooden barrel of beer thoughtfully. Melissa stood nearby, silently nodding in agreement. This is likely a reflection of our differing spending habits, Klein chuckled and sighed. Benson, Melissa, fret not. This was purchased with my supplementary earnings, perhaps yielding around 2 to 4 souls weekly. I cannot very well divulge that these are the profits from my divination services, he added silently in his mind. Your work surpasses my expectations by a considerable margin, Benson commented after a moment of surprise. Indeed, one might even learn divination, Klein mused silently, turning towards the kitchen. With the combined efforts of the 3 siblings, a sumptuous dinner was prepared. After indulging in the meal, Klein, Benson, and Melissa languidly reclined in the living room, only rising after a considerable time to tidy up, engaging in casual conversation and study. Once Benson and Melissa have retired for the night, I shall ascend above the fog to observe the effects of the ritual, Klein murmured, reviewing historical tomes while casting furtive glances at his brother and sister. In the West District, beneath Iron Cross Street, a 3-story apartment was shrouded in darkness, devoid of streetlights or extraneous illumination. Suddenly, a figure leapt from a 3rd-floor window, descending like a feather, landing almost soundlessly. With a swift turn, the figure vanished, seemingly merging with the shadows, only a vague outline remaining visible, moving with great haste. This silhouette reached the dock area, arriving at a deserted corner laden with cargo. After scrutinizing the surroundings for a while and circling the area twice, the figure emerged from the darkness into the corner. It became evident that he possessed a round, amiable face. It was none other than Triss, the instigator of the Alfalfa disaster. How do you feel? Emerged from the shadows a mysterious figure clad in a black hooded robe, her voice distinctly feminine. Triss beamed with a genial and contented smile, replying, "Quite well. It is precisely the scene I have always envisioned and aspired to. I believe I have fulfilled my task and am prepared for the next step." The woman in the black robe nodded almost imperceptibly and replied, "Excellent. As per our agreement, I shall provide you with the formula for sequence 7 and the 3 primary materials. The remainder you must gather on your own." The mysterious woman raised her hand, presenting Triss with an object resembling a tome. The tome bore an ancient and weathered bronze cover, adorned with a peculiar star-shaped lock. Triss felt a surge of excitement, for he understood that within the book lay recipes and ingredients. Struggling to contain his emotions, he curiously gazed at the name of the potion inscribed upon the bronze surface. "Which?" Triss exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that the word written in archaic Hermetic script was this. "A witch? Am I truly destined to become a witch? What an absurd notion. Have you not always found it peculiar? Our hierarchy is predominantly female. This is the answer. Chapter 67 Response. The crimson moon hung serenely in the dark sky, casting its gentle glow upon the gradually quieting university town of Tingen. Klein stood before his desk, gazing down through the convex window at the desolate Daffodil Street, where the distant sound of a horse-drawn carriage rushed past, swift yet unobtrusive. He picked up his silver pocket watch adorned with vine patterns, snapped it open, glanced at the time, and then drew the curtains together, allowing the warm yellow light from the gas lamp to reflect more fully within the bedroom. Klein turned slowly, locked the door, and closed the valve. Instantly, the room was shrouded in darkness, with only a hint of the crimson moonlight filtering through the curtains, casting a hue that brought forth the deep, nocturnal scenes rich with folklore. In this atmosphere, Klein retrieved a silver knife he had requested, envisioning a luminous sphere in his mind, entering a semi-meditative state. He concentrated, channeling his spirit through the blade, allowing it to burst forth and intertwine with the environment, sealing the room. He was preparing for any potential disturbances that might awaken Benson and Melissa. Subsequently, Klein set down the knife and took 4 steps counterclockwise, each accompanied by incantations from the earth. The grayish-white mist stretched infinitely, while deep crimson stars flickered both near and distant, and the towering temples stood like the remains of fallen giants. Everything before Klein remained unchanged compared to the past. The accumulated silence and antiquity of countless millennia enveloped him. No, there was indeed a change. Klein murmured to himself, fixing his gaze upon a nearby deep crimson star. It symbolized justice. This star pulsated with a rhythmic contraction and expansion, subtle yet persistent. Klein cautiously extended his spirit toward the deep crimson, and as they made contact, his mind buzzed, revealing a blurred and distorted vision, accompanied by overlapping, ethereal pleas. O foolish one, not of this era, you are the enigmatic ruler above the gray mist. You are the king of fortune, clad in yellow and black. I beseech your aid. I implore your favor. Grant me a good dream. He suppressed his emotions, calming his impulses through meditation, and carefully discerned the indistinct images that emerged. Before him stood a girl in a flowing white robe, her lustrous golden hair cascading gracefully, reverently bowing before 4 flickering flames, continuously chanting. From the distorted vision, Klein barely recognized this as Lady Justice. At this juncture, he was entirely convinced that the ritual incantation he had conceived could accurately pinpoint this moment, directing its essence toward himself. This realization filled him with a profound sense of achievement, as he felt his explorations from nothing to something were indeed fruitful. I shall not boast of my greatness. Klein's spirits lifted, and he found the once distracting pleas buzzing around him now bearable. I understand now. Before me, a dense mist swirled, concealing a distorted and indistinct figure in its depths. I understood. I understood. I understood. Audrey Hall abruptly awakened, sitting up in her covers. Her mind flooded with the images from her recent dream. She clearly recognized that she had dreamed of the fool, that enigmatic figure who loomed above the mist. Even if the fool was not yet a deity, he was surely not far from it. Audrey inhaled slowly and exhaled with deliberation. Acknowledging the overwhelming presence of the other, she swiftly cast aside her worries and began to contemplate her next steps. First, to thoroughly assimilate the audience potion. My performance was commendable. Second, to seek out the Psychological Alchemy Society. Third, to ascertain whether she could procure the formula for the Mind Reader potion from the fool or glean clues about the Psychological Alchemy Society. However, every divine being possesses a complete chain of sequences unique to themselves, and they may not be privy to the formulas of other sequences. This nascent, extraordinary organization, the Psychological Alchemy Society, might not even qualify for the fool's attention. Departing from contact, Klein took a seat at the head of the bronze table, his mood buoyed. In this realm of mist, he was the sole living entity. Aside from him, there was only silence. It seemed that information could be transmitted, yet the forces of this space could not be mobilized. This indicated that my previous cunning strategy would not yield results. Klein continuously tapped his lips in silent contemplation. His original intention was that if the incantation and ritual were effective, he could attempt to bind himself to the misty world, thereby leveraging the power of this mysterious space. In that case, he could pray to himself, thus cleverly bypassing restrictions, enigmas, and dangers, allowing for a more profound utilization of the misty realm. For instance, he could perform a ritual, beseeching himself for the bestowal of spells, and then ascend above the mist, responding to that prayer and granting the boon. It appears I have been overly optimistic. My understanding and mastery of this misty world have not yet reached such a level. Klein shook his head in self-mockery, preparing to depart. Just then, he noticed the deep red star symbolizing the hanged man beginning to contract and expand, accompanied by a surreal and intangible sound that rippled outward. Was the hanged man conducting a ritual? Klein nodded thoughtfully. He sat at the head of the bronze table, extending his hand to gesture towards the star. Spirituality flowed forth, touching the ever-contracting and expanding crimson. He heard the hanged man's deep, layered supplication and glimpsed indistinct images. In the visions, the hanged man donned a pure black robe, standing before 4 flames, surrounded by a wall of spirituality that shielded against external influences. You are the king of yellow and black, the master of fortune. I beseech your aid. In the end, he swept his hand, and waves of water surged forth, transforming the altar table into a magnificent new form. Alger Wilson found himself in the capital of the Rostith Archipelago, the city of generosity. Unlike his crew, who ventured to the renowned Red Theater, he remained within the confines of the inn, sealing the doors and windows as he endeavored to perform the ritual described by the fool. This attempt, it seemed, was not particularly fruitful. The fool would need to devise an alternative approach. With a mix of relief and mild disappointment, he pondered this. Having settled the immediate matters, Alger planned to descend and procure a glass of the fiery lancer spirit, known to enhance the capabilities of the wrathful populace, a favored libation among the Storm Lord's Avengers. As he opened the door to his room, Alger was momentarily blinded by a sudden haze, revealing an ethereal, boundless gray mist in the corridor. At the farthest recess, a vague figure sat, reminiscent of one seated upon a lofty throne. Alger's gaze deepened, and upon surveying his surroundings, he found nothing had altered. The floorboards still creaked underfoot. The walls bore the marks of age, and the corridor remained less than pristine. His countenance darkened, and he struck his chest lightly with a clenched fist. Yet the words of reverence for the Storm Lord eluded him. After a prolonged silence, his expression returned to normal, though his eyes held an even greater depth. Meanwhile, above the gray mist, Klein did not linger long. Once the residual sounds subsided into tranquility, he enveloped himself in spiritual essence and descended into the fog, plunging into the realm of the material. The world before him flickered rapidly, akin to a film played at several times its normal speed. After a wave of dizziness, Klein discerned the curtains aglow with crimson moonlight, the outlines of a desk and bookshelf becoming visible. He retrieved a silver dagger, dismantling the spiritual barrier of the room. And with a sudden gust of wind, he quietly opened the door to peer into the corridor. Noticing that his brother Benson and sister Melissa's rooms remained undisturbed, he finally relaxed. This transfer ritual is truly an essential for domestic travel, both discreet and wondrous, Klein murmured silently to himself, closing the door once more and making his way to the bed. His task for the following day was to accompany Old Neil to the underground market for extraordinary items. Chapter 68. The monster. As dusk approached, the shadows of the carriage and the horses stretched long beneath the setting sun. Klein, having already briefed Benson and Melissa, dined at the Blackthorn Security Company and was now riding in a public carriage towards the dock area alongside Old Neil. He wore the same inexpensive formal attire. Mindful of the potential for conflict in such situations, he would be deeply pained if his meticulously cared for tailcoat were to be damaged. As the sunlight took on a burning hue, the carriage came to a halt. Unfazed by the gazes of others, Old Neil, clad in his classic black robe and matching round felt hat, made his way towards the nearby Dragon's Den bar. Though the bar was somewhat distant and its heavy doors firmly shut, Klein could still hear the resounding cheers from within, as if rallying behind some heroic figure. As they drew closer, an instinct prompted Klein to glance towards the cargo warehouse opposite the bar, where he spotted a formidable man dressed in uniform standing discreetly on the rooftop. This man was burdened with an enormous gray-white mechanical box and held a complexly designed long rifle in his hand. Notably, a conspicuous conduit linked the gray-white metal box to the rifle. A high-pressure steam rifle? Klein gasped in astonishment, turning to Old Neil. Is this bar capable of acquiring such weaponry? This is a military-grade item. Despite utilizing extracted ether, the size and weight of the high-pressure steam backpack were still astonishing. Only a true iron-blooded warrior could bear it. The ammunition propelled by it possessed tremendous speed and destructive power. With adequate aiming, it could rival a subpar sniper rifle. What? Old Neil squinted in the direction, equally perplexed. Is something amiss here? Klein surveyed the surroundings and noticed several men wielding automatic rifles, scanning for something. What is happening? Old Neil inquired, approaching the burly man stationed at the bar's entrance. The imposing figure, clearly familiar with Old Neil, grimaced as his muscles twitched. Just now, the bar nearly faced demolition. It seems a wanted individual came to purchase materials and was recognized, leading to this chaos. My God, what could he have done to warrant such treatment? Seeing those guns made my legs weak, weaker than after a whole night of debauchery with the red-haired shunny. Unbeknownst to him, the identity of the wanted individual was intertwined with those extraordinary beings who frequented the area. A wanted individual? Do you know his name? Old Neil inquired. Intrigued. Previously unaware of being suspected by Joyce Meyer, Triss had brazenly ventured into the underground market to procure materials, only to be recognized by informants from the Mechanical Heart or the Punisher, igniting a fierce conflict. Was he apprehended? Klein nodded towards his silver-inlaid black cane. Observing the surroundings, it appeared that the situation was still unresolved. A burly man shook his head slightly, gesturing with his chin towards the top of the warehouse opposite them, stating, "He rushed out before those terrifying individuals arrived. I have never seen anyone who can run faster than him. In truth, you have yet to witness the assassin's true prowess. Otherwise, you would find yourself taken to an indescribable place for re-education," Klein mused inwardly. "Is the trading market still open?" Old Neil shifted the conversation to the crux of the matter. "That is good." Old Neil hastened a few steps forward, pushing open the heavy door. Klein followed closely, nearly overwhelmed by the stifling heat and the pungent scent of alcohol that greeted him. At the center of the Dragon's Den bar stood a boxing ring, where two bare-chested men were engaged in a fierce bout, surrounded by dozens of patrons who fervently cheered for their respective favorites, interspersed with coarse language. Unfazed by the commotion, Old Neil led Klein around the ring towards a billiard room at the back. Inside the billiard room, two individuals wielding cues paused their banter as they noticed Old Neil entering, falling silent for a few seconds. Once they recognized the newcomers, they quietly made way, allowing Old Neil and Klein to pass through a concealed door behind them. After traversing several rooms, Klein found himself in a space reminiscent of a large classroom from a past life. Here, makeshift stalls were set up, laden with jars and bottles, while individuals meandered between them, examining, conversing, and bargaining. All proceeds were to be given to Sweeney, a man who was the proprietor of the Dragon's Den bar, the former captain of the Punisher squad, and an elderly fellow who seemed to wish for death through alcoholism, as Old Neil candidly remarked. Klein contemplated for a moment and sincerely appraised. It appears to be a rather lucrative enterprise, given that the only costs are the provision of space and shelter. If one coveted a particular item but lacked sufficient funds, they could seek a loan from Sweeney, though he would impose exorbitant interest rates. At this point, Old Neil's teeth clenched slightly in agitation. Indeed, much like a casino, it offered usury services. As Klein surveyed the surroundings with his cane, he curiously inquired, "Is Mr. Sweeney a navigator?" The captain of the Punisher squad should be positioned at Sequence 7. No, merely a people of wrath. Tingen does not belong to coastal regions. Here, the Church of the Goddess is more formidable than the Storm Lord's influence, Old Neil scoffed. In truth, Sweeney had the opportunity to become a navigator, yet he feared losing control and chose to forego it. Just as Klein was about to inquire whether the bar owner had ever faced the brink of losing control, he suddenly sensed something peculiar to his left. It seemed as though something lurked there, whispering, recounting tales. Turning his gaze, Klein beheld a pale young man clad in a tattered linen shirt and the characteristic blue-gray trousers of the working class, his eyes vacant yet frenzied, incessantly murmuring to himself. His inspiration was remarkably high, or perhaps distorted. Klein furrowed his brow and whispered to himself. What had just ignited his inspiration was, in fact, the inspiration of another. Ordinarily, the awareness brought forth by inspiration would undoubtedly elicit some form of interaction, nearly impossible to conceal from others. Yet, this others refers specifically to those practitioners endowed with extraordinary abilities, such as clairvoyance, or individuals possessing similar talents. It is exceedingly challenging for someone like Klein, an exceptional being, to discern such nuances, unless the opposing party's inspiration reaches an extraordinary zenith or manifests in an abnormal distortion. Their gazes met, and the pallid-faced, disheveled young man approached, wearing an expression that straddled the realms of somnambulism and madness. He halted before Klein, staring vacantly. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, the scent of death. The scent of ah." Before he could finish his sentence, a shrill scream escaped his lips, his eyes tightly shut, streaming a crimson liquid. "Ah, damn it." The young man clutched his eyes, cradling his head, writhing on the ground until he finally calmed down, lying there, gasping for breath. Throughout this ordeal, not a single passerby or vendor turned to glance. Klein adjusted his half-top hat, staring in astonishment at the elderly Neil, silently expressing his bewilderment and seeking understanding. "Pay no mind to him," Neil replied. "His name is Atomizer, an orphan nickname monster. He possesses an innate sensitivity to inspiration, often perceiving what should remain unseen and hearing what should remain unheard, which leads him to ramble incoherently and suffer frequent harm. Can he discern that my body has perished once?" Klein furrowed his brow, lowering his voice as he inquired. "What about the Night Watchers, the Punishers, and the Mechanical Heart? Have they never considered incorporating him into their ranks?" "That is not feasible. We lack the appropriate sequence potions for him," Neil sighed. "Indeed. It is as if he is inherently fixed at the midpoint of a sequence's inception." Klein, intrigued, pressed further. Which sequence path is he suited for? Their conversation deliberately avoided the ears of those nearby to prevent the leakage of sensitive information to the esoteric enthusiasts. This clandestine organization emerged in the early epochs of this era, its precise origins shrouded in mystery, primarily relying on a master-apprentice lineage. Their specific theories and beliefs are likewise seldom divulged. Klein was only aware that they divided the world into three realms: the realm of absolute rationality, also known as the realm of absolute truth, the realm of spirits, and the material realm. It is said that this secretive organization has even produced prophets. Shouldn't this correspond to the sequence path of diviners? How perplexing. Klein shook his head repeatedly, observing Atomizer struggle to his feet and meander toward another corner. He gathered his thoughts, trailing behind Neil as they navigated through the bustling market stalls, which showcased moonflowers, gold-finger citrines, night-scented herbs, and an array of minerals including pure silver, yellow crystals, and rubies. It was indeed quite comprehensive. Klein murmured softly. The surrounding esoteric enthusiasts, varying in age and gender, occasionally paused, deliberated, or engaged in conversations, contributing to the lively atmosphere. "Feel free to explore. I shall settle the bill." Neil gestured toward one of the two rooms at the end. "Very well." Klein nonchalantly nodded his head. With a black cane in hand, he ambled leisurely to a stall selling homemade amulets, where he observed intently for a while. Just as Klein was about to initiate a conversation, he suddenly heard someone behind the stall inquiring, "Is this powder made from the root of the cow's tooth peony?" "Cow's tooth peony? Isn't that an auxiliary ingredient for audience potions?" Klein, lost in thought, turned around to regard the questioner. He had a remarkably vivid recollection of this particular ingredient, having committed it to memory due to its frequent mention during the recent discussions on justice. Chapter 69. The amulet. As Klein's gaze swept across the scene, he noticed an individual inquiring about the cowtooth peony. The person stood less than a meter away from him, donned in a black formal suit, topped with a matching semi-formal hat. In their hand, they held a silver inlaid cane, and a pair of gold-framed glasses perched delicately upon their nose, exuding an air of refinement. "Indeed, do you require it?" The vendor, draped in an enigmatic deep black robe, offered a small vial for 3 souls. The bespectacled inquirer pondered for a moment and replied, "Could you possibly lower the price? I intend to procure additional materials, such as this bottle of white-edged sunflower petals. 2 souls and 6 pence. I assure you, you shall find no better price than this." Observing that the gentleman with the gold-rimmed glasses purchased both the cowtooth peony and other materials, Klein felt a twinge of overthinking. However, he prudently tapped his brow twice, employing his spiritual sight to scrutinize the individual. Within his vision, various amulets were vividly displayed, some crafted from pure silver, others from iron, and some from gold. Yet, among these artifacts, only 2 or 3 exhibited a faint aura of color, scarlet, pale white, or golden, indicating they possessed a nascent spiritual essence, suggesting these few amulets held some efficacy. Klein had observed attentively moments earlier, confirming that the vendor possessed a modicum of mystical knowledge. The selection of diverse sources of power for the various incantations was executed with precision, as was the choice of corresponding materials for each source. Naturally, a mere enthusiast of the arcane might overlook certain aspects. Klein discerned that the vendor lacked a comprehensive understanding of the incantations themselves. It was not sufficient to translate the desired content into hermetic language merely by adhering to grammatical structures. True incantations must conform to specific formats and possess unique patterns. Furthermore, in selecting appropriate symbolic representations for the incantations and sources of power, the vendor committed varying degrees of error, resulting in only 2 or 3 among dozens of amulets being entirely accurate, radiating a gentle luminescence. As for the efficacy of these few, Klein could only assert that having some effect was better than none at all. Genuine amulets with pronounced effects necessitate that the creator imbue their spiritual essence into the carving of the incantations and symbols for enhanced results. Ritual magic must also be employed, a feat that is nearly insurmountable for the ordinary individual. Klein, lost in thought, tapped his brow again and, with his black cane, pointed to the upper left corner of the stall twice, inquiring, "How much for these two?" He was not referring to the amulets that merely exhibited nascent auras, but rather to the semi-finished products, those that had yet to be engraved with incantations and symbols. For Klein, it was unnecessary to purchase the weakly effective items. His objective lay in transforming the semi-finished products into genuine amulets. To create an amulet to shield Benson and Melissa from misfortune, I can utilize materials provided by the Night Watchers for my own. Hiss, have I been led astray by old Neil, that I now contemplate such matters without a shred of guilt? Klein mused, his thoughts drifting as he observed the vendor retrieve the two incomplete silver amulets. Two silver amulets lie before him. One is elongated with intricate hollow designs, surrounded by a cluster of angelic feathers, exquisitely crafted and undeniably beautiful. The other, in stark contrast, is simple and unadorned, featuring a solitary red orb that symbolizes the night. As an aficionado of aesthetics, Klein was instantly captivated by them. The vendor, a taciturn middle-aged man, gestured towards the more ornate piece, stating its price. After a brief pause, he stroked the simpler piece and added, "This one is 5 sols and 3 pence. That is rather steep. In truth, they are far from being true amulets," Klein mused. Under the influence of Benson and Melissa, he had grown accustomed to haggling. After a spirited exchange, he acquired both silver pieces for 5 sols and 6 pence, and 4 sols and 9 pence, respectively. For now, they can merely be deemed silver trinkets, Klein reflected. The total of 10 sols and 3 pence was deducted from the funds he had finally received for the Divination Club, £5. As he pocketed the 2 pieces and prepared to explore other stalls, a soft, youthful voice interrupted him. "Sir, why not purchase a finished amulet?" Klein turned to see a girl of about 15 or 16, adorned in a delicate yellow gown embellished with lace, holding a veiled hat decorated with satin ribbons. He was reluctant to give the vendor the impression that he was attempting to steal business, even though he had contemplated whether to earn a little extra income from this craft in the future. The girl had naturally curly brown hair and a charmingly cherubic face. With her light blue eyes fixed on Klein, she inquired earnestly, "What kind of amulet do you wish to select? One to ward off misfortune? To evade illness? Or perhaps one that attracts wealth?" Different desires correspond to varying sources of power, which are linked to different deities, each associated with distinct celestial bodies, and in turn, with different materials. For instance, a spell to avert misfortune undoubtedly belongs to the Queen of Misfortune and Fear, the goddess of the night. As enthusiasts of the arcane know, the symbol of the goddess of the night is the moon, which corresponds to the metal silver. Thus, if one seeks to avoid misfortune, it is best to choose a silver amulet inscribed with the appropriate spell. Moreover, it is crucial that the language of the spell is correct, the format is precise, and the symbols representing the Queen of Misfortune and Fear, the corresponding numerology and magical identifiers are all proper, along with their spatial relationships. However, this is rather convoluted and unnecessary to explain to you, Klein silently added. The girl listened with bright eyes, her curiosity piqued as she asked, "As a devotee of the goddess, is it permissible to wear amulets of other deities?" "That poses no issue. Deities do not concern themselves with such trivial matters." Klein reassured her. His assurance pertained to the wearer, while the maker must exercise caution. A follower of the Lord of Storms crafting an amulet of the eternal blazing sun would likely attract considerable animosity. Certainly, this refers to the type that requires ritualistic magical assistance for its creation, while others need not be considered. The young girl visibly exhaled in relief. "I hope it is a protective talisman that blesses her with health. Which deity should I choose? The Eternal Sun, the Earth Mother, or the God of Knowledge and Wisdom?" Both the Eternal Sun and the Earth Mother are viable options. The former corresponds to the sun, while the latter is symbolized by the brown star. Klein remarked with a smile, "The material for the sun is gold, while the metal of the brown star is lead. I suggest opting for the sun, though I wonder if you have sufficient funds." His suggestion stemmed from the fact that among the 3 talismans with preliminary spiritual resonance, one was indeed the health talisman of the solar domain. That is not. The girl paused suddenly, casting a wary glance at the silent, watchful vendor. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Having determined the materials, how do we discern the incantations and symbolic signs?" Are you familiar with hermetic script? Klein countered. Allow me to assist you in your selection. He gestured with his staff towards the health talisman crafted from gold, asserting, both the incantation and the symbolic signs are flawless. The girl lifted her skirts, crouched down, and grasped the talisman adorned with sunlit patterns, feeling its warm texture as if her body were enveloped in a soothing embrace. Thank you. Thank you very much. She rose, bowing gratefully. Klein chuckled heartily. Now, the next step is your communication with it. I have other matters to attend to. With a smirk, he chose not to linger, leisurely traversing the underground market but finding no truly extraordinary materials. At that moment, old Neil emerged after settling his accounts, holding a dark wooden box. Noticing Klein's puzzled expression, he gestured towards another room at the end, saying, if you wish to buy or sell extraordinary materials, you should go there. After all, no one desires their acquisitions of extraordinary items to be known. Understood. Klein nodded as if in contemplation. He had no immediate need to visit and thus walked alongside old Neil towards the exit of the underground market. How much do the elf flowers cost? Suddenly, a questioning voice reached Klein's ears. Elf flowers. They are also ingredients for the audience potion. A thought sparked in Klein's mind as he turned to see the refined gentleman wearing gold-rimmed glasses once more. What is it? Old Neil inquired, somewhat puzzled. Although he was a prospective member of the Night Watch team, he did not believe that all extraordinary individuals needed to be absorbed or detained, considering such decisions should be made on a case-by-case basis. Among them, the audience type posed little threat to society, the kingdom, or the world, and the likelihood of a Sequence 9 losing control was exceedingly low. As the public carriage rolled into Daffodil Street and halted at the curb, Klein was about to disembark when he suddenly noticed a young lady in a gray-white long dress preparing to board. She had smooth black hair, a round face, and elongated eyes. While her features were not striking when examined individually, together they exuded a gentle and sweet charm. Klein noticed her not for her beauty, but rather for the slight tremor that coursed through her body, an unsettling shiver. Miss, are you feeling unwell? He inquired, his tone imbued with genuine concern. The young lady shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, No, I am merely fatigued. At that moment, the passengers disembarking behind began to urge him forward, compelling Klein to depart. Once he regained his footing, he revisited the earlier encounter, pinching the bridge of his nose in contemplation, determined to ascertain whether the young lady was truly all right. Should she be afflicted by a serious, imminent ailment, he would certainly assist in transporting her to a hospital. Activating his keen perception, he sensed the shifting hues of her aura and turned his body, preparing to gaze once more at the gentle and sweet young woman. Chapter 70. Arrival at 2-049. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed as the wheels rolled, and Klein, having activated his spiritual perception, turned to survey his surroundings, yet he was disappointed not to catch a glimpse of the gentle and sweet young lady. His vision was filled with the scene of the brown carriage moving away. At this moment, all the passengers waiting for the public carriage had boarded, the doors firmly shut. As the vehicle gradually distanced itself, inside the carriage, 2 or 3 dozen individuals were so closely packed that their energies overlapped and obscured one another, creating a vibrant kaleidoscope that was utterly difficult for Klein to discern. He silently shook his head, raised a hand to gently tap his forehead, and deactivated his spiritual vision. To him, the encounter had been a simple matter of goodwill. If he could assist, he would. However, if the opportunity had been missed and the situation remained unclear, there was no merit in dwelling on it and delaying his own affairs. Melissa bit the nib of her pen, furrowing her brow in deep thought. What about Benson? Klein casually inquired. Melissa looked up, momentarily bewildered before responding. He mentioned he had traversed several districts today, completely exhausted and drenched in sweat. He intends to take a long, relaxing bath. Very well, Klein chuckled, suddenly noticing that Melissa was adorned in a long dress he had never seen before. It was predominantly a creamy white, featuring fashionable leg of mutton sleeves, with a delicate lace trim at the neckline and edges. Beyond that, it bore no overly intricate designs, embodying a casual elegance that perfectly showcased the youthful exuberance of a girl of 16 or 17. Is this a new dress? Klein inquired with a smile, recalling that it had been a purchase strongly advocated by both him and Benson. Melissa responded with a soft Klein, intrigued, asked, Mrs. Rochelle? Wasn't she our former neighbor? Melissa nodded and explained earnestly. Mrs. Rochelle is actually a seamstress, though unfortunate circumstances have compelled her to mend clothes at home. Her situation is rather challenging. I know her craftsmanship is commendable, and her prices are much more reasonable than those at the ladies' boutiques. Moreover, The fit is superb. I commissioned the new dress from her for just 9 shillings and 5 pence. It took only a few days. A similar dress at Harrods would cost a full £1.50. When did you ever visit Harrods? Klein asked, slightly taken aback. For it was located in the Halls district, near the Divination Club, a place typically affordable only for the middle class and above. Melissa hesitated, finally admitting. It was with Selina and Elizabeth. They insisted I accompany them. Honestly, I prefer gears and places filled with steam and machinery, but it's nice for a girl to browse around a department store occasionally. Klein smiled reassuringly at his sister. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he hastily ascended to the second floor, eager to wash away the lingering scents of the tavern. Moments later, Benson emerged, wiping his receding hairline as he opened the door. How was it? Did you compliment Melissa on her new dress? He inquired with a smile upon spotting Klein. It seems I forgot. I only asked where she had it made, Klein replied contemplatively. Benson shook his head with a chuckle, remarking on his sister's lack of responsibility as an older brother. Melissa had just acquired that exquisite long dress and was reluctant to part with it. After finally preparing the meal and washing the dishes, she eagerly donned the dress and had yet to remove it. Wasn't she supposed to wait until after her bath to change, perhaps to wash and air it out? Klein instinctively countered with Melissa's reasoning, only to be met with a sigh from Benson. The heat of the past few days and her prolonged time in the kitchen surely made it much more comfortable to do her homework after a refreshing bath. Klein suddenly understood, sharing a knowing smile with his brother. So this is the essence of Melissa. What fault lies in a girl's desire for beauty? There is no need for pretense. With a smirk, he shook his head and retreated to his own room. Later, as he bathed, Klein vaguely heard a knock at the door below, causing a flicker of uncertainty in his mind. Hadn't he the meter reader only come every 2 weeks? Was it perhaps Mrs. Shod from next door? No. That lady was reputed to adhere strictly to the decorum of the middle class and would not visit at an inappropriate hour. Puzzled, Klein dried himself off, slipped into his old yet comfortable shirt and trousers, and hurried downstairs. He surveyed the surroundings, but found no strangers, so he inquired aloud, "Did someone just knock?" Leisurely perusing the newspaper, Benson replied with a smile, "It was Officer Biggie Mountbatten, one of the policemen responsible for Iron Cross Street, asking if we had encountered a chubby-faced boy of 18 or 19. He even provided us with a sketch for identification. Alas, neither Melissa nor I have seen him, otherwise we could have claimed a reward. What about you, Klein?" The instigator, Triss, had managed to escape from the Dragon Bar in the dock area and fled to the vicinity of Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street, prompting the police inquiry. The very fact that it had come to this indicated that the operation to capture the instigator was nearing failure. Klein chose not to dwell on the matter further, as he had yet to commence combat training and his shooting skills were merely rudimentary. To contemplate how to deal with a natural assassin at this juncture felt like tempting fate. That night, he slept restlessly, plagued by fears that the instigator might infiltrate their home and incite another bloodbath. Fortunately, Daffodil Street remained safe throughout the night, and the morning sun dispelled all shadows. With a sense of relief, Klein donned his formal attire, adjusted his top hat, and grasped his cane as he made his way to Zotland Street. Greeting Roshan at the reception. The operation to capture the instigator Triss? Klein inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Roshan nodded emphatically, glancing towards the partitioned area. It seems that a line from the Punisher squad spotted the instigator in the dock area. Originally, their plan was to wait for the arrival of other extraordinary individuals and a special operations team from the police department to execute the operation, hoping to resolve the situation without alarming the ordinary citizens. Unfortunately, the instigator proved to be exceptionally astute, detecting the impending danger and managing to escape ahead of time. In such moments, they require an extraordinary individual with tracking abilities, much like myself, Klein jested. There was no shortage of trackers at that time. Suddenly, the voice of Dunn Smith resonated in the air. Rosen swiftly turned her head, catching sight of the captain leaning against the partition doorframe, his deep gray eyes fixed intently upon her. She hurriedly raised her hands to cover her mouth, shaking her head repeatedly to indicate her silence. Dunn shifted his gaze to Klein, pondering for a moment before asking, "Do you need my assistance with divination?" Klein tentatively inquired. Dunn slightly shook his head, stating, "The mechanical heart possesses a seer, an experienced extraordinary being not inferior to old Neil. I even suspect he is at Sequence 8, though I am uncertain of the corresponding potion's name. The Knowledge Society must have its unique attributes to have persisted until now." Klein casually offered some reassurance to the captain. Throughout the morning, he continued with his studies in mysticism, delving into historical documents and literature, and practicing certain techniques. As lunchtime approached, Klein found himself increasingly distracted. After a few more minutes, he decided to gather his materials and heed the call of his stomach. At that moment, Dunsmith entered the administrative office. His voice low and sonorous as he said, "Klein, accompany me to the Charney's Gate. The sealed object, 2-049, has been successfully transported, and your sensitivity to that notebook may be required for the subsequent actions." His mind began to swirl with thoughts, pondering the nature of that sealed object and whether this mission might entail danger. In this slightly tense silence, he followed Dunn down the staircase into the corridor. Upon reaching the intersection, Dunn suddenly halted, turned his head, and said with grave seriousness, "You must mimic my movements and maintain this without interruption. Remember, absolutely do not stop. This is crucial for your safety." As he spoke, Dunn bent his arms, then extended them, repeating the motion in an unbroken cycle. Klein watched the captain's demonstration in confusion until a sudden realization struck him. Is it due to the peculiar nature of that sealed object? Indeed, Dunn affirmed solemnly. Such actions enable us to detect any issues with you immediately, allowing for timely rescue without risking your life. Understood, Klein replied, no longer hesitating, and began to replicate the arm bending and extending motions. If one arm tires, switch to the other, Dunn advised. The sealed object 2-049 is indeed enigmatic. What significance could such actions hold? It seems exceedingly perilous. Klein mused, cautiously regarding the captain. Very well. He harbored numerous questions. Yet with the Charney's Gate in sight, he forced himself to endure. Besides, given his confidentiality level, it was likely he wouldn't be privy to detailed information and could only act as instructed. Klein exhaled, following Captain Dunn to the guardroom outside the Charney's Gate. Chapter 71. The stagnation phenomenon. With a subtle arch of his arm, Klein repeatedly engaged in this motion, observing as Dunn cautiously pushed open the door to the guardroom. The captain's meticulousness, heightened vigilance, and the absurdity of his protective gestures rendered Klein's thoughts taut, reminiscent of the trepidation he felt as a child traversing a graveyard under the cloak of night. At that moment, a sudden numbness enveloped his mind, as if his processor had experienced a power outage. Within Klein's view, everything slowed down, even the motion of his own arm bending. He witnessed Captain Dunn halt his steps, advancing towards him in a slow-motion sequence, extending his palm to gently nudge Klein's shoulder. In an instant, both Klein's thoughts and vision returned to normal, as if the previous moment had merely been a figment of his imagination. What just transpired? He murmured in bewilderment, still tinged with a hint of fear. Dunn shook his head in response, speaking in a grave tone. Observe carefully. As soon as the words left his lips, he turned and entered the guardroom, with Klein closely following. Inside, he beheld 4 individuals, some seated, others standing. Among them was Leonard, the midnight poet, while the other 3 were strangers to Klein. Yet they shared a singular trait. Each was engaged in arm-bending stretches, displaying no signs of relaxation. Klein Moretti has a peculiar resonance with the notes of the Antigonus family, Dunn briefly introduced. He then gestured towards the 3 unfamiliar individuals. These ladies and gentlemen are colleagues from the Beckland parish, escorting the sealed object 2-049 here. This is Miss Larota, a grave digger of Sequence 8, and also an exceptional marksman. At that moment, the dark-haired lady in her 30s offered Klein a friendly nod. She possessed an appealing visage, devoid of a hat, clad in attire reminiscent of menswear, a black coat, a white shirt, black fitted trousers, and matching leather boots, with a slight smile gracing her lips. Once Klein had exchanged pleasantries, Dunn indicated the gentleman seated behind the desk. This is Al Hassan, an old-timer like myself. In his days, Klein observed as Larota nudged Al Hassan, prompting his actions to regain their normalcy. I was in a similar state just now? Klein pondered. Suddenly enlightened, this is a manifestation of the dangerous leakage of sealed object 2-049. What would have occurred had I not been awakened in time? Would I have transformed into a living dead? With a cascade of questions swirling in his mind, Klein greeted the distinguished middle-aged gentleman, Al Hassan. Borja. Dunn pointed towards the last of the night watchmen, a stoic man bearing a scar across his cheek, whose hawk-like brown eyes scrutinized each individual in attendance with unyielding intensity. Let us proceed, everyone. We must conclude this swiftly and seal 2-049 without delay, declared the handsome yet slightly wrinkled Al Hassan as he rose. So what of 2-049? Klein curiously surveyed the surroundings, finding no traces of any sealed objects. Of course, he could not see the areas obscured by the table without activating his spiritual vision. "Very well," Dunn remarked, turning to Leonard Mitchell, "you shall take the wheel. It is best to keep Cesar out of this matter." The Cesar he referred to was a civilian staff member of the Tinjin City Night Watch, responsible for the procurement and acquisition of supplies, who also doubled as a coachman, the very same individual who had driven Klein to the residence of the medium, Dolly, in Welch. "Understood," Leonard responded, his earlier levity replaced with a solemn nod. At that moment, Klein noticed Al-Hassan bending down to retrieve an iron-black box from the area hidden by the table. The box was adorned with radiant celestial patterns and a crimson full moon, exuding an intangible aura of sealing. "That must be the sealed object. I wonder what 2-049 looks like," Klein mused, his curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the box. Suddenly, a series of thunderous knocks emanated from within the iron-black box, causing its surface to bulge repeatedly. Thud, thud, thud. It felt as though some terrifying entity had awakened within, violently pounding against the confines. Each strike resonating in the hearts of everyone in the guardroom. Borja, a night watchman from Beckland, nudged Dunn's shoulder, prompting him to regain his composure. The effect of 2-049 seemed reminiscent of a robotic dance. If everyone were to be affected, it would indeed resemble an awkward dance troupe. Thankfully, it appeared that 2-049 could influence only one individual at a time. Klein attempted to alleviate his inner tension with this humorous observation, ensuring that his arm movements remained deliberate and controlled. He followed Dunn's lead, leaving his staff behind as he trailed the 5 night watchmen through the corridor, ascending the staircase to the second floor of the Black Thorns Security Company, with Leonard hastening their pace and giving prior notice. Roshan and the others temporarily retreated to the 3rd floor. For these civilians, such occurrences were not commonplace, yet they were certainly not unfamiliar. Meanwhile, another night watchman, Cohen, took Dunn's place to guard the Charney's door. It was not until they boarded the carriage that Klein let out a sigh of relief, gazing out the window with curiosity. Will 2-049 affect the ordinary people on the street? He wondered, merely traversing the path from the underground to the vicinity of the carriage. The sealed object 2-049 had already caused 6 instances of delayed phenomena, with Klein experiencing 2 of them, both awakened by Captain Dunn and Leonard Mitchell. The frequency was indeed remarkable. "Do not concern yourself," the striking black-haired lady, Lorette, explained in a languid tone. 2-049 will prioritize humanoid beings within a 5-meter radius. The closer one is, the more likely they are to be chosen. As long as we maintain a presence of at least 3 individuals surrounding it, those passing outside the carriage will remain unaffected. Such a peculiar sealed object. Klein once again expressed a similar sentiment while performing arm exercises. On the way to the residence of Riel Bieber, Dunn and his companions remained silent, closely observing each other's states. Only Larota appeared indifferent, occasionally admiring the not-so-clean streets of Tinjin and occasionally praising the sewer system of Beckland. Before long, the familiar structure came into Klein's view. The 6 of them, vigilant of one another, ascended to the 3rd floor. The door of Riel Bieber's home bore the insignia of the Tinjin Police Department, indicating that unauthorized individuals were prohibited from entering. While performing arm stretches, Dunn produced a key and unlocked the newly replaced lock, then stepped aside to allow Al-Hassan, who was carrying a dark iron box, to enter first. Thud, 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 thud. The sealed contents of the iron box began to strike violently once more, even more frantically than before, causing Al-Hassan's arms to sway uncontrollably. Klein even began to suspect that the box might be breached. Thud, thud. Klein keenly observed that Dunn's arm movements had become labored. Just as he was about to rouse his teammate, a sudden buzzing filled his head, rendering him momentarily dazed, and the scene before him transformed into slow motion. Was it not stated that only one person could be affected at a time? Klein's thoughts raced, momentarily stagnating. At that moment, prepared as ever, Larota and Borja each nudged 2 individuals. As Klein's cognitive faculties restored and his vision returned to normal, he glanced around in trepidation, nearly exclaiming, "Was it not said that 2-049 could only affect one person at a time?" Fortunately, I had not ceased my arm stretches. The sealed entity 2-049 had entered a frenzied state, with the number of affected individuals rising to 2, confirming that Riel Bieber was a descendant of the enigmatic family. Al-Hassan described this in a mechanical tone. Larota chuckled softly and remarked to Klein, "Whenever a descendant of the enigmatic family is encountered, even if only a trace of their presence remains, 2-049 becomes exceedingly agitated, and its abilities are markedly enhanced. I believe you can comprehend its sentiments. Not quite understanding. Klein curiously inquired. So, is it a living being? You shall soon find out. As long as Riel Bieber has not escaped Tingen, 2-049 will guide us to him. Klein decided to set aside his other questions and followed the night watchman as they circled the room. Alhassen glanced out the window a few times, confirming that there were no pedestrians within a 5-meter radius, then placed the iron box on the floor, twisting a mechanical switch to unlock the spiritual shackles. The fierce pounding abruptly ceased, enveloping the compartment in silence, where even the sound of each person's breath was inaudible. Klein held his breath as he watched the iron box slowly open with a creaking sound that was almost painful to the ears. With a clatter, the box tipped over, and a slender brown arm emerged, no longer than that of a child. It was an oddly shaped puppet. 2-049 lifted its head, gazing at Klein with its pure black eyeless sockets. It slowly curled the corners of its rigid mouth, revealing a grin reminiscent of a jester.